Chen Shen, a reclusive young man, traverses into a new realm accompanied by an invincible system, battling monsters and acquiring secret manuals, while vanquishing foes to obtain exquisite equipment. He finds himself lying upon a solitary boat, the undulating waves causing his frail body to sway incessantly. As he opens his eyes, he is engulfed in darkness. Raising a somewhat feeble hand to probe his surroundings, he realizes he seems confined within a cramped box. Strange, a system malfunction. I should have perished within the gaming pod. How is it that in the blink of an eye, I have been transported to this obscure and shadowy place? His thoughts linger in the realm of memories from his previous life on Earth. In his past existence, Chen Shen was an orphan, struggling to survive in the harsh realities of a frigid metropolis. He scavenged for refuse, distributed flyers, worked as a security guard, and even sold goods on the streets. In his 20s, he finally experienced the turning point of his life. His gaming prowess was discovered, launching him into a career as a professional player. He had envisioned that after a couple of years of relentless effort, he would rise from obscurity, bring glory to his nation on the global gaming stage, and ultimately marry a wealthy and beautiful woman, thus ascending to the pinnacle of success. However, fate dealt him a cruel blow. He met his demise during the testing of a new gaming pod. The massive pod erupted into flames, transforming the once vividly realistic fantasy game world before him into a fiery inferno. In that fleeting moment, he comprehended that an unexpected accident had occurred during the test, sealing the fate of the sole game tester. Ding! Soul reconstruction successful. Compatibility with the Invincible System is at 100%. Commencing qualification assessment of the host. A voice resembling a system notification startled Chen Shen, interrupting his reverie. Before him materialized a translucent control panel, eerily identical to the game he had tested prior to his transmigration. It dawned upon him that he had most likely crossed realms with a gaming system in tow. What a stroke of misfortune. Chen Shen and Chen Hu, those two young masters, eliminated their internal threat, yet assigned us the task of carrying a coffin. Truly unfortunate. Such is our lot. Among the two young masters' followers, we possess the lowest cultivation. Naturally, the burden of carrying the coffin falls upon us. Hearing the commotion outside the coffin, Chen Shen realized that he was indeed entombed within one. Chen Shen? Chen Hu. Those names sound vaguely familiar. In an instant, a torrent of memories surged forth, flooding his mind with countless details. After a while, he finally grasped his identity in this new life. Chen Shen is the grandson of the esteemed General Chen Songfeng of the Xia Kingdom, and the last vestige of the Chen family's legitimate lineage. Alas, this last scion bore a lamentable fate. Endowed with a dull intellect, no matter how fervently he practiced, his progress in cultivating his mystical energy remained painfully stagnant. A fool, he was destined to never inherit the family legacy. Even his grandfather, Chen Songfeng, despite his protective instincts, could not bear to entrust the future of their kin to one so simple-minded. Thus, 3 months prior, he had reluctantly exiled Chen Shen from the imperial capital to a secondary town on the fringes of Xia Kingdom known as Jiulong City, hoping his only grandson might find peace in this remote locale. Yet, even this was insufficient for some members of the Chen family. It seemed that as long as Chen Shen, the last legitimate heir, lived, turmoil would ensue. Hence, the brothers Chen Shen and Chen Hu, under the pretense of visiting their distant cousin, arrived in Jiulong City. Chen Shen, naive and simple, was deceived by their feigned expressions of remorse, believing they had come to visit him out of familial affection, and was foolishly touched by their act. Little did he know, these two scoundrels had secretly poisoned his food and drink. Thus, the native Chen Shen succumbed to the poison, while the Chen Shen from Earth borrowed his corpse. TSK, my friend, your plight is truly unfortunate. From now on, you are I, and I am you. I shall avenge your grievances. As the saying goes, with the system in hand, I shall conquer the world. By the way, has the host's assessment result been revealed? Chen Shen awaited eagerly. Ding. Host's assessment result. Weak meridians, mediocre aptitude, average intelligence, unremarkable appearance, lacking any notable traits. Current cultivation level, 3-star mystical apprentice. Strength evaluation, pitiful. Upon hearing this evaluation, Chen Shen's smile faltered. I am but an ordinary man. If I were exceptionally gifted, would I need to rely on you? From what Chen Shen knew, cultivators in the Great Xia Kingdom were ranked from lowest to highest as follows: Mystical Apprentice, Mystical Practitioner, Mystical Scholar, and Mystical Master. Each realm further subdivided into 9 stars, with 1 star being the weakest and 9 stars the strongest. Thus, while he jested about his circumstances, he could not mask the bitterness in his heart. At 15 or 16 years of age, and still merely a 3-star mystical apprentice. It was indeed a pitiful state, one that left him embarrassed to admit his origins from the imperial capital, where he had enjoyed abundant training resources from the general's household. Ding. New task discovered. Escape the coffin and return to your small courtyard in Jilong City. Task reward. Unlock character space inventory. Task failure penalty. Unknown. It truly feels akin to playing a game, with a task assigned so swiftly. While success brings rewards, failure. The system states the penalty is unknown, but in my current predicament, it likely leads to a dead end, Chen Shen mused self-deprecatingly. He attempted to sit up, but the confines of the space were too restrictive. Before he could straighten his back, his forehead collided with the coffin lid with a resounding thud. Hearing the noise, the gaunt man carrying the coffin's expression shifted abruptly. Did I just hear movement from within the coffin? Nonsense. A coffin contains a corpse. What noise could a dead man make? Retorted another burly man with a scarred face. But I distinctly heard a sound from inside. Truly timid. You are a 7-star mystical apprentice, for heaven's sake. The scarred man scoffed, turning to address the girl trailing behind, clad in coarse garments and appearing dejected. You there, maidservant. Do you think your young master suddenly fell ill and passed away last night? Upon hearing this, the 15 or 16-year-old girl, named Miao Ling, furrowed her delicate brows, her pallid complexion reflecting her profound sorrow, as she slowly nodded in affirmation. Despite her humble attire, Miao Ling's beauty shone through. Her features were exquisite, her skin supple, yet her brows remained slightly knitted, her expression heavy with grief. See, I told you so. The scarred man, indifferent to the girl's feelings, pounded the coffin lid with his fist, mockingly proclaiming, Chen Shen was a worthless waste in life. Even in death, he remains a ghost of a worthless being. Why should you fear him? In response, Miao Ling hurriedly rushed forward, blocking the scarred man's arm as he mercilessly struck the coffin. Stop. My young master has already passed. Do you not fear retribution for dishonoring the deceased? What a loyal little maidservant. Retribution, you say? Very well. Let me show you what happens when you provoke me. With that, he violently swung the lever, causing one end of the coffin to crash to the ground. Subsequently, the burly man pounced like a ravenous wolf, overpowering the frail girl Miao Ling and pinning her to the ground. Chapter 2. A forceful emergence from the coffin. Ah, what a stunning beauty you are. Were you not loyal? Very well. Once I have had my fill of pleasure, I shall dispatch you as well, allowing you to reunite with your worthless master in the underworld. No, please. Let go of me. Gasp. Gasp, are you attempting to bite your tongue in a futile act of self-destruction? Save your strength. You, a mere servant devoid of any cultivation, stand no chance of even taking your own life in the presence of an 8-star mystic disciple like myself. Ha! Cease this at once. Suddenly, a thunderous voice interrupted. As a stooped old man, limping with great effort, commanded, as the steward of young Master Chen Shen, I order you to stop. Oh, Steward Fu Shan, what great authority you wield. One might mistake you for the head of a clan. The scar-faced brute chuckled mockingly, extending his right hand to seize the old man's throat, effortlessly lifting him as if he were a mere chick in the grasp of an eagle. Cough. Cough. The steward's wrinkled face quickly turned a deep shade of purple from lack of oxygen. Yet, he remained resolute, refusing to beg for mercy. Gripping his broken wooden cane with all his might, he unleashed a flurry of futile strikes against the brute's ironclad body. However, devoid of any mystical energy, he stood no chance. Even wielding a sharp sword would not harm an 8-star mystic disciple like him. What a loyal old dog. It seems Chen Zongfeng is utterly disappointed in his grandson, exiled from the imperial capital and unworthy of even a few competent servants. Chen Shen is a waste, and even his steward is a discarded, limping old dog. Ha! Upon finishing his taunt, the scar-faced brute swung his arm, flinging the old man through the air. The limping elder tumbled multiple times across the muddy ground before collapsing, his frail body trembling in agony. Grandfather Fu Shan, Miao Ling cried out in despair. You old dog. You dare to be a nuisance? I spit on you. I'm not in a hurry to kill you, after I have my fun. I shall return and slowly execute you. After cursing, the scar-faced brute turned to Miao Ling with a sinister grin. You little servant girl. Even now you concern yourself with others? You should be more worried about your own fate. At this moment, the thin man who had been carrying the coffin approached with a lewd grin. Scar brother, I hadn't noticed before, but now that I look closely, this little girl is indeed a beauty. How about fortunately, in this world, there are still a devoted elder and a youthful companion who genuinely care for him, willing to risk their lives to protect even a cold corpse lying in a coffin. Anger surges within him as the two ruffians dispatched by his cousins dare to inflict violence upon Miao Ling, even injuring the old steward, Fu Shan. Just as Chen Shen has recently been reborn in another realm, the two individuals who care most for him are being so brazenly humiliated by these tyrants. Such affront is intolerable. Yet, the spirit of the system has clearly stated that the host, Chen Shen, currently possesses only the cultivation of a 3-star Xian disciple. However, from the dialogue of those two vile slaves, one is a 7-star Xian disciple, while the other has already reached the 8-star level. Facing two opponents, both of whom are several levels above him, Chen Shen realizes he has no chance of victory. System spirit, come forth. Grant me strength. I must break the coffin and save them. The youth, anxious as an ant on a hot pan, desperately cries out within his heart. Ding. The Invincible System can assist the host in achieving a transcendent enhancement, enabling him to annihilate his foes in an instant, but this function may only be utilized once. Do you wish to confirm? Confirm, confirm. Now quickly. Chen Shen rejoices. Once is enough. As long as he can rescue Miao Ling and Fu Shun, nothing else matters. Ding. Activation condition requires 49 Imperial grade Xian crystals. Chen Shen is taken aback, then erupts in anger. What on earth are Imperial grade Xian crystals? I am trapped in this coffin, nearly buried alive. Where am I supposed to find such nonsense? After 2 seconds, the system spirit coldly responds. The host may also opt for a second method, randomly sacrificing one of your bodily functions in exchange for the transcendent enhancement. Randomly sacrificing a bodily function? If I lose my eyesight, I will be blind. If I lose my hearing, I will be deaf? How cruel. Chen Shen, infuriated, jumps up and curses the system spirit's ancestors. Yet, he finds himself with no other choice. Should he really confront those two vile slaves with his 3-star Xian disciple cultivation? The only outcome would be to smash an egg against a stone. At that moment, the two shameless thugs outside have finalized their price. Miao Ling's cries for help grow increasingly sorrowful. The elder steward, Fu Shun, remains unaccounted for. Finally, Chen Shen nods decisively. Deal. Ding. Transcendent enhancement successful. Host's current cultivation, 1-star Xian practitioner. Duration, 5 minutes. As the system's voice resonates, Chen Shen feels an inexhaustible energy surging within him. He clenches his right fist, casually strikes, and crashes it against the coffin wall. Bang. With a dull thud, the 3-inch thick wooden coffin cannot withstand the force of his casual blow, creating a large hole. A shard of splintered wood flies out, striking the forehead of a nearby scar-faced brute, drawing blood. Chen Shen, astonished and elated within the coffin, realizes, is this the power of a 1-star Xian practitioner? Compared to his previous 3-star Xian disciple cultivation, this is indeed a world apart. To flaunt one's prowess, one must do so in full style. He spreads his fingers and slowly draws a circle above the coffin before tightening his grip. Crackle, crackle. The abrupt sound of cracking joints echoed in the ears, strikingly jarring. The individuals present froze, their gazes transfixed on the hand emerging from within the coffin, rendering them breathless with trepidation. Chapter 3. Who is truly worthless? Goodness gracious! Is someone truly rising from the dead? The thin man was the first to regain his senses, scrambling away for over 10 meters before collapsing to the ground. His eyes wide with terror as he stared at the outstretched hand from the coffin. The scarred, burly man was equally shaken, having previously leaned over the girl. He sprang up like a startled frog, retreating several steps in alarm. Miao Ling finally broke free from the grasp of her captors, dashing towards the coffin. Where she grasped Chen Shen's outstretched fist, disbelief etched across her face. Young master? You're not dead? Am I dreaming? Feeling his fist enveloped by two soft, delicate hands, Chen Shen coughed lightly. Miao Ling, please release me and step back from the coffin. Once I emerge and deal with those two scoundrels, I'll allow you to hold my hand as much as you desire. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the girl initially shuddered, but upon hearing the latter part, her cheeks flushed a deep cherry red as she hurriedly let go and retreated. Once she had moved to a safe distance, Chen Shen, drawing upon the memories of the person he had inhabited, channeled the abundant energy within him through his meridians, expanding it outward, accompanied by a powerful struggle of his limbs. He commanded, break free. Boom. In an instant, the wooden coffin shattered into splinters, sending debris flying and stirring up a considerable cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a youth of about 15 or 16 stood firm, his posture as upright as a pine tree, his expression stern as iron. When did the young master become this formidable? He can actually project his energy outward and shatter the coffin. This level of cultivation must be at least that of a practitioner. Miao Ling blinked her bright eyes in astonishment. Although Miao Ling was not a cultivator, having grown up in the Chen family estate, she had been exposed to martial arts from a young age, giving her a greater understanding than her peers. She was acutely aware of the distinction between a practitioner and a master. A practitioner could only channel energy to enhance their strength, while a master could project their energy to harm adversaries from a distance. Just yesterday, Chen Shen had been a mere 3-star practitioner. At the age of 15, one could hardly expect him to rank among the esteemed families of the imperial capital, let alone be the bottom of the barrel in the energy academy of this secondary town. Yet now, he had unleashed such potent energy that it shattered the wooden coffin. This scene, even witnessed firsthand, left Miao Ling in disbelief. Rubbing her eyes vigorously, she focused once more on the youth standing not far away. His figure was slightly frail, yet he was not short. With a prominent nose and bright brows, his dark hair contrasted with his tanned skin. While he might not be conventionally handsome, he exuded a sense of competence. This person was undoubtedly the young master. In stark contrast to Miao Ling's shock, the two men who had been carrying the coffin were now engulfed in terror. Chen Shen, you worthless fool, weren't you dead? How is this possible? The scarred, burly man muttered in disbelief, his voice trembling. As for the timid, slender man, when Chen Shen broke free from his coffin with a thunderous sound, he was so terrified that he collapsed to the ground, froth lingering at the corners of his mouth, succumbing to fright. A cold glint flashed in Chen Shen's eyes as he glanced over the lifeless body of the coward. Scared to death? You fell over effortlessly. Consider it a mercy. Subsequently, the youth directed his furious gaze towards the scarred man in the distance, striding purposefully towards him. The scarred brute had taunted Miao Ling and harmed old Shen. These two offenses weighed heavily on Chen Shen's heart, causing him immense pain. If he felt anguish, then someone else must share in that suffering. Moreover, their pain should be magnified tenfold, 100-fold. In an instant, the youth's rage surged forth, his murderous intent soaring. The thick aura of wrath stirred up swirling winds of mystic energy, causing the nearby branches to tremble and leaves to fall. The rustling sound resonated in the ears of the scarred man, akin to the summons of death. Mystic energy emanating? A mystic practitioner? A dead man resurrected? Rising from a mere 3-star mystic apprentice to a mystic practitioner? Impossible. This cannot be real. Damn it. You cannot intimidate me. You are useless, and will always be useless. The scarred brute bellowed, seemingly attempting to bolster his own courage. Chen Shen let out a cold snort. Who among us is truly the useless one? We shall see. The scarred man, with the enhancement of the mysterious energy bestowed by the adept, the scarred man was unable to even discern the trajectory of the punches from Chen Shen, and he repeatedly fell victim to the onslaught. Each strike landed on his head, chest, abdomen, and groin, driving pain deep into his bones. Though the entire process might seem intricate, it transpired in the blink of an eye. As the youth withdrew his fists and stood firm, the once arrogant scarred man now knelt upon the ground, his head drooping weakly, muttering feebly, "No, impossible. You are worthless. You were always worthless. How could this be?" A cold smirk curled at the corner of Chen Shen's lips. Oh, if you cannot even defeat a worthless being, then what does that make you? Chapter 4. The price is quite steep. Do not revel in your triumph. Chen Xiong and Chun, who are aware of your survival and will undoubtedly seek your demise. I shall await you on the road to the underworld. After spitting a mouthful of blood, the scarred brute finally breathed his last. The former worthless one had now astonishingly dispatched an 8-star practitioner with a single blow. Should this news reach the Grand General's residence in the imperial capital, it would surely create an uproar. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the scarred man, gaining 80 experience points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Would you like to view your current attributes? Ding. The system grants a first-time upgrade reward, blink, to eliminate an enemy and simultaneously level up. This was simply phenomenal. Chen Shen was overjoyed. Based on his previous life as a gamer, the experience points from the Invincible System should correspond to a warrior's cultivation in this world. Having just dispatched an enemy, he easily and pleasantly leveled up. As Chen Shen's thoughts resonated, his personal attributes materialized in a translucent display, clear and comprehensible. Host, Chen Shen. Level, 4-star practitioner. Energy value, 400. Strength evaluation, inadequate. Mystical skill, blink, novice. Skill description, disappear from one location and instantly reappear at another. Grade, unknown. Current realm, novice. Energy consumption, 200 points. Effective range, 10 meters. Cooldown time, 1 minute. The attribute panel contained numerous other details, but they remained gray and unactivated for now. For Chen Shen, who had been a professional player in his previous life, the skill of blink was exceedingly familiar. Whether for counterattacking through terrain manipulation or for escaping peril, it was an unparalleled divine technique. Currently, blink was merely at the novice level. Through continuous use and refinement, it could advance to minor success, mastery, great success, and ultimately perfection. Just the thought of a perfected blink filled Chen Shen with eager anticipation. However, the voice of the Invincible System's spirit chimed in at an inopportune moment. Ding. The time for the extreme combat power enhancement has concluded. In exchange for this ability, the host has randomly lost one physiological function: inability to engage in procreation. Inability to engage in procreation. To put it simply, This meant that the individual could not perform intimate acts, rendering him effectively a eunuch. This price is far too steep. Chen Shen sensed a chilling breeze sweep past his groin, sending a shiver throughout his body. He instinctively covered his precious part, relieved to find that everything was still intact. The spirit of the system had indeed shown mercy, refraining from transforming him into a grotesque being. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope? With a grimace, Chen Shen asked, "Is there any way to restore this bodily function?" "Yes." A simple word ignited a spark of determination within Chen Shen. "What method?" "Your current permissions are too low. I cannot disclose further details." "Permissions? Am I not the sole host? How can there be a hierarchy of permissions?" Chen Shen's lips twitched in frustration. He then inquired, "How can I elevate my permissions?" "The higher your cultivation of mysterious energy, the more your permissions will increase correspondingly." Upon hearing this, Chen Shen grasped the situation. Everything else was mere distraction. Advancement was the key. As long as he elevated his cultivation to a formidable level, gaining the system's recognition, the abilities he had lost could once again be within reach. Not far away, Miao Ling watched the boy intently, her beautiful eyes unblinking. His expressions shifted from pale to flushed, as if he were under some enchantment, which was quite alarming. The young beauty murmured to herself, "What is the young master doing? One moment, he's sweating profusely, the next he's beaming with joy, then looking as if faced with a dire threat, only to appear relieved moments later. In my humble opinion, this might be the lingering effects of last night's strange illness." Suddenly, a voice from behind startled the girl. Turning around, she found it was the elderly butler, Fu Shan, whom the wicked servant had previously tossed aside. "Grandfather Fu, are you all right?" Miao Ling quickly supported the old man. "Ah, this old body is still quite resilient. I'm fine." After responding to the girl, the old servant turned his gaze towards Chen Shen, pondering deeply. It's peculiar. The young master clearly passed away last night, yet now he has revived. Moreover, upon emerging from the coffin, he annihilated 8 star-level practitioners. Yet, I cannot comprehend why the young master's aura seems less potent now. What could be the reason? Listening to his words, Miao Ling shook her head in confusion, her expression bewildered. Although she did not understand what was happening, she felt an overwhelming joy. At the very least, the young master was alive. "Let us go see how the young master is faring," the old butler said, steadying his cane once more. Miao Ling nodded and swiftly ran to Chen Shen, bowing respectfully as she softly called out, "Young master, are you all right?" "Do not worry, I am fine." In Chen Shen's memory, he clearly recognized the pair. The lovely girl named Miao Ling had been rescued 5 years ago when he inadvertently redeemed her, who had sold herself to bury her mother. After ensuring her mother received a proper burial, she willingly became his servant to express her gratitude. The limping old man, Fu Shan, had served him for as long as he could remember. Previously, he had been the head steward of his family in the imperial capital. Now, he was merely an old servant to this fallen young master. During Chen Shen's most desperate times, this elderly couple had remained steadfastly loyal, never abandoning him. A wave of emotion surged within Chen Shen. They had all suffered alongside him, burdened by his misfortunes. In the future, when I possess the means, I shall ensure that their tragic fates are transformed by my hand. Miao Ling, under the intense gaze of the young master, felt a flutter of embarrassment. "Young master, what are you looking at?" Chen Shen, returning to his senses, chuckled. "I have wandered through the gates of death and encountered countless enchanting demons and ethereal spirits. Yet none are as captivating as my dear Ling." As he spoke, he gently pinched the delicate cheek of the girl. The former Chen Shen had been a simpleton. When had he ever uttered such sweet words? Now, his unexpected charm rendered Miao Ling's cheeks a fiery hue, causing her to shyly lower her head. A sight that stirred something deep within Chen Shen. However, he understood his own circumstances. Even if the most beautiful maiden were to lay beside him, he could only lament her beauty from afar. The price of this heroic rescue was indeed quite steep, yet Chen Shen held no regrets. He flicked the bloodstains from his sleeves and turned to the girl and the old servant with a hearty smile. "Linger, Fu Shan, as long as I draw breath, no one shall dare to bully you again." Chapter 5. Sight, without use, the thrill of having regained what he cherished most overwhelmed Miao Ling, who could no longer contain her joy. She leaped into the young master's embrace, her delicate shoulders trembling as she sobbed. "Young master, woo." Feeling the warmth of Miao Ling's fragile form against him and inhaling her delicate fragrance, Chen Shen could not help but wrap his arm around her slender waist. Goodness! She was as soft as cotton and as fine as cream. Fortunately, he was not in a position to indulge, otherwise it would be quite challenging to resist the allure of such a charming maid. Ahem, this is not a place to linger. Young master, what shall we do with these two? Fu Shan's weary voice finally dispelled Chen Shen's urge to pursue further actions. He chuckled, reluctantly releasing Miao Ling, and replied with gravity, Let their corpses lie in the wilderness. Famished beasts will naturally come to claim them. If we bury these two villains somewhere, it might raise unnecessary suspicions. After all, their formidable master was not to be trifled with, and until he had sufficient strength, he needed to remain low-key. The old steward's eyes sparkled with surprise. How has the young master suddenly become so astute? And bolder as well, though the reason was unclear. This change was ultimately a positive development, prompting him to bow respectfully. The young master speaks truly. Chen Shen smiled silently, vowing inwardly. The demise of these two scoundrels is merely the first step. An eye for an eye. Sooner or later, I will make their hidden master pay a bloody price. Before departing, Chen Shen thoroughly rummaged through the sleeves of the two arrogant villains, only to find his hopes dashed. These two were truly impoverished, their entire wealth totaling a mere 17 gold coins and about 30 silver. In the Xianling continent, 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins. The 17 gold coins he had just seized could be exchanged for 17,000, a sum that would be considered a small fortune for ordinary folk, enough to sustain a family for 3 to 5 years. However, for a martial artist cultivating profound energy, this sum of money is rather meager. It scarcely suffices to procure a few low-grade medicinal pills. After gathering the spoils of battle, Chen Shen straightened his back and clapped his hands, exclaiming, "All done. Let us return home." He had not forgotten the task previously issued by the spirit of the system. Once he extricated himself from the coffin and returned to his residence in Jilong City, he would be able to access the spatial pouch of the system character. In the future, any items he acquired could be casually stored away in the spatial pouch. No fear of theft, no concern about robbery, and it was lightweight yet spacious. What a splendid arrangement. What? Return home? Fu Shun and Miao Ling questioned in unison, their incredulity palpable. The youth was taken aback by their startled reactions. His foot hovering midair, he turned back stiffly, bemused, and asked, "I merely suggested returning home. Is it truly such a cause for alarm?" The elderly servant, Fu Shun, hastily bowed and raised his hands in a gesture of apology. "Young master, please forgive my surprise. I merely wish to remind you that you have been assigned to Jilong City by the clan. The family rules explicitly state that any member dispatched must not return to the imperial capital without the approval of the clan leader and a majority of the elders. Those who defy this edict are opposing the entire family, facing expulsion at best, or even execution on the spot at worst." Upon hearing this, Chen Shen chuckled knowingly. "You misunderstand. When did I ever say I wish to return to the imperial capital? My home is in Jilong City. There. I have you and Linger, and all my closest kin reside there. Why would I venture elsewhere?" The old servant, upon realizing that the third young master considered him as a close relative, was suddenly filled with childlike glee, a smile spreading across his weathered face. "I am truly honored. Very well, let us return home at once." Throughout the journey, Chen Shen remained reticent, preoccupied with the translucent game interface visible only to him. This was the interface of the Invincible System, where any operation, be it opening or closing, could be executed with a mere thought, proving to be remarkably convenient. I have discovered something splendid. Double experience. Haha. This is the shortcut to rapid leveling. Chen Shen rejoiced. Ding. Activating 1 hour of double experience requires 5,000 gold coins. Insufficient funds. Activation failed. Surely the shop function must be available? During his previous life testing this game, he had encountered numerous peculiar and fascinating items within the shop. The youth's enthusiasm rekindled. Ding. Awakening the shop function requires 100,000 gold coins. Insufficient funds. Awakening failed. A lottery. Wow. The prizes encompass a myriad of rewards, remarkable techniques, dazzling skills, and even divine pets and mounts might be acquired. I must try my luck. Ding. Activating the lottery requires 5 million gold coins. Insufficient funds. Activation failed. Throughout this journey, Chen Shen encountered countless refusals, to the point that hearing the term funds later made him feel utterly uncomfortable. What is this, a game system or a financial tycoon? It seems every utterance pertains to the need for money. The youth inwardly cursed in frustration. With such a plethora of system functionalities at his disposal, it is indeed a pity to be financially hindered. The sensation of being able to observe yet unable to utilize them is quite stifling. Miao Ling, noticing the despondent expression on her young master's face, cautiously inquired, "Young master, is there something troubling you? Might you share it with me?" The tender concern from the charming maid warmed Chen Shen's heart. He chuckled heartily, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "I have been pondering how foolish I was in the past. To have such a delightful and gentle lady by my side, yet fail to express my feelings early on. If I continue to hide my affections, what if one day another man sweeps you away? I would surely regret it. You are truly incorrigible. I shan't converse with you any longer." Miao Ling's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she deliberately fell several paces behind him, feeling too shy to walk alongside him any closer. Chen Shen chuckled inwardly, feeling quite pleased. How fortunate I am to have arrived in this mystical realm and be accompanied by such a pure-hearted maid who genuinely cares for me, along with an elder who shows me great kindness. Compared to my previous life, perhaps my existence in this world holds far greater significance. In a realm where the strong dominate and the weak are as insignificant as ants, to protect those dear to me, I must become formidable. The Invincible System is the key to my ascension to greatness, and it is imperative that I devise a way to earn money swiftly. Without funds, the remarkable functionalities of the Invincible System remain untapped, which is truly a waste. Thus, as he ambled along, deep in contemplation, Chen Shen racked his brain until he finally caught sight of the city gates in the distance. Yet he could not conjure a dazzling idea. Never mind. A path will surely present itself when the time comes. For now, I shall focus on completing the homecoming task assigned by the system. With determination in his heart, he gazed into the distance and beheld a city wall constructed from stone and earth rising half a mile ahead. As he approached, the weathered characters carved into the city gate became visible. Jiulong City. Entering the city, he was met not only by the vintage architecture lining the streets, but also by numerous street vendors arrayed along the main thoroughfare, each enthusiastically hawking their wares, creating a dizzying spectacle. Blood-stanching 3-leaf grass, effective for halting bleeding and resolving bruises, available for only 50 copper coins each, a bulk sale. Freshly hunted Gale leopard, a low-tier mid-quality mystical beast, with leopard skins at 3 silver coins per foot and flesh at 10 silver coins per pound. The mystical crystal of the rhinoceros bear, a top-tier initial mystical beast crystal, only one available, priced at 15 gold coins, purchased promptly. As Chen Shen passed a small stall in the corner, his footsteps abruptly halted. What is it, young master? Miao Ling asked, curiosity piqued. Oh, it is nothing. I just remembered something I must attend to. Miao Ling, old man. You both head home first. I will return shortly, Chen Shen asserted with authority. The elder and the young lady found his request peculiar, but nodded obediently and departed. Once their figures faded into the distance, Chen Shen assumed a nonchalant demeanor and approached a small stall tucked away in a corner. Pointing casually at a few ornate snakes confined within iron cages, he inquired, "How much for these?" The stall owner, previously drowsy, perked up at the sight of a potential customer. Although the youth appeared young, his attire suggested nobility, prompting the vendor to become animated, exuberantly praising his own merchandise. Young master, you have a discerning eye. The flesh of the huadiao snake is exquisitely smooth and refreshing, making it an ideal delicacy to savor during leisurely moments. However, the wares displayed by the vendor today are rather unimpressive, consisting primarily of wild hares, snakes, and scorpions. While these exotic meats may appeal to the average person for concocting medicinal spirits or indulging in a hearty meal, they hold little allure for martial artists, who primarily seek enhancements to their profound energy cultivation. Consuming the blood and flesh of mystical beasts can fortify one's muscles and replenish vital energy. But common fare such as snakes and hares are deemed inferior ingredients by warriors. At last, someone has taken an interest in his humble offerings, and judging by their attire, they appear quite affluent, which explains the vendor's excitement. With a mysterious smile, Chen Shen boldly declares, "I shall take the entire basket of huadiao snakes. Name your price." In truth, Chen Shen only desires a single huadiao snake. Purchasing the whole basket is merely a ruse to maintain appearances. Such esteemed patronage deserves no pretense. "I shall offer you all 7 huadiao snakes for a mere 5 silver coins." This illustrates the stark contrast between ordinary beasts and mystical ones. Nearby, the swift-wind leopard is priced at 3 silver coins per foot of pelt and 10 silver coins per pound of meat, while the full basket of huadiao snakes, weighing no less than 30 to 40 pounds, is only 5 silver coins. Generously, Chen Shen produces 10 silver coins. "I will also take 2 of those wild hares over there. And, by the way, sell me that ordinary meat cleaver as well." "Absolutely. Thank you for your patronage." The vendor cheerfully selects 2 plump wild hares and hands them, along with the commonplace cleaver, to Chen Shen. In the vendor's mind, this transaction is exceedingly lucrative. The young gentleman's generosity has doubled the expected price. What is the loss of 2 insignificant hares and a simple cleaver in exchange for such a handsome sum? Yet, unbeknownst to him, the youth's excitement far surpasses his own by 1,000-fold. At noon, under the brilliant sun, in a modest tavern room located in the northern district of Jiulong City, a boy holds the cleaver, eagerly dissecting a lifeless huadiao snake on the tea table, his face radiating anticipation. Should this scene be witnessed by others, they would undoubtedly exclaim that he is out of his mind, or perhaps even deranged. However, the snake, mercilessly dissected by untrained hands, represents Chen Shen's most significant gain. Upon entering Jiulong City, the cries of the street vendors evoked a profound sense of familiarity within him. After much contemplation, he finally discerned the reason: the blood-stanching three-leaf clover, the swift-winged leopard, and that peculiar rhinoceros beetle. The forms and names of these flora and fauna are strikingly similar to those from a game he had tested in his previous life. By sheer coincidence, he spotted the huadiao snake, its tail tipped in silver, at a corner stall. In the game he had tested, huadiao snakes were commonplace, offering no experience points for their slaughter, likely only sought after by players who had chosen cooking as their crafting skill. However, the tail of the silver-white flowered snake is a different matter entirely. This particular breed possesses a tail that is 3 inches long and remarkably white. Endowed with extraordinary powers, before reaching level 10, a character can consume the 3 inches of its tail, thereby amplifying their defensive capabilities tenfold based on their current attributes. After level 10, this effect becomes null. Chen Shen pondered that his current cultivation surely did not meet the threshold of level 10. The prior events could not have merely been coincidences, so he wondered if consuming the tail of this flowered snake would confer upon him similar advantages. Perhaps it would greatly enhance his defenses, rendering him impervious to blades and fire alike. If true, it would be an immense boon. Yet, if false, regardless, Chen Shen had not gleaned any definitive answers from the invincibility system. Ultimately, he resolved to take a bold leap of faith. If he lacked even this modicum of courage and relied solely on the invincibility system to make decisions, how was he any different from a mere puppet? Chen Shen understood that in a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, the invincibility system must serve as his finest assistant, never his master. Otherwise, he would soon lose his identity, becoming a mere tool, a slave to the system. Drawing a deep breath, the youth held his breath, closed his eyes, and opened his mouth wide. Gulp. The bloody 3-inch tail was swallowed whole, without so much as a moment's hesitation. A wave of foul odor erupted from his nostrils, and his stomach roiled tumultuously. Yet, this was not the worst of it. The most excruciating torment was just beginning. The energy contained within the snake's tail surged into his body. Chen Shen immediately felt as though every vein in his body was being gnawed upon by countless insects. Every inch of his skin burned like a branding iron, and his internal organs felt as though they were being mercilessly churned. The agony of swallowing the snake's tail nearly brought him to the brink of death. The youth's eyes were bloodshot, his body convulsing, and he cried out to the heavens. This was precisely why Chen Shen had distanced himself from Shen Lao and Ling Er. He did not wish for them to witness his suffering and worry for him. Chen Shen vividly recalled that in his previous life, while testing a game, he had also consumed a portion of the flowered snake's tail. There was a simple description that accompanied it. Consuming it would infuse energy into one's organs, invigorating the channels and coursing through the meridians, an experience of excruciating pain. At that time, he had merely skimmed the surface of the text without any profound realization. Now, he was enduring an unimaginable level of agony. Each second felt like an eternity. Chapter 7, Trouble Arises. Damn it, this hurts like hell. Am I really going to die from this pain? The youth forced himself to remain resolute. No, I am a man, reborn into a world where strength is revered and the weak are trampled upon. If I cannot endure this modicum of pain, what hope do I have? Pain, I will bear it. Suffering, I will swallow it. I refuse to believe that I cannot overcome this hurdle. The sensation of agony persisted for approximately 10 minutes. Yet for Chen Shen, it felt as though he had endured centuries of torment. Exhausted, he lay sprawled on the floor of the tavern room, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Ding! The system prompted that the host had absorbed the essence of the huadiao white snake's tail, resulting in a significant enhancement of physical constitution, the strength of flesh and skin, the power of the body, the robustness of bones, the resilience of internal organs, and the fortitude of tendons had all improved tenfold. Upon hearing this melodious notification, Chen Shen smiled with relief. The excruciating pain, akin to a myriad of insects gnawing at his body and 1,000 needles piercing his heart, had not been endured in vain. With tenfold physical strength, while he might not be impervious to water and fire like steel, he could certainly withstand far more than before. He chuckled to himself, contemplating that to excel in combat, one must first learn to endure it. This was his initiation. Tenfold, not only in strength and physical appearance, but even the internal organ fortitude, which ordinary techniques could not cultivate, had been enhanced by a full 10 times. For those at the realm of Xian practitioners and above, physical strength may not hold as much significance. However, for those at the level of Xian disciples, the enhancement of one's physical strength proves invaluable, as the limitations of Xian energy add to the advantages one possesses in battles of equal standing. This is indisputable. After resting for a short while, and as the pain within subsided considerably, Chen Shen joyfully settled his dues and hurried back to his home. Meanwhile, earlier homeward were Miao Ling and old Shen, who were now in considerable trouble. The entrance to the Chen family estate was crowded with onlookers, forming a dense circle, seemingly engrossed in the spectacle. Inside this circle, Miao Ling's delicate form was bound tightly with coarse hemp ropes, her mouth stuffed with a rag torn from her own skirt. Old Shen's situation was equally dire, being forcefully pressed to the ground by two men wielding large wooden clubs, looking disheveled and in despair, as if they intended to beat him to death on the spot. A brash youth, dressed in fine garments with a sallow complexion, arrogantly issued commands. This youth, named Shui Liao, was a collateral descendant of the Shui family, relegated to a position of insignificance within the clan, possessing little power. Yet, compared to the downcast Chen Shen, he appeared significantly more formidable, although younger by half a year. Shui Liao had already attained the rank of a 4-star Xian disciple, leveraging his tenuous connection to the Shui family. He had not missed an opportunity to bully the previously naive and somewhat foolish Chen Shen. Not long ago, upon learning that Chen Shen had not attended school, Shui Liao discovered through neighbors that this unfortunate lad had succumbed to a strange illness the previous night and had been taken out of the city in a coffin that morning. This news delighted Shui Liao. When Chen Shen first arrived in Jiulong City, the elder Chen had provided him with ample resources, allowing him to acquire this grand estate in the western part of the city, a veritable mansion within the civilian district. Shui Liao had long coveted this luxurious residence, as well as Chen Shen's young maid, Miao Ling. However, at that time, Chen Shen was still a 3-star Xian disciple, though his cultivation was modest. He was undeniably a genuine practitioner. According to imperial law, unprovoked attacks on practitioners within the city could result in imprisonment or even death. Ultimately, Shui Liao, merely a minor scion of the Shui family, could oppress the impoverished in the civilian district, but he lacked the audacity to harm a practitioner without cause, thereby breaching the law of the empire. However, with the demise of Chen Shen, Shui Liao can now brazenly seize the possessions and handmaidens of others. It is pitiable that Miao Ling and Shen Lao, both mere commoners devoid of any profound energy cultivation, have lost their master and stand as mere servants. Their deaths would be of no consequence, as the laws of the Xia kingdom would not pursue justice. Behind Shui Liao, several young servants echoed their master's taunts. Yes. Break this old dog's legs. Let him dare to show his ferocity toward our young master again. Does he even realize his own worth? When your young master was alive, he dared not confront ours, let alone you. Indeed, now that useless Chen Shen is dead, our young master is being generous by offering a gold coin for your residence, which is already quite courteous. Yet you, old dog, insist on rejecting kindness and inviting punishment. Shen Lao, hunched over on the ground, though battered and bruised, could not be broken in spirit. He struggled to raise his head, bellowing, "Nonsense! You think a gold coin can purchase my Chen family's residence? What difference is there between that and robbery? Moreover, my young master is not dead. You old dog are the one spouting nonsense. I have inquired, and it was only an hour ago that you held the funeral. Now you claim that Chen Shen the useless is alive. You merely seek an opportunity to usurp your late master's legacy." One of Shui Liao's servants retorted angrily. "Every word I speak is the truth. It won't be long before the young master returns, and then the truth will be revealed. Thinking to stall for time? Dream on. We have no time to waste on you. Scoundrels, you scoundrels. Since when can the personal estate of a respectable cultivator be so brazenly plundered? Shui Liao, do you not recognize the law?" Shen Lao continued to struggle against the injustice. "The law? Ha! You old dog, dare to speak of the law to me? You are unworthy." Shui Liao laughed arrogantly, declaring, "Let me tell you, the weak have no right to utter the word law." With that, he seized Miao Ling, who had been bound and gagged, into his arms, boasting with unrestrained audacity, "Today, not only will I kill and rob, but I will also take this young lady back to my residence for my amusement, and when I tire of her, I shall sell her to the pleasure quarters, where she can be ridden by thousands. With her beauty, she is worth no less than 100 or 200 gold coins. Ha! You beast." Shen, taking advantage of the moment, a shadowy figure swiftly lifted Miao Ling into his arms, thus bearing an elder on one shoulder and a child on the other. This enigmatic figure leaped into the depths of the Chen family estate without a backward glance. "Master?" As the mysterious figure touched down, raising his face, Shen Lao and Miao Ling finally discerned the true identity of this stranger. Was it not their own young master, Chen Shen? It turned out that the attire he had worn earlier had been rendered useless, riddled with holes by the serpent's venomous tail during the tumultuous encounter. Discarding it, he hastily purchased a new outfit from a tavern, which had allowed him to remain unrecognized at first. "Master, you have returned." "That Shui Liao," Shen Lao began, but was swiftly silenced by Chen Shen's gentle hiss. "Shoo. I am aware of what transpired. Leave the rest to me. You two merely await the spectacle to unfold. Meanwhile, outside the Chen estate, the Shui family and a throng of onlookers stood dumbfounded for a moment before regaining their senses. Earlier, Chen Shen had utilized a teleportation skill to weave through the crowd. With tenfold muscular explosive power, his entire rescue operation was executed with remarkable speed and precision, flowing seamlessly, leaving no one the wiser about his true identity. Just as he was about to apprehend the elder and child, someone had audaciously snatched the prize from under his nose. Was this not akin to extracting a tooth from a tiger? If such an incident had occurred in the eastern or central districts of Jilong City, it might have been bearable. However, it transpired in the western district, where numerous commoners resided. In this locale, it was always the young master of the Shui family who seized others' possessions, and never had anyone dared to pilfer from him. The more Shui Liao pondered, the angrier he became. How dare they ambush me? To covet the woman I desire? And to breach the very estate I have designated? Outrageous. Utterly outrageous. Master, when that madman intervened to save them, there was not a trace of spiritual energy emanating from him. I suspect he is merely a body cultivator with some brute strength, a servant promptly suggested. Why don't we break down the door and eliminate that blind fool? Then, the young lady and the entire estate shall still belong to the Shui family. Upon hearing this, Shui Liao smirked cunningly. Indeed, there is nothing to fear from a mere brute. Charge in with me. Damn it, I am a dignified 4-star practitioner. You, relying solely on physical strength. I shall teach you your place in no time. Furthermore, although a body cultivator holds a slightly higher status than a commoner, they ultimately lack the ability to cultivate spiritual energy and do not belong to the ranks of true practitioners. Killing one would incite no significant consequences. With such thoughts in mind, Shui Liao felt no hesitation and kicked the door with force. Bang! The ordinary wooden door could not withstand the might of a 4-star practitioner, bursting open with a resounding crash. Then, Shui Liao beheld Miao Ling and Shun Lao, both already untied and seated calmly on a stone bench within the garden. Shun Lao's wounds were treated with herbal remedies, procured by Chen Shen from the market, and unexpectedly put to use so swiftly. As for Chen Shen himself, he stood with his back to the entrance, hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of undeniable authority. With a commanding tone, he declared, "Get out. Beasts like you are not welcome here." Upon witnessing the scene, Shui Liao, consumed by rage, let out a derisive laugh. Ha ha ha. You foolish wretch who only sheds tears at the sight of a coffin. Do you truly believe yourself to be the master of this estate? Attack, and beat him to death with your clubs. At his command, for servants wielding long staffs rushed forward with menacing intent. Each of them possessed the cultivation of a 2-star Xiantian disciple, having frequently bullied the common folk in this area. In that moment, their malevolence surged. Each resembling a ravenous wolf, their oppressive aura spreading like wildfire, causing the onlookers to tremble in fear and murmur, "It's over. This mysterious figure has dared to challenge young Master Shui. He is surely doomed." Alas, that Miao Ling is such a good girl. She often helped my old self with the vegetable cart when we crossed paths. And old Shun is a good man too. The other day, when my granddaughter was playing in the street, a horse-drawn carriage suddenly came barreling down. Had it not been for his timely intervention, who knows what might have happened? Though the neighbors lamented the plight of the elderly and the young, they were ordinary folk without any Xiantian cultivation, burdened with families of their own, and thus dared not offend Shui Liao and his lackeys. They felt sorrow and anger in their hearts, yet were powerless to act. In this world, the strong reign supreme while the weak are but ants. Such is the harsh reality. The 4 individuals, armed with sturdy wooden clubs infused with Xiantian energy, charged at Chen Shen's back like 4 monstrous pythons ready to strike. Yet, the young man remained utterly motionless, even refraining from turning around. His hands steadfastly clasped behind him, as unwavering as a mountain. Still refusing to turn? Are you merely posturing? Very well. I shall shatter your skull, and see how you continue your charade. The 4 servants of the Shui family felt deeply insulted, their resolve hardening as they swung their heavy clubs down upon him. Crack! In the next instant, the wooden club shattered. Yet, that silhouette remained upright, as tall as a pine. Indeed, the tenfold strength of his physique proved remarkable. He had withstood the blow from a 2-star Xiantian disciple without flinching. Chen Shen's heart soared with joy. His stillness was not an act of bravado, but rather a test of the limits of his enhanced physical prowess. It appeared to be rather impressive. How could this be? The 4 were struck with shock. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, equally astonished. At that moment, Chen Shen suddenly turned. Have you finished? Now it is my turn. As his words echoed, a flurry of fists and kicks erupted like a barrage of cannon fire, aimed mercilessly at the 4 ruffians. Bang, 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 bang. This onslaught was fueled by Chen Shen's pent-up fury. Old Shun, a man in his 60s or 70s, had suffered such cruel torment. Miao Ling, a blossoming young maiden, bound and at the mercy of vile intentions. All of this was orchestrated by Shui Liao and his 4 henchmen. How could he not seek vengeance? In a fit of rage, Chen Shen's inner Xiantian energy surged forth. Coupled with the formidable strength granted by consuming the flowered snake's white tail, the 2 powers combined in a fierce crescendo. In but 2 breaths, the once arrogant 4 servants of Shui Liao had been reduced to a pitiful state. One by one, they resembled mere heaps of flesh stripped of their bones. Their bodies marred with imprints of footsteps and fists, with fractured bones and torn flesh. In the brief span of 2 breaths, 4 second-star apprentices were annihilated on the spot. Such a scene could only be described with 4 crude words: simple and brutal. Chapter 9. The game is yours. This astonishing turn of events left everyone breathless, their eyes wide in disbelief. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying 4 enemies, earning a total of 20 experience points. The cultivation of these 4 was so low that combined they yielded but 20 experience points, a stark contrast to the previous 8-star apprentice with the scarred face. However, at that moment, Chen Shen had no time to ponder such trivialities, for before him loomed a principal culprit yet to be dealt with. The youth strode confidently towards Shui Liao, a distance of several meters. It was then that Shui Liao finally discerned the true identity of this individual. And in a fit of rage, he exclaimed, "Chen Shen, how could it be you? You audacious waste, dare to kill my servant? Have you grown weary of life?" Before he could finish his tirade, Chen Shen's lips curled into a smirk as the cooldown for his teleportation skill concluded. In an instant, the youth vanished without a trace, leaving only a gust of wind in his wake. When he reappeared, a powerful hand was already firmly grasping Shui Liao's throat. It was laughable that this young master from the Shui family, a dignified 4-star apprentice, had not even the opportunity to retaliate before his life was seized. Although Chen Shen had exhausted all his energy with 2 teleportations, he was still more than capable of snapping the opponent's neck with his tenfold physical strength. Shui Liao's previously sallow face had turned a deep purple from the pressure, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. Now that his life was in peril, he found himself powerless despite his 4-star apprentice cultivation. In utter desperation, Shui Liao could only feign bravado. Cough, cough. Chen Shen, release me. In broad daylight, you dare to murder a warrior in the city? Do you not fear the law? Upon hearing this, Chen Shen chuckled derisively, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh? Your words sound rather familiar. Ah, I remember. Old Shen once said the very same thing to you, did he not? How did you respond back then? As he spoke, the smile on the boy's face faltered, his eyes ablaze with a searing fury as he articulated each word with conviction. The weak have no right to invoke the law. Now, I must ask, who is truly the weak? With the finality of his statement, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the air, dense and profound, leaving no room for doubt. It was only at this moment that Shui Liao comprehended that this so-called waste, often subjected to humiliation, had genuinely resolved to kill him and possessed the means to do so. Kneel and confess. Chen Shen's voice was not loud, yet in Shui Liao's ears, it rang with the authority of death. Without a moment's hesitation and in a bid for survival, he collapsed to his knees, uttering, "Cough, cough, Chen Shen, young Master Chen. I was wrong. Those were but words spoken in anger. Who could have known you were truly alive? I had thought that you, ahem, look, we are still classmates. So do not act impulsively. Let us speak calmly. First, release me." Though he spoke these words, Shui Liao's mind was concocting a different scheme. Blast it. I am not like those worthless servants. I am a 4-star practitioner. You, a mere brute, in my presence, are nothing more than a strong-willed mutt. I could easily crush your skull. All a misunderstanding. Chen Shen seemed somewhat swayed. Noticing a shift in his demeanor, Shui Liao saw a glimmer of hope. With a voice akin to a duck's croak, he exclaimed, "Yes, yes. It's all a misunderstanding. If you let me go, we can consider our misunderstandings resolved." On the surface, he feigned contrition, yet internally, Shui Liao held even greater disdain for Chen Shen. "Ha, Chen Shen, you are nothing but a fool. The moment I escape, your life will be forfeit. Your maid will henceforth serve me, and I shall have your old servant's limbs shattered and thrown into my beast cage to be devoured alive." Ha ha. At that moment, Chen Shen's previously dull gaze sharpened suddenly. "However, I find nothing adverse about this misunderstanding. I am too apathetic to clarify, nor is there any necessity to do so. Thus, you shall carry this misunderstanding straight to hell." Shui Liao was taken aback. He had knelt, admitted fault, and intended to mislead this fool before ultimately turning the tables for a glorious reversal. Little did he know, the one being toyed with was none other than himself. Furiously, Shui Liao roared, "Are you mocking me? I am the one who has been playing with you. After I am done, I shall slay you." With that declaration, Chen Shen ceased his banter. Like a vice, his right hand clamped down forcefully, and with a swift motion, crack. Shuel Yao's neck was twisted, and he gasped his last breath. Filled with resentment. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying an enemy, earning 30 experience points. Shuel Yao, indeed a 4-star practitioner, amassed more experience than the combined total of the other 4. Chen Shen accessed his attributes panel, visible only to him, and noted that his experience bar had only risen by 1/10. Ascending from 4-star to 5-star practitioner would not be a simple feat subsequently. The youth hummed a cheerful tune while surveying the battlefield. He discovered 7 gold coins and various silver and copper coins from the 4 vile servants of the Shui family. He then proceeded to rummage through the body of the primary target, Shuel Yao. Before long, he beamed with delight. Not bad, not bad. As expected of the young master of the Shui family, though a side branch, his worth is still considerable, carrying over 40 gold coins. What is this? Chen Shen pulled out 2 books from Shuel Yao's grasp. Simultaneously, a system notification sounded. Ding. Discovered a mid-grade common technique Lion Tiger Strength. Would you like to cultivate? Ding. Discovered a mid-grade common skill Lion's Roar Fist. Would you like to cultivate? Techniques and skills are indeed precious commodities. Within the realm of Xianling continent, techniques and skills are classified into distinct tiers of strength, ranging from low to high. Common, Xian, Spirit, Earth, and Heaven. Each tier is further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. In this modest Jiulong city, mid-grade common techniques and skills are already quite rare. However, Chen Shen found himself puzzled. Why is it that skills are referred to as cultivation while techniques are termed swallowing? With the assistance of an invincible system, could he possibly consume the manual of martial arts? Just as Chen Shen was pondering this perplexity, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the voices of his neighbors. Young Master Chen, you must flee. With such a commotion, the city management enforcement team is surely on their way. Having taken a life, you face imprisonment. Indeed, take Miao Ling and Old Shun and run. Do not worry. When the enforcement team arrives, we shall staunchly assert ignorance of your whereabouts. Hurry, lest it be too late. Chen Shen understood that these rural neighbors genuinely cared for his well-being. Thus he politely clasped his fists in gratitude. I appreciate your good intentions, but the notion of fleeing is truly foreign to me. Chapter 10. A trap set from the very beginning. Alas, even after a life has been lost, you do not flee? This is no time for bravado. Oh dear, it seems this young man has succumbed to his folly again, especially at such a critical moment. What a pity for such a fine lad. Various opinions flooded the air, yet no matter how fervently they advised, Chen Shen merely smiled in silence. Before long, a dozen soldiers clad in armor, brandishing steel blades and long spears, entered in a single file. Step aside. Step aside. The city management enforcement team is here to investigate. Unrelated individuals must quickly withdraw. Old Shun, fearing that his young master might be overwhelmed by impetuousness and commit some rash act, hastily interjected. Might I inquire why the enforcement officials have arrived with such imposing demeanor? The emphasis on enforcement officials was clearly intended for Chen Shen, hoping he would grasp the gravity of the situation and refrain from impulsive actions. However, the old steward, Fu Shun, was evidently overly concerned. From the very onset of this private conflict, Chen Shen had already devised his escape route. The officer approached the crowd, casting a fierce gaze upon Chen Shen and sternly inquired, Speak. Why did you 3 commit murder? Before him lay Shuel Yao and his 4 servants, lifeless on the ground, while Chen Shen was marked as the perpetrator, stained with the blood of the servants he had defended himself against. I did take a life, but I did not commit murder. Rather, I acted in self-defense. Faced with the intimidation of the dozen enforcement soldiers, the youth remained composed and unperturbed. Oh, how so? The officer squinted slightly. According to the laws of the empire, there exists a statute regarding unlawful entry into private residences. Should a villain invade one's private domain without permission and harbor malicious intent, if the homeowner dispatches them on the spot, it is deemed justifiable self-defense and is, therefore, not a crime. Chen Shen articulated his defense with resolute clarity, though the native Chen Shen appeared somewhat dim-witted. His grandfather's aspiration for him to thrive had not waned from the very beginning. The elder had insisted that his grandson memorize the numerous laws and regulations of the Great Xia Kingdom. While this world-born Chen Shen may struggle to comprehend the essence of these laws, he had managed to memorize them diligently. Now, these imperial laws indeed served their purpose. All 5 of them perished within my residence, having brazenly shattered my courtyard gate and stormed in with intent to harm. In my quest for self-preservation, I inadvertently turned the tables on them. The entirety of this matter is as simple as that. With a single statement, Chen Shen had characterized his actions. The young officer glanced at the corpses on the ground, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Damn, all 4 of them were pounded into mincemeat by those wild fists. And he calls that an accident? And that guy with the broken neck, even his underwear was turned inside out, like he'd been robbed. That's also called unintentional. But no matter what he thought, the fact remained that these 5 bodies were indeed inside Chen Shen's private residence, and the courtyard gate had clearly been forced open. Add to that the crowd of onlookers who stepped forward as witnesses for the young man. The ironclad crime scene, combined with numerous witnesses, meant Chen Shen was inevitably found innocent. Seeing this, Miao Ling and Old Shun exchanged a glance, both seeing a flicker of realization in each other's eyes. So, the young master had set this up from the very beginning. After rescuing Old Shun and Miao Ling, he hadn't chosen to confront the Shui family out in the street. Instead, he leaped straight into his own courtyard, all to lay the groundwork for a justified act of self-defense. No wonder he and T revealed his identity from the start. Not even when the 4 Shui family thugs charged at him. He was afraid Shui Liao might back down at the last moment, robbing him of the chance to eliminate these scoundrels. If Shui Liao had indeed retreated, wouldn't T Miao Ling and Old Shun have suffered for nothing? Chen Shen would never allow something like that to happen. In the end, the city guard left empty-handed, and the neighbors gradually dispersed. The courtyard was left with only 3 living people and 5 corpses. Young master, what about these bodies? Call a cart driver. Have them hauled to the beast fighting arena at the west end of the alley. Their flesh, a 4-star xianshi and 4 2-star xianshi, should help strengthen the mystical beasts. All 5 together should fetch at least a few dozen silver coins, Chen Shen said expressionlessly. Old Shun was taken aback, thinking to himself, the young master's temperament has changed drastically since he crawled out of the coffin. The old him was timid and hesitant, often shrinking from things. But now hearing Chen Shen's words, Miao Ling was also stunned, her large, watery eyes fixed on the young man as if she were seeing him for the first time. Noticing the peculiar expressions on the old man and the young girl, Chen Shen could easily guess what they were thinking. He smiled faintly and said, Old Shun, Ling during the time I was in that coffin, I came to understand many things. In a world where strength is revered, cowardice and weakness will only invite bullying. As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with a sharp, compelling intensity. Though I don't revel in killing, I won't shy away from it either. If others don't provoke me, I won't cause trouble. But if they dare cross me, don't blame me for being ruthless. After a moment, Old Shun was the first to snap out of it. His aged face broke into a wide smile, and his eyes, etched with the marks of time, welled up with tears. Heaven has finally opened its eyes. Young master, you've truly grown up. This old servant couldn't be happier. From the very first day he entered the Chun residence, Old Shun had regarded Chen Shen as his own grandson. Now that the boy had finally found his footing, no longer indecisive, no longer a weakling at the mercy of others, how could he not rejoice? Young Master Miao Ling gazed adoringly at the remarkable youth before her, her lips parting as if to speak, but hesitating. With a mischievous grin, Chen Shen beckoned with his finger, lifting Miao Ling's delicate chin as he inquired, What's the matter? Does my dear Ling not fancy the current young master? The young maiden's fair visage instantly flushed with a rosy hue, her glistening eyes darting nervously, evading his gaze as she stammered, I don't know. Oh, young master, you are incorrigible. Suddenly, Miao Ling seemed to resolve herself, stating resolutely, Young master, will you teach me to cultivate mysterious energy? I wish to grow stronger and protect you in the future. The sight of such a vivacious girl earnestly declaring her intent to safeguard a rugged man filled him with overwhelming joy and emotion. Yet, despite the happiness and tenderness in the air, Chen Shen found himself faltering. It's all well and good. However, are you not worried that Linger may struggle? Not at all, young master. I can endure any hardship. Please, just teach me. Miao Ling clung to his arm, swaying it gently, her bosom brushing against him. A sensation that was truly exhilarating. Chapter 11. A sudden rise of 4 levels. Coughing lightly, he remarked, It truly isn't feasible at the moment. For my own cultivation is still too rudimentary. Teaching you would be a disservice. Although he spoke eloquently, the truth was he had achieved his cultivation through an invincible system, leaving no room for teaching others. With no alternatives, he could only offer a vague response, intending to revisit the matter when new opportunities arose. Oh, when you grow stronger. You must teach Linger, all right? Looking into her eyes filled with hope, how could he refuse? Chen Shen nodded vigorously. Now, go summon the carriage driver to remove the bodies. Take this money, and upon your return, have a carpenter install a new courtyard door, and buy some delicious food and drink to nourish both you and Linger. By the end of the morning, having profited from the deceased, Chen Shen found himself with over 50 gold coins, spending them liberally. Linger, I entrust the cleaning of the courtyard to you. I must enter seclusion to cultivate. Do not disturb me unless it is of utmost importance. After assigning tasks to them both, Chen Shen could hardly contain his excitement as he dashed into his room, eager for the system rewards he anticipated. As soon as he stepped across the threshold, the long-awaited system notification finally chimed. Ding. Homecoming task completed. Space package successfully unlocked. The current capacity of the package was 10 cubic meters, and it would expand as the host's cultivation level increased. At last, it has arrived. The spatial package. Haha. I too shall possess a spatial ring. Chen Shen was filled with uncontainable excitement. A spatial ring is a highly coveted storage artifact, exceedingly valuable. Whether in the imperial capital or here in the Nine Dragon City, it serves as a symbol of status and wealth. In Nine Dragon City, aside from the patriarchs of the three great families, the head of the Energy Academy, and the city lord, there were no known individuals possessing a spatial ring. Yet, here Chen Shen was, with a spatial package that was even more effective than a spatial ring, boasting greater secrecy and security. Who could blame him for his exhilaration? Now, it is your turn to shine. The young man cradled the spoils obtained from Shui Liao in his hands, and as expected, the spirit of the system reacted. Ding. A mid-tier martial technique of the mortal rank, lion-tiger strength, has been detected. Do you wish to devour and refine it? Yes. In the next moment, the azure-covered book in the youth's palms transformed into a streak of luminous energy, swiftly penetrating his dantian without any further ado. Subsequently, Chen Shen discovered that his dantian, which had been utterly depleted after casting the flicker skill twice, was now not only replenished, but also teeming with a far denser accumulation of mystic energy than before. Ding. The host has successfully devoured and refined the mid-tier martial technique of the mortal rank, lion-tiger strength, and has gained 5,000 experience points. A mere mid-tier martial technique of the mortal rank had rewarded him with a staggering 5,000 experience points. He recalled that not long ago, when he vanquished the scarred villain of the 8-star mystic disciple realm, he had only received a paltry 80 experience points. The disparity was as vast as the heavens and the earth, utterly incomparable. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have leveled up. Would you like to view your current attributes? Chen Shen hurriedly confirmed, and in the next moment, a semi-transparent attribute panel materialized before him. Host, Chen Shen. Level, 8-star Mystic Disciple. Mystic Energy Value, 1000. Strength Evaluation, Novice. Mystic Technique, Flicker, Entry Level. The young man's eyes fixated on the 4 words 8-star Mystic Disciple for an extended period. He rubbed his eyes, tugged at his ears, and pinched his cheeks, ultimately affirming that this was indeed reality, not an illusion. Haha, what a windfall. He never anticipated that a mid-tier martial technique of the mortal rank would elevate him from a 4-star Mystic Disciple to a full 3 levels, directly ascending to an 8-star Mystic Disciple. The pace of his cultivation was akin to riding a rocket. Chen Shen could hardly contain his elation. What pleased him even more was that the spirit of the system no longer referred to him with the disparaging term trash. Although novice was not particularly flattering, it was certainly an improvement over being labeled as trash. Chen Shen understood that martial techniques and mystic skills progressed from weak to strong in the following order: mortal rank, mystic rank, spiritual rank, earthly rank, and heavenly rank. Each rank could be further subdivided into 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower. A mid-tier mortal rank martial technique could usually be purchased for 300 to 500 gold coins. The upper-tier mortal techniques, however, cost only a few thousand gold coins. While acquiring several thousand gold coins would take time, a few hundred gold coins could be easily earned through hunting mystic beasts with his current level as an 8-star Mystic Disciple. Haha, once he had accumulated enough, he would purchase a mortal rank martial technique, devour and refine it for experience points, elevate his realm, and then continue hunting in a repetitive cycle over the course of several months. Wouldn't his cultivation strength become extraordinarily formidable? Just as Chen Shen reveled in his delightful visions of the future, the spirit of the system abruptly doused him with a cold splash of reality. Ding. Special reminder. The host may only devour and refine unique martial techniques and mystic skills that contain a book soul. Generic martial techniques or mystic skills cannot be devoured. This meant that the so-called book soul could only be found in the original unique works. There were no such treasures in pirated copies. Without a book soul meant that Chen Shen could not devour and refine them into experience points. After grasping this reasoning, Chen Shen couldn't help but click his tongue. So there exists this concept of a book soul, alas. However, returning to the matter at hand, one cannot help but acknowledge his extraordinary fortune. He has eliminated the scoundrel Shui Liao and acquired a unique martial technique. Wait a moment. Is there not also a mid-grade earthly skill? Given that the spirit of the system had previously posed a query to him as its host, it stands to reason that this skill is also unique, does it not? The art of devouring and refining the manual promises to bestow upon me a vast reservoir of experience points, thereby enhancing my cultivation of mystical energy. What benefits, then, does the skill book confer? Chen Shen, greatly intrigued, hastily extracted the tome titled Lion's Roar Fist, cradling it in his palms. The spirit of the system, true to its nature, inquired, Ding. Detected mid-grade earthly skill Lion's Roar Fist. Due to its inferior rank, it is not recommended for the host's cultivation. However, it may be converted into skill points. Would you like to proceed with the conversion? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Shen clicked to confirm. Ding. Skill point conversion successful. The host currently possesses 10 skill points, which can be utilized for skill exchanges, with the minimum skill level being earthly. The lowest tier is already earthly? This is astounding. Chen Shen was immediately elated. Just as with martial techniques, the hierarchy of skills progresses from weak to strong, earthly, mystical, spiritual, and celestial. Each tier is further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower grades, creating a profound gulf between levels. To think that any random exchange from this system guarantees at least an earthly skill, it is worth noting that even the royal lineage of the Daxia Kingdom, having inherited their formidable mystical techniques for nearly 1,000 years, only possesses mid-grade spiritual skills, falling short of even the upper grade, let alone earthly skills. Meanwhile, Chen Shen observed that the skill page on the system panel had been illuminated. An abundance of skills was listed, such as the Great Universe Shift, Star Absorption Technique, 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, and Xiao Li's Flying Dagger, among others. However, upon inspecting the points required for exchange, even the most basic Shaolin Dragon Claw technique demanded a staggering 1 million points. Staring at the string of zeros behind those skills made Chen Shen feel dizzy. What a torment. Is this divine skill merely for show? He felt quite dissatisfied. Previously, whether facing the coffin bearer or slaying Shueliao, he had relied solely on his bare fists, employing no techniques whatsoever. Having the memories of the Chun family heir ingrained in him, he understood that in this world dominated by martial prowess, no matter how high one's cultivation of mysterious energy may be, lacking a superior skill to complement it is akin to possessing a fine weapon without ammunition, utterly useless. Just as despair began to set in, his gaze fell upon a glimmer of hope nestled in the corner of the panel. A brief note read, points can be wagered for skills, 10 points per attempt, with a success rate of 1 in 100,000. Chapter 12, Celestial One Yang Finger. A 1 in 100,000 probability. Indeed, this is a minuscule chance. Yet, in comparison to the 1 million points required for even the most basic Dragon Claw technique, Chen Shen resolutely decided to take the plunge. At worst, he would merely consider it a lottery ticket. With a flicker of thought, the spirit of the system promptly responded, Ding. Points deducted successfully, commencing the lottery countdown. 10, 9, 8. The numbers cascaded downward one after another. Yet, at that moment, Chen Shen's mood remained largely unaffected. Why? Because in his previous life, he had frequently indulged in dreams of wealth, purchasing a lottery ticket every week without fail. He endured for 2 to 3 years, yet he had never even won a meager $5. Thus, he approached this skill lottery with a playful mindset, harboring no expectations. After 10 seconds, a chime sounded. Congratulations. Host, you have won a prize. The earthly grade inferior mystic technique, One Yang Finger. Chen Shen chuckled wryly to himself. See? I knew this was akin to a lottery ticket, bound to be a bust. Wait, what did you say? Did I win? The boy's eyes widened in astonishment, his spirits soaring from despair to euphoria. This brief tumult of emotions was quite the strain on his tender heart. Eagerly, Chen Shen perused his attributes panel. And to his delight, a new entry had indeed joined the ranks of his mystic techniques. One Yang Finger, an unparalleled finger technique of offensive prowess. Skill grade, earthly grade inferior. Skill description, condensing one's mystical energy into the fingertip and releasing it at extraordinary speed, with formidable penetrating power. When mastered, a single finger's might could pierce through mountains and rivers, utterly domineering. Skill consumption, 50,000 points of mystical energy. Current realm, novice. Upon reaching a proficiency of 100, he may advance to the minor completion realm. Successfully unleashing One Yang Finger at full power grants 1 proficiency point. The training levels for mystic techniques progress from novice to minor completion, then to complete, and ultimately to perfection. The higher the grade of the technique, the greater the difficulty of mastery. With the aid of the Invincible System, Chen Shen discovered he only needed to successfully release One Yang Finger 100 times to elevate this earthly grade skill to minor completion. What a delightful prospect. However, there was a slight drawback. The energy required for a single release of One Yang Finger was excessively high, 50,000 points. Given Chen Shen's current cultivation as a 7-star mystic apprentice, his total mystical energy reservoir barely reached 1,000 points, a staggering 50-fold disparity. Truly, as an earthly grade skill, even at the novice level, the energy consumption far exceeded what a mere apprentice could manage. What was he to do? Sensing Chen Shen's distress, The system's spirit offered a suggestion. The host may choose to reduce the skill's power upon release, thereby decreasing its energy consumption. The ability to actively lower the skill's potency to reduce consumption? This was astonishing. Chen Shen immediately grasped the implication. He could diminish the power to 1%, thus reducing the energy expenditure to merely 500 points. With his current energy reserves, he could sustain 1 or 2 releases. Moreover, Chen Shen was confident that even at 1% power, as an earthly-grade mystic technique, One Yang Finger would far surpass the might of a fully unleashed superior-grade mundane technique. At the very least, it could rival the firepower of the sniper rifles he had seen in films during his previous life. Splendid. The homecoming task was completed, granting him a spatial pouch. Defeating that scoundrel Shui Liao had propelled his cultivation to 7-star Mystic Apprentice. Now, having mastered the earthly grade One Yang Finger, it was indeed a trifecta of joyous occurrences. Ha! Chen Shen's spirits soared, and he laughed heartily without restraint. In moments of joy, one should laugh freely. In moments of vengeance, one should strike with fervor. Such is the way. As the afternoon passed, the sun was no longer as scorching as before. Within the confines of the Chen residence, after the elder Shun completed the grim task of transporting the deceased, he returned to find the craftsman diligently engaged in the reinstallation of the courtyard gate. Meanwhile, Miao Ling, having tidied the courtyard, took on the role of a temporary overseer. However, her supervisory skills were rather lacking, as her luminous, moon-like eyes were entirely fixated not on the task at hand, but rather upon Chen Shen, who was practicing the One Yang Finger in the open space. The youth's finger techniques were strikingly fierce, at times resembling a dragon emerging from the sea, at others like a mighty ape grasping the mountains. Sometimes akin to a rhinoceros charging, and at yet other moments, like a comet streaking across the moon, truly awe-inspiring. This was Chen Shen honing his precision with the One Yang Finger. He had successfully diminished the technique's potency to 1/10,000th of its original power, correspondingly reducing the energy expenditure, and then unleashed a flurry of strikes at the leaves blown down by the wind within the courtyard. Having practiced extensively, Chen Shen had mastered the accuracy of the One Yang Finger to an impressive degree, rarely missing his target within a 10-meter radius. What fascinated Miao Ling most was the inexplicable vanishing act of her young master. At times, he would suddenly disappear only to reappear in any location within a 10-meter range without any forewarning. Unbeknownst to her, he was practicing his teleportation skill, a technique of swift movement akin to that of a dragon, paired with the cunning and lethal application of the One Yang Finger. The combination of these two skills significantly enhanced the youth's combat prowess. In anticipation of facing formidable foes with unexpected tactics, Chen Shen had devoted considerable effort to mastering these techniques. With just 30 more repetitions, his teleportation skill would ascend to the next level, achieving a minor breakthrough. He felt a surge of joy in his heart, thankful for his recent advancement to a 7-star mysterious disciple. Otherwise, the internal energy required to execute such numerous teleportations would have been wholly insufficient. As the young man immersed himself in his training within the confines of his estate, oblivious to the happenings elsewhere, in a grand residence within Nine Dragon City, there were individuals who regarded the Chen family as a thorn in their side. With a resounding crash, a massive hand slammed onto the table, shattering the sturdy redwood round tea table into splinters. A man in his 40s, clad in a blue brocade robe, furiously interrogated a subservient figure before him. Wang Er, did you clearly see? That scoundrel who transported my son's corpse ultimately entered the Chen residence in the West District? Indeed, it is absolutely certain, Shui Das, replied the trembling Wang Er. In the Xianling continent, the status of cultivators is intrinsically linked to their strength. For instance, Wang Er, possessing only the cultivation of a 6-star mysterious disciple, was conversing with Shui Wangchuan, the branch family leader of the Shui clan, who was a 3-star mysterious practitioner, thus holding a superior position. Naturally, low-ranking individuals like Wang Er would address higher-ranking ones with respect, referring to him as Shui Das. Should the other party be a formidable mysterious master, he would be addressed as Shui Dashi. Wang Er, in truth, was a modest manager at the beast fighting arena. Previously, following Chen Shen's instructions, Elder Shun had transported the bodies of Shui Liao and his 4 subordinates to sell for some silver. Little did he know, Wang Er recognized Shui Liao as a young master from the Shui family's branch and, while appearing unfazed, discreetly paid the money and sent someone to follow Elder Shun, thereby uncovering his whereabouts. Now, Wang Er personally led a group to carry the corpse to the Shui family courtyard in Xiqing, seeking to receive his reward. Upon seeing the lifeless body of his youngest son, Shui Wangchuan was consumed by rage, nearly attacking Wang Er and the others who delivered the body. After a lengthy explanation from Wang Er, he grasped the situation and attributed all his animosity to the Chen family. Chapter 13. Unwelcome guests at this moment. Shui Wanchuan's countenance darkened, the imposing aura of a profound practitioner intensified by his fury. Nevertheless, Wang Er's task of transporting the corpse could not go unrewarded. Thus, he rubbed his hands together, forcing a smirk while bowing and saying, "Master Shui, I am truly sorry for your loss. I came specifically to ensure your son receives a proper burial." Shui Wanchuan, a shrewd individual, was not oblivious to Wang Er's intentions for reward. Although reluctant, he merely snorted and instructed, "Steward, take Wang Er to the treasury and give him a gold coin as a token of gratitude." Wang Er's lips twitched, inwardly cursing his stinginess. However, the situation compelled him to muster a smile and express his thanks before eagerly heading to collect his reward. "Father, as far as I know, there are very few members of the Chun family in Jilong City, and those who reside in the western part of the city are solely the Chun family of Chen Shen." Once Wang Er had departed, a young man seated nearby spoke in a subdued tone. "I have heard my younger brother mention that Chen Shen was the least competent student in their class. Foolish and timid, often the target of ridicule. I never imagined that fool would dare to take my brother's life today." This young man, named Shui Kong, was Shui Liao's elder brother and the eldest son of Shui Wanchuan. He was merely a year older than Shui Liao, yet in terms of cultivation, while Shui Liao was only a 4-star profound disciple, Shui Kong had already attained the realm of a 7-star profound disciple. At 16, he had become a member of the advanced class at Jiulong Academy, far surpassing his brother, who was still struggling in the beginner class. "Chen Shen, for killing my youngest son, I will ensure he pays with his life." Shui Wanchuan gritted his teeth, rising abruptly, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping him. "Father, wait." Shui Kong hastily intervened. "From what I gathered from Wang Er, Chen Shen must have received a letter of exoneration from the city guards, which is why he had the audacity to display my brother's corpse so publicly to sell it at the Beast Arena. It seems my brother, in a moment of recklessness, ventured into the Chun residence and met his demise. If you seek vengeance now, it would not be justified." Though young, Shui Kong possessed a calm and astute demeanor, hitting the nail on the head with his words. This intelligence, combined with his impressive cultivation talent, justified his reputation as the foremost youth of the Shui family's collateral line. Shui Wanchuan, filled with resentment, replied, "I care not for any notions of justification. He has slain my son, and I shall make him pay with his life. With my cultivation and the influence of our collateral line, killing a rogue practitioner without roots in Jiulong City should elicit little more than a blind eye from the city guards, even if they uncover the truth." While the city guards posed little concern, Shui Kong reminded, "But father, do not forget, Chen Shen is still a student of Ji." Shui Kong spoke again, urging caution. "The murder of a student will undoubtedly prompt the academy to launch a thorough investigation, as this is no trivial matter. Should they trace the issue back to us, the consequences could be dire." Hearing this, Shui Wanchuan had to forcibly suppress the fury bubbling within him. He exhaled deeply, alas. "You are correct. The Nine Dragons Academy holds a status comparable to that of the City Lord's Manor. If one of their students is murdered, it would undeniably tarnish the Academy's reputation. Once those elders become enraged, our branch of the Shui family, let alone the main lineage, would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand the repercussions. Yet, my father remains unwilling to accept this fate. Furthermore, even if I do not seek vengeance for Liao, I must at least retrieve the sacred texts and profound techniques of our clan, mustn't I? Is it true that those 2 tomes have fallen into Chen Shen's hands?" Shui Kong furrowed his brow. Shui Wanchuan slowly nodded. "Although those 2 volumes may not be of the highest rank, they are nonetheless unique texts imbued with the essence of knowledge, greatly enhancing a warrior's cultivation. These rare tomes are invaluable to our clan. Yet they have now gone missing due to Liao's untimely death. If our clan lays the blame upon us, my father will bear the brunt of the consequences." As he spoke, Shui Wanchuan's face contorted with worry. The texts had been painstakingly borrowed from the main family by Shui Liao, and now, within a mere half-day, they had been lost, claimed as spoils by someone under the guise of justifiable retribution. There was little hope of recovering them through mere words. If violence ensued, Chen Shen, cloaked in the protective garb of a student from the Nine Dragons Academy, would be difficult to confront. Should the matter of the lost tomes escalate and reach the ears of our clan, the entire Shui family would find themselves ensnared in calamity. After a brief silence, a somewhat mischievous expression crossed Shui Kong's youthful face as he whispered slyly, "Father, do not fret. If recovery proves impossible, I have devised a plan that will compel that wretched Chen Shen to return the texts while also ensuring he meets his demise, avenging my brother." At this, Shui Wanchuan's face brightened with anticipation. "What clever scheme do you propose, Kong?" He held high hopes for his eldest son, who, at not yet 16, had already reached the 7th star of the mystic disciple rank, distinguished by his intelligence and calm demeanor. Given time, he was destined for greatness. Even the main family had shown particular favor towards him, as it was on his account that Shui Liao was able to borrow the unique tomes of martial arts and techniques. With a chilling smile, Shui Kong uttered 2 resonant words through clenched teeth. A duel. As dusk fell, the orange hues of the setting sun bathed the land in a golden glow, enveloping the entire 9-dragon city in warmth. Within the Chen Manor, Chen Shen, Shun Lao, and Miao Ling were indulging in a sumptuous feast. The flower-scented snake meat purchased earlier was roasted to exquisite tenderness, while the rabbit meat was delicate and smooth, complemented by 2 varieties of wild vegetables and a generous bowl of fresh snake soup. Truly a delightful repast. Ah, delicious. My dear Linger possesses remarkable culinary skills, Chen Shen exclaimed, picking his teeth in satisfaction. How wonderful that you enjoy it, young master, Miao Ling replied, her cheeks slightly flushed, though her delicate brows knitted with concern. But it seems rather wasteful for me to partake in such fine food alongside you. Shun Lao nodded in agreement. Indeed, young master. Your cultivation is arduous and demands abundant resources. This meal alone has devoured several silver coins. As an old servant, my frail limbs hardly allow me to move. Plain kanji is sufficient for me. Listening to their self-reproachful words, Chen Shen shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, nonsense. You two have weathered the storms with me for many years. Now that I have achieved a modicum of success, would I cast you aside to revel in my fortune alone? That would be utterly ungrateful. As he spoke, he continuously served meat to Miao Ling and Old Shun, encouraging them to eat their fill. Today's fare is merely common game. Once I truly prosper, I shall treat you to the exquisite taste of profound beast meat. Ha! I initially believed that with your financial means to acquire such a grand estate, you possessed considerable depth. Who would have thought you could not even afford a meal of profound beast meat? Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out, causing Chen Shen's brow to furrow. Almost immediately, an elderly man and a youth descended from the sky. The towering 2-meter wall appeared as a mere low fence to them, allowing them to stride over effortlessly. The youth, clad in a resplendent robe of red and blue, exuded an air of elegance. He was Shui Kong, the foremost young man of the Shui family's collateral line. That derisive remark had originated from his lips. The elder was Shui Kong's father, Shui Wanchuan. At this moment, his countenance was dark, especially upon seeing Chen Shen, as an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanated from him, so potent that it stifled even the chirping of birds, truly terrifying. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Shen's heart tightened. The demeanor of this elderly pair suggested that their intentions were far from benign. Chapter 14. Threats. Who is so lacking in courtesy? Entering uninvited and even scaling the walls. Though somewhat alarmed, Chen Shen maintained his composure, coldly stating, earlier today, I dispatched a fool who trespassed into my abode. Did you two not catch wind of it? Shui Kong was Shui Liao's elder brother, and Shui Wanchuan was their father. The resemblance among the three was striking, making it easy for Chen Shen to deduce their identities. His cold words were intentionally provocative. What an arrogant wretch! Do you know whom you've slain? Shui Wanchuan could no longer contain his fury, his aura swelling menacingly. The very air around him stirred with swirling dust and debris. Although he was unfamiliar with the term fool, he could infer it was far from a compliment. Profound energy emanating outward, a profound practitioner? Miao Ling gasped softly. Old Shun also set down his utensils, adopting a vigilant stance. Yet, Chen Shen remained unfazed, rising unsteadily, shrugging his shoulders, and saying, Oh, I know. That fool is named Shui Liao, a certain young scion of the Shui family's collateral line, according to legend. Humph, do you know who I am? Shui Wanchuan questioned, his words laced with venom. Chen Shen smirked disdainfully. Given your furious demeanor, Shui Liao must surely be your son, correct? If so, I must impart some wisdom upon you. As a father, it is not only your duty to raise a son, but also to educate him. His demise ultimately lies at your feet for your negligence. Otherwise, would he have dared to invade a private residence with murderous intent, only to be slain by me? Preposterous. Shui Wanchuan roared in anger. The death of his beloved son was a wound too deep. How could this culprit mention it so casually? Showing such utter disregard for the head of the Shui family's collateral line? I shall avenge the deceased Liao. Just as Shui Wanchuan is on the verge of losing control, Shui Kong hastily intervenes, saying, Father, please, hold on. After speaking, he discreetly signals Shui Wanchuan, managing to temper the latter's fury slightly. As a collateral clan leader, he naturally prioritizes the greater good. His earlier outburst was merely provoked by Chen Shen's frivolous remarks. This classmate, we have met before. You are Shui Liao's brother, Shui Kong? Chen Shen squints his eyes, speaking in a tone devoid of warmth. Have you and your father come uninvited to trouble me? Huh, what a misunderstanding, Chen Shen. The city management guard has already rendered judgment on my brother's death. Our Shui family has always upheld strict principles of fairness and law. We would never resort to violence without just cause. In contrast to his father Shui Wanchuan, Shui Kong maintains an icy composure, his words reflecting no emotional tumult, showcasing his steadiness of character. Chen Shen smirks inwardly. Shui Kong's deceit may have fooled the former heir of the Chen family, but attempting to mislead himself is a fool's errand. If you are not here to cause trouble, then why scale the walls to enter? We come seeking the lion tiger's strength and lion roar fist. These two tomes are rare treasures, invaluable within our Shui family. I hope, dear Chen Shen, that you will return them to their rightful owner. Shui Kong's demeanor exudes the grace of a gentleman, yet the glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes is palpable, sending a chill through the air. By the stone table, Miao Ling's delicate face pales. After experiencing numerous perilous events throughout the day, she now finds herself confronted by the Shui family, one of the three great families of Jiulong City, demanding retribution. It is only natural for the young girl to feel a sense of trepidation. Even the seasoned butler Fu Shun, who has weathered many storms, is now tense, his expression grave, as if facing a formidable foe. Yet, Chen Shen remains unfazed. I have merely defended myself by eliminating a nefarious intruder within my own estate. The possessions he held are spoils of my victory. There is no question of returning them. After this, he nonchalantly sips his broth, savoring its flavor before continuing. You need not use the Shui family status to intimidate me. Everyone claims I am foolish, and indeed, I am, thus lacking understanding of the gravity of the situation. You too should take your leave. This statement leaves Shui Wanchuan both furious and perplexed. Who claims this Chen Shen is dull-witted and timid? Today, it is evident that he is as cunning as a fox, unyielding when in the right. It seems, as Kong said, that retrieving those two tomes through mere words is impossible. As for Shui Kong, he is equally astonished by Chen Shen's demeanor. Nevertheless, he quickly regains his composure, stating, I have my theories, and you have your arguments. Prolonging this discussion serves no purpose. How about this? Let us engage in a wager. Whoever emerges victorious shall claim the tomes. What do you say? Ridiculous. Those tomes are in my possession. Why would I risk my life for something I already possess? Chen Shen scratches his ear, his face one of disdain. Spare me the idle chatter. If you possess the capability, come at me openly with blades drawn. I wish to see if your Shui family truly holds dominion over Jiulong City. Chen Shen understands that within Jiulong City, the status of a student from Jiulong Academy carries significant weight. In this city, should one kill an ordinary cultivator, the enforcement team might, under the influence of the Shui family, turn a blind eye. However, should the victim be a student from the Nine Dragons Academy, the situation would be entirely different. The institution, in pursuit of prestige and authority, would undoubtedly not remain passive. It is crucial to understand that every academy in the towns of the Great Xia Kingdom is directly appointed by the royal family to cultivate generations of new forces loyal to the kingdom. A loss of face for the academy equates to a tarnishing of the royal family's image. Many times, local lords are reluctant to challenge the academy, let alone a mere branch of the Shui family. This is the very foundation upon which Chen Shen dares to act with such audacity. In response, Shui Kong merely smiled darkly, extending his finger slowly towards Miao Ling and Shun Lao. Then, with a mischievous tone, he remarked, You are a student of the academy. We of the Shui family cannot easily harm you. But those two are a different matter. Who knows if they might one day meet with an unfortunate accident, perish in the streets, or perhaps become the meal of some mystical beast. Or worse, fall into the depths of a brothel, becoming mere commodities for laughter? Upon hearing this, Chen Shen abruptly stood, pointing an accusatory finger at Shui Kong. Are you threatening me? Is this a threat? I merely articulated a possibility. Accidents occur every day. Shui Kong replied with a smirk. Chen Shen took a deep breath, calming his mind, and then spoke deliberately. Should you dare to lay a hand on those close to me, I will ensure your demise is most unpleasant. Your brother, Shui Liao, serves as a cautionary tale. Now that you come here seeking me, I presume you have already collected his remains? How fortunate, to spare his flesh from being devoured by some unfortunate beast, thus preserving the dignity of the human and beast realms. With that, Chen Shen too donned a mocking smile, his words incessantly revolving around the notion of your brother. You, Shui Kong, threaten me with those dear to me? You dare touch my most vulnerable spot. Very well, I shall tear open your wounds and pour salt upon them. Thus, we shall both be enraged, and no one shall find comfort. Chapter 15, The Gambling Duel. Indeed, upon hearing this, Shui Kong's eyelids twitched violently. Shui Wanchuan's eyes were bloodshot with fury. The deceased Shui Liao was his own son. How dare you provoke such wrath? Calm yourself, for anger is detrimental to health. Chen Shen quickly regained his composure, and it was now the Shui father and son who found themselves at a disadvantage. I accept your duel, Chen Shen declared, his demeanor now tranquil, with a hint of playful intrigue in his tone. But if we are to play, let us play for higher stakes. If I lose, I will return your lion tiger strength and lion roar fist. If I win, you shall pay me 10,000 gold. What? 10,000 gold? Are you not afraid of biting your own tongue with such audacity? Shui Wangchuan exploded with rage. Too expensive? These are rare, one-of-a-kind tomes, each worth 5,000 gold on average, and my asking price is already quite modest. Chen Shen, having quickly learned, utilized the rarity of these tomes to negotiate a steep price with the Shui family. Very well, we accept. Before Shui Wangchuan could voice his agreement, Shui Kong had already sealed the deal. Internally, he mused, not to mention 10,000 gold. Even if you demanded 100,000, what would it matter? You are destined to lose and to perish. No matter how high the price is called, it ultimately cannot fall into your hands. Truly, as a student of the advanced class, you are refreshingly straightforward. Chen Shen wasted no time, immediately instructing Shun Lao to fetch ink and brush, signing a life-and-death contract with a blood thumbprint. The terms of the duel were simple. As long as Chen Shen could endure for 10 breaths without defeat, he would be declared the victor. Otherwise, he would be deemed the loser. In Shui Kong's eyes, even if Chen Shen had broken through to the rank of a 4-star mystic disciple and cunningly killed his own brother, he would still be nothing more than an ant that could be crushed with a mere slap. 10 breaths of time would be more than sufficient to end his life. A sinister smile crept across Shui Kong's face. Meanwhile, a mysterious grin lingered at the corners of Chen Shen's mouth, leaving one to ponder who would ultimately have the last laugh. Half an hour later, on the martial arts stage of Jiulong Academy, Chen Shen and Shui Kong stood 10 zhang apart, the atmosphere thick with tension. The stands surrounding the arena were filled with spectators, including not only idly curious students and instructors, but also an elder from the Shui family's main sect, underscoring their emphasis on the solitary techniques. Elder Hong, rest assured, my son will ensure the lion's roar fist and lion tiger strength return intact. Shui Wangchuan stood respectfully beside the elder, awkwardly assuring him. Ultimately, despite being the clan leader, he remained inferior to the elders of the main sect. Elder Hong, however, remained unfazed, idly stroking his goatee, his aged eyes half closed, lost in thought. Isn't that Chen Shen from the beginner class? How audacious to challenge a senior from the advanced class to a life-and-death duel. He must be tired of living. So, this is Chen Shen. I heard he isn't the brightest. Perhaps he has lost his sanity once again. This is hardly a duel. It is clearly a one-sided slaughter. Had I known, I would not have wasted my time here. The onlookers chattered among themselves. It is no wonder they held such low expectations for Chen Shen. For within Jiulong Academy, the hierarchy was exceedingly rigid. Those below the rank of 5-star mystic disciple entered the beginner class before the age of 18. 5-star to 7-star constituted the intermediate class, while 7-star to 9-star formed the advanced class. Those who broke through to the 9-star mystic disciple rank and achieved the mystic realm before turning 18 could ascend to the elite class. Thus, in the eyes of the spectators, a challenge from the beginner class to the advanced class was utterly foolish. Moreover, setting the rules for a life-and-death battle was akin to courting death itself. The duel begins, declared the instructor temporarily acting as referee. You foolish Chen. What need is there to take 10 breaths to kill a waste like you? 1 breath will suffice. I will blow your head apart. With the roar, Shui Kong unleashed his full power as a 7-star mystic disciple, darting forward in an instant to deliver a punch like a heavy hammer. From the very start, he exerted all his might. The force of his blow could undoubtedly obliterate anyone below the 5-star mystic disciple rank on the spot. His punch, fierce and straightforward, appeared simple, yet was the most effective means of killing. Poor Chen Shen, he would likely become the first casualty of a life-and-death duel this year. In a martial world, duels were commonplace, yet life-and-death battles were rare, particularly among students within the academy, who ought to hold some regard for their camaraderie. In that moment, with a mere punch, Shui Kong seemed to unveil the inevitable fate before the hundreds of spectators. The naive Chen was doomed. The next instant, Chen Shen sprang into action. He neither dodged nor evaded, but rather swung his arm fiercely, daring to match his opponent blow for blow. Ha ha ha, this fool actually intends to clash head-on with Kong. A fool is indeed a fool, his demise is certain. On the spectator stand, Shui Wangchuan's words hung unfinished, for the scene unfolding on the arena rendered him speechless. Boom. In an electrifying clash, the two fists collided, yet Chen Shen did not retreat a single step, standing firm like a mountain. Instead, Shui Kong's body was sent reeling backward, his legs stumbling back 7 steps before he could stabilize himself. How is this possible? Shui Wangchuan was utterly astonished. Even the elder Hong, seated beside him from the main branch of the Shui family, raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Could it be that I am hallucinating? The advanced class's Shui Kong was actually forced back? Chen Shen's aura was unmistakable. He too was a 7-star mystic disciple, just a week prior. During the mystic power assessment, he had been the lowest in the beginner class. The hundreds of students and instructors were equally taken aback. On the stage, the instructor who had temporarily assumed the role of referee stood dumbfounded for a while before finally regaining composure and shouting, "One breath. The agreement of 10 breaths has commenced." And now 1 breath has elapsed. Just moments ago, Shui Kong had declared with conviction that defeating him would require not 10 breaths, but merely 1. Yet now, that single breath had passed, and it was he who had been forced back. The astonished expressions and questioning murmurs of countless onlookers fell upon Shui Kong's ears like mocking jeers, stripping him of his dignity. Chen Shen casually shook his unscathed right hand, a smirk of derision on his face. The first genius of the Shui family's collateral branch, the strongest in the advanced class under 16, defeated in 10 breaths? Huh. This mocking laughter, laden with scorn, bore its own formidable impact on one's pride in this foreign realm. Just then, the referee's voice rang out once more. 2 breaths. Shui Kong was furious, enraged. You merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck, experiencing a rapid surge in your cultivation, yet what is there to boast about? Before me, your fate remains unchanged, defeat, death. In a near-manic outburst, Shui Kong unleashed his mystic energy, summoning the lion's roar fist. Howl! In the next instant, the shadow of a golden lion emerged, its form magnifying, accompanied by the sound of wind being split, as it charged toward Chen Shen with its gaping maw. Chapter 16. A finger pierces through. This was the Shui family's ultimate technique, the lion's roar fist. My heavens, he has actually manifested the lion's phantom. This signifies he has at least reached the realm of mastery. The crowd gasped in awe. The stages of mystic techniques include initiation, minor success, mastery, great success, and perfection. Before even reaching 16, Shui Kong had cultivated a mortal-grade mid-tier technique to the realm of mastery. Such talent indeed justifies his title as the foremost youth of the Shui family's collateral branch. With this technique, now mastered, Shui Kong was confident that Chen Shen was undoubtedly doomed. On the spectator's stand, Shui Kong's father, Shui Wanchuan, was filled with anticipation. Chen, even if you stumbled upon luck and can contend with my son in terms of profound energy cultivation, you shall be utterly crushed in the realm of profound techniques. The reason is simple. Mastering profound techniques requires relentless practice over time to achieve any significant progress. Consider that Chen Shen only entered the 9 Dragons Academy 3 months ago, and during last week's profound energy assessment, he was merely a 3-star profound disciple. What remarkable profound techniques can someone like him possibly cultivate? Without profound techniques, no matter how abundant the profound energy, its lethality remains ultimately limited. On the arena, the powerful lion fist shadow surged forth, poised to strike the dazed Chen Shen. Shui Kong chuckled, his laughter laced with a palpable malice. Only 3 feet away. At this distance, the little beast Chen Shen cannot evade. The formidable lion fist shadow seemed destined to land its blow. However, unexpectedly, the motionless youth abruptly vanished. Without a hint of warning, he simply disappeared from sight. The domineering lion roar fist, with its imposing visage, struck nothing but air. The ethereal lion shadow faltered and ultimately dissipated into nothingness. Then, from 10 meters behind Shui Kong, a series of crisp claps echoed. Clap, clap, clap. Following this, Chen Shen's voice, barely stifling laughter, rang out. What an impressive lion roar fist. It nearly frightened me to death. Oh no, it almost made this young master die laughing. Ha! With a single punch, the lion surged forward. What a ferocious profound technique it must be. Yet, it ended up not even grazing the opponent's attire, rendering it a mere jest. Thus, Chen Shen laughed heartily. Shui Kong, a tempest of anger and frustration, turned around stiffly, his ire palpable. Why did he appear so rigid upon turning? Because he had overexerted himself in what he believed to be a decisive blow, only to miss entirely, inadvertently straining his back. In the stands, Elder Hong of the Shui family, who had maintained an air of calm, suddenly sprang to his feet, his previously half-closed eyes now wide open, gazing at Chen Shen as though he were a monstrosity. What on earth had transpired in that fleeting moment? Even I failed to catch a glimpse of that boy's movement. He is merely a 7-star profound disciple. How could this be possible? Elder Hong's mind was reeling from the implications of Chen Shen's sudden disappearance. Not just him, but all spectators were left utterly dumbfounded by the recent spectacle, as the training ground filled with hundreds of onlookers fell into a deep silence. The first to shatter the stillness was Chen Shen. With a playful smile, he waved at the instructor nearby. Referee, surely that moment didn't last this long? Please continue counting. The instructor, finally snapping out of his shock, responded. All right, cough cough, 3 breaths. Oh no, 5 breaths have already passed. 5 breaths. Half the time had elapsed. Chen Shen remained unscathed, while Shuekong found himself in increasingly dire straits. Vanishing into thin air? How can this be possible? Referee. He must be cheating. Shuekong was on the verge of madness. Come on, can you not show a little grace? If you can't win, just accuse your opponent of cheating? Why not claim I'm using hacks? Chen Shen retorted with a cold smirk. The referee remained equally unmoved by Shuekong's accusations. However, contempt had already begun to fester within him. What a farcical so-called genius of the Shui family's collateral line, merely a coward unable to bear defeat. Subsequently, the referee rolled his eyes and blandly declared, 6 breaths. No way. I absolutely cannot lose. Not only would I become the laughingstock of Jilong City, but I would also fail to reclaim the 2 unique martial arts manuals, and my family would not let me off lightly. With this thought, a surge of malice surged through Shuekong. He grinned sinisterly, retrieving a dark green pill from his sleeve and swallowing it whole. Upon witnessing this, Shui Wanchuan's heart skipped a beat. It was the berserker pill. Not just him, many instructors present were well aware of what Shuekong had ingested. The berserker pill, when consumed, could dramatically enhance a martial artist's speed and strength, elevating Shuekong's overall combat prowess by at least 1 tier, now reaching the 8-star mystical apprentice. Although the effects of the berserker pill were short-lived, 3 to 5 breaths would suffice. Following this, Shuekong reached for his waist and drew forth a dagger laced with poison. Under the sunlight, the blade appeared a deep shade of green, suggesting a potent toxicity. Goodness! Shuekong truly had no shame. Not only did he consume a mystic pill to amplify his strength during the duel, but he also resorted to using a poisoned weapon. Many spectators were unable to tolerate this. Even the referee frowned. However, the betting agreement had not stipulated the prohibition of mystic pills or poison weapons. Thus he could not intervene, merely muttering, 7 breaths. There are still 3 breaths left, ample time. Come to your demise. Shuekong charged forward. His left fist struck out, the might of the lion's roar fist resonating powerfully. In his right hand, he held the poison dagger, poised to strike. At that moment, a fierce glint flashed in Chen Shen's eyes. His blink skill was still on cooldown, leaving no option to evade. Moreover, he had never intended to flee. Against one who sought to end his life, Chen Shen's intent was to retaliate in kind. As Shuekong closed in, merely a meter away, the youth unleashed his long-prepared killing move. His left arm remained lowered, yet with a slight flick of his wrist, his index finger shot forth. In the next instant, a 3-inch-long, faint crimson light surged forth at a speed incomprehensible to the onlookers, hurtling towards Shuekong. With a whoosh, in the fraction of a second, the one-yang finger had pierced through him. Bang! Shuekong was sent flying over 5 meters from the ring. A gaping hole the size of a fist opened in his chest. Half of his heart was drawn out as the one-yang finger rapidly penetrated, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably. The ethereal shadow of the lion's roar fist shattered instantly, and the poisoned dagger clattered to the ground. With a shattered heart and torn lungs, how could he possibly survive? Return my son's life. Shui Wanchuan's rage surged, unleashing the full power of a 3-star mystical practitioner, his entire being crackling with lightning. In contrast to mystical apprentices, mystical practitioners possessed a greater advantage, not only being able to project their mystic energy, but also wielding the might of their mystic attributes. The mystic attributes included metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and poison. The Shui family of Jiolong City, pracked a magnificent lion, radiant with electric brilliance, sprang forth. Vividly alive and far surpassing the power of the lion's roar fist previously unleashed by Shuekong by more than 10-fold. Chapter 17, Unyielding. Damn, you old dog. Resorting to underhanded tactics? Chen Shen exclaimed in astonishment. He dared not confront the lion's roar fist released by a 5-star mystic. The skill of teleportation still required over 10 seconds to cool down. Most importantly, due to the vast disparity in their realms, Chen Shen found himself enveloped in the oppressive aura of his opponent, severely restricted in his movements. He could only watch helplessly as Shui Wanchuan charged towards him. With each passing moment, the youth could discern the ferocity etched upon his adversary's face, savage, bloodthirsty, to the death. Stop. Suddenly, the instructor, acting as a temporary referee, bellowed, his palm exuding a surge of energy, unleashing 3 crimson fire pillars that soared towards the thunderous lion. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of fire and thunder ignited a fierce exchange of blows, lasting for over a dozen strikes. Yet ultimately, Shui Wanchuan proved superior, forcing the instructor to retreat 3 steps. However, his lion's roar fist lost some of its intensity, allowing Chen Shen to narrowly evade disaster. Shui Wanchuan, you, the side branch patriarch of the Shui family, wield considerable influence, yet dare to employ treachery in a sanctioned duel by the Nine Dragon Academy? The instructor remarked with a frosty expression. Shui Wanchuan, you are audacious. Elder Hong ascended the stage, feigning reprimand towards Shui Wanchuan. Yet, his gaze frequently darted towards Chen Shen. Pondering, this youth's earlier movement technique is indeed enigmatic. Moreover, how did he manage to slay Shui Kong just now? Even with my keen eyesight, I could not discern what transpired in that fleeting moment. Was it a hidden weapon? I must uncover the truth. Meanwhile, Shui Wanchuan's eyes brimmed with resentment. However, before the Nine Dragon Academy and the clan elders, he dared not act recklessly, begrudgingly feigning an apology. My apologies, I was momentarily impulsive. Yet this old scoundrel stubbornly defended himself. Nonetheless, this little beast committed the first infraction. He surely employed some clandestine weapon to kill my Kong. Otherwise, how could he possibly unleash such a formidable mystic technique? Did I use a hidden weapon? Absurd. Even if I had, so what? Do not forget, it was your son who first consumed a mystical pill and then wielded a poison dagger. His actions did not constitute a foul. Why should mine? Chen Shen retorted indignantly, thinking, damn it, this old fool is utterly shameless. Sharp-tongued little beast. Enough. Elder Hong's thunderous reprimand finally silenced Shui Wanchuan. Young man, this time you have triumphed in the duel. Our Shui family will not make things difficult for a junior. You shall accompany me to the Shui family to collect your reward. Accompany you to the Shui family? Do you truly think I am a fool? Chen Shen inwardly scoffed. When he used teleportation, this old man had leapt from his position, a look of disbelief on his face. If he truly accompanied him to the Shui family, would he not be treated like a lab rat for their experiments? Moreover, regarding the matter of those two rare martial arts manuals, the Shui family would not simply let it go. If the Shui family were genuinely magnanimous, they would not have sent an elder to observe the match. I have no desire to accompany you. You should settle the payment here and now. Upon hearing this, Elder Hong was momentarily taken aback, then narrowed his eyes and inquired, are you certain? As he uttered those words, he unleashed his profound energy pressure. As an elder of the Shui family, his cultivation surpassed that of Shui Wanchuan, and the overwhelming pressure of an 8-star profound practitioner descended like a mountain upon the young man, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Chen Shen's back in mere moments. The youth gritted his teeth, enduring the onslaught. Curse it, yet again. The oppressive force of a formidable being. The intensity of the pressure had grown fiercer with each encounter, more savage and relentless. Chen Shen silently vowed to become stronger. Today, you used the pressure of a profound practitioner to intimidate me. One day, I shall wield the pressure of a profound master to instill such fear in you that you lose control. No matter how strong the pressure of a profound practitioner, it would not compel the youth to yield. He held his head high, his gaze unwavering as he met his opponent's eyes, proclaiming with explosive conviction, I am certain. Oh, Elder Hong murmured softly. In an instant, the pressure intensified once more. His aged yet resilient frame emitted a crackling, thunderous sound. The profound energy pressure felt like an enormous hand, mercilessly squeezing Chen Shen, compressing every muscle and bone within him. The invisible hand struck down upon him, again and again. Elder Hong made it clear that he was taking advantage of his strength to bully the weak, intending to force the young man before him to bend his back, to bow his knee, and to kneel in submission. This was nothing short of humiliation. Chen Shen felt he was on the brink of collapse. Just then, a gentle breeze swept past him. The oppressive energy that had ensnared the young man dissipated instantaneously. Before him appeared a woman clad in a purple robe. With delicate brows and phoenix-like eyes, her graceful figure radiated an irresistible charm with every glance and smile. It was she who had effortlessly waved her hand, dispersing Elder Hong's 8-star profound pressure. Elder Hong, despite your esteemed position as a senior of the Shui family, to use profound energy pressure to intimidate a mere 15 or 16-year-old junior is rather unbecoming, wouldn't you agree? Her voice rang clear and melodious, akin to the song of a golden oriole, to be addressed simply as Elder Hong by someone of her stature. An elder from one of the 3 prominent families of Jilong City caused his eyes to widen in disbelief. Yet, upon recognizing her beauty, all traces of his hostility evaporated. With a dry chuckle, he remarked, I see. It is the esteemed honorary vice president of Jilong Academy who has arrived. I offer my respects. He deliberately emphasized the word honorary, seemingly reminding her that she was merely a figurehead and not to overestimate her own importance. The woman in the purple robe laughed lightly. Irrespective of titles, I hold the position of vice president at Jilong Academy, and since Chen Shen is our student, I cannot stand idly by while he is maliciously bullied by an outsider. Ha, vice president, you jest. I merely intended to test the resolve of this young lad. Indeed, He demonstrates remarkable fortitude. Elder Hong chuckled dismissively. Fortitude, my foot. You old coot. The mountain may not turn, but the water will flow. We shall see. Chen Shen erupted in frustration. Impudent. Elder Hong roared in fury. He was just about to take action to suppress his opponent when he was interrupted by a light snort from the woman in the purple dress. You old fool. Stop your nonsense. Since my student has won the wager, you must honor your bet and pay up. Elder Hong was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by her words. However, given the woman's esteemed status, he knew he could not provoke her. Ultimately, he could only snort coldly, handing over a banknote worth 10,000 gold coins before turning away with a flick of his sleeve. Yet, before departing, he cast a hostile glance at Chen Shen. Once he had left, Chen Shen scrutinized the woman in purple from head to toe, his face a mask of astonishment. Wait, how could it be you? Chapter 18. The enchanting proprietress. The woman in purple smiled playfully, extending a slender finger to gently tap the boy's forehead. With her ruby lips slightly parted, she exhaled softly and asked, why could it not be me? Goodness, it absolutely cannot be you. Chen Shen thought in disbelief. He recognized this woman, having encountered her more than once, not at the Jiulong Academy, but at the grandest beast-fighting arena in Jiulong City, the Linglong Arena. The woman before him, capable of captivating the souls of countless men with just a glance, was none other than the proprietor of the Linglong Arena, known as the Enchanting Proprietress. After being banished to Jiulong City, Chen Shen's living expenses, provided by his grandfather, were cruelly withheld by the malevolent servants. In dire straits, he had no choice but to enter the arena and participate in beast-fighting matches. However, given his cultivation level at that time, he could only face ordinary wild beasts. Losing meant certain death, while winning yielded meager rewards, barely sufficient for survival. 3 days prior, during a brutal battle with a cheetah, he sustained severe injuries and nearly lost his life. It was this very woman in purple who had fed him an unknown pill, enabling him to regain his vitality the following day. It was during this time that he discovered her true identity. Are you not the enchanting proprietress? Chen Shen asked, somewhat dazed. Humph, can one person only possess a singular identity? I am the enchanting proprietress, the honorary vice president of this academy, and enough of this chatter. Take your money, the alluring woman said, handing him the banknote, and then, to his surprise, she seized his hand and tugged him along forcefully. Come, I shall take you to a wonderful place. As she spoke, she flirtatiously blinked her eyes. Chen Shen felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was utterly captivated. She was simply too enchanting, too beautiful. The purple dress accentuated her graceful curves, while a light blue ribbon danced at her waist, giving her an ethereal, fairy-like quality. Yet, she possessed an alluring charm that seemed to resonate deeply within her, creating a unique beauty that was both striking and irresistible. The enchanting proprietress was not only exquisite in appearance, but also possessed an extraordinary level of cultivation. Chen Shen was almost lifted off his feet by her grip, soaring at a remarkable speed, his toes barely grazing the ground. In but a fleeting moment, the two individuals exited the academy and swiftly entered a luxurious carriage drawn by 4 splendid horses. The interior of the carriage was remarkably spacious, adorned with resplendent gemstones embedded in the roof and edges, exuding opulence. At the center, there even lay a grand daybed, a fitting addition only for such a commodious carriage. Without a moment's hesitation, the proprietress, Linglong, gracefully leapt onto the daybed like a noble Persian cat, reclining comfortably and stretching with a languorous sigh. Her soft, melodic hum and alluring figure nearly caused Chen Shen, who had entered the carriage alongside her, to lose his composure completely. Goodness, her figure, her proportions, far surpassed those of the supermodels from my previous life. A thought inexplicably surfaced in Chen Shen's mind. Hey, little man, have you feasted your eyes enough? If not, would you like to step a little closer? Or perhaps, join me in testing the softness of this daybed? The proprietress playfully teased, her finger gently brushing the plush fabric of the daybed, her demeanor irresistibly seductive. Chen Shen hurriedly covered his nose and coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment. Ahem. I am not that kind of person. What business do you have with me? Please be quick. I need to return home to see Miao Ling and old Shan. Shui Wanchuan and Elder Hong were not to be trifled with, and Chen Shen couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. If they couldn't deal with him directly, would they turn their attention to those close to him? Giggle, the little one is blushing again. I adore seeing your flustered face, purred Zi Linglong, covering her mouth with a delicate hand. I know you are not that kind of person, otherwise, why would I have invited you into my carriage? Outwardly composed, Chen Shen's heart was aflame with frustration. Good grief. I would truly relish sharing a fragrant couch with such a beauty, yet alas, my abilities have yet to recover. Cursed system. I must hasten to elevate my cultivation, enhance my privileges, and discover a way to restore my capabilities. The youth's heart cried out in desperation. Unbeknownst to Ling Long, who could not hear his inner thoughts, she would have certainly kicked him out had she known. After teasing Chen Shen, this enchanting woman gradually straightened herself and, with a serious demeanor, asked, "Now, tell me, why did you conceal your strength before?" "Me? Conceal my strength?" Chen Shen was puzzled. "Humph. How long do you intend to keep up this charade?" The proprietress continued, "You have participated in my beast fighting arena a total of 27 times. And each time your energy assessment revealed you were merely a 3-star practitioner. Just 3 days ago, it was the same. But today, what is this about your wager with Shui Kong? 7-star practitioner. Don't tell me you managed to elevate your cultivation by 4 levels in just 3 days. No one would believe such a tale. Is that all?" Chen Shen realized that her curiosity was piqued. However, beyond mere curiosity, there seemed to be a hint of genuine interest in her eyes. What could this mean? Prior to this day, he had been nothing more than a fool in this world, with woefully weak energy cultivation. Who would find such a person intriguing? Indeed, that's the matter. Provide me with a reasonable explanation. Why? Is my saving your life just now a sufficient reason? The proprietress mused, picking up a glass cup from the table in front of the divan and taking a sip of warm tea. Chen Shen was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a grin. "Beautiful lady, you're not trying to seduce me, are you?" Uffed. At these words, the proprietress sprayed the tea she had just taken in. "All right, I'll say it." Without waiting for her to explode in anger, Chen Shen quickly shrugged and confessed, "I truly did not hide my cultivation level. As for today's feat, is it really that difficult? Advancing 4 minor realms in 3 days is quite ordinary. After all, it's merely the Xian-Tu realm." Observing the boy's nonchalant expression, Ling Long was momentarily stunned before retorting, "You little rascal think you can toy with me? Advancing 4 minor realms in 3 days, and you call that ordinary? Very well, I'll grant you an opportunity. Within another 3 days. If you can elevate 1 more minor realm, I shall acknowledge that you did not deceive me. However, if you fail, it will be a deliberate deception. I shall personally bind you and deliver you to the Shui family South Main Estate." Chapter 19. The Dragon Blood Jade to be delivered to the Shui family estate? Isn't that like a sheep entering a tiger's den? Truly, the more beautiful the woman, the more peerless she is. Chen Shen forced a wry smile. "I'll take your compliment then." Ling Long shrugged her alluring shoulders, exuding an air of pride. "And if I succeed, surely there must be some reward?" Chen Shen inquired. It was a considerable risk to agree, and he desired some tangible benefit in return. The proprietress was momentarily taken aback, then smiled seductively. "If you succeed, I shall allow you to come to my bed. I will prepare a warm embrace for you. How does that sound, handsome?" Upon hearing this, Chen Shen instinctively glanced at her enchanting figure, utterly captivating. Despite his inner turmoil, he maintained an air of disdain, curling his lip and stating, "Nah. I'd rather have something more practical, like gold coins." It wasn't that he was disinterested. Rather, he felt a silent struggle. However, Chen Shen's response left the proprietress utterly astonished. Wherever she went, her stunning beauty drew countless admirers longing for a taste of her allure. Yet here was this young man, displaying disdain toward her generous offer. He didn't even want the chance to share her bed. He preferred gold coins instead. Beyond astonishment, she felt a surge of inexplicable anger. Was her allure waning? Unable to captivate even this young lad? Her breath quickened, and the sheer fabric over her bosom rose and fell with the rhythm of her breathing, tantalizing to behold. What does grandeur truly mean? Today, Chen Shen had witnessed it firsthand. Could it be that this lad had a peculiar orientation, disinterested in women? Yet that didn't quite add up. If he was uninterested in women, why had his gaze been so fixed upon her when he first entered? In the silence that enveloped the two, Zillinglong's mind was a tempest of thoughts. This young lad, brimming with youthful vigor, remained unperturbed by her words, which only served to highlight his remarkable composure. Such poise at such a tender age is truly extraordinary. It seems my conjecture may indeed hold water. Otherwise, how could that jade pendant possibly be found in his possession? With this thought in mind, Zillinglong cast a fleeting glance, her gaze instinctively fixating on Chen Shen's chest, as if she could peer through the fabric and discern the concealed treasure within. Indeed, she had previously caught sight of the ornament hidden beneath his collar, a blood jade. The legendary coiling dragon blood jade. Unbeknownst to Chen Shen, Zillinglong's interest in him sparked from the inadvertent reveal of this precious stone during his participation in the beast contest. What secrets lie within this coiling dragon blood jade? Why does Zillinglong regard it with such fervor, even resorting to seduction? These mysteries eluded Chen Shen's understanding. Initially, Zillinglong's intrigue was piqued by the jade pendant adorning his chest, yet now, she found herself equally captivated by the young man himself. At such a tender age, he displayed unwavering resilience in the face of the Shui family's formidable pressure. Remarkably, he remained unmoved even when confronted with alluring beauty. Chen Shen, indeed, piques curiosity. There is truth in the observation that Chen Shen possesses a stubborn nature. An orphan, he had known neither maternal affection nor the warmth of a grandmother's love. However, he held a profound admiration for heroes and had cherished the dream of one day becoming a hero himself. His indomitable spirit is a quality he deems essential for heroism. As for the latter observation, it was merely a delightful misunderstanding. After a brief silence, Xilinglong let out a light laugh. Very well, should you succeed, I shall reward you with 10,000 gold. 10,000 for a mere level? Chen Shen pressed further. Xilinglong was momentarily taken aback. Then her smile blossomed even brighter. For one so young, you are indeed quite avaricious. Agreed, 10,000 for a level it is. Chen Shen was indeed motivated by greed, at least for the time being. He was in dire need of gold coins. Numerous functions of the Invincible System required coins to activate. How will I find you in 3 days? Chen Shen inquired again. You need not worry about that. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we shall see each other every day henceforth. Also, remember to attend classes on time starting tomorrow, otherwise, I shall be compelled to fulfill my duties as Vice Dean and punish you. As she spoke, Xilinglong tantalizingly licked her alluring crimson lips. Little one, my punishments are quite severe. Understood. Spend these 3 days gathering your funds. Chen Shen replied with a carefree smile, then waved his hand in a decisive farewell. Watching the young figure recede into the distance, Xilinglong murmured to herself, Little rascal, I hope you bring me surprises. After departing from the enchanting Xilinglong's palanquin, Chen Shen first sought out a money exchange, converting his notes into 10,000 coins. There was no choice. The spirit of the system only acknowledged gold and silver. Notes were of no value. Then, he hurried back to his residence, his pace quickening. He remained anxious about the safety of Miaoling and Shunlao. Having offended Elder Hong of the Shui family at the martial arts arena, he feared that the old man might retaliate against those close to him. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Chen Shen, in a state of anxious urgency, did not even knock on the door. Instead, he deftly leaped over the wall. Fortunately, the worst did not come to pass. Miao Ling and Old Shun were busily preparing dinner, one washing vegetables while the other sliced meat. Young master, you're back. Dinner will be ready shortly. Miao Ling greeted him with a warm smile. You nearly frightened me to death. I was worried that after being taken away by Madame Ling Long, you too would fall victim to some nefarious plot, he exclaimed. Speaking of which, I must thank the elder sister who took you away. At this, Miao Ling tightened her willow-like brows and said, After you left, 3 masked individuals did indeed come to abduct Old Shun and me. Fortunately, a mysterious expert intervened and swiftly drove them off, later claiming to be sent by the honorary vice president. Is that so? Chen Shen nodded, silently expressing his gratitude. Madam, I owe you a favor. Shui family, you shall pay for your transgressions. A fierce flame ignited within the youth's heart. At the Academy's martial arts arena, Shui Wangchuan and Elder Hong had previously intimidated him twice with their profound energy. Subsequently, they even sent individuals to harass him, nearly jeopardizing those he held dear. The young man understood all too well that the reason for such troubles stemmed from his own inadequacy and strength. Weakness, he realized, inevitably invites oppression, especially in a world that reveres the strong. Thus, after a hurried dinner, Chen Shen locked himself in his chamber. With a flick of his consciousness, he summoned a translucent attribute panel, revealing numerous grayish-white functions yet to be unlocked. Before long, his gaze was drawn to sections labeled Life Skills and Auxiliary Techniques. Ding. Unlocking life skills and auxiliary techniques requires a payment of 1,000 gold coins. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Ding. Unlock successful. Immediately. For major skills materialized before him: alchemy, rune crafting, weapon forging, and culinary arts. Chapter 20. Refining elixirs with vegetables. Ding. As the host learns the first life skill, a special offer applies: 8,000 gold coins. In Chen Shen's memory, alchemists, rune masters, weapon forgers, and culinary masters were highly esteemed professions in the Xianling continent. Among these, alchemists were the most sought after. Compared to runes and weapons, elixirs are essential consumables for every practitioner. To amass wealth swiftly and unlock more system functions to enhance his strength, pursuing alchemy was undoubtedly the optimal choice. With this thought, Chen Shen resolutely spent the 8,000 gold coins to select this option. Ding. Congratulations, the host has become an alchemist, currently at the rank of mortal level 1 star. Ding. The system grants 2 mortal level recipes: healing elixir, which quickly heals common injuries, and chi recovery elixir, which restores 500 to 5,000 points of energy. The recovery effect correlates with the elixir's grade. Similar to martial arts and profound techniques, elixirs are categorized into 5 levels: mortal, profound, spirit, earth, and heaven, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Alchemists also fall into these 5 major categories, with each level subdivided into 1 to 9 stars, akin to the levels of profound energy cultivation. Currently, Chen Shen was merely at the lowest rank, mortal level 1 star. The success rate of refining a low-grade Xiandan is lamentably low. This dissatisfaction is overwhelming. With a mere 1-star alchemy ability, I fear I might not even recoup the cost of the medicinal herbs. An upgrade is imperative. According to the system's instructions, the rank of an alchemist can be elevated through proficiency. Successfully refining a low-grade Xiandan grants a proficiency of 100, while a failure still provides a point of proficiency. Ascending from 1-star to 2-star requires a total of 100 proficiency points. Since failures also contribute to proficiency, I might as well adopt a reckless strategy of deliberate failures to enhance my skills before attempting to concoct the elixir again. Resolute in my decision, I rushed into the kitchen, seizing a hefty bundle of green onions, cabbage, potatoes, and various vegetables. Then, brandishing a large iron wok, I hurried into my room. Just before closing the door, I instructed Shen Lao to fetch a cartload of fresh vegetables from the market. My peculiar behavior alarmed Miao Ling and Shen Lao, who feared I had lost my senses once more. Preoccupied with my plan for relentless failure, I had no time to explain my actions. I simply told them to follow my orders and locked myself inside, commencing my venture with the cabbage and radishes. Shen Lao's loyalty to me is unquestionable. Even amidst his doubts, he complied with my command, turning to Miao Ling with a cautionary remark. Ling, keep an eye on the young master and ensure he does not harm himself in any foolish endeavor. Fetching a cartload of vegetables costs only a few silver coins, not even reaching a gold coin. If the young master wishes to indulge in this folly, let him be. However, should he attempt anything that might cause him harm, I shall do everything in my power to intervene. Within the confines of my room, I embarked on my inaugural journey into the realm of alchemy. First, I arranged a pile of charcoal beneath a basin and ignited it. Next, I placed the large iron wok atop it. Finally, I added several cabbage leaves, 2 green onions, and 3 slices of radish, using the wok as a cauldron and the vegetables as ingredients. I surely became the first individual in the entire Xianling continent to undertake such an unprecedented endeavor. A wave of pride surged within me. Ding! The attempt to concoct a healing elixir failed. Proficiency 1. It actually works. Splendid. A failure matters not. I shall start anew. I was elated. I had initially thought that the combination of vegetables and an iron wok would not be recognized by the system, but the outcome exceeded my expectations. The vegetable leaves could indeed serve as a substitute, which is far more economical than wasting purchased medicinal herbs. However, each attempt at alchemy requires a proper setup for the system to acknowledge it. Thus, I had to extinguish the charcoal fire, relocate, dispose of the residue in the wok, reignite the fire, and set up the furnace anew, adding fresh vegetables. While this process was somewhat cumbersome, my speed allowed me to complete it in mere half a minute. Thus, the youth entered a frenzy, fervently concocting. Oh no, I meant to say, he was passionately refining elixirs. Ding! The host's attempt to concoct a healing elixir failed. Proficiency 1. Ding! The host's attempt to concoct a healing elixir failed. Proficiency 1. Ding! The host's attempt to concoct a healing elixir failed. Proficiency 1. Ding! Failure, failure, and yet more failure. While others succumb to despair in the face of setbacks, Chen Shen finds exhilaration in his failures. For his experience as an alchemist escalates at a pace visible to the naked eye. After a mere hour, a melodious notification chimes in the boy's ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your promotion to a 2-star alchemist of the mortal tier. Haha. Chen Shen was overjoyed, though he had only ascended 1 level. At least his method of enhancing vegetables with a frying pan proved effective. Young master, what on earth are you doing? Open the door. Outside. Miao Ling was nearly in tears, her lovely eyes brimming with moisture as her petite hands incessantly pounded on the door. A burnt odor wafted through the air, leading the young girl to believe there was a fire inside. Who wouldn't be anxious? At that moment, old Shun returned with groceries, and upon witnessing thick black smoke billowing from the crack under the door, he trembled in fright, causing his cane to fall to the ground. Even the cart driver, who had delivered the vegetables, was bewildered. What on earth was happening? The burnt aroma was detectable from afar. Who could possibly be cooking in a bedroom? And how much food had been charred? Creak. The door swung open, and a cloud of smoke billowed forth, causing Miao Ling, standing at the threshold, to cough uncontrollably. She had been on the verge of tears, but now, the smoke caused her tears to flow freely, unstoppable. Then, the onlookers beheld a disheveled youth stepping out. His face blackened, yet wearing a foolish grin, revealing a set of large white teeth. Quite a frightful sight. Young master, are you all right? Old butler Fu Shun and Miao Ling asked in unison. I am perfectly fine. This is merely the result of my secret retreat. It is of no concern. Chen Shen gazed at the tearful beauty before him. A wave of guilt washed over him. It was entirely his fault for being so engrossed in alchemy that he had neglected her, causing her to worry and shed tears for him. With this thought, the young man embraced Miao Ling tenderly, offering her comforting words. Seeing that Chen Shen was unharmed, Old Shun breathed a sigh of relief and turned to settle the payment with the cart driver. The simple driver, having received his money, fled the courtyard in haste, murmuring to himself, at this age, setting fires in a bedroom to cook vegetables, and claiming it's a secret retreat? Goodness, what a typical case of madness. I dare not conduct business with this household anymore. Who knows if this madness is contagious? Chapter 21, Ascending to 6 stars. Chen Shen examined his alchemist attributes. Mortal tier. 2nd star. The proficiency required to reach the 3rd star is 200, double that of ascending from 1st to 2nd star. If he could rise from 1st to 2nd star in an hour, does this not imply that it would take 2 hours to attain 3rd star status? Chen Shen was still dissatisfied with this speed. Thus, an ingenious idea sparked in his mind to enhance efficiency. Old Shun, Miao Ling, I need you both to make another trip and procure 10 large iron frying pans, 10 basin racks, and a cartload of charcoal. Huh. Both the elder and the youth were momentarily stunned. Oh, and please hire a few cleaners from outside, as I shall begin alchemical practice shortly. And the ensuing mess will require timely cleaning. Chen Shen added, Young master, are you truly going to refine elixirs? Shun Lao's face was one of incredulity. The profession of an alchemist, regarded as one of the most esteemed vocations across the continent, demands exceptionally high talent, making it a rare calling indeed. He had never heard of the young master studying alchemy. Not only was there no alchemist in his household, but even within the prestigious Chen family in the imperial capital, one would be hard-pressed to find a single practitioner. The family procured the necessary elixirs at exorbitant prices from merchants. Is there a problem? Is it a matter of insufficient funds? Oh no. The gold you provided for the beast meat still leaves me with over 10 pieces, ample enough. However, he decided against voicing his thoughts. What he truly wished to express was, even if you intend to refine elixirs, you cannot possibly use mere vegetables, for these are not medicinal herbs. Yet, fearing that such words would wound Chen Shen's feelings, the old steward kept silent. Unless there are no issues, hurry and proceed. I am eagerly awaiting the results. After speaking, Chen Shen shifted the battleground from the bedroom to the yard, which offered ample space for his endeavors. Miao Ling and Shun Lao found the young master's actions baffling, yet they complied. They rushed to the local grocery store, purchasing 10 large iron cauldrons and a substantial cart of charcoal. Furthermore, they employed 5 cleaning workers for a gold coin to tidy up the courtyard. 1 gold coin equated to 10,000 copper coins, 2,000 for each worker. This was a prized opportunity. For those who were mere mortals, a day's labor could yield wealth equivalent to what they typically earned in half a month. It was akin to a windfall from the heavens. Thus, everyone was filled with enthusiasm, diligently engaging in their tasks. Before long, the 10 cauldrons were arranged in a circular formation in the courtyard, with Chen Shen standing at the center, fervently refining elixirs once more. With 10 cauldrons, coupled with the one from before, there were now 11. The process of alchemy commenced simultaneously, accelerating the pace by a staggering tenfold. Before long, a chime rang out, ding. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to the rank of a 3-star alchemist of the mortal realm. To attain the rank of a 4-star alchemist, a proficiency of 400 was required. 20 minutes later, ding. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to the rank of a 4-star alchemist of the mortal realm. To advance to a 5-star alchemist, a proficiency of 1000 was necessary. The alchemical work continued. Approximately an hour later, ding. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to the rank of a 5-star alchemist of the mortal realm. To achieve the rank of a 6-star alchemist, a proficiency of 3000 was required. At this moment, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a grayish hue across the sky. Chen Shen instructed the lighting of torches throughout the yard, determined to persevere. After approximately 3 hours, ding. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to the rank of a 6-star alchemist of the mortal realm. To reach the rank of a 7-star alchemist, a proficiency of 10,000 was required. By this point, it was deep into the night, with the moon shining brilliantly. The courtyard, illuminated by the glow of numerous torches, radiated light throughout the area. Shun Lao and Miao Ling took turns resting, while the 5 hired workers remained lively, unable to sleep in their excitement, knowing that upon completing the day's work, they would earn a month's wages. At this moment, Chen Shen felt a tinge of fatigue. The act of refining elixirs with vegetables and frying pans may appear to be a simple, monotonous endeavor. Yet the hours of relentless labor had taken a considerable toll on his mental stamina. The burden of such mental strain was nearly unbearable. How could one possibly forge a true mystical elixir in the future? It was this very conviction that continuously spurred the young lad to persevere. This unwavering determination lasted a full 9 hours. After 9 hours, the sky had brightened considerably. Chen Shen's mood was equally uplifted, as he received the following message from the spirit of the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your promotion to a mortal rank 7-star alchemist. The success rate for crafting low-grade mortal elixirs is 100%, for mid-grade is 100%, and for high-grade is 30%. Success. Success. The young man laughed heartily towards the heavens. With a guarantee of success for both low and mid-grade elixirs, and a 30% success rate for high-grade, Chen Shen was profoundly satisfied. It appeared that reaching mortal rank 7 stars was indeed a pivotal threshold. Crossing it opened the door to brighter prospects, while failing to do so would leave one forever akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. Fortunately, through his persistence, Chen Shen had reaped bountiful rewards. Next, he would attempt to concoct a true mystical elixir. As the young man luxuriated in a bath, enjoying the ministrations of the maid Miao Ling as she scrubbed his back, his mind raced. First, he needed to find a way to acquire the necessary herbs and an alchemical furnace. If he were to concoct a high-grade mystical elixir, he would also require a special alchemical flame. Where could he procure such items in the short term? Young master, will you be attending the Duel Academy today? You seemed exhausted after last night. Shall I help you request a leave so you can rest at home? Miao Ling's concerned voice interrupted Chen Shen's thoughts. No. I promised someone I would attend class today. Wait. Class. Duel Academy. How did I not think of that? Linger, you are brilliant. The young man suddenly had an epiphany, rising from the bathtub and turning to plant a kiss on Miao Ling's delicate face in excitement. The shortcut to obtaining these items lay within Duel Academy. Ah, young master. You, Miao Ling, taken aback by the sudden kiss, blinked her large eyes, inadvertently catching a glimpse of something she shouldn't have, utterly mortified. With her cheeks aflame, she shrieked and dashed out of the room. Chen Shen, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head but quickly redirected his thoughts back to alchemy. Duel Academy not only imparts the majority of its students with the knowledge to cultivate mystical energy, but also boasts an alchemy hall. Each year, it selects a few exceptionally talented students for admission, training them to become apprentice alchemists. Indeed, they are merely apprentice alchemists, for the institution is aware that true alchemists are a rare breed, especially in the moderately sized border town of Jiulong City. Finding a youth who meets all the requisite criteria is akin to finding a phoenix feather. Thus, the alchemy hall at the school only nurtures apprentice alchemists. If any of them truly possess extraordinary talent, after receiving sufficient foundational education, they may be noticed by an established alchemist and taken on as a disciple, whereupon they would be personally taught the art of alchemy, thus having the chance to evolve into a fully fledged alchemist capable of independent practice in the future. Yet now, I am already a qualified alchemist, and a mortal rank 7-star at that. Hee. Duel Academy, prepare for my triumphant arrival. Chapter 22, Trials and Tribulations at Noon. The sun shone brightly. In the opulent brothel of Yanmang City, situated 500 miles south of Jiulong City, two young gentlemen clad in splendid attire were reveling in the company of alluring courtesans, indulging in wine and merriment. Where have those two lackeys gone? We have been waiting here in Yanmang City for an entire day, and they have yet to arrive. I wonder how they fared with the tasks we entrusted to them. One of the youths lamented, his hands wandering over the dancer in his embrace. This young man was none other than the notorious Chen Shen, one of the culprits behind Chen Shen's demise. The two lackeys he referred to were, of course, the subordinates responsible for carrying Chen Shen's coffin. Unbeknownst to Chen Shen, those two men had already departed for the underworld. Fear not, brother. We witnessed that little wretch take his last breath. He cannot possibly rise again. As for those two crude servants, their meager cultivation as Xiantian disciples is inconsequential. Their absence is hardly a loss, the other young man interjected reassuringly. He was Chen Shen's younger brother, Chen Hu, equally complicit in the plot against Chen Shen. Indeed, we shall enjoy ourselves thoroughly on our journey back and deliver this splendid news to our father in person. He will undoubtedly be elated. Chen Shen exclaimed with excitement. Yes, with Chen Shen, the sole heir of the Chen family, dead, and Chen Songfeng left without an heir, it won't be long before our father seizes the family's power. At that moment, we shall no longer be mere sons of an insignificant elder, but the esteemed eldest and second sons of the entire Chen family. We shall rightfully partake in all the cultivation resources of the General S estate. Chen Hu grew increasingly animated as he spoke. The two brothers clinked their cups together and erupted into hearty laughter. Simultaneously, at Jiulong Academy, the genuine Chen Shen arrived at the alchemy hall. This space was modest in size, only slightly larger than Chen Shen's own courtyard. However, the entire hall was suffused with a delicate fragrance of spiritual herbs, invigorating all who inhaled it. In the prominent seats, 3 elderly gentlemen with grizzled beards reclined in their armchairs, leisurely playing chess and sipping tea. They were renowned alchemists from the 3 prominent families of Geelong City, specially invited to the academy to serve as professors in the art of alchemy, holding an esteemed status just below that of the dean. Beneath their seats, 38 students were present, each with a cauldron before them, surrounded by a variety of herbs, presumably familiarizing themselves with their properties. Greetings, esteemed professors. I, Chen Shen, have come to register for a position as a student in the Alchemy Hall. Chen Shen politely clasped his fists in respect towards the 3 professors of alchemy. Though he was already a 7-star alchemist, he carried the admirable tradition of respecting elders from his homeland, which he had brought to this foreign world. The 3 elderly gentlemen did not even glance at Chen Shen, engrossed in their game. One of them waved his hand dismissively. I am not in the mood today. Please return another day. Another inquired with mild curiosity. Are you in the advanced class or the elite class? Chen Shen replied, I am currently still in the beginner class. Although he had reached the cultivation level of a 7-star Xiantian disciple, he had yet to participate in the academy's energy assessment, thus remaining nominally a beginner student. Upon hearing this, the second elder furrowed his brows. Beginner class? Humph. Are you aware that without the cultivation level of a 7-star mystic disciple or higher, one cannot even control the most basic of alchemical flames? Youngsters often aspire to soar high without having learned to walk. After speaking, he impatiently waved his hand, signaling Chen Shen to leave promptly. Wait a moment. Chen Shen, the one from the junior class? At that moment, the third elder seated at the central position suddenly called out to him, revealing a glimmer of interest. At last, there was someone with an unconventional approach to talent. Chen Shen secretly rejoiced and nodded in acknowledgement. He had anticipated that the elder would personally assess his alchemical skills. However, the elder merely scoffed. Chen Shen, you have quite the audacity. You dare to harm even the talents of our Shui family's collateral branch. Listen well, I am Shui Muron, a mystic alchemist of the Shui family, and I also hold the position of the chief professor at the Alchemy Hall of Geelong Academy. You wish to apply to the Alchemy Hall and become one of its students? Haha, here are 4 words for you. Not a chance. As long as I am the chief professor of the Alchemy Hall, you shall never become a student here. It is impossible for you, for all eternity. Haha. Shui Muron spouted these arrogant words, laughing unabashedly. The status of a mystic alchemist is exceedingly prestigious, and he, being the specially appointed chief professor of the academy, commanded respect even from the dean. Thus, this old fellow had every reason to be so arrogant. Did you hear that? Professor Shui has spoken. You should leave at once. Indeed, they admonished. Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. With your abilities, how dare you aspire to enter our alchemy hall? Hurry and go. Do not desecrate our sacred hall. Once Shui Muron spoke, the students of the alchemy hall joined in the ruckus, mocking Chen Shen with all their might. Eager to curry favor with Professor Shui, Chen Shen never anticipated that the authority of the alchemy hall would be held by someone from the Shui family. A single word from him could determine Chen Shen's fate. What good was talent if he was not even granted the chance to demonstrate it? Such injustice. What profound injustice. Chen Shen felt a surge of anger and laughed recklessly. Ha! An arrogant old dog, accompanied by a pack of foolish sycophants. The alchemy hall is nothing more than this. Outrageous. Shui Muron exclaimed. I could go even further. Chen Shen shouted fiercely. You claim that as long as you are chief professor, I shall never enter the alchemy hall. Is that so? Very well. Let us see who will be the one to leave in disgrace. With that, the young man turned to depart. As the saying goes, if one does not remain here, there will be another place to belong. However, Chen Shen did not share this sentiment. He was determined to reclaim his dignity today. If they would not welcome him, he would thoroughly ruin the pride of those who refused to accept him, driving them out as one would chase away a dog. And then remain with the most formidable presence, ensuring that no one dared to utter a word. Watching the youth's departing figure, Shui Muron sneered coldly. Arrogant. I shall allow you to remain arrogant for a few more days. The secret guards dispatched by that little vixen, Ziling Long, cannot protect the safety of the Chen family courtyard at all times. When the opportunity arises, my Shui family will take your 2 servants hostage, forcing you to surrender those 2 unique cultivation methods and mystical techniques, and then we shall tear you to shreds. Subjected to injustice, Chen Shen was filled with anger. However, anger alone could not rectify any issues. He needed to devise an alternative solution. Since the school's alchemy hall could not provide what he sought, he had no choice but to purchase the necessary items. He glanced at the assets within his spatial pouch, after studying the profound alchemy techniques the previous day. The 10,000 gold he had won dwindled to just over 1,000. This sum might suffice for purchasing alchemical materials, but what about the alchemical furnace? What was to be done about that? Chapter 23. Borrowing the cauldron as he pondered possible solutions, he aimlessly wandered through the school. By sheer habit, he found himself standing before the door of the beginner class. Well, since I'm here, I might as well check in. With this thought, the youth knocked on the door. Come in. A brief voice called from within. It was a woman's voice, one that seemed oddly familiar. Where had he heard it before? With a creak, Chen Shen pushed the door open. The lecture hall was unchanged. Over 800 familiar faces filled the seats of the beginner class, and the podium remained the same. However, the figure standing before the lectern was no longer the elderly instructor who had previously taught their class. Instead, it was a stunning beauty clad in a purple garment. Boss lady, what role are you playing now? Chen Shen instinctively blurted out. Standing at the podium was none other than Ziling Long. With a swift motion, she crossed the 10-meter expanse of the podium, appearing before Chen Shen. With her hands on her hips and her upper body slightly leaning forward, the sight was breathtakingly captivating from Chen Shen's perspective. The special treatment he received elicited drooling admiration from all the boys present. Yet, as the protagonist of this scene, he barely had time to admire her before he felt a sharp pain in his ear. Ziling Long had pinched his ear and twisted it around. I am the honorary vice president. In school, you may call me president, teacher, or instructor, but under no circumstances should you refer to me as boss lady. The pain was quite acute, prompting Chen Shen to raise his hands and surrender. Ouch, that hurts. Fine. I won't mention boss lady in school anymore. Humph, that is more like it. Ziling Long's alluring lips curled into a semblance of a smile before once again falling into a frown. The second mistake. You are late. I specifically came to the beginner class to cover a lesson for you. I waited from morning until noon for your arrival. You think quite highly of yourself, don't you? Hey, I was busy with important matters last night. Do you think it's easy to advance a small realm in just 3 days? I was striving against the clock. Chen Shen protested vehemently. Still attempting to deceive me? Do you think I cannot tell that your cultivation level is exactly the same as it was yesterday during the competition, with no progress whatsoever? Ziling Long persisted, firmly gripping his ear. Ugh, cultivation isn't solely manifested in the external. There are internal aspects that require strengthening as well. Do you understand the concept of mental state? Chen Shen stammered. Ziling Long scoffed. At such a young age, you speak nonsense. Mental state? As a 7-star profound disciple, what insights could you possibly have regarding martial arts mentalities? You can't even fabricate a decent lie. I'm not lying. I spent an entire night in deep contemplation, and I finally grasped the essence of profound alchemy. Now, all I need is to put it into practice. Indeed, I estimate that as long as the materials are sufficient, concocting a few low-grade earthly elixirs should pose no challenge. Chen Shen candidly expressed his thoughts. He was currently troubled by the scarcity of alchemical resources, and now that he had fortuitously encountered the enchanting proprietress Ling Long, he certainly intended to make the most of this advantageous situation. At worst, he could later provide her with some elixirs for free as a gesture of gratitude. You? Capable of producing low-grade earthly elixirs? Ling Long's eyes were filled with skepticism. I have mentioned it. It is merely a matter of materials. Previously, when I visited the alchemy hall at the academy, Shui Muruan deliberately obstructed me, not allowing me even a trial. Chen Shen shrugged. Regardless, I am merely stating facts. Whether you believe me is entirely your choice. Ling Long scrutinized the young man before her from head to toe, unable to detect any hint of deceit, and thus nodded earnestly. Very well. I shall take you to a place to test your claims. If what you say is true, I guarantee that the one who made things difficult for you will have no refuge for their tears. Splendid. Chen Shen nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the outcome he desired. But do not rejoice too soon. If the materials are indeed in order and you fail to produce the low-grade elixir as promised, you shall be the one shedding tears. With a playful smirk, Ling Long finally released her grip on Chen Shen's ear, taking his hand and sprinting out of the classroom, leaving the junior class with a directive for collective self-study. It was only after Ling Long's graceful figure had completely vanished from the view of the students that they regained their senses. Prior to this, all the boys in the class had been fixated on her, their attention intensely focused. Yet, it remained uncertain whether their focus was on the knowledge of Qi or on a particular individual. This Chun heir is truly remarkable. He has garnered such esteem from our vice dean, Ling. One student exclaimed. How I wish it were I who was led out of the classroom by his hand. Do you still dare to call him Chen heir? Have you not heard of yesterday's wager? Another chimed in. The deadly wager of the previous day had attracted hundreds of spectators and had already become the talk of the academy. Ah, indeed. Thank goodness he was not present, or I would have been in serious trouble. It was hard to fathom that someone who had previously been at the bottom of the junior class was now a figure capable of annihilating senior students in mere moments. Alas, how wonderful it would be if I were the one being playfully pinched by Teacher Ling. The astonished whispers of the junior students were destined to reach Chen Shen's ears. He was led directly out of the academy by Ling Long, diving into the luxurious carriage they had used the day before. "Where are you taking me?" Chen Shen inquired. "To find someone, to borrow a cauldron, and to concoct elixirs." Before long, the carriage came to a halt outside the largest elixir marketplace in Jiulong City. "Master Ling Long, what brings you here?" The shopkeeper at the entrance greeted her with utmost respect, ushering Ling Long and the young man to the third-floor VIP lounge. Chen Shen was astounded. The shopkeeper referred to Ling Long as master? That title was reserved for formidable practitioners. Apprentice, adept, master, and grandmaster. He would never have imagined that this seemingly youthful beauty, barely in her 20s, was indeed a powerful master. A master at such a young age. With such martial talent, she would stand out even in the talent-rich imperial capital, let alone in this modest border city of Jiulong. In an instant, Chen Shen's curiosity towards the lady in the purple robe deepened. After they settled in the esteemed VIP lounge, a portly middle-aged man entered briskly, his face alight with a broad smile. "Miss Ling Long, what a pleasant surprise to see you at my Xiandan pavilion today. Should you require any elixirs, feel free to send word, and I shall ensure they are delivered to your residence. Why trouble yourself with a personal visit?" This middle-aged man was Tang Shanpang, the proprietor of the largest elixir production and sales establishment in Jiulong City, and a highly esteemed 7-star elixir master, colloquially known as Tang Senpang. Given his stature, his demeanor towards the esteemed Ling Long was surprisingly courteous. One would not expect such deference toward the proprietor of a beast-fighting arena, after all. Chapter 24, Astounding. Tang Senpang, I do not visit without purpose. Today, I seek to borrow your alchemical furnace, Ling Long stated, causing Chen Shen to gasp in astonishment. How audacious. While the man had addressed her with respect, she had the audacity to call him by his moniker. Was this the proper demeanor when soliciting assistance? He expected an outburst, yet Tang Shanpang merely smiled faintly. "Miss Ling Long speaks plainly, and I, old Tang, cannot be ambiguous. A loan must be granted. Bring forth my San, Yanju Yuan furnace." Chen Shen was left utterly speechless. His mind raced as he pondered the true identity of this proprietress. "Miss Ling Long, I had not anticipated your interest in alchemy. I always assumed your family." He was abruptly interrupted by 2 light coughs from Ling Long. Tang Shanpang seemed to grasp the implication, offering an apologetic smile. "My apologies, I am simply an old man prone to excessive chatter." Ling Long waved her delicate hand dismissively, indicating her indifference, and continued, "The purpose of borrowing the furnace is not for myself, but for him." "Him?" Tang Shanpang was taken aback, filled with disbelief. A mere boy of 15 or 16 would engage in alchemy. While such a notion might hold some credence in the imperial city, it was unfathomable in Jiulong City. At least, he had never witnessed such a prodigy. However, he remained composed. Even if he held reservations, he refrained from mocking the youth, his eyes betraying a glimmer of anticipation. Before long, a large crimson furnace, capable of embracing 2 individuals, was brought forth. "What elixir do you wish to attempt crafting?" "I can have the necessary ingredients prepared," Tang Shanpang inquired of Chen Shen. "Healing elixirs and chi recovery elixirs." Upon completing his request, Chen Shen circled the furnace, instinctively asking, "How much material can this large cauldron accommodate at once?" 4 healing elixirs and chi recovery elixirs. It should hold a maximum of 20 portions simultaneously," Tang Shanpang replied candidly. However, within his heart, the sense of expectation toward this youth began to dissipate. For a true elixir master, even of the most rudimentary level, should possess the basic knowledge of how much material a furnace can hold. "Oh, then please prepare 20 portions of various herbs for me." "Thank you," the boy stated without a hint of hesitation. Seated nearby, the elegant Xiling Long, sipping her tea, nearly choked as her lips involuntarily twitched. Internally cursing, she thought, "Damn it. I've been duped by this little rascal. He surely cannot concoct elixirs. They mentioned a maximum of 20 portions. Does he comprehend the complexity of simultaneously refining 20 ingredients?" At that moment, the landlady's expression was far from pleasant, indeed quite dire. It was as if she had been sent to her grandmother's home in disgrace. Yet, Chen Shen remained unfazed, whistling nonchalantly as he leisurely strolled around the alchemical cauldron, exuding an air of indifference. "You little brat, are you trying to act calm?" Xiling Long seethed internally. "Humph, once you produce a pot full of dregs, I shall twist your ears." Before long, the medicinal materials arrived in full, 20 portions of healing elixirs and 20 portions of restorative pills. Chen Shen wasted no time, pouring all 20 portions of the healing elixir ingredients into the cauldron and rolling up his sleeves to commence his work. "Wait a moment," Tang Shanpang hastily interjected, casting a glance at Xiling Long's flushed face, then addressing Chen Shen. "Would you like me to provide some alchemical fire?" refining such a large quantity of ingredients simultaneously. It would be exceedingly difficult without the aid of alchemical flames. Your kind offer is appreciated, but it is unnecessary. Thank you, Chen Shen replied, proceeding with his alchemical process. Sigh. Good intentions met with ingratitude. Tang Shanpang shook his head in disbelief. Xiling Long was plunged into utter despair, berating internally, "You brash little imp. Why are you so arrogant? This is your first attempt at alchemy, and you are tackling such a substantial quantity without using proper alchemical fire? How infuriating. Did you come here to humiliate me intentionally?" In truth, both individuals had misunderstood Chen Shen. He was not arrogant. Rather, he deemed it unnecessary. His sole aim was to refine a low-grade Shindan. The spirit of the system had already informed him that the success rates for low and medium-grade elixirs were 100%, thus eliminating the need for alchemical fire. Ding. Detection of a medium-grade alchemical cauldron. Success rate for refining low-grade elixirs increased by 10%, refining speed enhanced by 10%. Oh, it seems that this Tang Shanpang's cauldron possesses some merit. Chen Shen mused inwardly. In the future, I must acquire a superior cauldron to enhance my alchemical efficiency. Thereafter, the youth officially commenced his alchemical endeavor, dissolving, extracting, refining, controlling fire, manipulating air, and directing spirit. These 6 pivotal steps flowed seamlessly, akin to a graceful dance. Upon upgrading to a 7-star Shindan master, all the necessary techniques had been imbued into his consciousness by the system spirit, allowing him to execute them with remarkable ease. However, to the observers, the scene unfolded quite differently. Am I seeing things? He could actually divide the ordinary fire into 20 equal portions, applying varying angles to roast the cauldron, ensuring each ingredient received uniform heat, harmoniously uniting. This youth, merely 15 or 16 years old, possessed such extraordinary fire control. Could it be that he had practiced the art of Shindan since his embryonic days? Furthermore, the processes of dissolving, extracting, and refining were interconnected with near perfection. His control over both the aura and medicinal spirit was nothing short of exceptional. Such skill left even me in awe. As he gazed increasingly in astonishment, Tang Shanpang found himself rising involuntarily, his eyes wide open, standing motionless as if entranced. Xiling Long was not faring much better. She dropped her teacup without even noticing. Her crimson lips slightly parted in shock, enhancing her allure. Moments later, Chen Shen uttered a command, "Congeal." In the next instant, the large alchemical cauldron emitted strange sounds. Hissing. This marked the final step of the alchemical process, consolidating the medicinal essence to form the Shindan. This step was crucial, as many alchemists could flawlessly execute every previous step yet fail at this decisive juncture. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The potent medicinal essence visibly condensed into pills at an astonishing pace. In less than half a minute, a flame erupted skyward from beside the cauldron, only to extinguish in the next moment. The entire VIP lounge was suddenly suffused with the fragrant aroma of medicine. The healing pills had been successfully formed. At the moment of completion, Tang Shanpang rushed to the cauldron, peering eagerly at its edge. There lay 20 healing pills, all perfectly formed from the 20 medicinal ingredients without exception. This outcome left Tang Shanpang utterly stunned. Chapter 25. Various methods to recruit talent. Tang Shanpang knew well that possessing 20 ingredients did not guarantee the production of 20 Shindan. Typically, when he concocted pills himself, using 10 ingredients would yield 6 successful pills, which was already considered an excellent achievement, assuming they were of the lower grade Shindan. For mid-grade pills, the success rate would dwindle to about 30%. Attempting to refine pills from 20 ingredients simultaneously was a feat he had never dared to try. Yet this young lad managed to convert all 20 ingredients into pills, and at nearly double the speed of his own efforts. Such terrifying efficiency left him feeling utterly inadequate. Oh, that was rather easy, not as exhausting as I imagined, Chen Shen casually remarked while stretching his wrists. After all, it's merely a low-grade healing pill. Wow. The young man's words struck like a divine dagger. Tang Shanpang, already feeling shame and self-pity, was now even more mortified, his cheeks quivering as he thought. There's no need for such harsh criticism. At that moment, Xiling Long approached the cauldron as well. With her keen eyes, she immediately recognized that the healing pills had been successfully produced, all 20 of them. How about that? I wasn't misleading you, was I? The young man adjusted his hairstyle. Indeed, young rascal, you have quite the talent, Xiling Long exclaimed as she pulled him into a grand embrace, the silken softness of her presence overwhelming him. Wait, I can hardly breathe. My apologies. I got a bit carried away. With that, Xiling Long released him, and Chen Shen gasped for air, nearly suffocating. Esteemed master, might you be interested in joining our alchemy pavilion as a resident alchemist? All alchemical materials will be provided free of charge, and upon the sale of the pills, You would receive 60% of the profits. No, 80%. We offer you 80% of the total revenue. Tang Shan grasped Chen Shen's hand with an ardor so intense that it could melt the eternal ice atop the Arctic peaks. In his mind, a youth capable of refining 20 inferior healing pills in one furnace must possess a mastery of alchemy that surpasses his own. Such an individual, despite their tender age, deserves to be addressed as a master. However, in reality, Chen Shen's alchemical prowess was on par with that of Tang Senpeng, both being at the mortal rank of 7 stars. Yet, Chen Shen, aided by an invincible system, far surpassed the latter in success rates and the speed of refinement. Hey, Chen Shen is my guest, and here you are trying to undermine me right in front of my face, as if I were invisible? The proprietress proudly adjusted her impressive chest, her words resonating with conviction. Oh dear, I got a bit carried away in my excitement, Tang Senpeng chuckled. Returning to his usual demeanor, he silently noted the name of this youthful master alchemist, and continued, however, if Miss Ling Long does not mind, I, old Tang, would greatly appreciate the opportunity to collaborate deeply with this master. After all, in the realm of Jiulong City, our Tang Clan Alchemy Pavilion is the most authoritative institution for the sale of profound pills. Should Master Chen be willing to join us, it would be a formidable partnership, benefiting us all immensely. From being an obscure youth, he was now honored with the title of Master Chen by the head of a pavilion. The feeling was simply exhilarating. You claim that the Tang Clan Alchemy Pavilion is the most authoritative in Jiulong City, but what of the 3 great families and the Jiulong Academy? Do they not also have alchemists in their ranks? Chen Shen inquired, intrigued. Ultimately, he wished to ascertain the true extent of the influence wielded by that arrogant Xuanmu Ran within the Academy's alchemical hall. Master Chen, there is something you may not be aware of. Tang Senpeng smiled broadly, patiently elucidating. In terms of alchemical skill, I, Tang Shanpeng, indeed cannot compare to the alchemical offerings of the 3 great families, let alone the esteemed Director Deng. However, the profound pills refined by the offerings of the 3 great families circulate primarily within their own clans, and the quantity available for sale is far surpassed by that of our Tang Clan Alchemy Pavilion. As for Director Deng, he rarely refines pills throughout the year. When he does, it is often a superior grade of mortal pills, or even profound pills of the highest caliber, which ordinary warriors are not even qualified to gaze upon, let alone purchase. Therefore, I, old Tang, boldly assert that we are the most authoritative institution for the sale of elixirs in Jiulong City. With this explanation, Chen Shen understood. The pills from the 3 great families and the Jiulong Academy were seldom available for external sale, making the Tang Clan Alchemy Pavilion the ideal partner for profitable ventures. In that case, a collaboration may not be out of the question. But I have one condition. You must not restrict my freedom. Chen Shen, in dire need of funds, recognized that partnering with Tang Senpeng was indeed a shortcut. Not a problem. Whenever Master Chen feels inclined, you are welcome to come to my humble abode and refine a few furnaces of pills. As for the quantity, I shall not be demanding. All materials, including the cauldron, ingredients, and alchemical flames, will be provided by our pavilion. Tang Shanpeng declared earnestly. It was no jest. This was an exceptionally talented young prodigy, and he must be courted as an invaluable asset. Moreover, it is evident to Tang Shanpeng that this young lad possesses an extraordinary depth of alchemical knowledge at such a tender age, suggesting the presence of a remarkable master behind him. He surmises that Master Chen Shen's profound elixir techniques have likely transcended the mundane realm, reaching the extraordinary. He would not pale in comparison even to Director Deng. Are you truly attempting to steal my apprentice, Tang Shanpeng? Xiling Long exclaimed, hands on her hips, radiating an impressive aura. When a beauty is angered, she can be utterly enchanting. Tang Shanpeng, however, was entirely engrossed in expressing his admiration for Chen Shen, disregarding her entirely. The proprietress, unable to endure any longer, snatched Chen Shen back into her embrace, her eyes glistening with affection. Little Chen, what joy can you find collaborating with that brutish man? Surely it pales in comparison to partnering with me, don't you think? He can offer you an 80% commission on sales, whereas I will purchase at full price. From now on, seek your elixirs from me. What do you say? Xiling Long playfully pouted, her delicate arms wrapping tightly around Chen Shen, as if she were on the verge of swooning. The sensation was utterly captivating, and Chen Shen found it difficult to refuse. This is certainly worth considering, he mused. Tang Sanpeng's heart sank. How could he allow such a promising talent to be swayed by mere beauty? With a dramatic flourish, he swiftly exited. The proprietress chuckled to herself, thinking, steal my apprentice? You have a long way to go. However, her amusement was short-lived as Tang Shanpeng soon returned, grinning mischievously. He clapped his hands twice, summoning 8 alluring maidens dressed provocatively. who gracefully approached Chen Shen in 2 lines, swaying enticingly. The 8 beauties bowed deeply, speaking in unison, "Master, we are delighted to serve you at Tang's Alchemy Pavilion. Fulfilling your every request is our unwavering duty." Wow. Chen Shen felt as though he were floating on air. Chapter 26. Utilizing opportunities. Xiling Long, however, was instantly infuriated. Her silver teeth gritting as she remarked, "Tang Sampang, have you grown bold, daring to compete with me for talent using such clumsy tactics? Ah, dear Miss Ling Long, you overestimate me. Master Chen is indeed a rare find, and I cannot part with him so easily." Tang Sampang chuckled, patting his ample belly with a sly grin. Xiling Long, visibly agitated, found herself at a loss against his seasoned demeanor. "Enough of this rivalry. I propose we collaborate with both of you. Surely that is a fair solution?" Chen Shen interjected, seeking to mediate. Tang Sampang and Xiling Long exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "That works." This arrangement significantly benefited Chen Shen, as he would have access to the resources of Tang's Alchemy Pavilion while also accommodating Xiling Long's needs. Given his efficiency in alchemy, managing both partnerships would be more than feasible. Both Tang Sampang and Xiling Long were motivated by Chen Shen's potential, recognizing his current skills already surpassed those of Tang Sampang. If given 5 or 10 more years, who knows how extraordinary he might become. Since I have some idle time, why not prepare more materials for me, Pavilion Master Tang? I shall seclude myself here to refine elixirs. We can split the resulting extraordinary elixirs equally. How does that sound? Chen Shen stated candidly. Here lie free medicinal herbs and Dan fire, alongside a superior alchemical cauldron, truly a treasure trove for the advancement of alchemical arts. Such a fortuitous opportunity, akin to borrowing a chick to hatch an egg, is certainly not one to be overlooked by Chen Shen. Tang Sampang and Xiling Long would undoubtedly concur, eagerly anticipating Chen Shen's prolific creation of profound elixirs. Thus, the 3 parties reached an immediate accord. Moments later, the spacious VIP chamber was left with only Chen Shen. Within the room, aside from the superior alchemical cauldron, there were hundreds of ingredients for healing elixirs and chi recovery potions, filling an entire cabinet. Additionally, 3 gene of Dan fire essence was placed nearby, a substance more precious than gold, with a single gene fetching 300 to 400 gold coins. Moreover, Tang Sampang had dispatched 10 elite guards to stand vigilant outside, ensuring no unauthorized personnel could intrude upon Master Chen's alchemical endeavors. Having just successfully concocted a batch of inferior healing elixirs, his experience points surged by 100. Now, with no one around, he could finally delve into the creation of mid-tier profound elixirs. Producing a batch of mid-tier profound elixirs would yield 500 experience points. At this pace, it would not be long before he would achieve another breakthrough. Chen Shen gazed intently at the data on the upgrade panel, brimming with excitement as he mused. Xuanmu Ran, your alchemical skills are impressive, aren't they? The chief professor of the Alchemy Hall at Zhilong Academy, you say? Without your approval, I cannot enter the Alchemy Hall, can I? Just wait for me to return and show you your folly. With that, the youth entered a fervent state, fervently concocting elixirs. The Dan fire blazed brightly outside the cauldron, while inside, the medicinal essence surged and churned. Before long, a chime sounded, ding. Congratulations. The host has successfully refined a batch of chi recovery elixirs, medicinal grade mid-tier, with alchemical experience points of 500. A batch of mid-tier profound elixirs yielded only 8 pieces. It stands to reason that as the quality of the elixirs increases, the yield diminishes. The youth persevered, ding. Congratulations, the host has successfully refined a batch of healing elixirs. Medicinal grade mid-tier, with alchemical experience points of 500. After several rounds of refinement, the considerable mental exertion Chen Shen had experienced was suddenly replenished, even more potent than before. Simultaneously, another notification chimed, ding. Congratulations, the host has been promoted to an 8-star profound elixir master, with a 70% success rate for refining superior profound elixirs. Ding. Special notice, successfully refining a batch of superior profound elixirs grants an experience boost of 2,000 points. Ding. To advance to a 9-star profound elixir master, an experience total of 100,000 points is required. To achieve this, he would need to successfully refine 50 batches of superior profound elixirs. Tang Sampang's Sanyan Juyuan furnace enhances the success rate of refining inferior tier elixirs by 10%. That 3 gene of Dan fire essence also contributes a 10% increase in yield. Coupled with his current alchemical prowess, his total success rate reached an impressive 90%, leaving no reason to shy away from the challenge. With ample materials for healing elixirs and chi recovery potions at hand, Chen Shen faced no apprehensions and set to work on refining superior profound elixirs. Time slipped by, second by second. Outside the Tang Alchemy Pavilion, The sun transitioned from the bright midday rays to the warm orange hues of the evening glow, casting a serene light across the land. Evening approached. Inside the pavilion, in another VIP chamber, Tang Shanpang and Ziling Long were engaged in a game of chess. The game appeared to be a stalemate. For the thoughts of these two individuals were entirely elsewhere, captivated by the young lad next door. As night approached, one couldn't help but wonder how Master Chen's alchemical pursuits were faring. Tang Shanpang muttered to himself, "What? Are you now regretting the numerous batches of alchemical materials you sent in?" Ziling Long scoffed, her face betraying amusement. Tang Shanpang quickly laughed it off. How could that be? Master Chen possesses extraordinary talent. It is my honor to facilitate his endeavors. Yet, despite his outward bravado, the man named Tang felt a pang of regret deep within. He pondered, have I misjudged this? That young lad's perfect success rate with the first batch of elixirs. Was it merely a stroke of luck? Otherwise, why would he repeatedly request vast quantities of elemental crystals and alchemical fire for concocting mere low-grade elixirs? Surely, it cannot require so much. At that moment, the shopkeeper entered. Respectfully bowing to Ziling Long before addressing Tang, Lord Tang, Master Chen has requested an additional 5 pounds of alchemical fire, 20 elemental crystals from initial-tier mystical beasts, and 5 from mid-tier mystical beasts. What do you think? Tang Shanpang's face quivered with dismay. The elemental crystals and alchemical fire were indeed valuable commodities. If you cannot afford it, then do not provide it. I can simply return double the funds for the materials you provided, Ziling Long teased, her laughter barely contained. Were it not for her formidable reputation, Tang Shanpang might have suspected that the young lad was conspiring with this woman to swindle him of his alchemical materials. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he waved his hand. Provide whatever Master Chen requires. There is no need to report back to me. Once the shopkeeper departed, Tang Shanpang forced a smile. Miss Ling Long, you jest. The Tang clan's alchemy pavilion has some resources. We can afford these materials. Let us hope so, Ziling Long replied nonchalantly, not missing the opportunity to further entice him to abandon Master Chen. Honestly, you can still backtrack if you regret it now, if it's too late. And that lad causes you to lose everything. Old Tang, your complexion seems rather grim. I merely jest. Do not take it to heart. Tang Shanpang gasped for breath, maintaining a facade of wealth and indifference, while inwardly he fervently prayed, Master Chen, my esteemed master, please finish the last batch of low-grade elixirs and depart soon. Otherwise, my alchemy pavilion may be ruined by your endeavors. Chapter 27, Returning to Cause Trouble. Tang Shanpang's anxiety persisted for a solid 3 hours. The moon hung high, stars twinkled abundantly, and the night deepened. Now, not only Tang Shanpang, but even Ziling Long could not shake the feeling of uncertainty. Could that little fellow have fallen asleep while refining elixirs? Or perhaps something untoward had occurred? Considering the latter possibility, Ziling Long could no longer remain seated. Just as she prepared to investigate, the door swung wide open, and 8 maidens entered in a line, each elegantly carrying a tray adorned with several small porcelain vials designed for holding elixirs. Subsequently, a hearty laughter resonated. Ha ha ha, I apologize for the long wait. Shall we examine the goods? At last, it was over. Tang Shanpang leapt up, a pang of regret gnawing at his heart. This lad had demanded 60 pieces of Xian beast crystals, 17 pounds of danfire seeds, and 23 superior auxiliary herbs. And what was the result? Merely a few dozen bottles of inferior Xiandan? Goodness, I have suffered a great loss. Although his heart was somewhat unsettled, Tang Shanpang concealed his displeasure, for Chen Shen was brought by Ziling Long, and one must always show respect to the face of the Buddha, right? Thus, he resolved to perform a mere formality and inspect the Xiandan on the tray. As he uncorked the first small porcelain bottle, a rich fragrance of elixir enveloped him, momentarily leaving him astonished. Hastily, he poured out a single pill and scrutinized it closely for a moment before exclaiming, This is actually a medium-grade recovery pill? You have successfully refined a medium-grade Xiandan of such impeccable quality? Quite surprising, isn't it? Your luck just happened to be unfortunate, drawing the worst bottle. The youth replied innocently, shrugging his shoulders. This was already a masterpiece among medium-grade Xiandan. Was it truly a matter of bad luck? Tang Shanpang swallowed hard, his hands trembling slightly as he uncorked another small porcelain bottle. The medicinal potency surged forth, akin to a wellspring from the abyss. Heavens! A top-tier Xiandan? Tang Shanpang's plump hands quivered, nearly causing the elixir to slip from his grasp. Chen Shen nodded, casually stating, in addition to the 20 medium-grade recovery pills divided among the 5 small porcelain bottles, the remaining 80 pills are all of superior quality. In truth, Chen Shen had originally refined more medium-grade recovery pills, but most had been consumed by him to replenish the vast amounts of xianqi expended in crafting the superior Xiandan. What? 80 superior Xiandan? This time, even Ziling Long could not suppress her astonishment. Tang Sampang fell silent, burying his head as he meticulously examined each item. With every cork he removed and every pill he poured out, his expression grew increasingly incredulous. By the time he had finished inspecting all the elixirs, his round face had turned a deep shade of crimson, likely from excessive excitement, causing his blood to rush to his head. Previously, he had inwardly cursed Chen Shen for squandering the numerous Xian Dan and Dan fire from his Tang clan's Dan pavilion, which were indeed treasures difficult to procure. However, reflecting on it now, Tang Sampang could not help but feel ashamed of his petty mindset, finding it utterly laughable. Here lay 80 superior Xian Dan. In just over 10 short hours, the youth had managed to refine such an impressive quantity of superior Xian Dan, each one a gem. Even a single pill would be worth a fortune. This was still considering the fact that healing and recovery pills were relatively common. Had they been rare function superior Xian Dan of such quality, selling a single piece for 3,000 to 5,000 gold would not be surprising at all. The Xian crystals, Dan fire, and other resources Tang Sampang had expended in comparison were but trivial sums, hardly worth mentioning. As per their prior agreement, you two shall split these Xian Dan, and the payment can be settled later. Chen Shen was entirely unperturbed by the possibility of Tang Sampang and Zi Linglong defaulting on their promise. There is one more matter. Tomorrow, you two must assist me with something. Do not mention just one. Even 10 or 100 will suffice. As long as Master Chen gives the word, I, Old Tang, shall undoubtedly lend my full support, Tang Shan proclaimed, patting his chest with a resounding thud. Why not a booming sound? Ah, because he is rather corpulent. Tomorrow, I shall storm the Alchemy Hall at Jiulong Academy. After the youth's fervent declaration, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed, soundly asleep on the ground. He was utterly exhausted. The sheer energy expended in concocting such an abundance of high-grade Xian Dan was unimaginable, had it not been for the relentless drive to upgrade propelling him forward. Chen Shen might have long since fainted from fatigue. When the final high-grade Xian Dan was completed, the system's spirit chimed, making the youth laugh even in his dreams. Ding! Congratulations, host, on advancing to the rank of 9-star Xian Dan Master. The system generously bestowed 5 rare formulas. Ding! The success rate for concocting high-grade Xian Dan has risen to 100%, while the success rate for low-grade Xian Dan is now 10%. As a 9-star of the mortal rank, the next step would be the Xian Realm Dan Master. After a night of frenzied alchemy yielding such rewards, Chen Shen felt immensely satisfied. The following day at noon, accompanied by the esteemed Vice Dean Zi Linglong, Chen Shen arrived late without a shred of guilt. Instead of heading to the beginner class, he made a beeline for the Alchemy Hall. Upon reaching the entrance and gazing at the bold red characters that spelled Alchemy Hall, Chen Shen bellowed, "Myriad, I have returned." With that, he forcefully kicked the door open with a resounding crack. Previously, the youth had respectfully knocked and politely requested an assessment from the 3 professors of the Alchemy Hall, only to be dismissed as a worthless nobody. Especially Myriad of the Xue family, who had the audacity to issue a personal grudge. As long as I am the chief professor, you, Chen Shen, shall never become a student of the Alchemy Hall. Last time, he had graciously given them face, yet they were the ones who did not appreciate it. Now, the youth boldly strode in, his keen, hawk-like eyes unabashedly surveying the 3 professors seated in their grand chairs. What insolence! Who is this little wretch, so ignorant of decorum? Myriad bellowed with an air of authority. Decorum? Who established such rules? Chen Shen scoffed. If they were set by you, Myriad, then I truly hold them in contempt. I am not here to listen to your nonsense. I demand to participate in the Alchemy Hall's assessment. Upon hearing this, Myriad's face contorted into a sneer. Ha, little wretch, I have stated before, as long as I am the chief professor of the Alchemy Hall, you shall not dream of becoming a student here. You wish for an opportunity to be assessed? Not a chance. Return to your beginner class and continue to be a mere ant beneath others' feet. At that moment, Zi Linglong, who had been a few steps behind Chen Shen, stepped forward. Her expression icy. Professor Xue, you wield quite the authority. One might think you are the head of Jiulong Academy. Who grants you the right to arbitrarily deprive students of their rightful assessment opportunities? Chapter 28, Master Chen? Upon seeing Zi Linglong, Myriad was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chen Shen would summon aid so swiftly, nor did he expect the esteemed Zi Linglong to stand up for such a trivial figure. However, he, believing himself to be a distinguished alchemist, paid little heed to the other party, sneering, Zi Linglong, you are merely the honorary vice president. Yet you presume to meddle in the affairs of my Alchemy Hall. Do you not think your reach exceeds your grasp? Or is it that you share some ambiguous relationship with this insignificant little creature? Myriad's disrespectful words instantly caused Zi Linglong's brows to furrow in anger. Her fury brewing unbeknownst to her. The oppressive aura of a profound master swiftly permeated every corner of the Alchemy Hall. Just moments ago, Murian had spoken arrogantly. Yet now he was drenched in sweat, feeling the extraordinary pressure from the profound master. Nonetheless, this old man had no intention of retreating. What I just stated was merely conjecture. If Vice President Xiling is unwilling to listen, consider that I have never spoken. Allow me to advise you, do not think that I, Murian, am intimidated by you simply because you have the backing of the Ziqiong Merchant Alliance. The Ziqiong Merchant Alliance established an ironclad rule 20 years ago. In business, there shall be no bloodshed. What? Do you intend to break this rule for your own sake? Upon hearing this, Xiling Long's frown deepened further. Yet, as Murian had pointed out, as a member of the Ziqiong Merchant Alliance, she could not afford to violate the rules unless absolutely necessary. Even with her unique status and esteemed position, she was bound by these regulations. No one truly understood the weight that the Ziqiong, recognized as the foremost merchant alliance among the 10 great empires, bore. Seeing that his opponent remained silent, Murian felt a sense of triumph, growing increasingly arrogant as he laughed derisively. If Vice President Xiling has nothing further, you may take your leave. Why demean yourself for an insignificant little creature like Chen Shen? Ha ha ha. As for you, you may scram. Alternatively, you could return the 2 unique martial arts manuals of my Shui family and kneel before me, offering 3 respectful bows. If I am in a good mood, perhaps I might grant you an opportunity to take the assessment. Murian laughed heartily, his mirth bordering on madness. He reveled in the sensation of having others' lives in his grasp. Just as he reached the zenith of his laughter, an inconspicuous, gaunt old man entered, a forced smile adorning his face. Oh, our esteemed chief professor of the Alchemy Hall seems quite merry. I wonder what joy has befallen you that you could share it with this old man. Upon recognizing the visitor, Murian's laughter abruptly ceased. As if he had been choked like a hen caught by the throat, he gasped, nearly choking. His emotions swayed violently, leaving him in a fit of severe coughing. Cough. Cough. Vice President, how fortunate you are to grace us with your presence. Please, take a seat. Once he regained his composure, Murian hastily rose to offer his chair. This seemingly unremarkable, gaunt old man was none other than Deng Yiding, the president of Jiulong Academy, a man over 60 years of age and a 5-star profound master. Additionally, he was a profound alchemist, commanding respect in the bustling city of Jiulong, with a population of over 1 million. Murian could act with impunity towards ordinary students devoid of connections and felt emboldened by his own status as a 9-star profound alchemist, looking down upon Xiling Long. However, in the presence of the dean of Jiulong Academy, Deng Yiding, Murian pretended to be as obedient as a dutiful grandson. He exhibited a classic case of bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Oh no, could he have overheard my words? This old fossil is notoriously rigid and possesses a laughable sense of righteousness. If he catches wind of my previous comments, I fear I shall lose my esteemed position as chief professor. Murian's heart raced with anxiety. This old man, occupying the prestigious role of chief professor in the Alchemy Hall, had indulged in unsavory practices with female students and accepted bribes. It was a lucrative position he could not afford to lose. Beside Dean Deng stood a portly middle-aged man whom Murian recognized. Was that not Tang Sampang from the Tang Clan Alchemy Pavilion? What brought him to the Academy's Alchemy Hall, and why was he accompanying Deng Yiding? Murian was perplexed. He could not fathom that all of this was part of a grand scheme orchestrated by Chen Shen, a meticulously crafted performance. Firstly, the young man had come personally to disrupt the proceedings, exposing Murian's inherent ruthlessness, arrogance, and moral decay. As it turned out, he succeeded. He had caused Murian to become so elated that, amidst his boisterous laughter, he inadvertently revealed everything. On the other hand, he had already arranged for Tang Sampang to successfully lure Dean Deng under the pretext of seeking talent, allowing him to witness the entire spectacle firsthand. Without such a formidable witness as Deng Yiding, Chen Shen's disruption would not have been as thorough. Now, everything was in place, save for the final push. Pray tell, what event has incited such wild laughter from you? Dean Deng's tone was not raised, yet it thundered in Murian's ears, as he felt a pang of guilt. Still, no matter how guilty he felt, he needed to concoct a way to muddle through. While he racked his brain for an excuse, Tang Sampang suddenly strode forward, fervently shaking Chen Shen's hand. Master Chen, it is indeed a privilege to reunite with you as a student of Jiulong Academy. When I first heard the news yesterday, I could scarcely believe it. I came to inquire with Dean Deng, and lo and behold, you truly are a student of the Alchemy Hall. Oh, Jiulong Academy's Alchemy Hall is indeed a cradle of talent, most admirable. With that, Tang Sampang even gave a thumbs up. Witnessing this, the young man silently praised. My word, Tang Sampang, your acting is extraordinary. Just him, Master Chen. Murian was momentarily taken aback, his face painted with confusion. Old Tang, are you mistaken? He is merely a useless student from the beginner class, having transferred to Jiulong Academy just 3 months ago. How could you possibly regard such a mediocre individual as a master? Upon hearing this, Tang Sanpong's expression soured instantly, and he rebuked sharply. Shui Muron, show some respect. How can you, as the chief professor of the Alchemy Hall, lack the professional integrity that values the worthy above all? Shui Muron was momentarily stunned by the reprimand, his mind struggling to comprehend. At that moment, the orchestrator of the entire performance, Chen Shen, could not allow his fellow actors to outshine him. With a wry smile, he interjected, Director Tang, you have misunderstood. I am not a student of the Alchemy Hall. In fact, this illustrious professor, Shui, has not even afforded me the opportunity to participate in the assessment. He explicitly warned me that as long as he remains the chief professor, I shall never set foot in the Alchemy Hall of Jiulong Academy. His words were delivered with such arrogance. Alas, since I am unwelcome in Jiulong Academy's Alchemy Hall, I shall seek my fortune in other city academies. If I am not cherished here, there will surely be a place that values me. With that, Chen Shen turned to leave. However, just as he took a step, a gnarled yet powerful hand firmly grasped him. Please, dear fellow student, do stay. To his astonishment, it was none other than Dean Deng himself. Chapter 29. You may leave. Why was Dean Deng so agitated? Not long ago, when Tang Shan visited him, he brought along exquisite high-grade Xian Dan crafted by Chen Shen. As a master alchemist, Dean Deng immediately recognized that each of these pills was of exceptional quality. Upon inquiring about the alchemist's age and name, he discovered that the talented individual was indeed one of his own students at Jiulong Academy. This revelation filled Dean Deng with excitement. He believed such an alchemical prodigy must already be part of the Academy's Alchemy Hall. Even if he had not yet joined, Dean Deng would spare no effort in facilitating Chen Shen's entry, pooling all the Academy's resources to nurture him. Such a youthful genius was vital for the upcoming Inter-Academy competition in a month's time. Yet now, this gifted young man was being subjected to relentless torment by Shui Murang and was on the brink of leaving in anger to find refuge elsewhere. This was akin to carving a piece of flesh from Dean Deng's heart. It was only natural for him to act with urgency to prevent such a loss. The frail elder gently patted the boy's shoulder and spoke with warmth. You are Chen Shen, correct? Rest assured, I shall address the injustice you have faced. If you still feel unsatisfied afterward, you may depart then. I will not impede your choice. Having just reassured Chen Shen, Dean Deng turned sharply to confront Shui Murang. The chief professor, with a voice brimming with authority, Shui Murang. I wish to reiterate the question posed by Miss Ling long earlier. Who granted you the right to deprive students of their rightful opportunity to be assessed? You brought your personal vendetta against Chen Shen into the academy, seeking revenge and nearly costing us a remarkably talented alchemist. What gives you the right to do so? Dean Deng's serious demeanor left Shui Murang feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Dean Deng, there is no need for me to defend myself. You, a disgrace, are unworthy of educating others. I cannot fathom how I ever trusted you with the authority over the Alchemy Hall. Ultimately, Dean Deng pointed an accusatory finger at Shui Murang and declared, word by word, now, you may leave. These words felt oddly familiar. Indeed, just moments ago, Shui Murang had told Chen Shen, you may leave. Yet now, he was the one being asked to depart. The irony of this dramatic turn of events was simply too profound. I refuse to accept this. Shui Murang seethed with a mixture of shame and fury, descending into madness. His bloodshot eyes bulged, and spittle flew as he exclaimed, Dean Deng, you have been deceived. This entire affair is surely the machination of that little wretch. Chen Shen, Ziling Long, and Tang Shan were all brought here by him to fool you. Director Deng, take a moment to calm your thoughts. How could a mere lad of 15 or 16 years possibly be the so-called master of alchemy? This is entirely illogical. With that, Shui Murang turned to glare at Chen Shen, gritting his teeth and declaring, you little beast, if you possess any capability, let us compete in alchemy right here and now. Should you emerge victorious, I shall leave. But if you lose, the charges of deceiving the director and framing the senior administration of the academy alone are sufficient to expel you. In truth, there was an unspoken implication lingering in Shui Murang's words. Once Chen Shen was expelled from the academy, stripped of the protection afforded to a student of the Nine Dragons Academy, the Shui family would unreservedly take ruthless action against him. Old dog, you wish to play, do you? Very well, I shall indulge you in this game. But let us make it grand, Chen Shen replied with a slight smirk. If you win, I shall accept any punishment without complaint. Should you lose, you will owe me 100,000 gold coins as compensation for defamation. And you shall kneel before the entire faculty and student body, licking my boots clean and bowing in apology. Upon uttering this, the youth raised his head high, casting a disdainful glance downward. Should you lack the courage to engage, It suffices to forego this contest and publicly apologize to me. I am magnanimous enough not to hold it against you. After all, one cannot bite back at a dog that has bitten them, can they? As the boy spoke, Shui Murang's fury escalated with every word, his old teeth clacking furiously. Had it not been for Xiling Long and the director's presence, he would have struck him down in a fit of rage. At that moment, the usually reticent Xiling Long spoke up. Shui Murang, I advise you to choose the latter option. A public bow of apology is far more advantageous than kneeling to lick boots and paying 100,000 gold coins. Wouldn't you agree? Tang Xiaoping nodded in agreement. Lady Ling Long speaks wisely. Professor Shui, you are, after all, a person of standing. Their words swiftly dispelled any lingering hesitation in Shui Murang's mind. For another possibility had taken root and blossomed within him. Chen Shen had already agreed to compete with me in alchemy. Why then offer me an alternative? Could it be out of kindness? Hardly. Moreover, the moment that little beast proposed a second option, Xiling Long and Tang Xiaoping immediately advised against it. Could they genuinely be so benevolent? I see it now. They must be bluffing. Ha ha ha. Chen Shen, you little beast. Do you think to intimidate me into submission? To compel me to publicly apologize before the entire academy? Dream on. With this realization, Shui Murang's final reservations dissipated entirely. Enough of this chatter. Bring me paper and ink. Let us formalize this agreement. Chen Shen, I shall relish watching your downfall. As everything unfolded according to his design, Chen Shen allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips, his heart brimming with delight. In truth, the counsel from Xiling Long and Tang Xiaoping had been prearranged by him. He feared that Shui Murang, that crafty old fox, might grow suspicious and retreat. A result he could not abide. Ultimately, Shui Murang, in his cleverness, fell prey to his own wiles, allowing Chen Shen to lead him step by step into a trap. Since both parties had no objections, the blood-printed contract for the duel was swiftly signed. At the request of both sides, Dean Ding personally announced for all the faculty and students to gather at the training grounds to collectively witness this duel. Hurry up, if you're late. You won't be able to see anything. Damn it, Xiao Lu, you nearly knocked me over. Xiao San, Xiao Lu, where are you two rushing off to? Of course, we're heading to the training grounds to catch the show. Just 2 days ago, that junior student who defeated the advanced classes Shui Kong is now challenging the chief professor of the Alchemy Hall. Oh, you mean that Chen Shen? Yes, Chen Shen. His duel with Shui Kong was reportedly for a reason. But challenging the chief professor of the Alchemy Hall is akin to courting death. He is only at the level of a 7-star Xiantian practitioner, while Professor Shui Murian is a true Xiantian master. Their strengths are worlds apart. This time, it's not a martial duel, but an alchemical one. What? An alchemical duel? Against the esteemed 9-star Xiantian alchemist? Has Chen Shen lost his mind? Not just lost his mind, he is practically drowning in it. Haha, this is going to be entertaining. Chapter 30. The boy playing with ants. In less than a quarter of an hour, the training grounds were packed to capacity, with many who failed to secure seats simply standing on the periphery, surrounding the area completely. From a distance, it appeared as a dense mass of black, with the number of spectators reaching 3,000 to 4,000. At the center stage, an elderly man and a young boy sat 10 paces apart. In front of them were an alchemical cauldron, various medicinal herbs, fire seeds, and reserve Xian crystals. The elder, clad in ornate robes, muttered incomprehensibly, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the youthful figure before him, his expression stern. The youth, around 15 or 16 years of age, appeared composed, casually rubbing his foot against the ground as if stirring up dust to further dirty his boots. In this alchemical duel, the victor would be determined by who produced a higher quality and greater quantity of recovery elixirs. Should both parties achieve the same grade and quantity of elixirs, the one who completed the task in a shorter time would be declared the winner. The competition would last for 1 hour. If one side failed to finish by then, they would also be deemed the loser. Now, the alchemical duel officially commenced. Dean Ding himself served as the judge for this contest, being the undisputed best authority in both alchemical skills and personal integrity. As Dean Ding's words echoed, Shui Murian cast a cold smile at Chen Shen. You little beast. In front of so many witnesses, you cannot cheat. This hour will be the final moment of your life. Make sure to enjoy it. With that, the elderly man immediately began concocting the elixir, his movements fluid and rapid, as if every second counted. After observing Shui Murian's choice of materials for a while, another professor from the Alchemy Hall, Ma Weishan, muttered in confusion, Old Shui is using the Xian crystal from an elementary Xian beast as auxiliary material. Moreover, he is only using a third of the flame. It hardly seems like he is aiming to concoct a superior Xian elixir. It looks more like preparation for a mid-tier recovery elixir. Indeed, Old Shui is playing it quite cautiously. Another voice chimed in, belonging to Luo Xiang. a revered alchemist associated with the Luo family and one of the 3 professors in the alchemy hall. Cautious. Old Luo, what do you mean by that? Ma Weishan was still somewhat perplexed. Luo Xiang chuckled and explained, I suspect that Elder Shui intends to refine 2 batches of pills. The first batch will be a medium-grade recovery pill, and with his expertise as a 9-star alchemist at the mortal level, the failure rate for producing medium-grade pills is nearly non-existent. Once the first batch of recovery pills is successfully concocted, he should have ample time to proceed with the refinement of the superior-grade ones. Upon hearing this, Ma Weishan suddenly understood. I see now. This way, even if Shui Murang inadvertently fails in the refinement of the superior-grade elixir, he still has a batch of medium-grade recovery pills to safeguard his interests. Truly a prudent strategy. However, he couldn't help but voice his discontent. But to use such cunning against a junior, even if he wins, it hardly seems honorable. Luo Xiang merely smiled noncommittally. Though Elder Shui's victory may lack grace, at least it ensures he won't suffer defeat. Just take a look at that so-called Master Chen Shen, who is still whistling and catching ants at this very moment. With such behavior, does he truly resemble someone capable of alchemy? On the arena, Chen Shen indeed had not commenced his alchemical work. He was leisurely whistling while applying honey to his boots, soon attracting a swarm of ants. The sight of this behavior even caused Din Deng to involuntarily twitch his eyelids. In his mind, he wondered, Chen Shen, what on earth are you doing? The alchemical duel has already begun. Your opponent is a profoundly experienced 9-star alchemist at the mortal level. In this 9-dragon city, he stands as the second most prominent figure in the realm of alchemy, even overshadowing Professors Ma and Luo. How can you afford to dawdle, whistling and playing with ants instead of hastily commencing your work? Eventually, Din Deng could no longer bear to watch and turned to the nearby Xiling Long, whispering, Miss Ling Long, is there something amiss with Chen Shen? Xiling Long nodded without hesitation. There is definitely no issue. Din Deng, you can interpret his current actions as a means of giving Shui Murang an advantage. Upon hearing this, Deng Yiding felt a surge of disbelief. Give him an advantage? A 15 or 16-year-old youth, competing in alchemy against a long-established 9-star alchemist. Does he possess the right to afford his opponent such leniency? Even the esteemed dean was beginning to waver, let alone the other students and instructors. As the spectators, numbering nearly 4,000, observed the youth's antics with the ants, murmurs began to circulate. Has Chen Shen forfeited? It seems likely he has. They speculated. Is challenging the chief professor of the alchemy hall something a rational person would do? He appears to be courting disaster. No, it seemed more akin to courting death. When Din Deng publicly displayed their alchemical duel agreement, it was clear, if Chen Shen were to lose, he would endure any punishment without complaint. Among the observing students and faculty, hardly anyone believed in Chen Shen's potential. Perhaps even 10 fingers would not suffice to count those who did. 20 minutes later, with a sweeping gesture, Shui Murang unleashed a gust of wind-based energy, extinguishing the flames while simultaneously dispersing the rich aroma of the medicinal concoction within the cauldron. Those in close proximity to the arena could detect the distinctive scent of the recovery pill. However, it appears that the grade is merely a mid-tier of the mortal realm. In just 20 minutes, one could concoct a mid-tier elixir, truly commendable for the esteemed chief professor of the alchemy hall. It seems that Chen Shen's challenge to this venerable figure is still a century premature. Look, after placing the elixir into a porcelain vial, Professor Shui has commenced yet another round of alchemical endeavors. Could he possibly be preparing to refine another batch? At that moment, a student from the alchemy hall instinctively exclaimed. This time, Professor Shui has incorporated the essence of a mid-tier mystical beast into the cauldron, and the flames of the furnace have been entirely replaced by the sacred fire. Professor Shui is poised to refine a high-tier elixir. The profession of an elixir master has always been revered and respected, particularly in this remote town. Now, everyone is fortunate to witness a master concocting a high-tier elixir. Many are so exhilarated that they cannot contain their enthusiasm. In stark contrast, Professor Shui's opponent, a youth of merely 15 or 16, continues to whistle and play with ants. The striking disparity between the two has rendered the spectator speechless. Shui Murang cast a disdainful glance at Chen Shen's antics, shook his head in contempt, and scoffed. Have you given up so soon? Don't. You could attempt to refine an elixir, even if the result is merely a cauldron of dregs. It would still be commendable. After all, dregs suit you, a scoundrel, perfectly, ha ha ha. Shui Murang laughed boisterously, as if victory in this alchemical duel were already assured. Chapter 31. The Explosion of the Cauldron. Upon hearing this, Chen Shen slowly lifted his head to glance at his opponent, then smiled mysteriously, raising his right foot to display his boot. He then pointed at the ants crawling upon it, and said leisurely, Old dog, are you so eager to savor the flavor of my shoe? Fear not, for I have coated it in honey. attracting a multitude of ants and fleas. When you lick it, it shall be exquisitely delightful. This scene made Shui Muran feel nauseated. Through gritted teeth, he retorted, "Sharp-tongued little beast. Once the competition concludes, I shall personally knock out every one of your teeth, tear your mouth apart, and rip out your tongue. Do you think you can win by merely waiting for time to expire? What gives you such confidence? Is it merely based on that previous mid-tier elixir?" Chen Shen regarded him with disdain. "Continue your charade. I wonder how long you can maintain it. If you have the ability, show me that you can refine a mid-tier elixir." Shui Muran expressed even greater disdain. From his opponent's demeanor, he had concluded that this youth was nothing more than a blowhard, utterly incapable of alchemy. A mid-tier elixir? Huh, I certainly do not lack ambition as some do. To Shui Muran's astonishment, this time, Chen Shen actually began to add ingredients into the cauldron. Heart consolidating orchid grass, gu yuan lotus seeds. Mid-tier mystical beast essence. Could this boy truly be attempting to refine a high-tier elixir? Ma Weishan was filled with astonishment. Old Ma, you think too highly of him. While the previous materials were indeed for refining a high-tier returning energy elixir, just look at the fire this boy is using. Luo Xiang scoffed, and then remarked, to refine a high-tier elixir, he has not used sacred fire but opted for common charcoal. In my view, he is merely imitating Professor Shui as previous methods. Unfortunately, he cannot even replicate it properly, having forgotten the crucial final step of employing sacred fire. Thousands of spectators gathered, and among them were many who shared Luo Xiang's sentiments. The arena was soon filled with a chorus of boos. Some even began to impatiently curse, urging Chen Shen to descend and spare them the embarrassment. However, the audience's jeers did not persist for long. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The ordinary orange-red flames, under the boy's deft control, were divided into 3 equal parts, sometimes converging into a pillar, at other times spreading like a tide. The unassuming embers transformed in the boy's hands into various forms, akin to 3 leaping fire spirits, skillfully roasting the medicinal herbs in the cauldron at the most precise angles and optimal temperatures. Was this control over fire not utterly astonishing? Ma Weishan was left in awe. 3 divisions of flames. Was he truly attempting to refine 3 elixirs in one go? Luo Xiang was equally astounded. His previous disdain for the youth was instantaneously reduced to ashes by the reality before him. The higher the grade of the profound elixir, the lower the yield from a single refining session. Of course, this also depended on the alchemist's skill. With Luo Xiang's 8-star mortal tier alchemy, refining a single high-grade profound elixir required singular focus and utmost concentration. Even under such conditions, his success rate hovered at around 50%. Now, a mere 15 or 16-year-old dared to divide the flames into 3. Did he truly possess the confidence to succeed in refining elixirs? Or was this merely a ploy to garner attention? The spectators were taken aback, but the most shocked was Chen Shen's opponent, Shui Muran. Setting aside everything else, the boy's exquisite fire control technique was leagues ahead of his own. Though he prided himself on his handsome appearance, he despised being scrutinized by an older man. "Shui Lao Go, you do well to keep an eye on your cauldron, lest it explode," Chen Shen retorted with bravado. Professor Shui huffed disdainfully. "Is this little wretch feeling too proud too soon? It seems premature. No matter how impressive your fire control is, without sufficient alchemical prowess, you are merely a juggler." Chen Shen merely smiled faintly at this remark. He would let his actions speak for themselves, delivering a resounding rebuttal through success rather than indulging in empty boasts. That was not the way of a true man. Time ticked away, and the cauldron before the boy gradually reached a boiling point. The orange-red flames, divided into 3, exhibited a mesmerizing array of transformations. Within the cauldron, the previously chaotic medicinal essences suddenly converged, each occupying its own corner, gradually taking shape. Abruptly, the boy's tightly shut eyes flew open. Simultaneously, he bellowed, "Congeal." With a rush, the flames surged to an astonishing height of 9 feet, only to dissipate cleanly in an instant. Witnessing this spectacle, Dean Deng could not help but rise, his aged eyes fixated upon the flames that shot skyward, murmuring to himself. Flames brushed the cauldron. This young lad has mastered such exquisite alchemical techniques at such a tender age. The other 2 professors from the alchemy hall stood with mouths agape, their expressions frozen in disbelief, their aged faces etched with incredulity. They understood all too well the significance of the phrase "flames brush the cauldron." In the final moments of alchemical refinement, the alchemist harnessed the power of ethereal energy in conjunction with soul force, directing the alchemical flame to spiral upward around the cauldron, methodically cleansing the medicinal vessel. Thus, in the instant of concoction, a vacuum state was achieved within the cauldron, effectively shielding it from all external impurities, thereby safeguarding the ultimate quality of the elixir. This technique, though seemingly straightforward in explanation, is fraught with peril in execution, A moment's carelessness, be it an overly fierce flame, a slightly elevated temperature, or an extended duration, can lead to catastrophic failure in the alchemical process. Hence, unless one is an exceptionally confident alchemist, none would dare employ this method in a competitive setting, for a misstep could obliterate all previous efforts. However, for Chen Shen, this was merely a routine procedure. When the Invincible System first imparted alchemical skills to him, this technique was designated as mandatory. Fortuitously, Chen Shen had lived 2 lives, granting him a soul force far superior to that of the majority of natives on the Xianling continent. For him, wielding the flame to cleanse the cauldron was as effortless as using chopsticks to dine. At that moment, an unexpected commotion erupted from the opposite end of the arena, where a cacophony of sounds, buzzing, clattering, and a thunderous bang, shook the air. Subsequently, thick smoke billowed skyward, revealing that the medicinal ingredients within the cauldron had been reduced to charred remnants, scattering debris across the ground. The cauldron had indeed exploded. Astonishingly, the one to suffer this calamity was not the young Chen Shen, whom many had initially doubted, but rather Xue Muran, the esteemed alchemist of the Xue family and the chief professor at the Jiolong Academy's alchemical hall. In this moment, Xue Muran's visage was blackened like charcoal, with clumps of charred medicinal residue lodged in his nostrils. Half of his distinguished white eyebrows had been singed away, and his lavish garments, once a testament to his noble status, lay in tatters, a truly pitiful sight. How could this be real? It cannot be. Xue Muran cried out in despair, his voice echoing to the heavens. Chapter 32. Escape? The young man slowly rose, exuding an air of composure as he clasped his fists before Ding. You may appraise the elixir now. Chen Shen's tranquility stood in stark contrast to Xue Muran's chaotic disarray, earning him quiet admiration from the onlookers. Ding approached the cauldron and peered inside. 3 plump chi recovery pills lay serenely within, each perched atop a triangular apex, maintaining a delicate and extraordinary balance until the very moment of completion. After carefully examining the 3 elixirs, Ding proclaimed loudly, "The 3 chi recovery pills refined by Chen Shen are all of superior quality. They are available for anyone to behold." No sooner had he finished speaking than 2 eager individuals rushed onto the stage, Professor Ma Weishan and Professor Luo Xiang, colleagues from the alchemical hall. After inspecting the pills, Ma Weishan could hardly contain his astonishment. "I never anticipated that beneath the Xian realm, someone could produce 3 pills in a single cauldron. These are indeed superior chi recovery pills. Moreover, Master Chen did so without employing any alchemical flames, merely using common charcoal." Luo Xiang seized the opportunity to chime in, his eyes wide with disbelief. What is even more remarkable is that Master Chen completed the entire process in under an hour, which truly fills this old man with admiration. The rapid shift in Luo Xiang's tone was nothing short of astonishing. Previously, he had referred to that young man as Chen Shen, but now he immediately changed his tone, addressing him as Master Chen, a clear sign of being a fickle turncoat. From Ding's announcement to the admiration of the 2 esteemed professors from the alchemy hall, the victor's status was almost beyond dispute. In an instant, the audience erupted in fervor. A mere 15 or 16-year-old, yet a 9-star Xiandan master. This title alone was sufficient to overshadow all the prodigies of Jiolong City. The hearts of the young women in the crowd fluttered with excitement, their cheers rising in waves. "Brother Chen, I swear I will become your woman. Master Chen, I implore you, allow me to bear you a brood of little monkeys. Master Chen, I beg you to take me as your disciple. I am proficient in all domestic duties and can warm your bed every night." As for Xue Muran, who had caused the furnace to explode, he now resembled a lost dog, slumped helplessly on the ground, repeatedly muttering those 3 words, "Impossible, impossible." After a while, he suddenly leaped to his feet, frantically shouting, "You all be quiet. The time has not yet come. I have not lost." His voice, infused with profound energy, resonated like a great bell, gradually silencing the clamor in the arena. "Uft, the cauldron has exploded, and he still dares to speak. If I were him, I would have slunk away in shame, too embarrassed to utter a word. At his age, unable to accept defeat against a mere youth in alchemy, how lacking in grace. A disgrace to be the chief professor of the alchemy hall." According to their wager, it appeared that Professor Xue would soon be groveling at Chen Shen's feet. I now begin to comprehend why Chen Shen toyed with him so. The spectators who had previously looked down upon Chen Shen swiftly turned their ridicule toward Xue Muran. As the saying goes, fortunes shift. The consequences arrived with astonishing swiftness. Within a mere 30 minutes, the entire situation had undergone a dramatic reversal. On stage, Chen Shen shrugged nonchalantly. "If you wish to continue, no one will stop you. Just hope you possess a sense of civic responsibility and refrain from causing any more explosions. It would sully the campus environment and burden the students with cleanup." Xue Muruan was nearly driven to the brink of fury by these words. However, with only a little more than half an hour remaining until the alchemical duel, he had no time to engage in banter. Isn't it merely a cauldron of 3 elixirs? Even a hairless little brat can accomplish that. Why can't I? Harboring his grievances, Xue Muruan reignited the alchemical flames and prepared for a comeback. At this moment, Dean Deng spoke up. Since we have some idle time, I shall take this opportunity to announce Xue Muruan's serious disciplinary violations to everyone. Subsequently, he revealed how Xue had unjustly stripped Chen Shen of his qualification for assessment, and how he had shamelessly aired personal grievances. Those who had initially harbored some sympathy and respect for Professor Xue soon turned against him after listening to Dean Deng's announcement, their scornful and derogatory remarks echoing throughout the crowd. I can't believe such a scoundrel exists. You deserve to lose. I'm eager to see how you grovel. Well done. Chen Shen, if you hadn't exposed this old dog's true nature, countless students would have suffered his unjust treatment during assessments. Xue Muruan, you disgraceful traitor to your principles, get out of Jiulong Academy at once. The scene spiraled into chaos, with the clamor of shouting and vitriol echoing incessantly, as individuals unabashedly expressed their grievances. Particularly vociferous were those students from the Dan Hall who had previously been coerced by Xue Muruan, both overtly and covertly, into bribery and compliance. Their curses were particularly scathing, dragging the old wretch's ancestors into the fray. Among the throng, the sole individuals who refrained from condemning Xue Muruan were those belonging to the Xue family, whether from the main clan or its branches. They hung their heads low, feeling both awkward and ashamed, yet utterly powerless in the face of the uproar. In such a tumultuous atmosphere, Xue Muruan's alchemical endeavors were fraught with peril. The rampant insults and curses from the crowd stirred his blood and clouded his thoughts. In such a tumultuous state of mind, how could he possibly master the intricate and demanding art of alchemy? To avert disaster, Xue Muruan had no choice but to decelerate, fearing mistakes. Yet, with less than half an hour remaining, could he still succeed in refining his elixir? Time slipped away, second by second. As the hourglass in the center of the arena released its final grain of sand, Dean Deng waved his hand dramatically, announcing with a prolonged tone, "Time's up." The 3 words from Dean Deng rang like a final verdict, extinguishing any hope within Xue Muruan's heart. His hand, which controlled the alchemical flames, trembled violently, and then, boom. The materials within the cauldron, which had been on the verge of congealing, cracked visibly before everyone's eyes. In the blink of an eye, boom. A resounding explosion shook the very heavens. The cauldron had erupted once more. Xue Muruan was utterly dismayed. In the brief second that followed, the audience of thousands erupted into laughter simultaneously. I declare the victor of this alchemical duel to be Chen Shen. Dean Deng pronounced the widely anticipated verdict. According to the terms of the alchemical duel contract, Xue Muruan was to compensate Chen Shen with 100,000 gold coins, in addition to kneeling to lick the soles of Chen Shen's boots and bowing in apology. The weight of this verdict sent shivers through Xue Muruan's entire being. What a profound humiliation. In a fit of indignation, he suddenly sprang to his feet and turned to flee. He wished to escape. He would rather forsake the blood oath of the duel and suffer the disgrace than endure the punishment of kneeling to lick another's shoes and paying 100,000 gold coins. However, as he reached the edge of the arena, he found that his legs refused to obey him. Chapter 33, Unrestrained Dominance. Xue Muruan glanced down to see a layer of shimmering ice binding his feet firmly to the arena, rendering him immobile. To think he could simply walk away after losing? Did he consider her an ornament? As Xilinglong spoke, her jade hand hovered in the air, her fingertips tracing the icy crystals that sparkled even more brilliantly under the sunlight. Stop! A sudden, thunderous shout resounded, echoing across the campus. Then, a dark figure leaped over the heads of the spectators with remarkable speed, finally landing gracefully upon the arena. Look, it's the clan leader of the Xue family, Xue Tianxiao. What brings him here? Could it be that he has come to absolve Xue Muruan? Murmured the onlookers. It was evident that a certain disciple of the Xue family, recognizing the dire situation, had stealthily returned to the clan to seek assistance, thus summoning reinforcements. Xue Tianxiao, the clan leader of the Xue family, was over 50 years old and a 4-star mystic. In Kowloon City, aside from Dean Deng Eating and City Lord Xiaomo, he stands as the strongest. Even the patriarchs of the other 2 prominent families are inferior in their mastery of Xuanqi. Once Xue Tianxiao ascended the platform, he unleashed a palm strike from afar, and a bolt of blue-purple lightning struck the icy surface beneath Xue Muruan with a crackling sound. In mere moments, the ice shattered, and Xue Muruan regained his freedom. Patriarch, save me. The old man, upon seeing his savior arrive, felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. Xue Tianxiao nodded slightly, signaling him to remain calm. He then turned his icy gaze towards Chen Shen and spoke. You are Chen Shen? Why should I answer your questions? Do you think you can act arrogantly simply because you are a clan leader? The youth, undaunted, met his gaze and replied in the same tone. Are you the master of Shuemuro? In that moment, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Shui Tianxiao clearly did not anticipate that an obscure junior would dare to speak to him in such a manner. With a fierce glare, he unleashed his immense xuanqi, inundating the area with overwhelming pressure akin to a flood breaking through a dam, all directed at Chen Shen. Just then, a frail old man stepped forward, seemingly performing a simple action, yet he instantly crossed a distance of 7 to 8 meters, positioning himself before Chen Shen. The old man snorted disdainfully. Shui Tianxiao's formidable aura, akin to a primordial beast, dissipated in an instant. The old man was none other than Dean Dang Eating. Patriarch Shui, do you dare to bully others in my presence? You might not be qualified. Dean Dang's words were resolute. Simultaneously, Zi Linglong leaped onto the stage, standing protectively before Chen Shen, with Dean Dang's cultivation surpassing Shui Tianxiao's. And now the formidable Linglong boss also present as a xuanqi master, Shui Tianxiao realized he was outmatched. Thus, frowning, he cast a venomous glance at Chen Shen before breaking into a cold smile. Haha, I thought you were a formidable youth. It seems you are merely a pitiful creature hiding under the wings of others. Chen Shen smirked playfully. Heh, are you envious and resentful? If you had the capability, why not find a beautiful flower to stand up for you? If you were able, seek out a respected elder to protect you? Alas, you lack such fortune and can only spout sour grapes. The spectators' faces flushed crimson. Chen Shen's words were too amusing. They wished to laugh, yet refrained out of respect for Shui Tianxiao, one of the top powerhouses in Kowloon City. The audacity of this brat. As if your beauty is for you to judge. Zi Linglong scolded, and one could almost perceive a hint of color rising to her cheeks. Humph, you little wretch, unaware of your own insignificance. Shui Tianxiao had maintained a condescending demeanor throughout, his thin lips moving. I am already aware of the contents of your Do-Dan contract. The compensation of 100,000 gold can be provided by me immediately. As for the other punishment, I believe we can forego that. His declaration left the crowd in stunned silence. Such imposing authority. Truly, it was overwhelming. Indeed, the patriarch of one of the 3 prominent families of Kowloon City dares to recklessly alter the blood-printed contract of the dual pill. They all awaited the young man's response. After all, any other student present, even the instructors, would likely choose to bow and submit before Shui Tianxiao, wouldn't they? At the very least, you have profited 100,000 gold coins. Whether one chooses to grovel is merely a matter of pride. It is unnecessary to incite the wrath of the titans from the 3 great families. In a moment, Chen Shen scratched his ear, remaining composed and unperturbed, even imitating the tone of his opponent, speaking with resounding confidence. What an unashamed old rascal. How dare you attempt to arbitrarily modify the contents of the dual pill contract? Do you consider yourself the Heavenly King? Even the Heavenly King cannot dictate my will. 100,000 gold coins in compensation. I shall not yield a single coin. Shuemuro shall polish my boots, and not a speck of dust shall remain. 100,000 gold, not a single coin less. Polishing boots, not a speck of dust shall remain. The youth echoed the patriarch of the Shui family, his words imbued with a grandeur that surpassed his opponent. What is true dominance? This is the essence of true dominance. Ah, Chen Shen, I adore you. A chorus of youthful screams erupted from the audience. On stage, Dean Dang nodded in appreciation, while Zi Linglong offered a satisfied smile. They shared a mutual thought. What a remarkable young man. I did not misjudge you. What do you think you are? How dare you speak to our patriarch in such a manner? You seek death. Shuemuro roared in outrage. Defeated, go play elsewhere. Chen Shen scoffed dismissively. You. A rush of pent-up fury surged within Shuemuro, and under the multiple blows to his pride, he was driven to vomit blood on the spot. Shui Tianxiao's grayish-white brows nodded tighter, and he enunciated each word with precision. You. Bastard. Are you certain you will not agree to my terms? Are you certain you wish to openly oppose my Shui family? Threatening me? Do you think I was raised in fear? Chen Shen internally scoffed, yet outwardly, he was too disinterested to utter another word, opting instead for action. The young man slightly lifted his boot, which was teeming with ants, and shook it toward Shuemuro. The implication unmistakable. Shuemuro hastily wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, still obstinately resisting. You little beast. Do you want me to lick your boots and bow an apology? You wish for that? Never. At that moment, Dean Dang interjected. Shuemuro. The blood-printed dual pill contract is protected by imperial law. If you fail to fulfill the terms of the contract today, I would not hesitate to bring this matter to court. He then turned to Shui Tianxiao and added, or shall I say, Patriarch Shui, are you audacious enough to uphold the family's disgrace, even if it means challenging the very laws of the great Xia? Chapter 34. Special student with the weight of imperial law looming over him, Shui Tianxiao, despite his arrogance, dared not wear it upon himself, merely letting out a cold snort, turning away in silence. Patriarch, you must take a stand for me. Patriarch, Patriarch, Shui Muron cried out in despair. Only after repeated pleas did Shui Tianxiao slowly approach, whispering softly, a true man can endure and adapt. The humiliation you have suffered today, one day, I shall ensure it is. His words implied a tacit acceptance of non-interference in the matter. The final support had become unreliable, and at this moment, Shui Muron felt utterly despondent. In a state of mental disarray, he approached Chen Shen, suddenly collapsing to his knees and earnestly admitting his fault, akin to a humble supplicant. Din Deng and Xiling Long flanked him, vigilant against any potential outburst from this elder, fearful he might lash out at Chen Shen in a fit of shame and fury. Yet, the truth soon revealed that Shui Muron lacked the audacity for such an act. At least, under the imposing presence of Din Deng and Xiling Long, he dared not act. The martial arts arena, filled with thousands of onlookers, bore witness to the spectacle of Professor Shui kneeling in submission. An eerie silence enveloped the vast space. Once a figure of arrogance and absolute authority, Shui Muron's formidable power had been utterly dismantled, crushed by a youth named Chen Shen. This was a banknote worth 100,000 gold coins. Moreover, today, the head of the Shui family, Shui Tianxiao, suffered a significant loss of face. He had no desire to remain amidst the throng of gazes that collectively witnessed his humiliation. After Shui Muron finished his act of contrition, he darkened his countenance and extended the banknote toward the youth. Just as Chen Shen prepared to accept it, Xiling Long, with a sudden furrow of her brow, reached out before him. Her fingertips, imbued with icy energy, made contact with the banknote, triggering a surge of mystical energies. The clash between the ice and lightning elements erupted, ultimately neutralizing each other and dissipating into a plume of grayish-white vapor. Chen Shen was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. A surge of anger coursed through him. Had Xiling Long not intervened, and had he taken the banknote himself, he would likely have been reduced to a lifeless husk by the concealed lightning energy hidden by Shui Tianxiao. It was unfathomable that the esteemed head of the Shui family would resort to such despicable tactics. Xiling Long snatched the banknote, her hands trembling slightly, revealing the ferocity of Shui Tianxiao's hidden threat. Shui Tianxiao made no attempt to deny his actions, laughing arrogantly. Ha! Chen Shen, you shall forever cower behind a woman. Next time, you may not be so fortunate. With that, he extended his right hand and grasped the air. In an instant, Shui Muron, who had been prostrate at Chen Shen's feet, was snatched up like a chick by an eagle, disappearing in a swift motion. Once Xiling Long had neutralized the residual lightning energy in the banknote, she thrust it into Chen Shen's hands, muttering, Shui Tianxiao is utterly shameless. Chen Shen, your experience in this realm is still too shallow. You must exercise greater caution in the future. Thank you. Chen Shen nodded in earnest agreement. The recent brush with danger prompted much reflection, imprinting upon him the certainty of Shui Tianxiao's inevitable downfall. Now, the dean declared, Shui Muron has committed serious violations and is hereby expelled from the Alchemy Hall, permanently stripped of his title as chief professor. The crowd erupted in jubilation. A wave of accomplishment surged within Chen Shen as he reflected. In his previous life, he had only heard tales of students being expelled from school. This time, however, he personally initiated a rare instance that would see the beastly professor dismissed. Soon after, Din Deng eagerly extended an invitation to the young man beside him. Chen Shen, on behalf of Jiulong Academy, I cordially invite you to join the Alchemy Hall. As a special student, you will enjoy the privileges of a chief professor, with attendance entirely at your discretion and the resources of the hall at your disposal. What say you? Din Deng's words rippled through the crowd of thousands, igniting a frenzy. Special student, to enjoy the status of chief professor in the Alchemy Hall, his standing surpasses even that of the Academy's head instructor. Indeed, he had ascended to the same level as the vice dean. How astonishingly impressive. At Jiulong Academy, such privileges had traditionally been reserved for the scions of the three prominent families within the elite class. It was unimaginable that a commoner could attain such honor. Just 3 months prior, Chen Shen had arrived in Jiulong City, perceived by others as a mere commoner without connections. Yet, from this moment forth, this commoner would soar to unprecedented heights. A special student of the Alchemy Hall, this was a first since the founding of Jiulong Academy. Chen Shen felt a twinge of hesitation. Despite the splendid offer from Din Deng, he intended to leave Jiulong City and return to the imperial capital as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. He had not forgotten the malice of Chen Xiong and Chen Hu. This vendetta must not go unavenged. Should news of his demise reach those two, how heartbroken would his grandfather, Chen Songfeng, be at his advanced age. The Chen family would be left without roots. The Chen family was a lineage of generals, with each patriarch known for their exceptional talents and integrity, battling valiantly for the protection of the empire's people. Was it to be that ultimately, due to Chen Shen's failure, a greedy elder would usurp power and plunge the entire Chen family into despair? No. This was not the conclusion Chen Shen wished to witness. The word home, simple yet profound, was an unattainable luxury for someone who had been an orphan in his previous life. Now, reborn in this foreign world, he bore the responsibility to protect his family, safeguard Linger and Shun Lao, and defend his grandfather. He was determined to uphold the illustrious reputation forged with the blood of his ancestors. Din Deng. It is not that I wish to disregard your kindness. I have my own burdens, Chen Shen whispered softly, revealing his intention to return to the imperial capital swiftly. He expected the dean to understand and abandon his original plan. To his surprise, the frail old man became even more animated after hearing this. With a mischievous grin, he displayed a hint of youthful exuberance, leaning closer to Chen Shen and whispering, "Joining the Alchemy Hall will not hinder your return to the imperial capital. Rather, it will be advantageous. Have you heard of the triannual 100 Schools tournament held by the Great Xia Empire? A grand event where academies from towns across the nation unite, culminating in the selection of the top 100 students who are then granted exceptional admission to the inner academies of the imperial capital. Is this not the perfect opportunity for you to return to the imperial capital?" Chapter 35. A sudden kiss. If one were to secure a position within the top 10 of the 100 Schools League, or even seize a place among the top 3, the rewards would be extraordinary. Such an achievement would greatly benefit your future prospects in the capital, and in due time, titles of nobility would surely follow. As Din Deng uttered his final words, an unexpectedly familiar system notification echoed in Chen Shen's mind. Ding. The host has triggered the task to secure a top 3 position in the 100 Schools League. Completion rewards: 500,000 experience points, an invincible skill, and an additional special skill. Failure penalty. The host's alchemy skills will be lost permanently. Do you accept this task? The prospect of earning 500,000 experience points was indeed enticing. It was worth noting that when Chen Shen consumed the mid-grade technique Lion Tiger Strength from the Alchemy Classic, he had only acquired 5,000 experience points, which had catapulted him from a 3-star practitioner to a 7-star practitioner. Furthermore, obtaining a unique skill and an auxiliary skill was akin to acquiring treasures worth millions. However, the nature of the invincible skill remained a mystery. It certainly sounded impressive. As for the penalty for failure, one must venture into the tiger's den to capture the cubs. With the formidable Invincible System at his disposal, lacking the resolve to strive for a top 3 finish would be utterly cowardly. Thus, with a decisive thump of his thigh, Chen Shen declared, "I accept this task." Ding. The host has successfully accepted the task. At that moment, Din Deng, who had been closely observing, was startled by his sudden exclamation. What task? The young man, regaining his composure, offered an apologetic smile. "Oh, I meant to say, I agree. Count me in for the Alchemy Hall." Din Deng immediately clapped his hands in delight. "Ha ha ha, splendid. I eagerly await your impressive performance in the alchemical competition a month from now." As you triumphantly returned to the capital, the young man smiled non-committally, yet his thoughts were elsewhere. Mere good results would not suffice. He aimed for the top 3. Moreover, not only in the alchemical competition, but he also aspired to conquer the comprehensive combat events and seize a top 3 position. As for which specific rank to pursue, it would depend on which prize among the top 3 proved most advantageous to him. He chuckled to himself. While lost in thought, he was suddenly jolted by a sharp pain in his ear, twisted by 2 soft, silky fingers. "Hey, stop grinning like an idiot. You only have 1 day left in our wager. You haven't forgotten, have you?" Ouch. The young man winced at the unexpected discomfort. "Hey, Vice Dean. I'm currently a distinguished student of the Alchemy Hall. We are peers now. Is it really appropriate for you to be so hands-on? But we still have a day left. Right? Don't worry. I shall not disappoint you. Prepare your gold coins for my arrival," he exclaimed with a mischievous laugh. Yet, as the words left his lips, he sensed something amiss. Indeed, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves, and some girls even shed tears. Prepare your gold coins? Could it be that my idol is being supported by the Vice Dean? Oh, how outrageous. On the stage, the other 2 professors from the Alchemy Hall, Ma Weishan and Luo Xiang, exchanged knowing glances with Chen Shen, their intentions unmistakably clear. Even Din Deng's gaze towards Chen Shen and Ziling Long took on a somewhat ambiguous quality. Clearing his throat, the youth declared, "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Farewell, everyone." Unable to endure the atmosphere any longer, he dashed away. "Don't run off. I still have words to share with you," the proprietress Ling Long called out, pursuing him closely. Tang Sampang gazed after the departing figures, waving his hand and calling out loudly, Master Chen, do remember to visit the Tang clan's pill pavilion often. I, old Tang, shall always be at your service. Once outside the martial arts arena, Chen Shen slowed his pace. Walking alongside Ziling Long. You were quite impressive just now. Facing off against Shui Tianxiao without flinching, Ziling Long unabashedly expressed her admiration. Yet, Chen Shen appeared unimpressed, merely responding with a nonchalant as an acknowledgement. Now that we are alone, you must tell me honestly, who is your master? Do not try to deceive me with tales of achieving enlightenment overnight, only to suddenly master alchemy, she insisted. Alone? Do you consider yourself my confidant? The youth silently scoffed, though his expression remained impassive. I am not deceiving you. The truth is as I have stated. Believe it or not. Very well, everyone has their secrets. And I shall not force you. However, I will pose one question. 3 months ago, before you arrived in Jilong City, where were you? At her words, the youth halted abruptly, scanning the exquisite figure beside him from head to toe, before bluntly shaking his head. I'm sorry, but that too is a secret. Ziling Long was momentarily taken aback. She proceeded to bombard him with a series of questions, but Chen Shen either remained silent or offered curt responses of yes or no, without a single extraneous word. Finally, the proprietress could endure no longer, placing her hands on her hips. Hey, how long will you continue to brush me off? 1 or 2 word answers with that long face of yours. You can't possibly be upset, can you? You just defeated the great genius Shui Muruan. You should be elated. Chen Shen suddenly stopped, his expression grave. Ziling Long matched his halt, muttering, why so serious? Are you truly angry? You're being overly sensitive. I'm merely teasing you. If it were someone else, they wouldn't even have the fortune to hear my nagging. Before she could finish, Chen Shen cut her off. You are correct. I am indeed unhappy, very unhappy. I refuse to be labeled as a coward hiding behind a woman. I will no longer be a pitiful creature sheltered beneath the wings of the strong. I shall grow stronger. At last, the youth had unburdened his heart. Ziling Long was momentarily stunned, realizing that Chen Shen was not indifferent to Shui Tianxiao's words. His earlier bravado was merely a facade to conceal his vulnerabilities from his adversaries. Originally, the young boy's self-esteem was remarkably strong. He merely refrained from displaying it in front of others. The sunlight filtered through the dappled tree shadows, illuminating the boy's slightly raised, tender visage, reflecting what seemed to be the indomitable spirit of a resilient warrior. Gazing at the boy's angular face and his steadfast, determined eyes, Ziling Long's heart fluttered unexpectedly. This sensation appeared to stem from an enchantment cast by the youth before her. Without a moment's reflection, the purple-clad woman inexplicably tilted her head, brushing aside a lock of hair, closing her eyes, raising her chin, and then delicately pressed a pair of crimson lips against the boy's smooth forehead. In that instant, Chen Shen was taken aback, and Ziling Long was left in a daze. She could not fathom how she had been compelled to kiss this little fellow. Although the proprietress often portrayed herself with the demeanor of a mature woman, it was merely a facade she crafted to conceal certain aspects of herself. Ahem, I saw nothing. Suddenly, an elderly voice shattered the awkward silence between them. Ding dang? Ziling Long felt a bit flustered. Chen Shen, however, was much more composed. What brings you here? Old Deng, you left in such a hurry earlier that you forgot the special resource holder's badge. You may consider it as a key to enter the alchemy chamber. Well then, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. You two may continue. With that, Deng Yiding winked at Chen Shen, in a manner that was decidedly suggestive. How disrespectful of an elder! Ziling Long exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. Chen Shen chuckled. What are you laughing at? Do you dare believe I won't twist your ear? Well, it's just that I've never seen you blush before. I find it quite amusing. And yet you dare to say that. Ah, my ears. Weren't you just gentle a moment ago? It turns out it was all an act. While the two engaged in their playful banter, on another side, Shui Muruan and Shui Tianxiao, who had left the school ahead of Chen Shen, were not in such high spirits. In the Shui family estate, within the inner hall of the conference room, the clan leader declared, I seek vengeance. I shall dismantle Chen Shen piece by piece. His words were so fervent that Shui Muruan nearly ground his old yellowed teeth to dust. Calm yourself. At your age? What adversities have you not faced? Why are you so restless now? Shui Tianxiao admonished sternly. That boy Chen Shen is cunning. The reason he didn't allow you to perish in the wager, but instead forced you to humiliate yourself, is to shatter your spirit, planting a seed of inner demons that would hinder your progress in the path of alchemy. That little rascal has targeted your prideful nature, punishing you in a manner more torturous than death itself. Your current agitation plays right into his hands. Shui Tianxiao, as expected of a clan leader, possessed an astute and ruthless perspective. This was also the reason he had ardently defended Shui Muruan during the martial arts arena incident. At this point, Shui Muruan was still not yet 60 years old. With his cultivation at the 7th star of the profound realm, he still had at least 2 or 3 decades of life ahead of him. And the possibility of breaking through to the 9th star of the mortal realm and attaining the status of a profound alchemist within his lifetime remained quite substantial. As a result, a wager sowed the seeds of inner turmoil within him, leading to the untimely loss of a promising alchemist from the Shui family. How could Shui Tianxiao remain indifferent? Unfortunately, the patriarch of the Shui family never anticipated that the brash young lad would dare to disregard his authority and act on his own accord. Consequently, Shui Murong could not escape the dire consequences of his inner demons. Yet, the elder refused to accept this fate, his heart seething with resentment, yearning to see that young wretch subjected to 1,000 torturous deaths to assuage his anguish. At present, even if Shui Murong comprehended this truth, it would avail him nothing. He was utterly unable to control himself. It seemed that only by personally slaying Chen Shen could his inner torment be eradicated completely. Shui Tianxiao let out a cold snort. Given the talent that young man displayed in the realm of alchemy, Deng Yiding would undoubtedly spare no effort in ensuring his safety. To eliminate him would not be an easy feat. Shui Murong was well aware of this, letting out a deep sigh. At that moment, a young man of 17 or 18 entered the room. While it is indeed difficult to kill him under normal circumstances, if we can successfully lure him out of Jiulong City, our chances of eliminating him will significantly increase. Upon seeing the newcomer, Shui Murong slightly bowed and clasped his fists. This old student greets the young master. May I inquire as to the Mayanine? The playful laughter of Xilinglong, coupled with the charming dimples on her cheeks, was utterly intoxicating. That is not what I meant. I wish to inquire about purchasing a rare martial arts manual, Chen Shen stated, spreading out the freshly acquired 100,000 cash notes before her. It must be a unique manual, preferably of superior quality within the mortal tier. A unique manual? Xilinglong raised an eyebrow. We have only 1 day left in our agreement, and you choose now to seek out a manual? Don't you think that's rather tardy? That's none of your concern. Just tell me if you have one, and whether you are willing to sell. Humph. You are quite the impatient little fellow, Xilinglong remarked with a hint of annoyance, waving her delicate hand. Buzz. A brilliant white light flickered, and a golden-covered book was tossed into Chen Shen's hands. Goodness. A spatial ring? Chen Shen gasped in astonishment. The ability to casually retrieve items indicated the presence of a spatial ring, something unattainable without it. Spatial rings were exorbitantly valuable in the bustling Jiulong city. Aside from the city lord, the heads of the 3 major families, and the principal of Jiulong Academy, he had not heard of anyone else possessing such an item. Yet here was Xilinglong, revealing her possession of one, further complicating her enigmatic identity. What connection did she have with the Ziqiong Merchant Alliance, previously mentioned by Shui Murong? While Chen Shen was lost in thought, a system notification chimed. Ding. Unique martial arts manual Thunder Control Heart Sutra discovered. Superior quality within the mortal tier. Would you like to absorb it? Chapter 37. Absorbing superior quality manuals. Superior quality within the mortal tier. Chen Shen was overjoyed. The last manual he had plundered from Shui Liao, Lion Tiger Technique, was merely of mid-tier quality, yet it had propelled his experience points by 5,000. If he absorbed this superior manual, would he not directly breach the limits of a 9-star mystical apprentice and ascend to a 1-star mystical practitioner? The youth was filled with hopeful anticipation. This Thunder Control Heart Sutra is the only unique manual I possess, of superior quality within the mortal tier. You need not pay. You promised to forge superior quality mystical pills for me, so in essence, I am the one benefiting from this arrangement, Xilinglong declared. At this moment, she suddenly recalled something and added, by the way, the Thunder Control Heart Sutra is a lightning-based technique. The attribute of the mystical energy within you will automatically generate a lightning attribute when you break through to the level of a mystical practitioner. If a lightning attribute is not what you desire, it would be wise to practice with caution. After all, each mystical practitioner can only harbor one type of mystical energy attribute. As a mystical pill master, your optimal choice should ideally be the fire attribute. That is of no concern. I am well aware, he replied confidently. After all, possessing the system's spirit meant that as long as he elevated his alchemist rank, the rest would naturally follow, irrespective of his intrinsic mystical energy attribute. I would also like to ask for your assistance in locating where unique manuals can be found. The higher the quality, the better. If I lack sufficient funds, I shall exchange them for superior quality mystical pills, Chen Shen inquired further. Given Xilinglong's distinguished status and extensive connections in Jiulong City, Chen Shen believed that if she was willing to assist him in gathering unique manuals in the short term, absorbing them would surely elevate his mystical energy cultivation significantly. However, the proprietress's response left the young man greatly disheartened. No need to inquire. I can tell you right now, there aren't any available. That can't be. This answer is far too disappointing, Chen Shen exclaimed, unable to accept such a disheartening response. Do you think I have any reason to deceive you? Do you believe that the original work of the author, which contains the essence of the unique cultivation method, consists of mere transcriptions of common texts? If it were merely common texts, there would be thousands available in the Academy's library. Yet none possess the rarity of a unique manuscript. Zhi Linglong patiently elucidated. The ordinary low-grade cultivation methods are sold for only a few hundred gold pieces in the market. However, if it is a unique manuscript, its price would instantly multiply by 10, if not more. Furthermore, there often exists a situation where demand exceeds supply. Otherwise, how could the esteemed Shui family, one of the 3 great families, dare to make things difficult for you over just 2 mid-grade manuals? The youth then realized the gravity of the situation, and with a hint of embarrassment, chuckled. So, this unique high-grade method you gifted me is worth over 100,000 gold pieces? Zhi Linglong rolled her eyes dramatically. Incorrect. It is not merely 100,000, but several hundred thousand. You are fortunate. The Thunder Control Heart Sutra has no compatibility with my water attribute spiritual energy, rendering it impossible for me to cultivate. Otherwise, it would not have come to you. The youth paused in surprise and then timidly inquired. You wouldn't genuinely have a fondness for me, would you? As the saying goes, a gift with no cause is either treachery or theft. Bah! Zhi Linglong flicked her fingers, and 4 large, gleaming purple grapes flew into his mouth. Silencing him. Stop flattering yourself. I wish for you to become my alchemical servant. What? An alchemical servant? That would be less enjoyable than serving this stunning beauty. You little rascal, what nonsense are you muttering? And nothing. I merely remarked that these grapes are truly sweet. Subsequently, Zhi Linglong and the youth discussed her needs for elixirs, most of which were low-grade healing and energy recovery pills, with only a handful being mid or high-grade. Moreover, the total quantity required was not substantial enough to impede his cultivation at this stage. After reaching an agreement, the youth departed in haste, leaving Zhi Linglong quite displeased. Why the rush to leave? Is it so unbearable to stay with me? Little scamp. But where did he acquire that blood jade pendant? Today. I pursued him relentlessly, yet he divulged not a single useful piece of information. The more Zhi Linglong pondered, the angrier she became. You little brat, just wait. I shall find a way to extract the truth from you. Upon returning to his residence, Miao Ling and old Shun had long prepared a meal. Oh, I did not return last night, yet you seem less anxious than I had envisioned. The youth casually remarked at the dining table. Thanks to the elder sister sent by Senior Linglong. She informed us that you were in the Tang clan's alchemy pavilion in seclusion, assuring us not to worry. Miao Ling replied, her face glowing with admiration. Young master, do you truly possess the ability to concoct elixirs? Of course. These past few days have been quite eventful. Once I find a moment of leisure, I shall prepare a high-grade strengthening elixir for both you and old Shan. The youth vowed, thumping his chest. Consuming it will ensure that even without any spiritual energy cultivation, you would not be outmatched by a 4th or 5th star cultivator in Jilong City, providing you with a semblance of self-defense. He was not boasting. Once his alchemy reached the 9th star of the ordinary rank, the system would grant him 5 unique formulas, one of which was the copper skin iron bone pill for strengthening one's physique. However, he was still missing several essential materials and could not yet concoct it. Wow. Young master is truly remarkable. Linger gazed into Chen Shen's eyes, filled with admiration akin to twinkling stars. In the past, within the Grand Chen family of the imperial capital, the 2 alchemical practitioners were regarded as celestial beings, revered by all clan members, and even the esteemed General Chun afforded them due respect. Such was their prestige. However, a series of unfortunate events led these 2 alchemists to betray the Chen family, leaving a prominent general's residence devoid of any capable Xinjing alchemist to oversee matters. Little did Linger dream that her own young master would ascend to such great heights. Her heart swelled with joy. After dining, Chen Shen rushed into his chamber with fervor. As a practitioner of superior-grade mortal techniques, do not disappoint me, he muttered to himself, cradling a tome bound in golden leather. Ding. Discovered superior-grade mortal technique Thunder Control Heart Sutra. Would you like to absorb it? At last, the youth rubbed his hands together, selecting confirm. In the next moment, the golden tome transformed into a streak of radiant light, accompanied by flickering azure lightning shadows, surging into his dantian. Ding. Host successfully absorbed superior-grade mortal technique Thunder Control Heart Sutra, gaining 30,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host Xuanqi cultivation has increased. Current level, 8-star Xian disciple. Remaining experience, 25,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, host Xuanqi cultivation has increased. Current level, 9-star Xian disciple. Remaining experience, 18,000 points. He had already reached the rank of 9-star Xian disciple. Yet there was still a substantial amount of experience left. It seemed his conjecture was correct. Today was indeed the day he would break through to Xian practitioner and ascend to Xian master. How delightful. Just as Chen Shen prepared to revel in the exciting news of his advancement, the spirit of the system delivered a shocking message. Ding. Excess lightning energy cannot be refined or absorbed, temporarily accumulating within the Dantian and the 72 primary meridians. Cannot be refined or absorbed. What nonsense is this? Chen Shen felt a surge of frustration. The system spirit, unfazed, continued. Special reminder. Please collect the 7 elemental Xian crystals, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and poison, within 1 hour to harmonize the lightning energy within your body. The minimum grade for the Xian crystals is mid-tier, the higher the grade. The greater the benefits upon your ascension to Xian master. Warning. Failure to collect all 7 elemental Xian crystals within 2 hours will result in the host's untimely demise. In a state of panic, the youth leapt up in shock. Just then, a commotion erupted outside his door. "Ah, heroine, let us speak civilly," came a strange voice. "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" questioned another unfamiliar voice, icy and menacing, belonging to a woman. "We are classmates of Senior Chen Shen. We have come to seek his assistance." A seemingly younger voice chimed in. Yes, we mean no harm." Another companion quickly echoed. "Mean no harm? Then why not knock on the perfectly good gate, but rather choose to scale the walls instead? The matter for which we seek his help is a monumental secret. And the fewer who know, the better, hence this desperate measure." Creak. Chen Shen's door swung wide open. In the courtyard at this moment, aside from Yaoling and Shun Laowai, who were drawn by the commotion, there were also 5 unfamiliar individuals. 4 of them appeared visibly shaken, their faces pale, each adorned with the distinctive armbands of senior students from Jiolong Academy, 3 men and 1 woman. As for the 5th person, she was a tall young woman clad in a black leather coat, her countenance as cold as frost. Her right hand hovered in the air, summoning 4 icy tendrils that ensnared the 4 students tightly. "Take your brawls to the streets. This is private property," Chen Shen bellowed darkly. His mood was already soured by a previous incident, and now the chaos in the courtyard felt like a direct affront to him. "Young master, allow me to introduce you." Miaoling, anxious that Chen Shen might misconstrue the situation, hurriedly approached the black-clad young woman and respectfully introduced her. "This is our bodyguard sister. Last time, when the troublemakers from the Shui family came, she was the one who helped us. You were at Tang's Alchemy Pavilion refining pills all night, and it was she who brought the news to you. Our bodyguard sister is truly wonderful." Chen Shen paused in surprise. A bodyguard? Such a peculiar title. "Oh no. It's just that this sister has been reluctant to disclose her name, so I took the liberty of calling her that," Miaoling replied, her cheeks flushing. At that moment, the 4 students exchanged furtive glances, and the only girl among them spoke up sweetly. "Senior Chen Shen, we mean no harm. We merely came to invite you to team up for a mission. Who would have thought that such a fierce older sister would suddenly appear? You scared us to death." The other 3 chimed in. Yes, Master Chen, the mission from the Academy offers a substantial reward, and you can even receive half of it in advance." "A substantial reward? And half can be paid up front? Is this true?" Chen Shen felt a stir of interest. Seeing the boy's reaction, the 4 students simultaneously entertained a thought. The young master from the Shui family is indeed formidable, having immediately discerned Chen Shen's weakness for wealth. Hee. Now the bait has been cast. All that remains is to wait for this big, foolish fish to take the hook. They nodded vigorously. Absolutely true. "Senior Chen Shen, you are now a specially funded student of the Alchemy Hall, of noble status. How could we mere senior students dare to deceive you? Very well. If you can modify the advance payment of the reward according to my requirements, I shall agree to join this team," Chen Shen declared without hesitation. What could Senior Chen Shen possibly want? The 4 students were somewhat taken aback. The notion that the advance payment could be altered based on the recipient's intentions was utterly foreign to them. Yet, to reel in their target, they maintained their smiles and patiently awaited his words. The boy spoke plainly. "I require 7 high-grade Xian crystals of various attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, poison, and wind. None shall be lacking." The spirit of the system had stated that the higher the grade of the Xian crystals, the greater the benefits Chen Shen would reap upon breaking through to the Xian realm. Since mid-grade Xian crystals were merely the minimum requirement, he naturally aimed for the more advanced high-grade Xian crystals. If it were not for the extreme scarcity of the essence crystals from the spirit-tier mystical beasts within the confines of Nine Dragon City, which made it impossible to gather them within the span of an hour, he would undoubtedly have escalated his demands to a higher level, requiring the essence crystals from high-tier mystical beasts, and that they must encompass all 7 elemental attributes. Such a peculiar and challenging request left the 4 students pondering whether Chen Shen had already discerned their true intentions and was deliberately making things difficult for them. After a few moments of silence, Chen Shen, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. Do you have them? If not, then forget it. Bodyguard, throw them out. So I am not troubled by their presence. He still needed to devise a plan to acquire the essence crystals for his own survival. There was no time to squander on these strangers. The bodyguard, ever obedient, acted immediately upon his words. With a swift motion, the icy threads binding the four tightened, lifting them effortlessly 3 feet off the ground. Stop, stop, stop. High-tier essence crystals with all 7 attributes, right? We will collect them right away, so please wait here, Senior Chen Shen. One of the female students shouted, her voice piercing the air. Oh, the young man's interest was piqued. Very well, I shall wait for half an hour. With a mere glance, the frigidly beautiful bodyguard released her hold on the binding threads, allowing them to depart. Greetings, I am Chen Shen. Once the four had left, the young man warmly extended his hand to the bodyguard. As he opened his palm, 3 round medicinal pills gleamed before her eyes. I am grateful for your protection of Shun Lao and Ling Air. Here are 3 recovery pills for your energy, as a small token of my appreciation. The female bodyguard did not accept the exquisite pills, her demeanor as cold as ever. No need. It is merely fulfilling my duty. So aloof, how exceedingly aloof. Chen Shen mused inwardly, yet he maintained a polite demeanor, bowing slightly in gratitude. A word of caution, your companions do not seem to harbor good intentions. Upon finishing her statement, the bodyguard lightly tapped her toes, and Chen Shen felt a fleeting shadow before her form vanished before his eyes, leaving behind an ephemeral remark. I am only responsible for safeguarding your residence as security. Once you leave, your fate is yours to contend with. Chapter 39. The 7 crystals gathered. Damn, that bodyguard is truly frigid, Chen Shen muttered to himself, before redirecting his focus inward. Previously, the grim prospect of death from exploding bodies had left him so tense that he hadn't even glanced at the information regarding his 2 levels of advancement. Now, with idle time on his hands, he decided to summon his consciousness, revealing the attributes of his character. Host, Chen Shen. Level, 9-star mystical apprentice, with 18,000 experience points remaining. Essence value, 500 points. Strength evaluation, novice. Mystical techniques, flash, a special movement technique of indeterminate rank, currently at the entry level. Essence consumption, 200 points, cooldown, 1 minute. One yang finger, an attack technique of low-grade heavenly rank. Essence consumption, 50,000 points, cooldown, unknown. Secondary profession, 9-star mortal grade alchemist. After reviewing this, the young man felt invigorated. My essence reserves are significantly higher than when I was a 7-star mystical apprentice. If one were to expend 2,000 points of mysterious energy, the might of the one yang finger unleashed would equate to the full power of 1/25. Back in the arena, I merely exhibited 1% of the one yang finger's prowess and effortlessly pierced through Shui Kong's chest. Now, with a 4-fold increase in strength, how formidable would that be? The young man, growing increasingly exhilarated, mused. It seems I must seek out opportunities to concoct more recovery elixirs. With ample mysterious energy, the one yang finger could transform from a single-shot sniper rifle into a rapid-fire weapon. Just imagine, 1 shot, 1 headshot. What thrilling prospects. At this moment, at a nondescript tea house located 300 meters west of the Chun residence, 5 young men were gathered in a private room on the 2nd floor, engaged in hushed discussions. Young Master Shui, there indeed exists protection at the Chun residence, and it's a woman, appearing to be in her 20s. The 4 of us had barely scaled the wall when she caught us red-handed. The individual referred to as young Master Shui was none other than Shui Yang, the heir of the Shui family. The remaining 4 youths were recent additions to the elite class of students at the Chen residence. The woman employed a water-based mystical technique, binding the 4 of us securely with ice formed from condensed water. Indeed, it was fortunate that Chen Shen happened to emerge in time. Otherwise, we would have been in dire straits. After listening to their report, Shui Yang nodded thoughtfully. Condensing water into ice? It seems this female bodyguard must have connections to Ziling Long. Damn it, that audacious woman has quite the reach. Shui Yang then inquired. How goes the matter I tasked you with? Alas, young Master Shui, that Chen Shen is quite the oddity. After the 4 elite students recounted the events in a cacophony of voices, Shui Yang's brow furrowed deeply. He demands 7 high-grade mystical beast crystals? And they must each possess different attributes? How outrageous. That little wretch truly dares to make such a bold demand. High-grade mystical crystals are the essence of energy contained within high-grade mystical beasts, obtainable only by vanquishing them. Moreover, often upon the death of a mystical beast, the crystal within may dissipate. The probability of preserving a mystical crystal intact is less than 30%. Most importantly, The combat prowess of high-grade mystical beasts is on par with that of human cultivators at the mystical practitioner level. Slaying such formidable creatures is a considerable challenge. In the entirety of Jiulong City, those capable of independently defeating high-grade mystical beasts can be counted on one hand. This illustrates just how rare high-grade mystical crystals are. Yet, Chen Shen audaciously demands 7, and of varying attributes. Such a request is utterly astonishing. Indeed, we too find this perplexing. Young Master Shui, could it be that he is aware of something, deliberately putting us in a difficult position? The sole female among them questioned, her face etched with confusion. Impossible. Only a handful are privy to this matter, and each of them would wish for Chen Shen's dismemberment. They would never disclose the true purpose of this operation. Unless... Shui Yang's fierce gaze swept across the faces of the 4 before him. Young master, you cannot be doubting me, can you? I have given myself to you, only hoping that you might one day take me as a concubine. Why would I dare to leak information and jeopardize your plans? As the young woman spoke, she gracefully fell into the embrace of the other, her waist twisting alluringly, exuding an aura of seduction. She possessed a degree of self-awareness, recognizing that, given her status, even if she were to marry Shui Yang in the future, she could never attain the position of the principal wife. Young Master Shui, my admission into the advanced class is entirely due to your support, she declared. Indeed, the other 3 boys chimed in, eager to defend their own worth. Though we hail from humble origins, we have long considered ourselves part of the Shui family. How could we ever betray you? Shui Yang chuckled softly, his large hand playfully kneading the young woman's figure. Very well, I acknowledge your loyalty. Rest assured, once we eliminate the bane that is Chen Shen, I guarantee you will all be admitted to the elite class within a year. The 4 rejoiced at his words. For the resources available to students in the elite class were double those of the advanced class. What of Chen Shen's demands? One inquired. The family treasury contains a considerable number of high-grade Xian crystals. Gathering the 7 attributes he desires should not pose a challenge. You truly intend to grant him 7 high-grade Xian crystals? Shui Yang scoffed. What does it matter to a dying man? Once he perishes, I shall promptly lead my men to seize his estate, and those 7 crystals, along with those 2 rare tomes, will be ours. He grinned sinisterly. Rest assured. The location is quite close. Once we exit Kowloon City, a swift ride will take no more than half an hour to reach our destination. Another individual chimed in, affirming. Indeed, we have even prepared horses for you. Upon arrival, you need only employ your alchemical skills to extract the essence of a herb known as the 7 Stars Moonflower, and the task will be deemed complete. The round trip will not exceed an hour. After hearing their words, Chen Shen pondered for a moment, realizing that he still had ample time before the 2-hour deadline. He nodded in agreement. Very well, let us not delay any further. We shall set off immediately. Wait. At that moment, the sole female in the group spoke up. Senior Chen Shen, may I inquire about your current cultivation level in Xianxi? I am at the 7th level of Xian Tuesday. Is there a problem? Chen Shen, cautious, intentionally understated his cultivation by 2 minor realms. He had not forgotten the kind reminder from the bodyguard sister. That's good to hear. The place we are heading to is rather unique. Those who have attained the realm of Xianxi cannot approach it at all. Oh, such a mystical place exists? Chen Shen was greatly intrigued. Simultaneously, he felt relieved that he had not immediately consumed the 7 Xian crystals. Otherwise, should his cultivation have advanced to Xianjia, he would have been unable to undertake this task despite his desire to do so. At that moment, a chill breeze swept past their ears. And in the blink of an eye, the bodyguard, clad in a snug leather outfit, silently appeared among them. Goodness, how fortunate you are not an enemy. Otherwise, I would not have noticed if you had slit my throat from behind. Chen Shen chuckled. The aloof woman disregarded his jest. Continuing her explanation, the place they mentioned is called the Abyss of Moon's Restriction. At night, no human can approach it. During the day, only cultivators of the Xian-Tu realm are permitted to tread within. The 4 of them nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, we are indeed heading to the Abyss of Moon's Restriction. The female bodyguard paid them no heed and continued. The 7 Stars Moonflower is a plant unique to the Abyss of Moon's Restriction. It is rumored to be exceedingly rare, and to this day, no one knows its true effects. As she spoke, the bodyguard cast a sharp gaze over the 4. I find it curious that someone would offer such a high bounty for this unknown entity, even going so far as to present 7 high-grade Xian crystals as an advance payment. The 4 were momentarily rendered speechless. Eventually, it was the more astute female team member who spoke up. This task was commissioned anonymously. We have never seen the true face of our employer. Even when he presented us with these 7 Xian crystals, he was masked with a black veil. Strange, the bodyguard murmured, and fell silent thereafter. Chen Shen furrowed his brow, sensing that the entire matter was shrouded in a thick fog, riddled with uncertainties. At that moment, the young woman, with determination, proposed Senior Chen Shen. Are you willing to accept this task? If not, please return the Xian crystals so that we may seek others. Return them? Don't be absurd. These are treasures meant for saving lives. The youth finally resolved his dilemma. I accept. Before departing, Miao Ling and Old Shun repeatedly cautioned, Young master, please exercise utmost caution. Yes, I shall return shortly, replied Chen Shen as he stepped outside the courtyard. The four scheming individuals followed closely in his wake, each harboring a sense of delight. At last, this foolish fish had taken the bait. Ha ha ha. Upon reaching the courtyard, Chen Shen mounted his horse, only to find that the female bodyguard had followed him out. What is this? He inquired. I am entrusted to protect you. However, I cannot enter the moon's forbidden abyss and can only ensure your safety on the way. Her voice remained icy. Upon hearing the bodyguard's words, the four men secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, young Master Shui had anticipated this possibility, thus avoiding an ambush on the way, which would have undoubtedly raised alarms. As for Ling Er and Old Shun, they need not worry. Others were certainly looking after them. With that, the cold, frost-like woman leaped onto the horse Chen Shen was riding. The scenes typically depicted on television show a prince riding with a princess in his embrace, but now, the roles were reversed. Chen Shen, a grown man, found himself cradled by a woman's arms. Though the sensation of having a beautiful woman pressed against his back, breathing softly into his ear, was pleasant, it felt rather peculiar. Thus, the young man timidly suggested, perhaps you could sit in front? Less idle chatter. The ice beauty retorted, snatching the reins from his hands. The steed neighed and bolted forward at full speed. Hey, wait for us, they called out. The moon's forbidden abyss lies 35 miles west of Nine Dragon City, nestled within the Xuanshou mountain forest. On their journey, aside from 2 merchant caravans and a few hunters, they encountered merely 6 ill-fated low to mid-level mystical beasts. Each met a swift end, pierced through the heart by the bodyguard's icy spear, executed with precision. The 6 individuals on 5 horses galloped forth. After half an hour, they finally arrived at their destination. The ground they stood upon was still lush with verdant trees. Yet merely 10 paces away lay a barren expanse devoid of life. Towering mountains loomed overhead, their peaks hidden from view, flanking a seemingly endless straight abyss. All that met their eyes were stark, black stones, nothing more. After securing the horses, the bodyguard uttered a single warning. The moon's forbidden abyss imposes restrictions on human warriors, but not on mystical beasts. Therefore, once inside, do not venture beyond 20 miles, lest even divine beings cannot rescue you. With that, she leaned against a great tree and closed her eyes to rest. Senior Chen Shen, let us enter quickly. We must return before nightfall. Yang Xuejia smiled radiantly. However, unbeknownst to Chen Shen, beneath her seemingly sweet smile lay a heart filled with malice. The remaining 3 male companions introduced themselves along the way. The tall, slender youth was named Duan Li. The medium-built, scarred man was Wang Qiu, and the dark, short young man was Zhang Shua. All 4 were top students in the advanced class of 9 Dragon Academy, uniformly 9-star mystical practitioners. Let us proceed, Chen Shen urged. 10 paces, a mere trifle. As the 5 of them took their final step, a strange phenomenon unfolded. A sudden hum resonated through the air, as if waves of vibration were expanding, engulfing all 5, including Chen Shen. From the perspective of the bodyguard sister, the abyss between the 2 towering mountains remained empty. The 5 living beings had vanished without a trace, leaving no footprints behind. Chapter 41. Escape? Upon entering the moon-forbidden abyss, Chen Shen found his surroundings suddenly transformed. The 2 colossal black stone mountains he had previously seen were nowhere to be found. The once barren land, seemingly endless, was now adorned with vibrant flowers and lush grass. Occasionally, a few magpies fluttered overhead, filling the air with delightful chirps, a harmonious scene of nature. Chen Shen rubbed his eyes vigorously, astonished. Goodness, this moon-forbidden abyss is truly extraordinary. I can't discern whether the sights I beheld before entering were illusions, or if what I see now is merely a mirage. Suddenly, a palpable sense of murderous intent emanated from behind him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. His reverie was abruptly interrupted. In a moment of desperation, he decisively utilized his skill to blink. With a rush of wind, he instantly teleported 10 meters ahead, crouching behind a moss-covered boulder. Oh, quite the alert one. And your agility is commendable, managing to evade my lethal strike, Yang Xuejia remarked, shaking the slender sword in her hand, speaking to herself. The other 3 simultaneously brandished their weapons, their gazes toward Chen Shen filled with the predatory delight of hunters eyeing their prey. The lanky individual named Duan Li chuckled. Chen Shen, I advise you to surrender. It would make your demise more comfortable. In contrast, the medium-built Wang Qiu, scarred on the left cheek, offered a different perspective. Don't listen to him. Chen Shen, you must resist to the very end. Only then can I relish the supreme joy of being a hunter in the moment of your demise. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, the dark and brooding Zhang Shuo maintained a grave expression. Stop wasting time with him. We must act swiftly. Decapitate this fool, then we can leave this place. If Chen Shen failed to grasp the situation now, he would truly be remiss in his intellect. From the very beginning, he sensed numerous inconsistencies in this mission. And now it became clear. The pretense of these for seeking him for a task was merely a facade. Do not forget, this is the abyss of the lunar ban. Zhang Shuo gravely reminded. Upon hearing his words, the hearts of the other three tightened. Indeed, they could not allow him to run about like a headless fly. Should he venture deeper than 20 miles into the abyss, they would not dare pursue further, as beyond that boundary lay the domain of powerful mystical beasts. Those mid-tier, high-tier, even spiritual tier creatures could easily obliterate fragile 9-star practitioners with but a mere sneeze. The wind howled past, and Chen Shen ran desperately, occasionally glancing back at the four pursuers intent on his demise. Previously, they had all believed Chen Shen to be merely a 7-star practitioner based on their master Shui Yang's collected intelligence. Now, as they chased him, the truth of his strength became evident. His speed was undoubtedly that of a 9-star practitioner. Furthermore, bolstered by the enhanced power of the flower-carving serpent's tail, he ran effortlessly while taunting. Faster, aren't you all eager for my life? At this pace, you will only be eating dust behind me. You coward. If you dare, stop running and let me show you how I'll sever your head and use it as a ball. Duan Li, with his fiery temper, found himself unable to keep up. Just as he thought he could pierce Chen Shen's back with his spear, the youth would swiftly evade him with a sharp turn, leaving him fuming. Chen Shen turned back, making a face. Duan Li, you might as well change in an instant. Wang Qiu erupted with fury, declaring that Chen Shen would not spare even the last person, while a smug smile spread across his face. Hey, your name is Zhang Shuo, right? With your short stature. How dare you pursue me? Those stubby legs must be a burden. Instead of chasing me, you should focus on getting more calcium. Zhang Shuo, who despised being mocked for his dark complexion and short height, found himself facing ridicule. The calmest among the four, he now simmered with rage. Chen Shen, pray that I don't catch you, or I shall sever your limbs, and we'll see who truly falls short. At that moment, all four were consumed by fury, their rationality waning. Each was eager to overtake Chen Shen and exact their revenge. Consequently, their previously coordinated pursuit devolved into a chaotic sprint, with each of them racing independently. At one moment, they unwittingly formed a line. It was then that Chen Shen, who had been fleeing, abruptly halted, a victorious smile gracing his lips. Chapter 42, Master of Movement. Why has he stopped? Why is he smiling? In an instant, these two questions flashed through the minds of the four pursuers. They simply could not comprehend how the young man, who had been desperately fleeing just moments before, could now come to a halt and smile foolishly. In the next moment, Chen Shen provided his answer through action. He raised his right arm, unleashing the potent energy he had been gathering. One young finger. With a swift sound that sliced through the air, a brilliant beam of light shot forth, startling the surrounding wildlife into a hasty retreat. The animal's sixth sense warned them of impending doom, prompting their escape. The beasts were fortunate to flee, as they were at a distance. However, the four pursuing Chen Shen were not so lucky. The speed of the one young finger was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the short distance of mere meters was traversed before they could react. With a sickening sound, Duan Li, at the front of the line, was pierced through the abdomen, blood gushing forth and staining the grass beneath him. Yet, this mere flesh and blood body was insufficient to withstand the might of the one young finger. With a swift motion, Wang Qiu, in second place, could not evade the onslaught. The formidable penetrating force of the one young finger pierced through his chest, sending blood and flesh flying, accompanied by the ominous sound of shattering wind as it raced toward the third individual. Zhang Duangli, Wang Qiu, and the unfortunate Zhang Shuo lay sprawled on the ground, as lifeless as mud, their cries of agony fading swiftly into silence. Yang Xuejia clutched her shoulder with her left hand, trembling as she retreated step by step, murmuring in disbelief. How is this possible? Weren't you fleeing? You were escaping. Why did it suddenly turn into? With each step she took back, Chen Shen advanced closer, relentlessly pursuing her. Flee. Who said I was running away? I'm merely repositioning myself. As he passed by Wang Qiu's lifeless body, the young man casually seized the golden ringed saber from his grasp. With the weapon in hand, his aura grew even more intimidating. If I don't lure you all into a straight line, how can I achieve a multi-kill? It's a pity you narrowly escaped. Transforming a 4-kill into just 3, that is a bit unsatisfactory. A smile adorned the young man's face, reminiscent of a child playing a game. The 4 fierce pursuers had ultimately devolved into mere pawns in this young man's playful strategy, manipulated at will. It was laughable. They had once viewed themselves as hunters, and Chen Shen as their prey. The stark reality before them struck like a heavy, thorny palm, delivering a harsh slap to their faces. The transformation from hunter to prey shattered Yang Xuejie's fighting spirit in an instant. She fell to her knees with a thud, pleading in despair, "Senior Chen Shen. It was the young master of the Shui family, Shui Yang, who sought to kill you. This was all his scheme. I was merely following orders, coerced by him. I beg you, grant me a chance for survival. I am willing to do anything." "To be honest, you possess a certain charm," he remarked. Hearing this, Yang Xuejie clutched at a lifeline, disregarding her injured shoulder, and lowered her collar further, revealing a dazzling expanse of skin, forcing a seductive smile as she said, "I am very skilled at serving others. From now on, I shall be your servant, at your beck and call." However, in the blind spot of his gaze, Yang Xuejie subtly moved her right wrist, discreetly extracting 3 poison needles from her sleeve. Maliciously, she thought, "Humph, you, a mere toad, dare to covet a swan?" Such seductive tactics were not new to Yang Xuejie. Based on her previous experiences, men were creatures driven by their lower instincts. Once their desires were stirred, that was the best opportunity to strike. As anticipated, Chen Shen appeared intrigued. While rubbing his hands together, he grinned mischievously, nodding, "Not bad, not bad. That sounds quite tempting." Yang Xuejie maintained her facade of vulnerability, but internally, she screamed in desperation, "Come closer, take 3 more steps, and I shall ensure you descend into the underworld." At that moment, the curve of the youth's smile heightened, yet his tone shifted. "Unfortunately, I have no interest in wearing someone else's worn shoes." The words "worn shoes" made Yang Xuejie realize that her cunning plan had utterly failed. Enraged and humiliated, she swung her right arm fiercely. Whoosh! 3 poison needles shot straight towards Chen Shen's throat. The young man hastily leaned back, narrowly dodging the needles that grazed the ends of his hair, escaping unscathed. At that moment, Yang Xuejie was not idle either. Unbeknownst to anyone, she produced a deep blue essence pill and swallowed it whole. In an instant, her aura surged dramatically. "I have warned you, before I take your life, I shall first sever your tongue." As she spoke, a powerful force emanated from her hand, drawing the slender sword that had fallen to her feet directly into her palm. "What is this? The ability to manipulate energy from a distance?" Chen Shen was bewildered. Such a feat, akin to telekinesis, could only be performed by those capable of projecting their energy. Was she not a 9-star apprentice? How could she break through in just a second? However, what truly astonished everyone lay ahead. With a crackling sound, Yang Xuejie's once smooth and radiant skin began to visibly age at an alarming rate, turning waxy and sallow. Her face, once brimming with youthful vitality, now bore fine lines at the corners of her eyes and forehead. She appeared to have aged a decade in mere moments. As the young man stood there, dumbfounded, Yang Xuejie gritted her silver teeth and declared, "If it weren't for you, I would not have needed to consume the longevity-ending pill, sacrificing my vitality to elevate my cultivation. But it matters not. As long as I can slay you, I may yet find a remedy to restore my youth in the future." With that, she raised her arm, the slender sword in hand, and the energy surrounding her intensified 2- or 3-fold. Chapter 43, Breakthrough? "I can too." Buzz. Yang Xuejie was enveloped in an aura of energy, causing the surrounding leaves to scatter and the flowers to wither. Had she not forced her breakthrough without gaining the attributes of energy, the power she could unleash would have been even greater. Yet, even in her current state, it posed a significant threat to Chen Shen. The distinction between an energy master and an energy apprentice may seem minor, but the disparity in strength was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Strangely, Chen Shen appeared utterly oblivious to the peril surrounding him. At that moment, his mind wandered to a seemingly trivial matter. How odd that the moon's forbidden abyss is supposed to reject humans with cultivation above the apprentice level. How could this wretched place allow her to break through to an energy master without invoking divine punishment or being expelled? In a moment of clarity, Chen Shen suddenly considered a possibility. Could it be that the prohibitions of the moon's forbidden abyss only apply to human cultivators who entered prior? Once inside, those who break through to master might not be affected at all. Observing the ever-changing expression on Chen Shen's face, Yang Xuejie mistakenly believed she had frightened him, and her heart swelled with pride. "Are you afraid? Then why don't you cut off your own tongue? If I'm in a good mood, perhaps I shall spare your life." She laughed maniacally. "Afraid? Ha ha ha." Chen Shen chuckled, genuinely amused. Then, with a flick of thought, he retrieved 7 high-grade energy crystals from his spatial pouch, holding them in his hand. Do you possess a spatial ring?" Seeing him summon objects seemingly from thin air, Yang Xuejie instinctively assumed he had a spatial ring. Previously, the 4 of them had thought that Chen Shen had left the prepaid reward in his quarters. Who would have imagined he carried it with him? Ha ha ha, splendid. A spatial ring. Once I kill you, it shall be mine. Yang Xuejia smiled joyfully, her eyes glinting with avarice. However, Chen Shen paid her no mind, for an enchanting system notification had already sounded. Ding. 7 high-level attribute crystals have been discovered, fulfilling the conditions for integrating excess thunder elemental energy within. Would you like to refine them now? Yes. In the next moment, the meager energy within Chen Shen's dantian surged forth, instantly filling up. Ding. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to a 9-star mystical apprentice and advancing to a 1-star mystical practitioner. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving an upgrade reward. 1 invisibility talisman. Invisibility talisman, a special mystical talisman of unknown grade. Upon use, it allows the user to conceal their form and mask their presence, rendering them undetectable by practitioners below the mystical king realm. Duration, 15 minutes. Ding. Host's inherent elemental energy has successfully generated, with the attribute of thunder. All skills now carry the power of thunder. Ding. Due to the high-level nature of the 7 crystals, the host receives an additional reward, 1 Battle Pet Token. Battle Pet Token. This token releases a wave of soul-infused energy, allowing the capture of any mystical beast as the host's battle pet. The higher the beast's rank, the lower the chance of successful capture. Upon hearing this series of joyous announcements, Chen Shen laughed heartily. What a delight! Not only have I advanced to a 1-star mystical practitioner, but I have also gained an invisibility talisman and a battle pet token. This feeling is exhilarating. Overcome with excitement, electricity crackled around him. Blue-violet arcs of lightning danced within a 7-inch radius. In an instant, the stones at his feet shattered upon contact, and fallen leaves ignited in flames. The scene before her caused Yang Xuejia's smug demeanor to freeze in an instant, her momentary embarrassment more painful than tears. For she understood that, despite both being 1-star mystical practitioners, the addition of thunder elemental energy would render him significantly more powerful than her, a practitioner devoid of elemental attributes. Is it just a breakthrough? I can do that too. Chen Shen smirked, tauntingly remarking, unlike you, who has sacrificed over 20 years of your lifespan, turning from a youthful maiden into a middle-aged shrew. True. Yang Xuejia was enraged, blood rising in her throat. Her eyes reddened, and the wrinkles on her forehead deepened. Ah, Chen Shen, I will kill you. Even knowing her energy could not compete, Yang Xuejia, consumed by rage, had lost her reason. With a fierce push from her feet, her slender sword struck like a serpent, whistling toward the young man mere steps away, poised to pierce him. In the next moment, the figure before her vanished into thin air. A flash. Yes, another flash. This time, Chen Shen had reappeared behind Yang Xuejia, his tightly clenched fist crashy with a surge of thunderous energy. In the blink of an eye, the red and white remnants upon his fist vanished completely. He cast a cold glance at Yang Xuejia, who was convulsing on the ground with her last breath, and proclaimed, "It will not be long before Shui Yang is sent to hell by me. Evil begets evil. You shall not be the last." At that moment, the earth trembled unexpectedly with a resounding roar. Concurrently, a sound reminiscent of a bell tolling echoed. Dong. The chime was particularly resonant, reverberating through the forest for an extended duration. The seismic disturbance and the booming bell lasted merely 2 breaths. Then, everything returned to normal. What is happening? A precursor to an earthquake? The youth mused. At that instant, Yang Xuejia, barely clinging to life, surprisingly chuckled, her voice faltering as she uttered, "The mountains sway. The earth quakes. The golden bell tolls thrice, marking the night. Now it has tolled once. Once night falls, prepare to be torn apart and devoured by the mystical beasts of this place." With her final words, this malevolent woman finally drew her last breath. Upon hearing her, Chen Shen recalled what a bodyguard had said on his way here, that at night, the mystical beasts of the moon-forbidden abyss would emerge in vast numbers, 100-fold compared to those outside. He looked up at the sky, still bathed in sunlight. There was no hint of impending night. Could that wretched woman be trying to frighten him with her dying words? Just then, dong. Another bell tolled, the ground shook, and the birds and beasts retreated to their nests. Such an anomaly tightened Chen Shen's heart. Damn it. Better to believe than not to believe. I must flee. Dong. Just a breath later, the 3rd toll resounded. Good grief, is the bell ringer mad? The 2nd and 3rd tolls were alarmingly close. Chen Shen had barely finished his complaint when the bright sun above was suddenly engulfed in darkness. In the moon-forbidden abyss, the transition from day to night occurred in an instant. However, at that moment, Chen Shen had no leisure to complain further. In the darkness, a multitude of crimson eyes and ghastly white fangs loomed closer. Chapter 44. A path of bloodshed and flight. Howl. A pack of wolves. Yet, the dozen or so wolves encircling Chen Shen were not the ordinary wild wolves of Earth, but rather the initial grade, superior mystical beasts known as crimson fur wolves. Their entire bodies of vivid red, their fur akin to needles, and their size comparable to cattle. Initial grade superior mystical beasts corresponded to human cultivators at the 7th to 9th star realm. Additionally, they possessed advantages unknown to humans: thick skin, powerful claws, and sharp fangs. If there were only a dozen crimson fur wolves, it would not be difficult for the 1-star mystical practitioner, Chen Shen, to topple them. But now, he was surrounded by hundreds of wolves. Damn it, I'll fight. The youth steeled himself, and in an instant, electric light crackled across his body. In his hand, he wielded the massive chain blade that belonged to Wang Qiu. Infused with thunderous energy, the blade shimmered with hints of blue and purple, exuding a formidable aura. Howl! As the wolf's cry echoed, over 100 crimson fur wolves lunged simultaneously. At the same time, the youth swung his blade, directing its lethal edge, and blood erupted like a fountain, crackling thunder, piercing flesh and shattering bones. The sharp blades slash and cleave. The scent of blood from fallen comrades invigorates the ferocious red-haired wolves, driving their assaults to a savage fervor. Howl! Kill! The wolves roar, as does Chen Shen. The glimmer of blades and the shadows of claws dance under the flickering flashes of lightning. Amidst the cacophony of the boys' battle cries and the wolves' howls, a distinct chime resounds repeatedly. Ding! The host has successfully slain a first-tier superior mystical beast, the red-haired wolf, gaining 170 experience points. Ding! The host has successfully slain a first-tier superior mystical beast, the red-haired wolf, gaining 170 experience points. Ding! As the blood of the beasts rains down, it spreads out from Chen Shen's center, staining the ground within a 10-meter radius of vivid crimson. At last, with the final red-haired wolf collapsing into a pool of blood, Chen Shen finally exhales in relief. In a mere span of a few minutes, over 100 red-haired wolves have perished, with only a handful escaping. Yet, Chen Shen has sustained some injuries. His shoulder, thigh, arm, and back bear the marks of clawed attacks. Fortunately, the wounds are not too deep, as the protective mystical energy of a 1-star mystic has mitigated a significant portion of the damage. Casting a glance at his experience bar, he realizes he is but a thread away from another breakthrough. Thus, he raises his arm, aiming at a red flame wolf that has fled a short distance. And with a flick of his fingertip, he unleashes a sun finger. Whoosh! Thud! The red flame wolf's escape is thwarted, meeting its demise in an instant. A mere 1% of the sun finger's might is sufficient to annihilate this initial tier mystical beast. Subsequently, Chen Shen feels a warm current nourishing his entire being, rapidly healing the numerous wounds that marred his body. The mystical energy expended in the fierce battle against the 100-plus red-haired wolves now surges back, stronger than before. Simultaneously, the system's voice chimes. Ding! Congratulations, host, on advancing to a 2-star mystic. Would you like to view your current attributes? Upgraded. The exhilaration of leveling up from monster slaying is truly delightful. At last, the bloodshed has not been in vain. The boy chuckles with glee, and with a thought. He surveys his current state. Host, Chen Shen. Level, 2-star mystic. Mystical energy value, 8,000 points. Strength evaluation, mediocre. Mystical techniques, flash, a special movement technique, grade unknown. Current realm, entry level. Mystical energy consumption, 200 points. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Sun finger, an attack technique, low-grade celestial tier. Mystical energy consumption, 50,000 points. Cooldown time, unknown. Secondary profession, 9-star earthly alchemist. Special items, 1 invisibility talisman, 1 battle pet token. The system's evaluation has shifted once more, mediocre. While it may not sound particularly flattering, it is certainly an improvement over being a novice. From worthless to novice, and now to mediocre. This is the transformation Chen Shen has achieved in just a matter of days. Upon reviewing his mystical energy value, Chen Shen beams with joy, a full 8,000 points. More than triple what he possessed as a 9-star mystic apprentice. This newfound power allows him to wield the sun finger's 1/10 might with confidence. Consuming 5,000 mystical energy points at a time is manageable. Previously, a mere 1/25 of the sun finger's might enabled me to execute a triple kill. Now, with merely 1/10 of his power, if he were to use the practitioners of the 9-star Xian as targets, it would surely be a one-shot, 10-kill scenario. Wouldn't he? Perhaps it could be even more formidable. Ha ha ha. Bang. Just as Chen Shen reveled in his own thoughts, a massive bear paw landed squarely on his back. Uffed. As a burst of blood shot forth from his mouth, the young man swiftly activated his teleportation skill, sidestepping 10 meters to evade a series of furious attacks from the Azure Rock giant bear. Damn it, how careless of me. Fortunately, my body has been reinforced by the flower-carving serpent's tail. Otherwise, after taking that slap, I would have either died or sustained severe injuries. The youth admonished himself. vowing never to make the same mistake again. The Azure Rock Giant Bear, a mid-tier, middle-grade Xian beast, possessed immense strength, standing over 3 meters tall. Its skin appeared as if coated in a layer of blue rock. Even a mid-tier warrior wielding a sharp sword with all their might would struggle to pierce its hide, which boasted defenses considered the strongest among its rank. A mid-tier, middle-grade Xian beast's strength was comparable to that of a 5-star Xian human warrior. Chen Shen, being merely a 2-star Xian practitioner, faced a considerable disparity in power. After dispatching a pack of starving wolves, was he now confronted by a giant bear? The youth wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, raising his right arm. The vast gap in strength left him no room for arrogance, prompting him to unleash his most powerful technique, the one-yang finger. With a surge of energy from his fingertip, a brilliant beam infused with thunderous power shot forth, instantly illuminating the dim forest. Boom! Even the Azure Rock Giant Bear, renowned for its formidable defenses among mid-tier beasts, could not withstand the lethal force of a heavenly grade Xian technique, resulting in a gaping blood hole the size of a foot in its chest. The bear let out a mournful cry before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The outcome surprised even Chen Shen. Goodness! The power of the one-yang finger at merely 1/10 of its capability transcended the realm of a sniper rifle, more aptly described as a sniper cannon. Ding! Host has slain the Azure Rock Bear. System identifies it as an over-level kill, granting 2,000 experience points. Chen Shen felt elated. This was indeed reminiscent of playing games in his previous life. Defeating beasts of a higher level than oneself yielded a greater experience reward. However, from another perspective, slaying creatures of significantly lower levels would likely result in diminished experience points. Roar! A beastly howl interrupted Chen Shen's thoughts. Surveying his surroundings, he noted various Xian beasts. The bloodthirsty lynx, a high-tier, low-grade beast. The spotted jackal, a mid-tier, low-grade beast. And the six-horned lizard, a mid-tier, middle-grade beast, all with fierce glints in their eyes, baring their teeth as they lunged towards him. Damn, more of them? Is it because I possess a face that invites ridicule? The youth was nearly driven to his wit's end. He hastily consumed a high-grade chi recovery pill to restore his energy and began to fight while fleeing towards the entrance of the moon-forbidden abyss. Chapter 45. Unexpected turn of events. The night here was devoid of stars. Even the moon appeared oddly, a purplish-red orb, round in shape, resembling a sun veiled by a thin layer of crimson gauze. Beneath the eerie, crimson light, a human youth was making a bloody escape. After dispatching one or several mid-tier Xian beasts with his one-yang finger, he would immediately find himself beset by more replacements, with the number of beasts pursuing him only increasing over the next 10 minutes. Blood reflected in the moonlight, as malevolent winds swept across his face. The large broadsword in his hand, already dulled and chipped, was carelessly discarded. The high-grade energy recovery pill he carried now held only a solitary piece. His sole achievement amidst this bloody escape was the demise of 9 mid-tier mystical beasts and 123 low-tier mystical beasts, courtesy of his singular strike technique. The accrued experience allowed him to once again break through his cultivation level. Ding! Congratulations to the host on ascending to a 3-star mystic. He felt rejuvenated, fully restored in health and energy. Most fortunate was the increase in his mystic energy limit, soaring from 8,000 points to 10,000 points. With 10,000 points of mystic energy, he could unleash a mere 20% of the power of his singular strike. However, once expended, he would be left utterly drained. A single recovery pill would only provide a brief respite, enough for him to be engulfed by the horde of beasts behind him. Thus, this upgrade merely afforded him a bit more leeway to escape, a bitter realization weighing heavily on his heart. Time slipped away, second by second. The youth drew ever closer to the exit, yet the number of pursuing mystical beasts surged around him, an overwhelming tide intent on his demise. Just 50 meters to go. Escape would mean a transcendence from hell to heaven, a rebirth. Failing to escape would result in being torn to shreds by these ferocious creatures. 40 meters. 3 mid-tier beasts, baring their fangs, awaited the unwitting human boy to fall into their trap. With a thunderous clash, the upper jaw collided with the lower. Fortune smiled upon Chen Shen. He was not crushed by the serrated teeth of the beasts. In a moment of desperation, he crouched low, using his forward momentum to dart past the feet of the 4 monstrous creatures, narrowly preserving his life. 30 meters remained. The boy perceived a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, a lion's roar reverberated through the forest. A 4-meter-long, 2-meter-high thunderfire lion obstructed his path. A high-tier mystical beast? A shiver ran through his heart. This colossal creature could rival even the most formidable of mystic practitioners. The thunderfire lion opened its maw wide, releasing a torrent of searing fire energy that surged forth in the next instant. With a whoosh, a fireball, large enough for 2 people to barely embrace, hurtled towards Chen Shen. Evading? Impossible, for it was too close. Fleeing? No chance, as the sea of mystical beasts loomed behind him. In the split second he hesitated to turn, he would be torn to pieces. Undoubtedly, he faced a dire predicament, caught between ravenous wolves in front and ferocious tigers behind. In defiance, Chen Shen cursed vehemently, "Damn it! If I must perish, I shall drag you down with me." Though the situation was dire, his spirit remained unyielding. As his words fell, a blinding beam of lightning erupted from his fingertips. He expended the last vestige of mystic energy within him, successfully unleashing the enhanced power of his singular strike. This blow was more formidable than the one that had felled the azure rock bear. The beam stretching a meter in diameter, fearless and unyielding, crashing into the massive fireball expelled by the thunderfire lion. Boom! Fire and lightning collided, unleashing a formidable wave of mystic energy. Flash, 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 crack, crack, crack. With a resounding crack, several pieces of blue stone within a 10-foot radius were utterly pulverized by the swirling vortex of energy. Half a second later, the fireball's luminescence dimmed, and the thunderous beam of light shrank significantly. However, the residual force of the sun finger still surged forth, crashing fiercely into the chest of the thunder flame lion. Boom! Bang! The formidable high-tier mystical beast was actually driven back 4 substantial steps, leaving a crater where its massive paw landed. Upon examining the left side of the thunder flame lion's chest, its fur was torn apart, revealing mangled flesh. Although the energy from the thunderous beam did not create a gaping hole in its chest, it nonetheless penetrated deeply, roaring in furious indignation. Every dark red tuft of mane on the thunder flame lion stood on end. What is so impressive about a loud roar? In the midst of his curses, the young man swallowed the last remaining chi recovery pill. However, the effects would take some time to manifest. Even if he catalyzed it with his innate power, it would still require at least 5 seconds to convert the profound energy contained within the pill for his own use. 5 seconds was ample time for the thunderflame lion to swallow him whole. 5 seconds was also sufficient for the pack of beasts trailing behind to tear him to shreds. Damn it! I never expected that after just a few days of rebirth in this other world, I would meet such a fate. The boy thought to himself in self-deprecating humor. He had exhausted every option. Even his life-saving teleportation skill was still on cooldown. The situation before him had become a deadlock. Yet, he stood tall and unwavering. His eyes, unwavering, fixated on the foe ahead. Perhaps he was unwilling to let this beast perceive his fear. Or perhaps, he refused to bow to this dismal fate. Suddenly, crack, crack, crack. The ground 10 meters directly in front of him began to fracture. Boom, boom, boom. Then, a 3-foot-thick layer of mud and stone erupted from within. A serpent-like creature, thicker than an elephant, broke through the earth. The violent tremors nearly caused the boy to stumble. Simultaneously, the massive head of the serpent extended, its jaws opening wide. And with a single gulp, it devoured the thunder flame lion whole, as if it were a mere morsel. The once formidable high-tier mystical beast had not even the strength to struggle, becoming a delightful meal for this colossal serpent. At that moment, a system notification echoed in the boy's astonished ears. Ding! Spirit-level boss detected. Abyssal python. What the hell? A spirit-level boss? Does that mean this giant serpent is a spirit-tier mystical beast, a full rank above the previous thunderflame lion? The spirit-tier mystical beast was akin to a transcendent master among humans. No wonder the high-tier mystical beast stood no chance against it. With this creature blocking the exit, the boy was doomed to remain trapped. God, are you toying with me? As if one high-tier mystical beast wasn't enough, you've summoned a spirit-tier one as well? Faced with a formidable foe ahead and the threat of pursuers behind. Wait, where were the pursuers? The boy instinctively turned to glance over his shoulder. Behind him, the once dark mass of beasts was now a chaotic frenzy, trampling each other as they scattered in all directions. It is likely that the vast pressure exuded by the abyssal python has compelled these low-tier and mid-tier mystical beasts to abandon their pursuit of the human intruder, Chen Shen, and flee in a frenzy for their lives. Chapter 46. The Royal Boss. Hiss hiss. The colossal serpent before him languidly flicked its forked tongue and slowly coiled its hind half, buried in the earth, onto the ground. Perhaps it had just feasted and wished to digest its meal properly, for it did not hasten to launch an attack on this diminutive human, frail and meager of flesh. 5 seconds elapsed. The effects of the superior chi recovery pill began to take effect, gradually restoring the mystical energy within Chen Shen's dantian. The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement. A boss. This is indeed a boss. If he could vanquish it, a splendid bounty would surely follow. As a seasoned player, Chen Shen had developed a conditioned reflex upon encountering a boss, a reflex driven by a thirst for victory. In his previous life, Nothing excited him more in gaming than stumbling upon a boss. Even with inferior gear and lower levels, he would still rush in to land a few strikes. For if he perished, he could always respawn and start anew. However, Chen Shen understood the gravity of his current situation. This was no game, but a stark reality. His life was singular and precious. With his current cultivation as a 3-star mystic, even the 1/5 power of the One Yang finger could not slay a high-tier mystical beast. Only injure it. Consequently, vanquishing this spirit-tier creature was utterly out of the question. Moreover, the mystical energy restored by the superior chi recovery pill was insufficient to unleash even a fraction of the One Yang finger's might. Taking a deep breath to calm his mind, Chen Shen gradually retreated, cautiously increasing the distance between himself and the abyssal python. Each step was executed with utmost care, deliberate and unhurried. He feared that any sudden movement might incite the murderous instincts of this spirit-tier beast. In the span of merely 200 meters, the boy took a full 5 minutes to traverse the distance. Sensing that he had created enough space, he turned abruptly and sprinted away. He had no desire to wait until the abyssal python had digested its meal and inadvertently included him in its feast. With the great serpent guarding the path, returning was certainly out of the question. He resolved to seek another escape route. Harboring such thoughts, the boy instinctively chose a direction and dashed forward. In his current predicament, he had no choice but to gamble on fortune. Whether he could escape this nightmarish realm depended solely on luck, certainly a better option than waiting passively for doom. It was unclear how long he had been running, but Chen Shen noticed that the stench of blood intensified around him. Many tree trunks were stained of vivid crimson, and if he were not careful while running, he might trip over the remnants of some mystical beast's carcass. Perhaps the abyssal python's intimidation had driven all mystical beasts in the vicinity into hiding, at least for now. Chen Shen had the respite of not being pursued by a horde of beasts. After traversing another 3 miles, he encountered a large water puddle, measuring over 3 meters in both length and width, with a depth of around 1.5 meters. The water here was not tainted by blood and remained relatively clear. The boy licked his parched lips and hurried to the puddle, crouching down to scoop the water in his hands, drinking deeply several times. After a prolonged drought, the refreshing coolness was utterly delightful. Suddenly, he shed his tattered shirt, leaping into the vast puddle to cleanse his body of the bloodstains. Subsequently, the youth rolled upon the ground, coating every inch of his skin with mud. Had he lost his sanity? No, he undertook this act to mask his scent. The metallic tang of blood and the essence of humanity are the most alluring lures for the enigmatic beasts. Once he had attended to this, the boy pressed onward. At that moment, his pace was not swift. He relied primarily on his muscular strength, striving to conserve his spiritual energy. Fortunately, his physical prowess was tenfold that of an ordinary cultivator of the same realm. Otherwise, he would scarcely endure in this rugged wilderness. After traversing through the dimly lit and blood-soaked forest for an hour, a sudden chime resonated in his ears. Dawn. The earth trembled once more. Oddly, had it not been said that the sound of the golden bell thrice heralded the night? It had been 2 hours since nightfall, yet the bell continued to toll. Chen Shen found this perplexing. Shortly thereafter, the bell rang again. Dawn. 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 In a mere few breaths, it echoed over 10 times. So bizarre. Chen Shen pondered. Could it be that the saying regarding the golden bell's toll being the signal for night is merely a fabrication? After all, the cultivators who ventured into the moon-forbidden abyss possessed limited abilities, mere novices at the 9th star of the profound realm. If they had not fled before nightfall, they would not have survived to witness his current predicament. At that moment, a resounding rumble filled the air. The tremors intensified, escalating into a violent quake. Ancient trees, centuries old, were uprooted as if the world were coming to an end. The youth had no time to ponder further. Survival was imperative. Yet, the entire ground had fissured. Countless ancient trees and boulders plummeting into the crevices, creating a cataclysmic scene from which no mere mortal could hope to escape. As he uttered a prolonged curse, the ground beneath him gave way, and he plummeted downward. Looking down, he saw a region adorned with strange patterns at the bottom, approximately 1,000 meters deep, glowing with an eerie blue light in the pitch-black subterranean world. At that moment, a system notification echoed in the youth's ears. Ding! A spatial teleportation array has been detected, with the destination being the core region of the moon-forbidden abyss. A teleportation array? If I land upon it, will I be transported elsewhere instead of being reduced to a pulp? The youth's thoughts raced, and he quickly released a fraction of his power against the surrounding stone walls during his descent, utilizing the rebound to adjust his falling angle. Ultimately, he successfully landed at the center of the teleportation array. In an instant, the blue light surged. The next moment, the scenery before him transformed dramatically. He found himself in a valley surrounded by mountains, situated on a teleportation platform at the valley's floor. Gazing into the distance, He beheld a colossal and vibrant flower blossoming at the heart of the gorge. Its stem was thicker than the ancient trees he had seen outside, and the multicolored petals resembled enormous blankets. As Chen Shen's gaze fell upon this extraordinary flower, a system prompt resonated. Ding. Discovered the 7 stars moonflower's flower ancestor. Effect 1. Essential material for refining a certain celestial grade mystical elixir. Effect 2. Unknown. Effect 3. Unknown. Effect 4. The flower ancestor of the 7 stars moonflower? This implied that the 7 stars moonflower rumored in Jiulong City was merely the progeny of this remarkable entity. The system's spirit revealed that one of its effects was indeed a vital ingredient for a celestial-grade elixir. How impressive! It is noteworthy that Chen Shen could only currently refine earth-grade mystical elixirs. Beyond that, there are mystical, spiritual, earth, and celestial grades. The rarity of celestial-grade materials is beyond comprehension. Suddenly, another thunderous sound erupted, akin to a resounding golden bell. It drew Chen Shen's attention to the left, where 2 colossal beasts, each towering 4 stories high, were locked in a fierce battle. The earlier sound, reminiscent of a golden bell's toll, was indeed the result of their collision. Ding. Discovered a king-level boss. The system's prompt concluded, and the essential information about these mountainous creatures was laid bare on the young man's data panel. Bloodthirsty Lizard of Bai Luo, originally a 7 stars beast emperor, currently sealed. 5-star king-level mystical beast. 9-headed serpent of Huang Quan, originally a 7 stars beast emperor, currently sealed. 5-star king-level mystical beast. Goodness, 2 beast emperors. Even in their sealed state, they were evaluated as 5-star beast kings by the system's spirit. A beast king is equivalent to a human cultivator at the realm of the mystical king. In all of Jiulong City, the mightiest lord, Xiao Mo, was merely a 7 stars mystical scholar. Above the mystical scholar is the mystical master, and above that is the mystical king. To young Chen Shen, the battle between the bloodthirsty lizard and the 9-headed serpent resembled a celestial clash, where merely witnessing it might exact a lethal price. Boom, 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 crash, 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 crash. The 2 beast kings were locked in a titanic struggle, each violent collision causing the entire canyon to tremble. The cliffs were cracking, and fragmented stones and mud rained down incessantly, stirring up clouds of dust. Thinking he might be caught in the crossfire of this divine conflict at any moment, Chen Shen was mistaken. Regardless of how fierce the external combat raged, the 3-meter radius of the teleportation array he occupied remained entirely unaffected. The immense falling rocks and the aftershocks of the battle dissipated into fine powder upon contact with the protective shield of the teleportation array, vanishing without a trace. Unexpectedly, this teleportation array possessed a protective effect. Chen Shen couldn't help but feel elated. He comfortably settled down, relishing the role of a spectator, almost wishing for a bowl of popcorn to enjoy as he watched. Crack. Boom. After the 2 beast kings unleashed their ultimate moves, the overwhelming energy backlash obliterated a significant portion of the steep cliff. Subsequently, both titans seemed to have an unspoken agreement to cease their onslaught, standing 100 meters apart. Both colossal creatures were now panting heavily, adorned with nearly 100 wounds, blood pooling beneath them. These were beast kings, no? Beast emperors, whose precious blood was now spilling onto the ground, a sheer waste of such magnificent essence. Chen Shen couldn't help but click his tongue in awe. Had it not been for the inevitable demise awaiting him should he rush out, he would have longed to find a large water tank to collect the blood flowing from the beast emperor. The ancient tortoise serpent. A human had intruded into a realm where he should not have appeared. Let us first combine our strength to shatter the barrier of the teleportation array, eliminate him, and then continue our battle, proclaimed the bloodthirsty lizard, its voice resonating like a mighty bell. A profound beast, capable of human speech. This indeed corroborated the spirit of the system's conjecture. These colossal creatures had undoubtedly reached the imperial tier. Spirit tier profound beasts possess nascent spiritual awareness. King tier profound beasts hold intellect comparable to that of an adult human. Imperial tier profound beasts can articulate human language. Beyond that, sect tier profound beasts can even transform into human form and adeptly practice human techniques and mysteries. The 9-headed serpent of the Yellow Springs cast a disdainful glance at the human youth within the teleportation array, snorting contemptuously, humph. What storm can a mere bug at the profound practitioner realm stir? Immediately, all 9 of its heads lifted simultaneously, their gazes directed at the bloodthirsty lizard. As it snarled, "You need not beat around the bush. We both know that the flower ancestor of the 7-star moonflower will mature in but 1 hour. When that moment arrives, that entity shall descend upon this world. Thus, in today's battle, I shall surely slay you. Then I will devour the divine bloodline of that thing and ascend to greatness." Ha 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 ha, what a joke. Old tortoise serpent. In our countless battles over the past century, each one has ended in a stalemate. What confidence do you possess to believe you can triumph over me? The bloodthirsty lizard stood undaunted. Very well. If you seek battle, I shall accompany you to the very end today. With that, the two divine beings clashed once more. The youth within the teleportation array, upon overhearing their conversation, felt his mind awaken with vigor. It appears they are prepared to fight to the death over the divine bloodline. How dare they call me a bug? Very well. We shall see. When you both are gravely wounded, I shall wield this item to show you who the true bug is. With a flick of his wrist, the boy retrieved a palm-sized copper medallion from his spatial pouch, a token capable of transforming any profound beast into a host's battle companion. Though the two profound beasts stood 100 meters away, even in a sealed state, they were formidable beast kings. If he could successfully capture one as a battle companion, how magnificent would that be? It is worth noting that the supreme leader of the great Xia Empire, the illustrious emperor, possesses only the cultivation of a 7-star profound king. If he could have a 5-star profound king-level battle companion as a bodyguard, would he not soar in prestige throughout the great Xia Empire? Henceforth, he would no longer ride a horse. He would ride atop a beast king, exuding unparalleled flamboyance. The boy, unable to contain his excitement, muttered, Beast King, I am destined for greatness. I am destined for greatness. Wahaha. However, while the plan was splendid, its execution posed considerable challenges. The effective range within which the battle companion token could bind to the host's soul was a mere 50 meters. The two profound beasts were engaged in a fierce battle, leaping and charging, transforming the vast canyon into their battlefield. The probability of them appearing within the boy's 50-meter vicinity was exceedingly slim. To invoke the battle pet decree, one must wait until a victor emerges from the fierce contest, striking only when the triumphant beast is on the brink of collapse. Otherwise, the residual force from the clash of the two beast kings is sufficient to annihilate a mere practitioner like him, annihilating him repeatedly with resounding booms. An hour swiftly passed amidst the ferocious combat of these colossal creatures. Suddenly, a brilliant white spiritual light erupted from the heart of the 7 stars moonflower in the canyon, piercing the sky for miles. The purplish-red moon above was drawn by this beam, its hue fading until it vanished entirely. The dim sky, in that instant, cleared completely, basking in the radiant sunlight with nary a cloud in sight. It was then that Chen Shen realized that the cycle of day and night in the moon-forbidden abyss was far from the rumored chime of the golden bell, signaling nightfall. All of this was a gift from the flower ancestor of the 7 stars moonflower. A mere plant could provoke such a celestial phenomenon, leaving the youth in awe. Subsequently, 16 enormous petals of varying colors withered before his eyes at a visible pace, while the core of the flower continuously radiated spiritual light. Undoubtedly, the 7 stars moonflower had matured. In that moment, the two already battered beast kings went into a frenzy. The divine bloodline shall belong to me. The bloodthirsty lizard lunged forward with ferocity. Not so fast. The 9-headed serpent of the underworld intercepted from the opposite end, unleashing its most potent attack, the underworld poison. The old turtle snake, disregarding 90% of its primordial power, forced out its technique. Very well, I shall do the same. The bloodthirsty lizard opened its maw, releasing its bloodthirsty breath. Chapter 48. Transaction? Trap. The underworld poison collided with the bloodthirsty breath, and the two beast kings' ultimate talents clashed, engulfing the entire canyon in a dark green toxic mist and a crimson poisonous rain. The noxious vapors wilted grass and splintered wood. The scarlet acidic liquid corroded stone and earth. This was merely the scene at the periphery of the battlefield. At the core, the ground beneath the two beast kings sank 2 meters deep, each reeling from the impact of their most powerful attacks, their flesh torn and battered. Blood rained down like a torrential downpour, and in many places, the devastation revealed stark, white bones. Witnessing such a toxic gas invades the heart. Your fate is sealed. Haha, cough, cough. In the end, the Huangquan 9-headed serpent spewed forth several pools of dark blood, indicating its own deep poisoning. As it gasped for air, the bloodthirsty lizard of Bailu suddenly found its previously dulled eyes gleaming with a fierce crimson light. What this sovereign cannot possess, you shall not take either. After uttering these words, the bloodthirsty lizard summoned all its strength to lift its head, opening its massive jaws to unleash a fine stream of venom directly towards the core of the 7-star moonflower. The essence within the 7-star moonflower, containing the divine bloodline, was still in the process of brewing. The bloodthirsty lizard's last burst of life was to destroy it before the divine bloodline could take form. Outrageous. The Huangquan 9-headed serpent roared in fury. It had battled its opponent in the moon-forbidden abyss for over a century, all for the fleeting moment when the 7-star moonflower would bloom and bear fruit. And now, Its adversary sought to bury the divine bloodline alongside it for eternity. How could such an affront be tolerated? Yet, the bloodthirsty lizard's attack was so sudden that the Huangquan nine-headed serpent had no time to counter. In a desperate bid to prevent the defilement of the divine bloodline, and to ensure that its century-long wait did not evaporate into nothingness, it swung its tail and propelled its entire body to shield the seven-star moonflower. With a sickening sound, the venomous stream pierced through two of its remaining 3 heads, which were left after the fierce battle. The once mighty Huangquan nine-headed serpent was now reduced to a single head connected to its source of life. The severity of this conflict was all too apparent. In a moment, the toxic mist had dissipated. The Huangquan nine-headed serpent made several attempts to consume the luminous essence at the core of the seven-star moonflower, but alas, the 20-meter distance between them was an insurmountable chasm for its current state. It was grievously wounded, so much so that it could not even inch forward 20 meters. Human boy, are you willing to make a deal with this sovereign? The Huangquan nine-headed serpent rasped, its voice low and feeble. Climb the seven-star moonflower and retrieve the essence for me, and I shall grant you a lifetime of glory. The young man paused at these words, then scoffed. Didn't you just call me a mere insignificant insect? You, a grand beast sovereign, are now asking for my help? What if, out of pride, you decide to swallow both me and the divine bloodline after? The Huangquan nine-headed serpent sighed deeply. I would not. I swear upon my noble beast's sovereign blood. As long as you retrieve the divine bloodline for me, I shall not harm you in my lifetime, but rather protect you closely for 10 years. Should I break this oath, let me be forsaken by the beast god, struck by heavenly lightning and consumed by earthly fire. Mysterious beasts possess a pride unique to their kind, bloodline. Once an oath is taken by bloodline, it must be fulfilled. Otherwise, they would face calamities from the beast god far more ferocious than the tribulations human cultivators endure during their heavenly tribulations. So how about it? You can rest assured now, right? The Huangquan nine-headed serpent's enormous mouth twisted into a semblance of a smile, yet this faint smile appeared anything but gentle in the eyes of Chen Shen, instead rendering it even more menacing. At the outset, Chen Shen merely sought to acquire a battle pet for his protection. Now, with the nine-headed serpent of the Yellow Springs willingly vowing to guard him for a decade, having taken a venomous oath for this purpose, his objective has been achieved. He not only secures the protection of this beast king for 10 years, but also spares the precious summoning token, which is indeed a stroke of fortune. Most importantly, the success rate of summoning a mystical beast using the token is not guaranteed. The higher the rank of the mystical beast, the lower the probability of success. Therefore, attempting to summon one forcefully could lead to failure, resulting in a scenario where Chen Shen becomes the prey rather than the predator. Such an outcome is certainly not one he wishes to encounter. Thus, the young man consented to this transaction and approached the ailing nine-headed serpent of the Yellow Springs. Located merely 20 meters from the seven-star moonflower, the stalk of the flower towers at over 10 meters, yet for Chen Shen, ascending to the flower's core to pluck the radiant divine bloodline is not a daunting task. After a fierce battle, the vast canyon reverberated only with the serpent's labored breaths and the measured footsteps of the young human. In a matter of moments, Chen Shen found himself merely 20 steps away from the nine-headed serpent. Suddenly, the serpent opened its mouth wide, its venomous fangs lunging toward him like a colossal sword. Startled, the youth thought, teleport. In an instant, he vanished from his spot, reappearing 10 meters away. The serpent's fangs struck the ground, creating a half-meter deep crater. Fortunately, Chen Shen remained vigilant, allowing him to react promptly to the unexpected attack. However, had the nine-headed serpent not sustained such grievous injuries, its speed would have rendered him unable to employ his teleportation, resulting in his immediate demise. You wretched beast, you dare to harm me after swearing a blood oath? Are you not afraid of the retribution from the beast god? The boy seethed with rage. The nine-headed serpent offered a sinister smile, imbued with a human-like malice. The precondition of the blood oath is that you must procure the divine bloodline for me. Yet, you have yet to even touch the seven-star moonflower. Thus, the oath I have sworn shall not come to fruition. Truly, the cunning of a royal-grade mystical beast is remarkable, capable of weaving verbal traps. Such cunningness is indeed formidable. Chapter 49. In Wrath, Slaying the King. The fruit of the seven-star moonflower belongs to me. It is mine. This sovereign shall not allow anyone to threaten its possession, not even you, a feeble insect. It appears that from the very beginning, the nine-headed serpent harbored intentions of annihilating Chen Shen. The so-called transaction was merely a ruse to lure him away from the teleportation array. However, it never anticipated that a mere human in the realm of the mystical would possess the ability to instantaneously evade its strike. The serpent exhaled 2 puffs of white mist from its nostrils and then collapsed weakly. That sudden assault had drained its last vestiges of strength. It seemed incapable of further movement for the time being. Yet, Chen Shen dared not be complacent, standing solemnly in place, his eyes blazing with fury. What troubles you, human? Are you enraged to discover you have been deceived? At this moment, the Hydro nine-headed serpent remained audacious, utterly useless. What can your rage achieve? Even in my current frail state, you shall not so much as scratch a single scale of mine, for you are far too weak. With that declaration, the Hydro nine-headed serpent raised its proud head with great effort, articulating each word. Before me, you are but a lowly insect. Is that so? Then let us see, exclaimed Chen Shen as he took action. He picked up nearby fragments of stone, reverting to his combat style from Earth, hurling rocks relentlessly at the formidable boss. I shall vanquish this cunning beast. The youth targeted the serpent's bleeding wounds with fervor. However, the moment the stones neared, they were corroded into soft mud by the serpent's venomous powers, rendering them utterly ineffective. Yet, the boy remained undeterred, tossing stones with exuberance. Murmuring to himself with glee, these stones from this other world are indeed inferior to the bricks from Earth. Nevertheless, to strike the illustrious Beast King, nay, the Beast Emperor, makes this venture into the abyss of the moon worthwhile. Ha ha ha. I strike. I strike. I strike, strike, strike. Foolish human. Just wait. Once I regain some strength, I shall sweat you down with my tail. The Hydro nine-headed serpent was thoroughly vexed. Indeed, while Chen Shen's stone-throwing posed no threat, the humiliation of being pelted by a feeble human was intolerable for a creature of its stature, one whose mere sneeze could shake the entire Beast Mountain forest. This indignity severely wounded its inflated pride. In that moment, Chen Shen retorted with the serpent's own words. Little snake, why do you widen your eyes so? Are you displeased and enraged by my stone throwing? If you dare, come and bite me. Ha ha ha. At a certain point, the youth stealthily swapped the stone in his hand for a summoning token. A unique surge of soul energy, aimed at the serpent's head, was unleashed in the next second. Chen Shen's previous act of throwing stones was not merely for amusement, nor out of boredom. It was a strategic ploy to lower the Hydro nine-headed serpent's vigilance, gradually reducing its wariness until it regarded his movements as commonplace. Now was undoubtedly the optimal moment for Chen Shen to utilize the summoning token. He fervently hoped to succeed. Suddenly, the Hydro nine-headed serpent jolted, an indescribable sense of impending danger sending a shiver through its body. With all its might, it tilted its massive head slightly to the left. That mere 3 inches caused the soul beam triggered by the summoning token to narrowly miss its target. The attempt to summon the nine-headed serpent had failed. In that instant, Chen Shen felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, a chill washing over him. Yet, that slender beam imbued with soul energy struck the core of the 7-star moonflower instead. Ding! The summoning token activated, congratulating the host on acquiring a mysterious battle pet. Species unknown, rank unknown, attributes unknown. Chen Shen felt disheartened. A battle pet of which I do not even know the species? Cursed fate. My battle pet order has been wasted. You vile insect, how dare you ambush me? The nine-headed serpent of the underworld roared in fury. In a fit of anger, it opened its massive jaws, resembling a sword, and lunged once more at Chen Shen. Shut your mouth. Chen Shen retorted, even more enraged. He had intended to ascend to greatness, but now he found himself ensnared by a ridiculous creature that was neither here nor there. In his wrath, the young man did not shy away. He raised his arm and unleashed a strike of his one-yong finger, aimed directly at the serpent's gaping maw. With a sharp sound, the nine-headed serpent, already at its limit, had its protective aura almost entirely depleted. Its exposed mouth was its most vulnerable point. The twofold power of his one-yong finger pierced through its oral cavity and struck the last of its heads. With a mournful howl, the once mighty nine-headed serpent collapsed to the ground, unable to fathom that it had perished at the hands of a mere practitioner in the realm of mystics. Ding! The host has successfully slain the king-level boss, the nine-headed serpent of the underworld, and gained 300,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations. The host has been promoted to a 4-star mystic. Ding! Congratulations, the host has ascended to a 5-star mystic. Ding! Truly, what a formidable king-level boss. Such a wealth of experience propelled the young man's cultivation to new heights in an instant. As the series of notifications concluded, Chen Shen's final cultivation was solidified at 8-star mystic. In mere seconds, he had leapt 5 levels, an exhilarating experience. At that moment, the system's notification chimed again. Ding! The host has completed an extraordinary kill at nightmarish difficulty and received an additional reward. A spear fashioned from the bones of the nine-headed serpent of the underworld. And an experience pearl. Nine-headed serpent bone spear. A 7-foot-long spear forged from the bones of the nine-headed serpent of the underworld. Current grade, low-grade mystic. This item can be used to slay foes and gain levels. Bai Chao Chao Feng Spear, the renowned technique of the legendary General Zhao Yun from the Three Kingdoms, unparalleled in power. Current grade, high grade mystic. Experience Pearl, upon activation, grants 10 million experience points. Activation conditions, 100 million gold coins and 100 gene of 5-element spirit stones. Haha. Upon reading the system's description, the young man laughed joyfully at the sky. Such bountiful additional rewards. At present, Chen Shen truly lacked a suitable weapon. And this 9-headed serpent bone spear was precisely what he desired. The experience pearl was equally a treasure. If he could gather 100 million gold coins and 100 gene of 5-element spirit stones to activate it, Chen Shen would obtain a staggering 10 million experience points. Such a vast ocean of experience could propel him swiftly to the realm of mystics, and even to the heights of mystic kings. What thrilled Chen Shen the most was the third reward, the high-grade mystic technique, Bai Chao Chao Feng Spear. Chapter 50, Captured a Cat? Chen Shen's idol was not those silver screen stars or singers. He idolized the towering heroes. Zhao Yun, known for his courage and unwavering loyalty, had always been his inspiration. Now, he was fortunate enough to cultivate his idol's renowned technique. Such emotions were beyond the realm of words. Thus, the young man, filled with excitement, sat down on the ground, focusing his mind. Ding. Detected high-grade mystic technique, Bai Chao Chao Feng Spear. Would you like to cultivate it? Yes. Ding. The host has successfully mastered the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear, currently at the entry level. The youth, overwhelmed with excitement, rose to his feet. His hands gripping the Huangquan snakebone spear, trembling slightly. These 2 king-level bosses were treasures in their entirety. He could not afford to let them go to waste. With this thought, he twirled the spear in his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Petals of spear blossoms rained down from the sky. The lightning-based profound energy surged relentlessly, and soon, 10 lightning eagles materialized around the spear tip. With claws, beaks, and wings sharp as blades, they scattered and soared. Wherever the cold gleam pointed, flesh was torn and skin was split. Where the lightning eagles passed, blood sprayed wildly. By the time Chen Shen steadied his spear, the enormous corpses of the 2 beast kings had already been sliced to pieces and stored in his spatial pouch. What a splendid display of 100 birds facing the phoenix. Gasping for breath, the youth murmured to himself, now, this profound technique is merely at the entry level. As my realm ascends, the number of lightning eagles will increase from 10 to 100, overwhelming the battlefield and claiming the heads of enemy generals. Haha. Just as he reveled in his own triumph, he suddenly felt something furry brushing against his leg, seeking affection. Looking down, he discovered what appeared to be a small cat. The youth crouched down to stroke its head, pondering aloud. How curious that a cat would wander into the core of this moon-forbidden abyss. At the moment his hand made contact with the ball of treasure-colored fur, a system notification chimed. Ding. The species of this battle pet is unknown, grade unknown, attributes unknown. What? This fluffy creature is actually the battle pet captured by my battle pet token? The small white cat seemed to comprehend Chen Shen's words, adorably nodding. Meow, meow. How absurd. After all that effort, I ended up capturing a wild cat as my battle pet. The youth was instantly flustered. Meow, meow, meow. The white cat meowed in a flurry, gesturing with its fluffy little paws. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Shen finally deciphered its meaning and asked, do you wish for me to disassemble that 7-star moon flower and present it to you? The white cat nodded vigorously. Goodness, you have quite the appetite. Why not reach for the heavens? Chen Shen, exasperated, retorted. Do you even know what that is? That is the ancestral flower of the 7-star moon flower, a heavenly grade medicinal herb. Go, 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 and catch some mice instead. Meow. The little white cat protested. Meanwhile, the system notification chimed again. Ding. The intimacy level between the battle pet and the host has dropped to 10 points. And the master-servant relationship may be severed at any time. Would you like to confirm not granting the battle pet its companion item? The ancestral flower of the 7-star moon flower? The 7-star moon flower is, in fact, the companion item of this little furball. The youth was taken aback. If that were the case, the ancestral flower of the 7-star moon flower rightfully belonged to the little white cat. Should Chen Shen seize this heavenly grade medicinal herb for himself, he would become a thief stealing what rightfully belonged to another. Truth be told, heavenly grade medicinal herbs are exceedingly precious. If sold, they could fetch perhaps 100 million gold coins, or 100 pounds of 5-element spirit stones. However, as the youth gazed into the desolate eyes of this small fur ball, he was reminded of his own sorrow when he lost his parents back on Earth. An inexplicable pang of emotion surged within him. This little creature, born into the world without parents, must I also claim its accompanying entity as my own? Chen Shen chuckled nonchalantly. Come, little fluffball, let me take you on a journey. The kitten blinked in confusion. Before it could react, the youth swiftly cradled it in his arms, enveloping it in his thunderous energy to protect it from any potential harm caused by the unleashed energy from the disassembly of the seven-star moonflower. Then, he brandished his spear, exclaiming, "1,000 birds flocked to the phoenix." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In but a brief moment, the colossal seven-star moonflower was severed, leaving only a flicker of spiritual light at its core. "Go, Pikachu!" The youth laughed heartily, tossing the little creature toward the glimmer at the heart of the flower. His instincts told him that this was precisely what the little white cat desired. The kitten, instantly joyful, soared forward, opening its tiny mouth to devour the spirit light with a delightful awu. In the instant the light extinguished, the seven-star moonflower withered at an astonishing rate, ultimately merging with the earth. Ding! The bond between the battle pet and its master reached a perfect score of 100. Ding! After consuming the essence of its companion, the battle pet evolved into its complete form, revealing all its previously unknown attributes. Before Chen Shen appeared a message: battle pet type, one of the 4 divine beasts. The white tiger. Current level, intermediate mystic beast. Innate abilities. 1. Divine beast bloodline. Exerts bloodline pressure over mystic beasts below the divine tier, reducing their combat effectiveness by up to 90% at most, and a minimum of 10%. 2. Might of the tiger god. Exerts absolute bloodline suppression over all tiger-type mystic beasts, doubling the damage inflicted on its kind while having the damage it receives. 3. Divine tiger's roar, an acoustic attack technique with indeterminate power. Further innate abilities remain unopened. What the? Astonishing. Chen Shen stood agape. He had initially thought this fluffy little creature was merely a weak kitten. Little did he know, upon consuming the essence of its companion, the complete form of the little white cat was, in fact, the legendary white tiger, one of the 4 divine beasts. It dawned on him that the divine bloodline mentioned by the deceased beast emperors referred to the blood of the white tiger. Their cultivation was likely sealed due to the influence of the divine bloodline gradually maturing within the 7-star moonflower. Heh, master, are you astonished? Indeed, I am the legendary, aloof, and dashing tiger god. The white tiger spoke human words. Wait, aren't you supposed to be an intermediate mystic beast? How can you speak? The youth exclaimed in shock. The white tiger disdainfully scoffed. Please, I am a divine beast. While my cultivation may currently be low, the ability to speak is a trivial feat for this tiger god. Chen Shen scrutinized the little white cat before him. Indeed, although it had awakened the bloodline of the white tiger, its size remained that of an ordinary kitten, albeit slightly plumper. Chapter 51. This master is a bit foolish. This little creature, covered in soft white fur, boasted a unique feature, a small emblem of black fur on its forehead, forming a miniature version of the character for king, signifying its distinctiveness. Master, grant me a title. The little one exclaimed, the name Pikachu you just uttered is far too juvenile. I shall not accept it. With a hopeful expression, the creature protested. Ahem, go on. Pikachu was merely a jest of mine. Chen Shen chuckled awkwardly, then fell into deep contemplation. After a prolonged moment, he snapped his fingers. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be known as Xiao Bai. The white tiger immediately broke into a sweat. The name seemed hardly more dignified than Pikachu. How can I, the illustrious deity of the white tiger, be bestowed such a soft and tender name? Master, cannot you conjure something more imposing? Xiao Bai expressed his discontent. Chen Shen clicked his tongue. TSK, with your adorably foolish demeanor, do you truly expect a name of grandeur? Perhaps when you evolve from a little white cat into a mighty tiger, we can revisit the matter of your name. I am not a cat. I am the white tiger, the beast god. Xiao Bai protested, baring his tiny fangs. Unfortunately, he still lacked any semblance of majesty, leaning more towards the adorable side. The youth paid no heed to his protests, repeatedly calling out Xiao Bai, thus sealing the name's fate. By the way, do not refer to me as master from now on. Call me boss. It sounds much more endearing. All right, Xiao Bai nodded, boss. The spirit of my companion beast within me is still unstable and requires some time to recuperate. If you have no further commands, I shall return to the battle pet space to rest. Good. Remember, when I say, go forth, Pikachu, it is your cue to emerge for battle. That is our battle cry. The boy's mischievous tendencies remained unchanged. Xiao Bai twitched his mouth, then, with a plump little wiggle, dove into the battle pet space. Internally, he lamented, how could this master I have chosen be so foolish? Subsequently, Chen Shen stood once more upon the teleportation array. With a whoosh, a blue light flashed, and he departed from the core zone of the moon's forbidden abyss, reappearing at the outer teleportation array. Meanwhile, the intricate patterns of the array beneath his feet gradually thinned and ultimately vanished, appearing indistinguishable from ordinary land. It seemed that with the wilting of the 7 stars moonflower ancestor, many of the peculiarities of the moon's forbidden abyss had also dissipated, the youth mused. The previous tectonic movements had caused the teleportation array to rise 1,000 meters above the surface, a daunting height to behold. However, for the newly empowered Chen Shen, scaling this sheer cliff was no arduous task. In a mere half hour, he found himself once again atop the ground. Surrounding him were the cracked earth and the broken, towering trees, a scene of devastation. Suddenly, a resounding beastly roar pierced the air. Chen Shen looked up to see an old acquaintance, the mid-tier Xian beast, the Qingyan giant bear. Just hours prior, he had to employ the might of the one yang finger to vanquish this hulking creature, equivalent to a human cultivator at the 5-star Xian realm. Yet now, with a flourish of his spear, he unleashed several streaks of spear light, effortlessly dispatching the Qingyan giant bear. Ding! Host successfully killed the Qingyan giant bear, earning 200 experience points. Alas, previously, slaying it yielded 2,000 experience points. Now, with my own cultivation having advanced, the experience gained from defeating the same foe has diminished tenfold. It seems that in order to advance swiftly, one must indeed confront foes beyond their current level. Chen Shen couldn't help but utter a complaint. I have yet to examine the information regarding my recent upgrade. With a flicker of thought, Chen Shen's personal details materialized before him. Host, Chen Shen. Level, 8-star Mystic Practitioner. Mystic Energy, 30,000 points. Strength Evaluation, Initial Understanding. Mystic Techniques, Blink, Minor Achievement, a special movement technique, consuming 200 points of Mystic Energy, with a cooldown of half a minute. Effective range, 20 meters. One Yang Finger, Entry Level and Attacking Technique, Lower Grade Celestial. Mystic Energy Consumption, 50,000 points. 100 Birds Facing the Phoenix Spear, Entry Level and Attacking Technique. The renowned skill of the legendary General Zhao Yun from the Three Kingdoms. Upper Grade Mystic. Contains 108 fundamental spear techniques, along with the ultimate technique. 100 Birds Facing the Phoenix, consuming 15,000 points of Mystic Energy. Secondary Profession, 9-star Mystic Pill Master of Mundane Rank. Special Items, 1 Invisibility Talisman, 1 Experience Orb. Weapon, Yellow Spring Serpent Bone Spear, Lower Grade Mystic, can be upgraded through monster slaying. Battle Pad, White Tiger, Xiaobai, currently a mid-tier Mystic Beast. The spirit of the system evaluated Chen Shen's combat prowess, transforming it from mediocre to an initial understanding. This signifies that he has officially embarked on the path of martial arts. What a cause for celebration. In comparison, the substantial enhancement of his mystic energy to 30,000 points filled the young man with exhilaration. Even after unleashing the one yang finger at half its power, he would still retain 5,000 points of mystic energy. As for the newly acquired 100 Birds Facing the Phoenix Spear, it not only boasted the ultimate technique, but also encompassed 108 foundational spear techniques, instantly elevating Chen Shen to the status of a spear master. Just moments ago, when he vanquished the Qingyan giant bear, he merely employed one of the basic spear techniques. Moreover, the unexpected gains from his escapade in the Moon Forbidden Abyss had allowed his special skill, Blink, to advance. It has progressed from entry level to minor achievement, expanding its range to 20 meters and reducing the cooldown to half a minute. This signifies that he will be increasingly agile in future confrontations. The youth raced back towards the entrance, and soon enough, he beheld the familiar sight of the spirit-tier mystic beast, the abyssal python, coiled in wait. 100 meters separated them, prompting Chen Shen to halt abruptly, muttering, "Damn it, why is this creature still here? Refusing to leave, is it?" The abyssal python, 100 meters away, languidly flicked its tongue, seemingly mocking Chen Shen. "Look who has returned, scurrying back in fright upon seeing me again. Ha ha ha. Now that I can unleash the one yang finger at half strength, combined with my mystic grade weapon and the 100 Birds Facing the Phoenix Spear technique, I may not necessarily be at a disadvantage. Most importantly, I still have Xiaobai as my formidable ally." With this thought, Chen Shen tightened his grip on the Yellow Springs Serpent Bone Spear, brimming with fighting spirit. The last time he was forced to flee, he was merely a 2-star Mystic Practitioner. However, now he stood as an 8-star Mystic Practitioner, with enhanced strength and numerous new trump cards. He would not tread the same path as before. With spear in hand, the young man approached the spirit-tier mystic beast, each step firm and resolute. The wind swept past his ears, as if playing a warrior's battle song. The abyssal python appeared momentarily taken aback by the peculiar actions of this diminutive human, its colossal head tilting slightly as if pondering. Is this creature here to deliver a head? 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Hissus. The abyssal python writhed, its girth several times that of a water barrel, while it brandished its menacing forked tongue, seemingly attempting to intimidate the oblivious human before it. Chapter 52. Terrified to the core by a spirit-level beast. Suddenly, with a sweeping gesture, Chen Shen commanded, "Go forth, Pikachu." A flash of spirit light erupted as the previously slumbering Xiaobai was forcibly thrust into the fray. The little creature barely had time to grumble before its entire attention was captivated by the imposing behemoth before it. Shaking off its fur, it bared its petite fangs and mewed, "Meow?" Chen Shen was taken aback. "What the heck? Xiaobai, you claim you aren't a cat? Don't tell me tigers also meow like that." Just as Chen Shen contemplated recalling it, a miracle transpired. Ding! The battle pet Xiaobai successfully unleashed its innate divine ability, divine beast bloodline. The spirit-level abyssal python, now under the pressure of a divine bloodline, found its combat prowess diminished by 70%. Upon observing the now bald-headed serpent, Chen Shen noted that its strength had shifted from low-tier spirit level to mid-tier high level. Mid-tier high-level beasts equated to the combat power of a human martial artist at the 5-star level. Xiaobai executed splendidly. The youth raised his arm, rapidly channeling the power of his 5-point yang finger. If the adversary only possessed 5-star combat strength, then even if the 5-point yang finger could not deliver a fatal blow, it would surely inflict serious harm. With the yellow spring serpent bone spear in hand and armed with 108 exquisite techniques, vanquishing this spirit-level boss should pose no challenge. Hisses. Just as Chen Shen was about to unleash his yang finger, the abyssal python twisted its body and plunged headfirst into the earth, fleeing. The esteemed spirit-level beast, utterly terrified, made its escape with remarkable swiftness. Then Xiaobai, with its round feline face, casually groomed its fur with a fluffy paw and remarked, "Humph, a mere caterpillar dares to flaunt itself before this tiger deity. Incredible." Chen Shen exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, and eagerly inquired, "Xiaobai, your sense of smell is keen. Can you track where the abyssal python has fled? Let us pursue and slay it. After all, it is a spirit-level boss with commendable drop rates." Xiaobai hesitated. "What do you mean by that? Are you capable or not?" The feline raised its head loftily. "Of course I am. I merely fear that you may not be." What did it mean by that? Because the bloodline pressure of this tiger deity would only affect the serpent for half an hour. Once that time elapsed, it would gradually develop resistance to the pressure, slowly regaining its strength, and before long, it would reclaim its spirit-level prowess. Before Xiaobai could finish, Chen Shen interrupted. "Oh, come on, you silly cat. When the time is up, can't you just unleash your bloodline pressure again?" Xiaobai adopted a serious demeanor. "That is not feasible. This tiger deity is still in its juvenile phase. Due to limitations in strength, it can only release its bloodline pressure once a month. If released too frequently, one may either fall into prolonged slumber or, in severe instances, suffer harm to their source of power, posing a grave risk to life." To be honest, Chen Shen had long regarded Xiaobai as his companion. He would certainly not place Xiaobai in jeopardy merely to slay a spirit-grade boss. Well, there is plenty of time ahead. Subsequently, Xiaobai returned to the battle pet space, curling up to sleep. The recent exertion of bloodline pressure had drained much of its energy, necessitating several days of recuperation. After scaring away the spirit-grade profound beast, there were no further obstacles at the exit before Chen Shen. With a single stride, he stepped forth, and a peculiar hum resonated through the air, creating ripples. Then, the youth took a step out, returning from the moon-forbidden abyss to the profound beast forest. Not far away, 5 horses remained tied, grazing contentedly. Directly ahead, a young woman clad in black leather stood leaning against a tree, her eyes closed in meditation, though her brow was slightly furrowed, as if she were anxious about something. Having brushed past death multiple times in the moon-forbidden abyss, Chen Shen felt a surge of inexplicable joy at the sight of his bodyguard sister once more. Without uttering a word, he intentionally concealed his presence and stealthily approached her. Upon drawing near, he burst into laughter and, with open arms, enveloped her in a bear hug. "Bodyguard sister, it is truly wonderful to see you alive again." "Ah." The leather-clad woman was startled, instinctively releasing her profound energy, which sent Chen Shen flying several meters, landing unceremoniously in a pile of grass. "Ugh, ugh, ugh." The youth spat out bits of mud and grass, exclaiming, "You are truly not fulfilling your duty as a bodyguard. Are you here to protect me, or to conspire against me?" Fortunately, my cultivation has improved. Had I still been at the previous level of a 9-star profound disciple, your little shock would have sent me to the afterlife. Humph. Who told you to act so recklessly? A hint of a blush unexpectedly appeared on the bodyguard's sister's icy face. Whether it was the glow of the setting sun or some other reason, it was hard to tell. "What about the others?" "They're dead," the youth replied succinctly. "They pretended to invite me to team up for a mission, but in reality, they were assassins sent by Shui Yang to harm me." The bodyguard's sister, upon hearing this, was not the least bit surprised. Perhaps she had already suspected such a possibility. "Let us return to the city." Xiling Long is waiting for my report. How fortuitous. Let us go together. Chen Shen chuckled. The two rode swiftly back to Jiulong City in a mere half-hour. Before meeting Xiling Long, Chen Shen took the time to procure a new outfit. He did not wish to appear in a filthy state, attracting the gaze of passers-by who might think him mad. They arrived at the Linglong Beast fighting arena, following the bodyguard sister without hindrance until they reached the opulent hall at the top of the loft, where Xiling Long was indulging in tea and literature, appearing quite content. I have safely brought this young lad back to you. The bodyguard sister's emotionless voice broke the tranquility, prompting Xiling Long to put down her book and smile radiantly. Such a good boy, truly deserving of being my little treasure. Come here, let me give you a kiss. What the hell? The proprietress doesn't swing both ways, does she? Chen Shen felt a sudden tension. Enough with that, he retorted. Sister Biao, with a lack of romantic understanding, firmly rejected the sentiment, stating, I owe you, and I will repay it in a month. At that time, I shall certainly leave this place. The indifference of her counterpart seemed to have been anticipated by Xiling Long, who merely smiled gently and reassured, Do not worry. I, Xiling Long, am not one to go back on my word. I will protect the Chun residence for 1 more month. Whether you choose to stay or depart is entirely up to you. With a soft huff, the bodyguard lightly tapped her toes, and in an instant, her perfect figure clad in black leather was enveloped in a swirl of blue smoke, vanishing without a trace. What remarkable agility. The young man couldn't help but praise her silently. Not only was her agility impressive, but her physique was equally alluring, Xiling Long teased. Indeed, a curvaceous figure and a lithe waist, the embrace in the forest remains an unforgettable memory. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts on the lingering allure, he suddenly realized he had been playfully provoked. How embarrassing. He quickly shifted the topic, clearing his throat. Let us be serious. I am here to collect a debt. Chapter 53. The Descendant of the Dragon Slayer God? Oh, someone dares to come to my Linglong Beast Arena to collect debts? You possess quite the audacity. Xiling Long raised an eyebrow, her ruby lips curling into a playful smirk. Chen Shen, unfazed, kept his hands behind his back, pacing while confidently proclaiming. According to our agreement 3 days ago, you owe me 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold? You little brat. Have you lost your mind after venturing outside the city? The young man chose not to respond verbally, but opted to demonstrate instead. In an instant, the aura of lightning enveloped him, the deep blue energy crackling around him. This level of energy corresponds to an 8-star practitioner? Xiling Long was taken aback, rising to her feet. Her phoenix eyes wide with astonishment, her lips parting in disbelief, stammering, this. I can't be hallucinating, can I? Hallucination? Not at all. I am indeed a bona fide 8-star practitioner. The young man held his head high with pride. Xiling Long stood there, momentarily speechless. Just 3 days prior, this 15 or 16-year-old boy was merely a 7-star apprentice. Now he had ascended to an 8-star practitioner? This was utterly inconceivable. For an ordinary warrior, even one with extraordinary talent, advancing a small realm in 3 days would be considered remarkable. Hey, don't just stand there. When will you fulfill the promise of the 100,000 gold? The young man pressed insistently. It was not greed that drove him. Within his spatial pouch lay an experience orb. One needed to gather 100 million gold coins and 100 pounds of 5-element spirit stones to unlock it, thereby gaining vast experience. Even a small sum like 100,000 gold was not insignificant. You little money grubber. Take it, take it. Xiling Long waved her delicate hand, and a banknote for 100,000 gold flew into Chen Shen's grasp. The owner of the establishment truly was generous. The young man offered a respectful bow before turning to leave. Until we meet again. Wait, can't you stay a little longer? The owner hastily called out to retain him. What else is there? The young man scratched his head in confusion. Oh, are you worried about those spirit pills? Rest assured, I will return to refine them and deliver the necessary elixirs to you by dawn tomorrow. That is not it. Xiling Long shook her head, then with a serious demeanor, declared. Chen Shen, given the circumstances, we must have a serious discussion. Since the moment he encountered Xiling Long, Chen Shen had never witnessed her exhibiting such a grave demeanor. In her eyes, which were accustomed to uttering sweet nothings, a flicker of flame seemed to dance. After a brief pause, the youth crossed his arms before his chest, feigning a fearful expression. Madam, you wouldn't be intending to discuss that, would you? I apologize, but I am still quite young and have no plans in that regard. In truth, some individuals would be more than willing to be pursued by such a stunning beauty. However, he was restrained by the unresolved consequences of his actions, unable to indulge in the pleasures of intimacy. It would be utterly embarrassing for Xiling Long to discover his predicament at such a critical juncture. He might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. Evidently, Xiling Long was oblivious to the boy's thoughts. She paused for a moment, then covered her forehead with her hand, expressing deep exasperation. Young man, you are overthinking matters. I merely wish to converse with you about the piece of blood jade shaped like a coiling dragon that you wear around your neck. Blood jade shaped like a coiling dragon? Chen Shen was taken aback by her words. Had Xilinglong not pointed it out, he would not have noticed the ornament dangling from his neck. It was a blood-red jade pendant, approximately the size of 2 thumb pads. Its form resembled a colossal dragon coiling upward, with intricately carved dragon whiskers and eyes that seemed to come alive. From your reaction, it appears you are even more astonished than I am, Xilinglong remarked, puzzled. Do you not know the origin of this item? Or perhaps it does not truly belong to you. The youth shook his head in bewilderment. As far back as I can remember, it has hung around my neck. It must be mine. Yet, no one has ever mentioned it. Were it not for you, I would still be unaware that it is called blood jade shaped like a coiling dragon. Xilinglong was taken aback. How could there be someone who bore such a treasure yet remained unaware of its significance? It seemed necessary to enlighten this young lad about the blood jade shaped like a coiling dragon, so that he might assist her to the fullest extent. Otherwise, with such ignorance, things could easily go awry. With this thought in mind, Xilinglong cleared her throat and began to narrate the legend of the blood jade shaped like a coiling dragon. It is said that 30,000 years ago, a sudden disturbance in the fabric of time and space transformed the Xianling continent into an ancient battleground, where formidable and unimaginable mystical beasts engaged in an epic clash with humanity. Among the most formidable were the 7 chaos celestial dragons. At that time, 7 human experts of the Xianzun realm rose to the occasion, battling the chaos celestial dragons for 49 days. That cataclysmic conflict left mountains and rivers in ruin, and the earth scorched. According to legend, the original Xianling continent was 100 times more expansive than it is today. Following that great battle, 99% of the territory was obliterated. With the conclusion of the temporal disturbance, both those immensely powerful humans and the mystical beasts were swept into the boundless heavens, vanishing without a trace. However, 4 of the chaos celestial dragons were slain by human warriors, who were thereafter revered as the dragon-slaying deities. The blood jade shaped like a coiling dragon that you wear on your chest is a relic crafted from the blood of one such chaos celestial dragon, infused with a fragment of the soul power of a dragon-slaying deity after its defeat. Upon hearing this, Chen Shen could not help but exclaim in admiration. That is truly remarkable. A great war, astonishingly, rendered 99% of the continent into ashes. As far as he knew, the Xianling continent should be several hundred times broader than Earth. And this, astonishingly, was merely the remaining 1% of land after that cataclysmic battle. At that moment, a question from Xilinglong interrupted the boy's reverie. Did you just mention Earth? What kind of place is that? It's nothing. I meant to say, if that is the case, my ancestors might very well be one of the 4 dragon-slaying divine sovereigns. And I am, in fact, a descendant of the dragon-slaying divine sovereign. Such a lineage is rather impressive, the boy mused with delight. Stop being so vain. I told you, that is merely a legend, and no one can ascertain its truth. As she spoke, Xilinglong tentatively inquired, Chen Shen, are you from the imperial capital? If so, the chances of you being a descendant of the dragon-slaying divine sovereign would significantly increase. What does where I come from have to do with anything? The boy replied, perplexed. Of course it matters. The location where a chaos celestial dragon fell during that battle 30,000 years ago happens to be the very region where the imperial capital of Dashan now stands. Chapter 54. A Heart's Secret Promise. Chen Shen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that I am indeed a descendant of the dragon-slaying divine sovereign? Yet, why had I never heard my grandfather mention this before? Otherwise, this soul I have inhabited should possess memories related to that. Just as the boy pondered in silence, a pair of delicate, warm hands gently cupped his face. Chen Shen, could you do me a favor? If you truly are a descendant of the dragon-slaying divine sovereign, your bloodline power will surely be recognized by this dragon blood jade. Moreover, your current cultivation has reached the Xian practitioner realm, allowing you to send a wisp of divine consciousness into the dragon blood jade to communicate with it. If it is possible, I implore you, help me save my Kaio. The boy was taken aback. I didn't realize you had a little baby at such a young age. Xilinglong shook her head vigorously. Kaio is my battle pet. Had it not been for my stubbornness in fleeing from marriage, she wouldn't have sacrificed her life force to assist me and ended up so gravely injured. You fled from marriage? Hey, you little rascal, can you focus on the main point? Keep this up, and I swear I'll smack you. Xilinglong's burgeoning sorrow dissipated as she was interrupted repeatedly. At that moment, the boy chuckled lightly and playfully pinched her delicate, porcelain-like face. Ha! Now this is the Xilinglong I know. Such sentimental expressions and heartfelt words are hardly befitting of your exquisite visage. Realizing that the boy's seemingly carefree and boisterous demeanor was merely a facade to shield his own sadness, Xilinglong felt her heart soften. transforming into a tender warmth. Until now, no other being had so adeptly stirred her emotions. Undeniably, this boy of 15 or 16 years had captivated her heart. Enough chit-chat. Take me to see your precious Kaya. Perhaps I can indeed be of assistance. Huh. Oh right. Zilinglong suddenly came to her senses. Hastily turning to lead the way ahead. She was reluctant to let the other see her flushed cheeks, as it was far too embarrassing. Throughout the journey, Chen Shen learned from casual conversations with Zilinglong that her establishment of a beast arena in Nine Dragon City was motivated not only by the need to make a living, but primarily by her desire to collect the blood of young attributed mystical beasts. This was to help alleviate the chilling poison of the nine hells within her battle pet, Kaya. Unfortunately, this remote border town had limited martial prowess among its warriors, who could only capture low-grade mystical beasts, with even mid-grade ones being exceedingly rare. The quality of the beast blood available was insufficient to eradicate the cold poison within Kaya. It could only sustain her for a while longer. Moreover, due to the incident of her elopement, the Ziqiong Merchant Alliance, which supported Zilinglong, was compelled to adopt a hands-off approach under pressure from her prospective in-laws, providing no assistance to this second young lady. Her fiancé even threatened her, stating that if she refused to marry him, she would be forbidden from ever leaving Nine Dragon City. Otherwise, he would summon the family's experts to execute her battle pet in a most brutal manner. Kaya was a cherished legacy left to Zilinglong by her mother before her passing. The bond between them, having grown up together, was immensely profound. Coupled with the maternal attachment, Zilinglong would rather perish than allow Kaya to suffer the slightest harm. Unexpectedly, this seemingly carefree woman bore such a heavy burden on her delicate shoulders. Here lay Kaya, in Zilinglong's chamber, a spiritless white crane. It was significantly larger than any white crane seen on Earth, with a tail adorned in vibrant hues, adding an air of elegance. This was no ordinary crane. It was a high-quality mystical beast known as the color-tailed spirit crane. Once matured, it held the potential to transcend its current state and become a formidable beast king. However, due to the Nine Hells' cold poison, Kaya had lost 90% of her strength and now exhibited a feeble pulse of life. Zilinglong sat at the bed's edge, her trembling hands gently stroking Kaya, her eyes reflecting both tenderness and a tinge of regret. It seemed she lamented her impulsive decision to flee from her marriage, which had led Kaya to such a dire state. Only the purest blood of a young mystical beast could completely expel the cold poison from her body. Tears glimmered in Zilinglong's eyes. Chen Shen, you are the only one who can save her now. Once accomplished, I shall do anything you desire. The allure of a stunning beauty expressing her willingness to fulfill any wish was undeniably enticing. Chen Shen, lost in thought, found a trickle of saliva escape the corner of his mouth. How wicked! Clearing his throat, he decided to attempt communication with the Panlong blood jade first. He then sat cross-legged, following the method previously described by Zilinglong, biting his finger to let a drop of blood fall upon the Panlong blood jade. Subsequently, he focused his mind, sensing the world within the small jade stone nestled against his chest. Before long, a colossal blood jade materialized in his mind, identical in shape and color to the piece he wore. However, within the recesses of his mind lay a chaotic sea of stars, and that blood-red jade seemed to hang in the air like an ardent sun, its size utterly daunting. The projection of Chen Shen's consciousness before it appeared as an ant standing at the feet of a giant. Suddenly, the colossal blood jade of the coiling dragon emitted a series of peculiar movements, and the carved dragon that once lay dormant sprang to life. With a mere breath, it sent the young man, who stood nearby, hurtling 100 feet away. Junior, I have awaited your arrival for a long time. To enter the coiling dragon blood jade in the form of a conscious projection, you must surely be a descendant of mine. Goodness, am I truly a descendant of the dragon slayer god? The youth was filled with both astonishment and elation. Indeed, you are of my bloodline, and perhaps you are the great-great-grandson of my own kin. Observing the giant dragon counting with its claws was quite a comical sight. Yet, at that moment, Chen Shen could not find humor in the situation. Ancestor, you are the dragon slayer god. How is it that you have transformed into a dragon? Foolish. The dragon form before you is merely a manifestation forged from the essence of the chaotic heavenly dragon I once vanquished. Its soul, however, remains that of your ancestor. As for whether my true body and main spirit still exist, even I am uncertain. So, it appeared that at such a high level of power, one could even differentiate between the primary and secondary aspects of their soul. Chen Shen was filled with profound envy. Nevertheless, he did not forget the purpose of his visit and inquired, Ancestor, considering such a grand dragon, may I procure a small amount of its blood? Chapter 55. The dragon's blood antidote. I require but a small bowl. The youth's heart brimmed with anticipation. The eyes of the chaotic heavenly dragon, resembling two giant stars, narrowed slightly. It is possible, but to avoid damaging the essence of the coiling dragon blood jade and my soul's power. You must exchange it for your own profound energy cultivation. Alas, with your current prowess, you cannot afford even a small bowl of dragon blood. The youth's heart sank. Then how much can I obtain? 9 drops. After the exchange, your cultivation will regress to a 1-star profound disciple. The chaotic heavenly dragon replied in a deep voice. How harsh. Chen Shen felt despondent in an instant. He was an 8-star profound practitioner. To think he could only acquire a mere 9 drops of dragon blood was rather disheartening. Not long ago, he had ascended to the rank of 8-star profound practitioner largely due to fortune. After all, opportunities to slay a beast king level boss were exceedingly rare, perhaps a once-in-a-lifetime chance. In a month, he needed to secure a top 3 position in the inter-school competition. If his cultivation plummeted to 1-star profound disciple, hope would be lost. He had accepted a system task, and failure to complete it would result in the permanent loss of his alchemical skills, a heavy price indeed. Yet, Zi Linglong had been the savior of Miao Ling and Shun Lao. Without her protection, the 2 most important people in Chen Shen's rebirth might have already fallen victim to treachery. Such a debt of gratitude could not go unpaid. Thus, the youth's brow unfurled. Ancestor, if my cultivation were to be reduced to 3-star profound practitioner, how many drops of dragon blood could I obtain? The colossal dragon paused for a moment before responding. 6 drops. Young man, why would you exchange for dragon blood, even at the cost of diminishing your own cultivation? Such folly is something I have never witnessed in my many years of existence. This requires a lengthy explanation, but to put it simply, I am repaying a debt of gratitude. Chen Shen has no time for idle chatter, he remarked, redirecting the conversation. Have you ever heard of the 9 nether cold poison? My desire for dragon blood is solely to counteract this poison. A contemplative expression emerged on the colossal dragon's face, a visage of ancient wisdom. After a brief moment, it shook its head vigorously. I have not encountered such a poison. It seems the 9 nether cold poison is not particularly formidable, unworthy of my attention. Such arrogance. Yet, one must admit, it possesses the credentials to be so. The youth pressed further. In your estimation, will 6 drops of dragon blood suffice to neutralize the poison? That should be adequate. After all, this is the essence of a revered beast's blood, and the chaos celestial dragon embodies an unparalleled strength. Very well. Then I shall require 6 drops. Chen Shen nodded decisively. Once you exit the spiritual space, simply will it, and the dragon blood jade will dispense the 6 drops wherever you desire. At this juncture, the dragon's tone shifted abruptly. Young man, for every significant elevation in your cultivation, you may awaken the dragon blood jade once. Each awakening lasts for 100 breaths. Now that time has come. If fate allows, we shall meet again. As the final words echoed, Chen Shen's consciousness was uncontrollably ejected from the blood jade space. To enter the blood jade space again, one must elevate their cultivation by a substantial realm. This implies that the next encounter with the ancestral spirit can only occur after he ascends to the Xian master level. The youth inwardly sighed in resignation. He resolved that upon his next meeting with the ancestor, he would inquire about any divine artifacts, treasures, or elixirs left behind in some forgotten corner of the Xianling continent after the cataclysmic battle 3,000 years ago. How is it? At that moment, Xilinglong's voice drew the youth's focus back to the present. He could never forget the expectation laced with trepidation in her gaze, as if fearing a negative response from him. Without hesitation, the young man removed the jade pendant and approached the bed, gently prying open the beak of the unconscious rainbow-tailed spirit crane. With a thought, he initiated the process. Drip, drip, drip. 6 drops of crimson dragon blood fell from the end of the dragon blood jade. In mere seconds, the closed eyes of the rainbow-tailed spirit crane flew open wide. Its icy feathers began to regain warmth. Chirp, chirp. Is that you, Kaio? Am I hearing things? The cold poison within you has been dispelled? Xilinglong, overwhelmed with excitement, delicately caressed the crane, her movements tender as if fearing to harm it. The spirit beast, now with nascent consciousness, having accompanied Xilinglong since its youth, understood her words and gently nodded in acknowledgement. Wonderful, wonderful, she exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face as she leaped into Chen Shen's embrace. The youth was momentarily enveloped in her fragrant warmth. After a moment, Xilinglong suddenly released him. Lifting her head abruptly, a pair of sparkling eyes scrutinized the youth before her. Why does your aura seem significantly diminished compared to before? The boy shrugged nonchalantly. It's all that old dragon's fault for being so miserly, demanding 6 drops of dragon's blood in exchange for my own cultivation. Tears of gratitude glistened in Xilinglong's eyes as she choked out. My identity is far too special. In order to avoid bringing you trouble, I cannot become your woman. However, from this day forward, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask, even if it costs me my life. I, Xilinglong, shall not flinch. Is that a promise? The boy smirked mischievously. Indeed, Xilinglong nodded obediently. Excellent. Then I wish for you to perform a silly face for me. Such seriousness for merely asking for a silly face? Xilinglong paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. How annoying. She then tightened her embrace around the boy's slender arms, sweetly proclaiming, "You truly are a little man who can be loved to the core. Oh no, if this continues, what will happen next?" Although the sensation of a beautiful woman leaning in was undeniably delightful, the current state of affairs left the boy unable to reciprocate. Curse that spirit of the system. Is the authority of a practitioner not sufficiently high? Why won't it reveal to me the method to restore my human capabilities? With a heart filled with frustration, he reluctantly pushed Xilinglong away. Treasure your affection and wait for me to grow up. Wait for you to grow up? That phrasing is quite amusing. Are you referring to maturing in that sense, or perhaps in another? With this thought, Xilinglong could no longer contain herself, breaking free from the boy's embrace, laughing uncontrollably. Chapter 56. The transformation of the three spirits of Xianbao. This flirtatious interlude rippled through the atmosphere like a stone cast into a lake, gradually dissipating amidst the laughter. Yet, Xilinglong's feelings for the boy remained anchored deep within her heart, akin to that stone settled at the lake's bottom, impervious to removal. Little man, I know you are determined to excel in the upcoming interschool competition in a month. I overheard the conversation you had with Dean Deng, Xilinglong suddenly remarked. Then why are you so keen on discovering whether I hail from the imperial capital? You simply wish to hear me say it. At the very least, it would demonstrate that your trust in me is equal to that of Deng Yiding. Ah, the logic of women is truly formidable. Do not digress, listen to me. Xilinglong raised a delicate finger before the boy's lips, then continued earnestly. Your current cultivation level is a 3-star practitioner, just 2 stars below the Academy's top-ranked Shuiyang. Do you comprehend what this signifies? Are you implying that a tree that stands out will inevitably be toppled by the wind? The boy clearly understood the underlying message. Xilinglong nodded. Tomorrow marks the Academy's weekly test of Xuanqi intensity. If you wish to conceal your true abilities, it may be of assistance to you. As she spoke, the proprietress elegantly turned her delicate hand and retrieved a small plate from her spatial ring. Each plate was merely the size of a palm, totaling 11 in number, with peculiar patterns etched upon their surfaces. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that these designs appeared to represent the intricate pathways through which the internal energy of the human body flows. This is a unique treasure, isn't it? Is it a technique or a skill? Chen Shen instinctively inquired. I am not entirely certain what it is, as I do not even know its name to this day. However, if you follow the meridian patterns described on it, and subtly channel your internal energy, miracles will occur. Xilinglong exclaimed with evident excitement. It seemed she was even more delighted that Chen Shen was to receive this remarkable item than if she had obtained it herself. It can freely elevate or diminish the might of your internal energy by 3 minor grades, enough to deceive others. However, it is ineffective against those whose cultivation is more than 1 major tier above yours. The prospect of manipulating his energy's outward display by 3 levels was indeed a formidable tool for subterfuge, and the youth was thoroughly pleased. Upon his fingers brushing against the stack of stone plates, a system notification chimed in his ear. Ding. Unique technique discovered. Xianbao Sanling Bian. Earth grade, low tier. Would you like to cultivate it? The unassuming 11 plates were, astonishingly, an Earth grade technique. Chen Shen was utterly astounded. He then turned back to the proprietress. Are you certain that this item can only alter a person's cultivation appearance by 3 tiers? Surely, it must be more than that. After all, I have cultivated according to these illustrations for over a decade. Beyond the ability to manipulate the manifestation of energy pressure, I have not discovered any other effects. At this, Xilinglong lowered her head slightly and spoke softly. Do you think it is too inferior to be of any value? Not at all. This gift is as weighty as a mountain. It matters not who has given it. The youth exclaimed with uncontainable joy. That is a relief. Xilinglong exhaled, feeling an inner delight. This was a dowry prepared for me by my grandmother in my childhood. Although its practicality may be limited, its significance is unparalleled. Now, I am entrusting it to you along with my heart. Unaware of her thoughts, Chen Shen was simply filled with happiness, immensely thrilled, for this was indeed an Earth-grade technique. With the aid of his system, he believed he could unearth the immense potential hidden within Xianbao Sanling Bian. However, once you gift this to me, you can never reclaim it. Do you not regret it? Chen Shen suddenly asked, needing to clarify this matter. For once he practiced this unique technique, its soul and essence would transform into a fleeting light, entering his dantian, rendering it impossible to retrieve. Xilinglong paused, then placed her hands on her hips. Hey, what do you take me for? Once something is given away, it cannot be reclaimed. Hee, I was just asking casually. The youth cheerfully rose and then retrieved 3 jars of wine from his spatial bag, presenting them before Zi Linglong as the proprietress of the Beast Arena. You must be an expert in identifying the essence of beast spirits. Could you help me ascertain if these 3 jars are of any value? The proprietress was momentarily stunned, her astonishment palpable as she exclaimed, You possess a spatial ring? However, she quickly dismissed that as the main point. The youth gestured towards the 3 wine jars before him, urging, Open them and take a look. Upon lifting the lid, Xilinglong discovered that the contents were not wine, but rather blood. Dipping her finger into it, she released a wisp of spiritual energy to discern its essence. Moments later, a shrill scream escaped her lips. Ah? The primal power contained within this blood is astonishingly potent. Could this be the blood of a royal-tier beast? It was no wonder she was taken aback. The blood of a beast emperor is an exceedingly rare treasure, invaluable for concocting supreme elixirs, crafting talismans, or forging weapons. Take, for instance, the esteemed director of the 9 Dragons Academy, Ding Yiding. His most prized possession is not a weapon or elixir, but a jar of blood from the 9-star Beast King that he fortuitously acquired in his youth. Yet now, before Xilinglong lay 3 massive jars of beast blood. And not just any blood, but that of a beast emperor, far superior to a mere beast king. Where on earth did you acquire this? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. I found it in the moon-forbidden abyss. My rapid ascension and cultivation is closely tied to this beast blood, Chen Shen replied nonchalantly. He then feigned shock and asked, Is it truly possible that these jars contain the blood of a royal-tier beast? How much could they fetch? Good heavens! Is your mind solely occupied with money? Xilinglong rolled her eyes at him, then lowered her voice to say, The blood of a beast emperor is exceedingly rare. Each jar could easily sell for 2 million gold coins. If auctioned, surpassing 3 million is not out of the question. Wow, that's impressive. The youth continued to feign astonishment. He was well aware that this was indeed the blood of a royal-tier beast. Besides these 3 jars, he also had 3 jars of blood from the bloodthirsty lizard in his spatial bag. However, both the Huangquan Hydra and the bloodthirsty lizard were cold-blooded creatures, and their blood could not counteract the cold poison within Kair. Otherwise, he would have brought it forth. Had it not been for the waste of blood during the fierce battle between the 2 beast emperors, he would have collected even more. In addition to the blood, he also obtained the hides and crystals from the 2 royal-tier beasts. The only regret was that their bones were too tough, even wielding a royal-tier weapon. He was unable to make even a scratch with his technique, the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear. Previously, he had feigned surprise to set the stage for what he was about to say. Mistress, could you do me a favor and take these 3 jars of royal-tier beast blood to auction? We can split the proceeds 50-50. In truth, he merely sought to offer her some form of benefit, as he felt a twinge of guilt for having received a terrestrial tier technique from her. What? You wish to share the auction proceeds with me? Xilinglong was taken aback. After spending several days together, she had come to perceive Chen Shen as someone who was excessively greedy, which made his proposal seem profoundly unusual. In response, Chen Shen had long prepared his remarks. Without your expert appraisal of its grade, I would have been utterly oblivious to its nature, and might have carelessly sold it for a mere few thousand gold. The youth feigned innocence. Your words have catapulted my profits from a few thousand to an astronomical figure. How could I not express my gratitude? Enough of the trivialities. Let us settle this. Your refusal would be an affront to my dignity. At that moment, Chen Shen's gaze shifted to the recently awakened colorful-tailed spirit crane. Kair had just purged the cold toxin from her body and required nourishment. After all, acquiring more wealth is never a disadvantage. Caw, caw. Kair affectionately nudged the young man's shoulder with her elongated beak, seemingly conveying her thanks. Very well then. I shall refrain from expressing my gratitude, for I am quite incapable of doing so. How about this? My chamber shall always be open to you, with but a word. I shall welcome you with open arms. Saying this, Xilinglong intentionally cast a flirtatious glance, leaving Chen Shen utterly flustered. Ah, well, if there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. The youth dashed away as if fleeing. Wait, don't be in such a hurry. I haven't finished speaking. Xilinglong watched his retreating figure. Suppressing a laugh, the annual auction event at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion will take place in 10 days. Do remember to attend. Upon leaving Xilinglong's chamber, Chen Shen made his way home. The evening sky was ablaze with crimson hues, yet at that moment, the youth's heart burned even brighter than the vibrant sunset. For, ding! A solitary ancient technique, Xian Bao San Ling Bian, has been discovered. Would you like to cultivate it? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have learned a new skill, Xian Bao San Ling Bian. Xian Bao San Ling Bian, status technique. Grade, Earth grade, lower tier. Current realm, entry level. The first transformation, Extreme Attack Transformation, which doubles the host's attack power. The second transformation, Extreme Defense Transformation, which doubles the host's defense power. The third transformation, Extreme Speed Transformation, which doubles the host's speed. Activating this skill requires 1,000 points of Xian Qi. Each subsequent transformation, maintained for 1 second, consumes 500 points of Xian Qi. Xian Bao San Ling Bian also includes a passive effect. The user can freely adjust the manifestation intensity of Xian Qi within a range of 3 minor levels. After perusing the details of the skill, Chen Shen erupted into wild laughter. Xian Bao San Ling Bian is simply magnificent. Activating all 3 transformations simultaneously would result in a simultaneous doubling of attack power, defense, and attack speed. What an exhilarating sensation. The only caveat is that maintaining each transformation for a second requires a consumption of 500 points of Xian Qi, which, given Chen Shen's current cultivation, he cannot sustain for long. This skill necessitates the use of high-grade Qi recovery pills to ensure a continuous supply of Xian Qi, thus unleashing its true potential. Coincidentally, I need to concoct pills for Ziling Long. I shall do both simultaneously. With this thought, Chen Shen hurriedly departed for the pill refining hall at Jiulong Academy to engage in alchemical practices. The fragrant aroma wafted from the cauldrons, drawing envious glances from the diligent students training outside. At this moment, Professors Ma Weishan and Luo Xiang were present. Concluding that the one refining pills in seclusion could only be the newly appointed prodigy, Master Chen. Many of the students in the pill hall lacked even the ability to refine low-grade mundane pills, while that youth, younger by a year or 2, was concocting high-grade Xian pills. The disparity rendered them utterly abashed. Meanwhile, Shui Yang received the news of Chen Shen's return to the alchemy hall, causing him to spring up in astonishment. What? That little rascal has actually returned alive? Yet, Yang Xuejia and the others have yet to return? Useless fools. All 4 of them are nothing but imbeciles. Shui Yang was consumed by rage. He certainly did not grieve for those 4 classmates who perished in the abyss of Moon's restraint. Rather, he lamented the 7 high-grade mystical crystals he had expended. He had not retrieved the 2 unique cultivation techniques, and on top of that, he had squandered 7 high-grade mystical crystals, while Chen Shen appeared unfazed, secluded in the alchemy hall to concoct elixirs. Various setbacks rendered Shui Yang's once handsome visage increasingly sullen. What? Chen Shen is alive? Upon learning this news, Shui Tianxiao and Shui Muruan were equally astonished. It is the incompetence of my son, Shui Yang muttered, his head bowed low in shame. He had once boasted of severing Chen Shen's head, yet now, well, one can only say that little rascal possesses great fortune. Let us set this matter aside for now. The true concern lies in the upcoming interschool competition in a month, Shui Tianxiao spoke slowly. Indeed, Shui Yang responded respectfully. Tomorrow marks the weekly mystical energy assessment. Furthermore, it is the day to finalize the seed contestant selections. I shall surely seize the top spot. Good, that is the spirit, Shui Tianxiao nodded with satisfaction. Then turned to Shui Muruan beside him. You need not feel disheartened. Chen Shen is merely a lucky pawn who has survived until now. There will be plenty of opportunities to crush him in the future. Though Shui Muruan was reluctant to oppose the clan leader's sentiments, he nodded in agreement. Albeit inwardly disappointed, the elder understands. The following morning, a gaunt old man knocked on the door of Chen Shen's secluded chamber. I am Dean Deng. There is a pressing matter I wish to discuss with you. I wonder if it is a convenient time? He called several times, yet no response came from within. Dean Deng. I could have sworn I heard what sounded like snoring from inside. Professor Ma, who accompanied him, remarked. Professor Luo also chimed in. I heard it too. Could he be asleep? Is that so? Deng Yiding leaned in closer to listen intently. It indeed seems he is snoring, and quite loudly at that. Luo Xiang, ever the sycophant, immediately spoke up in indignation on behalf of Dean Deng. This is outrageous. Dean Deng has personally come to visit. Yet he dares to hide inside and sleep soundly. With that, he raised his fist, ready to strike the door. Stop. Dean Deng swiftly interjected, lowering his voice. Do not make a fuss. Chen Shen must have exhausted himself after refining elixirs all night. He needs his rest. However, representatives from the inter-school competition awaited to assess his qualifications as a seed contestant. Only seed contestants have the privilege to bypass the preliminary rounds, Professor Ma reminded. Fear not. Let them wait a little longer. If Chen Shen has not awakened by noon, I shall rouse him myself. With that, Deng Yiding decisively turned to leave. The 2 alchemy professors who accompanied him exchanged looks of astonishment. At that moment, both old men were pondering the same thought. Chen Shen certainly was fortunate. The dean had personally come to visit, yet he dared to luxuriate in sleep within his chamber. The esteemed director was, surprisingly, not at all angered. Rather, he seemed concerned that we might disturb him. Ah, such treatment. Truly, it is a case of envy driving one to despair. Chapter 58. The consequences of a loose-tongued Chen Shen slumbered soundly, not rousing until the sun was high in the sky. Ah, he stretched languidly, rubbing his bleary eyes, and lazily pushed open the door. "Oh, my dear ancestor. At last, you have awakened." As soon as he stepped out, he found himself flanked by two elderly gentlemen. "Professor Ma, Professor Luo, what brings you here?" the youth queried, somewhat taken aback. Upon emerging from his slumber, he was met with the earnest countenances of the two professors guarding the entrance, as if they had been waiting for quite some time. Today marked the day of the seed selection for the interschool competition, and representatives from the grand event had been waiting patiently. Early in the morning, Dean Deng had even come personally, having seen that Chen Shen had labored overnight on his alchemical concoction and had refrained from waking him. Indeed, Ma Weishan recounted. Now, those representatives are growing anxious. One of them has a long-standing grudge against Dean Deng and even mockingly suggested that he was exaggerating. Luo Xiang interjected, "Let us hurry. The esteemed Dean Deng refrained from waking you out of consideration, only to be derided by that fellow. I was furious just witnessing it. Such a thing transpired?" The young man felt a surge of gratitude towards Deng Yiding's kindness and resolved, "I cannot allow Dean Deng to take the blame for me. Let us go. I wish to confront that arrogant individual." With the guidance of the two professors, Chen Shen soon arrived at the dean's office. Just as he raised his hand to knock, he overheard a cacophony of mocking laughter emanating from within. "Ha! A five-star alchemist? Surely, I must have misheard. Deng Yiding, even if you are boasting, could you at least make it somewhat credible? As far as I know, your Jiulong Academy has not produced a single one-star alchemist in 6 consecutive years. How could you possibly have nurtured a 5-star contender so swiftly? One should be cautious with grand claims. One might just end up with a sore tongue." Then came a cold snort from Dean Deng. "Xiao Wenkai, whether I am speaking in vain shall be revealed in just 1 more hour." "1 more hour? I have already been here for 2. Xiao Wenkai's arrogance remained unabated. Dean Deng retorted, "And what of it? Do not think I am unaware of that. As an examiner dispatched from the imperial capital, you are typically required to remain at the designated academy for an entire day before returning. It has only been 2 hours, and you are already eager to depart. Are you not targeting me?" "I am indeed targeting you. What can you do about it? While it is customary to stay a day, it is not a strict rule. I simply refuse to linger in this wretched place. Unwilling to comply? If you have the audacity, come and confront me at the Imperial Academy." Ha ha. Dean Deng was left fuming. "Enough, everyone, let us take our leave. Remaining here any longer is a waste of time." As he spoke, Xiao Wenkai rose and strode confidently towards the exit, adding, "Even if Chen Shen is indeed a genius, it is merely unfortunate that he applied to Jiulong Academy. If he truly wishes to participate in the 100 Schools League, he shall have to wait 3 more years. Immediately." The old man smirked insidiously. "I hope that 3 years hence, Director Deng's prized student will not yet be 18. Otherwise, no matter how brilliant he may be, if he exceeds that age limit, he is destined to be forever estranged from the Imperial Capital Academy." Ha ha. The other 2 assessors also rose to their feet. Though they disapproved of each other's methods, they had to maintain a semblance of camaraderie with Xiao Wenkai and had no reason to favor the outsider, Director Deng. "Hold on." Deng Yiding barked with authority. "I shall summon him immediately and bring him here within 10 breaths. Please, wait a moment." He understood that persuading Xiao Wenkai was futile, as the latter relished the opportunity to see him fail, given their history. The 2 assessors hesitated slightly. "Don't bother. 10 breaths is far too long for me to wait." Before either could voice their thoughts, Xiao Wenkai decisively declared, "If he possesses any capability, he should appear this very instant. If he is even a second late, I shall consider him automatically disqualified from the 100 Schools League." As he spoke, he had already stepped toward the door. Suddenly, the door was forcefully flung open with a resounding bang. The sheer force caused the door to collide directly with Xiao Wenkai's nose. He had never anticipated that someone would burst in so abruptly from outside. And with such vigor, caught entirely off guard, his nose was crushed flat, the cartilage shattered, and tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes due to the excruciating pain. "Ouch! That hurts like hell. Who is the blind fool? This door swings outward." Xiao Wenkai howled, clutching his nose in agony. At that moment, the intruder, Chen Shen, spoke up. "This is my first time in the director's office, and I did not realize the door opened outward. Moreover, as I approached, I overheard someone say that if he was a second late, he would lose his eligibility for the 100 Schools League. In my excitement, I hastily pushed the door open, only to meet with this unexpected turn of events. Chen Shen's performance was masterful. In truth, this was all a deliberate act on his part. Damn it. Let me bury you, old man. This is the price of arrogance." The youth felt a surge of satisfaction within. This was the consequence of reckless words. However, on the surface, he feigned innocence. Aside from the 2 professors who had stood dumbfounded at the door, no one present would suspect that this boy had intentionally barged in to cause chaos. "Enough of your prattle. Who are you?" Xiao Wenkai bellowed at Chen Shen. After his outburst, he did not forget to swallow a healing pill, allowing his crushed nose to gradually mend and the bleeding to cease. Yet, the piercing pain lingered, causing him to grimace and shed tears. I am Chen Shen, the youth replied with a composed smile. Chen Shen, you are the genius that Director Deng speaks of? Xiao Wenkai's anger flared even further. Had he known, he would have left half a minute earlier to avoid this encounter and the agony of a shattered nose. Humph. It would be a miracle if Jiulong Academy could produce a true genius. Boy, you had better be prepared. My standards for evaluation are exceedingly rigorous. Xiao Wenkai said through clenched teeth, deliberately attempting to intimidate the youth before him. Under ordinary circumstances, the examinee often experiences a degree of nervousness. Thus, if one can exhibit 70% of their ability under duress, it is commendable. However, Chen Shen completely disregarded Xiao Wenkai, circumventing him to approach Dean Deng. Offering a slight bow, I apologize for my tardiness, he stated. He then turned to the other two assessors, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. It is an honor to meet you both. May I inquire how the alchemical examination will proceed? In the room, only Xiao Wenkai found himself overlooked. Chapter 59. An unforeseen incident first. His nose had been broken, and now he was brazenly ignored by a mere boy. Enraged, Xiao Wenkai seethed with fury. Dean Deng, however, was in high spirits, while the two accompanying professors from the Alchemy Hall struggled to suppress their laughter, fearful that any sound might betray their amusement. If Xiao Wenkai discovered that Chen Shen had intentionally shattered his nose, it would surely lead to a troublesome resolution. Yet witnessing this sly old man suffer was undeniably delightful. As for the other two assessors, they maintained a detached demeanor, seemingly uninterested. When Chen Shen posed his question, they answered candidly. According to regulations, the minimum requirement for participants in the Alchemy Hall is to achieve a rank of 1 star in the common grade. However, to become a seed candidate and bypass the preliminary rounds, one must reach 5 stars in the common grade. In essence, does this mean that as long as I can refine a batch of mid-grade profound pills, I will meet the standard? Chen Shen inquired further. The two assessors nodded in affirmation. Only Xiao Wenkai persisted in his nitpicking. Not necessarily. If fortune smiles, a 3-star profound alchemist might have a minuscule chance of refining a batch of mid-grade profound pills. The 100 Schools League aims to select the most outstanding students from each city's academy. We cannot allow subpar individuals to exploit loopholes. Then, the sullen old man extended 3 fingers before Chen Shen, boasting, you have only 3 attempts. Furthermore, the yield of a batch of mid-grade profound pills must not be fewer than 4. Otherwise, you shall be deemed unqualified. Upon his proclamation, the other two assessors frowned. For Xiao Wenkai had audaciously doubled the difficulty of the examination set by the competition. The standard procedure allowed for 6 attempts to refine mid-grade profound pills, with merely 1 batch yielding more than 2 pills qualifying as sufficient. However, since Xiao Wenkai was a colleague they encountered frequently, they deemed it unnecessary to create discord over a stranger. Thus, after exchanging glances, they tacitly chose to remain silent. Chen Shen said nothing, merely nodding with composure. Let us commence. Subsequently, Ma Weishan set forth the prepared alchemical cauldron and materials before the youth. Wait. At this juncture, Xiao Wenkai interjected once more, seeking to provoke. I must inspect the cauldron and materials to prevent any potential cheating. Dean Deng's white brows knitted tightly, while Professors Ma Weishan and Luo Xiang's faces flushed with indignation. Chen Shen narrowed his eyes, the repeated provocations igniting a fire within him. After meticulously inspecting the egg, Xiao Wenkai waved his hand, signaling that they could begin. He added a final reminder. As an additional requirement for the assessment, the dosage of the alchemical fire used in this alchemy must not exceed 3 portions. Hearing this, even the 2 examiners accompanying Xiao Wenkai couldn't help but furrow their brows, thinking that this Xiao was indeed being unreasonable. In this small town, a 15 or 16-year-old boy achieving a 5-star proficiency in alchemy was already astonishing, yet he insisted that the alchemical fire used should not exceed 3 portions. Consequently, even if a 6 or 7-star alchemist were to attempt it, the likelihood of meeting the standard would be less than 30%. Are you certain that even the dosage of the alchemical fire should be restricted? The boy asked, his expression turning cold, each word enunciated clearly. Certainly. Do you think being selected as a seed contestant for the 100 Schools League is an easy feat? Xiao Wenkai laughed joyfully. Very well. However, I have never attempted 3 portions of alchemical fire. There is a significant chance of an accident occurring, the boy remarked, a slight smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. The curvature was minimal, yet exuded an intensified chill. Xiao Wenkai dismissed the boy's words, waving his hand generously. No worries. Accidents are inevitable in alchemy. Just hope you don't blow up the furnace. Ha ha ha. With that assurance, I feel at ease. The boy replied, then immediately commenced the alchemical process. In just a few seconds, the other 2 examiners shook their heads and sighed. both contemplating the same thought. Has this lad lost his mind? He actually added 8 portions of healing elixir. Could it be that he has truly given up? Young man, you can't possibly have miscalculated. One examiner exclaimed. I mentioned that as long as you can produce 4 elixirs in one furnace, it would be considered satisfactory. Yet you are attempting to place 8 portions at once. Don't tell me you aim to produce 8 elixirs in a single batch. I might be frightened to death. Xiao Wenkai laughed heartily, revealing his yellowed teeth. The boy slightly raised his head and calmly replied. I merely feared you might suddenly change your mind and declare that 4 elixirs are insufficient and that 8 are required. Thus, I made preparations in advance to avoid being taken advantage of. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenkai was momentarily stunned, then infuriated. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think I am that kind of person? The boy paid no heed to him and continued to focus on his alchemy. Very well. So you wish to play this game of personality with me? Excellent. I shall observe what skills you possess to refine 8 elixirs in one go. What followed was a display of brilliance. The processes of dissolving, extracting, refining, controlling the fire, managing the air, and directing the spirit all flowed seamlessly, as if choreographed. This lad astonishingly managed to evenly divide the notoriously difficult alchemical fire into 8 portions, applying heat to the furnace at varying angles, ensuring that each ingredient was uniformly heated, harmoniously merging into one. His fire control ability had far surpassed the 5-star rank. Not only was his fire control exceptional, but the transitions between dissolving, extracting, and refining were nearly flawless. His mastery over spiritual energy and medicinal essence was nothing short of remarkable. The 2 examiners watched in increasing astonishment, rising involuntarily to take a few steps closer, seemingly eager to analyze the boy's alchemical process in greater detail. Even Xiao Wenkai was captivated, stepping forward several paces. As he became aware of his proximity to the medicinal cauldron, less than 3 feet away, he realized that should he advance any further, his aged visage would plunge into the pot. Xiao Wenkai hastily straightened his posture, feigning composure as he scoffed. Humph. The preceding steps cannot definitively ascertain the grade of his alchemical skills. Ultimately, it is the outcome that truly matters. Over the years, I have witnessed numerous instances where ostentatious processes have culminated in failure. Oh, is that so? Then you must pay close attention shortly. To Xiao Wenkai's astonishment, Chen Shen spoke up, an utterance that was a grave transgression for an alchemist, as distractions during the refining process were strictly forbidden. Yet, not only did he speak, but he also wore a smile. The youth's gaze was fixed not on the ingredients within the cauldron, but rather on the elders standing so near. Suddenly, the boy waved his hand dramatically, commanding, "Congeal." With a series of hissing sounds, the potent essence within the cauldron visibly crystallized into a pill. Moments later, a brilliant flame erupted skyward beside the cauldron, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished screams. Ah, my eyes, my eyes. In the next instant, the fiery glow dissipated, and the room was suffused with the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs. At that moment, however, no one seemed to focus on the exquisite elixir that had been created. All eyes were drawn to Xiao Wenkai, who was clutching his face, wailing in agony as he rolled about on the floor. The earlier screams had emanated from his own lips. It turned out that the ascending flames had scorched his visage. This entire spectacle had been orchestrated by Chen Shen. The youth, wearing a light-hearted grin, remarked mockingly, "See, I told you there would be an accident. Ah, you little beast. I swear I will end you." Xiao Wenkai seethed with fury. Caught entirely off guard, his eyebrows had been singed away, leaving his face a gruesome sight, and his eyes burned with excruciating pain. Fortunately, being a highly skilled alchemist himself, he managed to consume an unknown grade of pill in a moment of desperation, thus preserving his eyesight from blinding. Chen Shen feigned trepidation. "I had forewarned you of the possibility of an accident, and you yourself assured me it was of no concern. Now that an accident has indeed occurred, you, old man, are calling for my demise. Is there no justice in this world? Are the examiners of the Imperial Academy all as unreasonable as you?" This remark was intentionally directed at the other 2 examiners. Indeed, Chen Shen's actions bore no evidence of malicious intent. Consequently, Xiao Wenkai had no grounds to unleash his ire upon the youth. Following the display of extraordinary alchemical prowess, Xiao Wenkai's colleagues began to admire the young man's talents. Furthermore, given the excessive nature of Xiao Wenkai's behavior, they chose to speak out in support of the youth. "What this student says is correct. In my view, this was merely an unfortunate accident." Indeed, they concurred. "Xiao Wenkai, your previous actions were excessively harsh, yet we could overlook them. However, concerning the matter at hand, should you dare to act recklessly again, do not blame us for disregarding our long-standing camaraderie. Can you not discern? This wretched creature is deliberate. Everything is intentional." Xiao Wenkai was still shouting wildly. Chen Shen sneered, stating, "Recently, I have learned a new idiom, which is abandoned by all. I never fully grasped its meaning until now. He then mockingly cupped his fist toward Xiao Wenkai and enunciated. Thanks to you, I have suddenly comprehended the essence of being abandoned by all. Thank you. Xiao Wenkai, overwhelmed with shame and anger, spewed a mouthful of blood before rolling his eyes back and fainting. The youth clapped his hands and stood up, gesturing to the two dazed examiners. The alchemy is complete. I request the two esteemed seniors to verify. Huh. Oh. The two examiners finally snapped back to reality. They approached the cauldron and beheld 8 vividly colored, fragrant healing pills lying quietly within. After a brief sampling, they promptly concluded, these are all of middling quality at the common level, without exception. May I ask, have I met the standards? The youth's face radiated a sunny smile. However, this smile, in the eyes of the two examiners, conveyed not only an air of composure, but also a hint of elusive menace. Undoubtedly, this trace of menace was incited by Xiao Wenkai. At this moment, they were increasingly convinced that the recent display of alchemical prowess was no mere coincidence. Xiao Wenkai's severe burns could not possibly be an accident. Wait, does this imply that Xiao Wenkai's previously broken nose was also a deliberate act by this young lad? Contemplating this, the two examiners exchanged glances, each perceiving a singular word in the other's eyes: awe. Indeed, it was awe? A mere 15 or 16-year-old youth managed to subtly ensnare the cunning old fox, Xiao Wenkai. Not once but twice, executing both schemes with such finesse that the latter could find no grievance to hold against him. Such intellect alone was enough to inspire profound respect. After a brief pause, the two spoke in unison. Congratulations, you have passed. Your alchemical skills have already surpassed the 5th rank of the common level, and the spot of a seed candidate rightfully belongs to you. Both examiners understood well that with the youth's current alchemical prowess, he held a significant advantage in vying for a position among the top 10 in the competition, let alone securing the modest title of a seed candidate. Then I can rest easy, the youth replied with a contented smile. Following a moment of silence, one of the examiners spoke. Young man, there is a saying that must be voiced. Oh, please, elder, do share. Sometimes, being overly conspicuous is not necessarily advantageous. As for Xiao Wenkai, it is better left unsaid. You will come to understand once you enter the Imperial Capital Academy. In any case, it is preferable to offend a gentleman rather than a rogue. Given your keen intellect, I trust you grasp the essence of my counsel, the elderly man elaborated. I appreciate your kind intentions, the youth replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. However, my actions are not as you suggest, seeking to display my alchemical prowess. I merely wish to uphold the honor of Dean Deng. Chen Shen's response left everyone momentarily stunned. The assessment officer gently patted Deng Yiding on the shoulder, saying, Old Deng, you have taught an exceptional disciple. Subsequently, the two men carried the unconscious Xiao Wenkai away and took their leave. Chen Shen, thank you, Deng Yiding said, his aged eyes glistening with emotion as he vigorously shook the young man's hand. No need for thanks. If anyone should be grateful, it is I who must thank you. Your nurturing spirit towards your juniors is truly magnificent. The youth replied with a grin. To avoid disrupting Chen Shen's performance, Dean Deng refrained from waking him, silently enduring the insults and mockery from Xiao Wenkai. Such a teacher, who shows such devotion to his students, is indeed rare. Dean Deng, I must report something to you. Professor Luo timidly interjected. What is it? Must it be said now? Dean Deng replied with a hint of impatience, wondering why this fellow lacked perception and failed to notice the deep bond between him and his esteemed pupil. I suddenly recalled an important matter. I must take my leave now. Dean, esteemed professors, farewell. Without knowing what prompted him, Chen Shen blurted this out before hastily exiting the dean's office. Deng Yiding, bewildered, shook his head in disbelief and asked, Professor Luo, please, what is it you wish to convey? Dean, you must brace yourself. Professor Luo cautioned before continuing. Chen Shen has spent the entire night in seclusion, depleting all our high-quality materials for refining recovery and healing pills. Dean Deng was momentarily stunned, and then he exclaimed dramatically, What? All gone. That amounts to hundreds of high-grade materials. Yes, we are now unable to prepare sufficient materials even for demonstrations to the students of the pill hall. What shall we do? Professor Ma added, his face etched with despair. No wonder that little rascal made a hasty exit, Dean Deng grumbled, his expression a mix of irritation and amusement. Yet, for some reason, a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, indicating he was not genuinely angry. Then, Deng Yiding glanced at Professors Ma and Luo and suddenly chuckled, rubbing his hands together. After all, Chen Shen is a seed contestant. It is only fitting that he practices a bit more before the competition. You two, being esteemed veterans of the pill hall, must uphold the standards at such a crucial moment. The two elderly professors looked utterly perplexed. Dean, what do you mean? They inquired. With a grand gesture, Dean Deng proclaimed. What I mean is, from now on, you will be responsible for preparing the materials required for teaching. Having said that, he swiftly made his escape. That will be all. I have numerous administrative matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Farewell. Farewell? What do you mean by that? Professors Ma and Luo appeared despondent. When did our dean start speaking to us in the same tone as that young rascal? We can't be left to bear the burden of preparing teaching materials. Once outside the dean's office, Chen Shen found himself wandering the campus, unknowingly drawn to the vibrant scene at the martial arts arena, where he decided to join the throng. Today, the arena was particularly bustling, as the weekly mystic power assessment was underway, with thousands of students eager to showcase the fruits of their cultivation. If their cultivation reaches a certain standard, they may ascend to the next level of class and enjoy greater resources for their training. According to the regulations of the institution, students under the age of 18 with a cultivation level below 5-star Xiantian must remain in the beginner class. Those with 5 to 7 stars are placed in the intermediate class, while those with 7 to 9 stars are assigned to the advanced class. If a student surpasses 9-star Xiantian and attains the Xian realm before turning 18, they may be promoted to the elite class. At this moment, on the arena of the martial arts training ground, 10 Xian energy sensory drums are positioned. Externally, they appear similar to ordinary leather drums. However, once a practitioner channels their Xian energy and strikes the drumhead with a fist, the drumhead will illuminate with a color that corresponds to the strength of their energy. Beside each Xian energy sensory drum, an instructor records the results of the student's tests. Intermediate class student Li Yunfeng, 6-star Xiantian, remains in the original class. Beginner class student Wang Erniu, 5-star Xiantian, advances to the intermediate class. Advanced class student Chen Yufan, 9-star Xiantian, remains in the original class. Intermediate class student Zhang Dong, 8-star Xiantian, is promoted to the advanced class. Each time the instructor announces the results, there are those who rejoice and those who despair. This serves as a means for the institution to motivate students to diligently practice. Those who successfully advance naturally become the envy of their peers, while students who stagnate through repeated assessments become subjects of ridicule. This scene evokes memories for Chen Shen, reminiscent of certain less than glorious moments from his past. Before he transmigrated, the original Chen Shen had spent 3 months in the Zhulang Academy, participating in weekly Xian energy tests. Yet, despite numerous assessments over these 3 months, his cultivation showed no signs of progress. Gradually, he became the laughingstock of the entire student body, with several instructors even using him as a cautionary example. The testing ground had once been a place of sorrow for Chen Shen. Why are there 3 unfamiliar faces on the podium? 2 men and a woman. I have never seen them before. Haven't you heard? The evaluators for the 100 Schools tournament are present today. They are here to select 3 seed candidates. Those 3 strangers must be the evaluators. Oh right, how could I have forgotten? The 3 seed candidates will undoubtedly be the top 3 from the elite class, Shuiyang, Ma Jingjing, and Luo Xiao. After all, they are the scions of the 3 prominent families of Zhulang City, and their Xian energy cultivation far surpasses that of their fellow elite classmates. However, it is said that aside from the seed candidates, any student who has attained 1-star Xian realm is also eligible to participate in the preliminary rounds of the 100 Cities tournament. Among the crowd, Chen Shen overheard a wealth of useful information and pondered to himself, the Shui family already harbors a deep-seated grudge against me. It would be wise to conceal my abilities until I am confident in overcoming them. After all, achieving 1-star Xian realm is sufficient to enter the preliminary rounds. I can steadily progress from there. Resolute in his decision, the youth parted the crowd and approached one of the Xian energy sensory drums. Look, isn't that Chen Shen? The only special student in the academy's Dan Hall. Through the duel with Shui Muran, Chen Shen's prestige reached unparalleled heights, making him a prominent figure on campus, instantly stirring a commotion upon his appearance. However, while he may excel in alchemy, in terms of profound energy cultivation, being merely a 7-star profound disciple places him at the bottom of the advanced class. A burly young man spoke with a commanding tone. Despite his imposing stature, he was only 17, the legitimate son of the Luo family, Luo Xiao. His mastery of fire-based profound energy was exceedingly formidable, having already attained the realm of 4-star profound practitioner. That may not necessarily be the case. I have a feeling that Chen Shen has suddenly found his breakthrough. He might just create another miracle today. A girl with a ponytail chuckled, her ample bosom bouncing in tandem. She was quite the youthful beauty, Ma Jingjing, the legitimate daughter of the Ma family, a year younger than Luo Xiao, yet her cultivation was on par with his, also a 4-star profound practitioner. Ha ha ha, Jingjing. You hold Chen Shen in far too high regard for a useless individual. A sharp, mocking voice suddenly pierced through the air. The speaker was none other than Shuiyang, the strongest among the thousands of students at Jiolong Academy. Useless? That term seemed rather inappropriate when referring to a master alchemist, thought Ma Jingjing, her brows knitting in discontent. Little did they know, she was a girl with a strong sense of justice. Humph, who knows what kind of luck he's had. Shui Yang's expression darkened, and he continued boastfully, however, a man should always be judged by his martial prowess. With his abysmal cultivation, he is simply not worthy of my attention. Luo Xiao nodded in agreement. I concur with the first part of your statement. A man should indeed strive for the pinnacle of martial arts. While alchemists hold a noble status, it remains merely a side pursuit. This giant was renowned within Jiulong Academy for his obsession with martial arts. Just wait and see. I dare wager that Chen Shen is destined to remain a mere 7-star profound disciple, Shui Yang declared with certainty. It had only been 3 short days since Chen Shen defeated Shui Kong. In Shui Yang's view, 3 days was hardly enough time for anyone to advance from a 7-star profound disciple to a higher level. Chapter 62. A crushing defeat. Wager? How amusing. I want to join in. Ma Jingjing said playfully. Then I wager that Chen Shen's cultivation will surely surpass 7-star profound disciple. How about we bet 1,000 gold coins? Agreed. However, if you lose, the money can be waived, but you must treat me to a meal, just the 2 of us. Shui Yang cast a sly glance at Ma Jingjing's prominent figure, a smug grin on his face. All right, it's a deal. I truly believe Chen Shen will not lose. Ma Jingjing nodded innocently. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Chen Shen focused intently on the drum surface and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! In the next moment, a deep golden hue radiated from the drum. The golden color indicated that the martial artist's profound energy had indeed reached the 7-star profound disciple level. The deeper the gold, the higher the cultivation. The density of the golden color, akin to flowing sand, unequivocally indicated that Chen Shen's cultivation had surpassed the 7-star profound disciple level. The instructor of the profound energy sensing drum announced loudly, Junior Class Chen Shen, 9-star profound disciple, directly promoted to advanced class. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the audience. In just 3 short days, Master Chen's profound energy cultivation had evidently progressed once more. Is he not a gifted alchemist? Shouldn't he be wholly devoted to the path of alchemy? How can he still find time to cultivate his mystical energy? Oh yes, I have one. Ma Jingjing leapt high in jubilation, exclaiming, Shui Yang, hand over the 1,000 gold. Shui Yang felt a pang of reluctance, yet under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he could not evade the outcome, letting out a cold huff as he begrudgingly handed over the 1,000 gold banknote to Ma Jingjing. Look, Senior Chen Shen has not left the stage. He is heading towards the leftmost mystical energy sensing drum. A voice called out, drawing everyone's attention back to the young man on stage. All the teachers and students were acutely aware that 9 of the 10 drums tested the limits of mystical energy, corresponding to the 9-star mystical apprentice level. Only the leftmost drum was reserved for outstanding students advancing to the elite class, its sensing limit reaching the 9-star mystical master level. Shui Yang instinctively scoffed, humph. Merely a display. If he could truly attain the realm of a mystical master, then however, before he could finish his sentence, an unsettling thought struck him. Why had Yang Xuejia and her 3 companions all perished in the moon-forbidden abyss, while only Chen Shen emerged unscathed? Could it be that they did not simply fall victim to mystical beasts, but were instead vanquished by Chen Shen? This would imply that Chen Shen possessed the strength to single-handedly confront and slay all 4 of them. Perhaps he truly was a mystical master? Shui Yang, you seem unconvinced. How about another wager with me? Ma Jingjing challenged, puffing her chest like an arrogant peacock. Shui Yang had long been enamored with this spirited young lady. Her provocation left him with no choice but to engage, lest he become a laughingstock. Besides, he was reluctant to accept that a person who had merely been a 7-star mystical apprentice 3 days ago could surge past the limits of that realm to become a mystical master in such a short span. It is important to note that the difference between an apprentice and a master is but a single word, yet the difficulty of ascension increases exponentially. Thus, Shui Yang nodded vigorously. Very well. Since Sister Jingjing wishes to play, I shall indulge you once more. How shall we wager? Let us bet on whether Chen Shen can become a mystical master and advance to the elite class, qualifying for the 100 Schools League competition. Ma Jingjing extended her hand. Fingers splayed. I wager 5,000 gold. No, let us raise the stakes. I wager 50,000 gold. Being the jewel of one of the 3 prominent families, Ma Jingjing had been pampered and could indeed produce such a considerable sum. All right, I accept. If I win, in addition to the 50,000 gold, you must join me for dinner. Shui Yang chuckled, secretly thinking, I have procured an aphrodisiac from the imperial capital that those below the mystical master level cannot detect. Tonight, it shall finally come into play, ha ha ha. On the martial arts arena, Chen Shen stood before the leftmost mystical energy sensing drum. He discreetly harnessed the Mystic Fury transformation, lowering his cultivation from a 3-star mystical master to a 1-star mystical master. Then, he struck the drum with a powerful fist, producing a resounding boom. In the wake of the sound, the drum face shimmered with a faint green radiance. Green, the hue that could only be conjured by the mystical energy of a mystical master. The deeper the color, the higher the cultivation level it represented. The instructor responsible for recording the scores was momentarily taken aback before proclaiming loudly, in the advanced class, Chen Shen has achieved the rank of a 1-star mystic practitioner and is promoted to the elite class. Instantly, the audience erupted in astonishment. It was utterly incredible. Master Chen not only excelled in alchemy, but had also reached the realm of mystic practitioners at such a young age. He was yet to turn 16. A gifted student of the Alchemy Hall achieving such heights in mystic energy cultivation was indeed a true prodigy. Senior Chen Shen is magnificent. Master Chen is formidable. Even the 3 assessment officials seated at the head table were visibly moved upon hearing the commotion. A 1-star mystic practitioner under the age of 16 is a rarity. And to top it off, he held the title of an alchemist? Who would have thought such a talented youth was hidden in the backwater of Nine Dragon City? In that moment, all 3 officials silently noted the name of the young man, Chen Shen. They inscribed these 2 characters onto the list for the preliminary rounds of the 100 Schools League. Oh yes, Chen Shen, you are amazing. The little girl clapped her tiny hands joyously, instantly becoming a fervent admirer of Chen Shen. Turning to Shui Yang, she playfully declared, I've won again. I earned 50,000 gold in just a few seconds. My parents will surely praise me for this. With a triumphant smile, she said, now, you owe me. Shui Yang's face twitched in disbelief. How is it possible? Just 3 days ago, he was a 7-star mystic disciple. And now he had leaped to become a 1-star mystic practitioner? Yet, no matter how incredulous he felt, the truth remained undeniable. Reluctantly, he reached into his sleeve pocket, trembling as he pulled out a banknote of 10,000 gold and handed it over. I apologize, I don't have that much cash on hand. I will owe you the remaining 40,000. Ma Jingjing pouted in response. Humph, how could you dare to gamble if you didn't bring enough money? Young Master Shui, you wouldn't be thinking of shirking your debt, would you? There are many witnesses here, including Big Guy Luo. Big Guy Luo was the nickname of Luo Xiao. However, among the thousands of students in the academy, only Ma Jingjing and Shui Yang dared to call him that in front of him. Nonsense. How could I, the esteemed Shui Yang, possibly evade my debts? Then how about signing a promissory note? The little girl produced paper and a pen from seemingly nowhere. At that moment, Shui Yang felt as if his world was crumbling. His heart bled. This was 50,000 gold. Even though he was a direct descendant of the Shui family, he would undoubtedly face a scolding from the elders and his father upon returning. The once mighty young Master Shui had truly suffered a humiliating defeat today. Chapter 63. The little girl's invitation. As Chen Shen stepped down from the arena, Ma Jingjing eagerly seized his hands, exclaiming, Junior, thanks to you, I've made a fortune. To express my gratitude, I have decided to treat you to the finest cuisine in all of Nine Dragon City. At Nine Dragon Academy, there existed an unwritten rule of addressing peers by their cultivation rank, with Chen Shen showcasing the prowess of a 1-star mystic practitioner, and Ma Jingjing having already surpassed the 4-star mystic practitioner rank. Her calling him junior felt perfectly natural. Chen Shen was not unfamiliar with the youthful yet voluptuous little girl before him. The academy had only 3 distinguished students, Shui Yang, Luo Xiao, and the young lady before him, Ma Jingjing. These 3 individuals were renowned, their names echoing throughout the Jiulong Academy and the entirety of Jiulong City. Logically, one would think that any man would not refuse an invitation from a charming young lady akin to a neighbor's little sister. However, Chen Shen regretfully shook his head. I'm sorry, but I have other matters to attend to. This was not mere pretension. He genuinely had pressing commitments. The youth had initially intended to measure his mystical energy and then plunge into the mystic beast forest to slay monsters and gain experience. Otherwise, with his current status as a 3-star mystic practitioner, he had no chance of securing a place among the top 3 in the combat category of the 100 Schools tournament. Though Chen Shen's refusal was not loud, it resonated among several classmates nearby. In an instant, the crowd erupted in excitement. Is this a joke? Ma Jingjing actually invited a boy to dinner? My heavens, why didn't this stroke of luck fall upon me? Someone exclaimed. As if, unless you are a mystic pill master more formidable than the professors of the pill pavilion, with sufficient mystical energy to join the elite class. Goodness. Master Chen actually turned her down. That's Ma Jingjing, my goddess. You don't want to? Am I that unlikable? The little girl's eyes brimmed with tears, her lips pouting so high they could hold a bottle of soy sauce. That's not what I meant. Chen Shen replied, at a loss for words. The little girl's outburst changed the way everyone looked at him. as if he were bullying a young girl. Then I shall take it as your agreement. Ma Jingjing giggled, unceremoniously taking his hand and dashing out of the crowd. Hey, wait a moment. Where are you taking me? I've told you, I want to treat you to the finest cuisine in Jiulong City. So of course, we must go to the feast restaurant. Everyone was taken aback, stunned into silence. Ma Jingjing's refusal turned into a bold insistence, leaving countless men envious of the scene. Among them, one individual's expression darkened to a shade darker than coal, Shuiyang. He had previously invited Ma Jingjing numerous times, only to receive a steadfast refusal. Yet now, she was extending an invitation to another boy, and in front of the entire school. Moreover, after his rejection, she had coquettishly clung to his hand, stubbornly dragging him away. In contrast, Shuiyang was filled with resentment, jealousy, and fury. He watched Chen Shen and Ma Jingjing's figures grow distant, a sinister thought crossing his mind. The feast restaurant. Is it? Very well. I shall see if you can truly enjoy this meal. Before long, Chen Shen found himself forcibly taken to the feast restaurant by the little girl. Upon entering the establishment, he was met with a throng of patrons. The feast restaurant was the only establishment in Jiulong City, aside from the brothels, that operated around the clock. This was not only due to the deliciousness of their dishes, but primarily because their chef was a 5-star mystic chef of the mortal rank. Mystic chefs, like mystic pill masters and mystic talisman masters, are esteemed professions. They are categorized into 5 ranks: mortal, mystic, spiritual, earth, and heavenly, with each rank further divided into 9 stars. They are distinct from ordinary chefs, who merely excel at creating dishes that are visually appealing, aromatic, and flavorful. In contrast, a culinary master not only possesses the skill to prepare exquisite meals, but, more importantly, is adept at maximizing the nutritional elements inherent within the ingredients. This enables patrons to indulge in delectable cuisine while also reaping substantial benefits for their own spiritual cultivation. To put it simply, a dish primarily composed of the meat of a low-tier mystical beast, if prepared by a typical chef, would yield a mere 1 experience point for diners. However, if a culinary master were to take the helm, one might garner 10 or even 100 experience points. Such is the disparity. Therefore, even in the dead of night, this grand banquet hall remains perpetually bustling with patrons. Chen Shen's eyes darted as he hastily sought an excuse. The business here is thriving. It's completely full. It seems there are no available seats. Shall we reschedule for another day? I'll treat you then. No way. Humph. While it may be true that ordinary guests find no seats, such a predicament will never befall me. With that, Ma Jingjing called out, "Waiter, prepare a private room for me." As her words echoed, a waiter hurried over, a look of eagerness plastered across his face. "Oh, I senti this, Miss Ma. I failed to greet you upon your entrance. My sincerest apologies." Chen Shen's heart sank. He realized that the little girl must be a VIP in this establishment given the warm reception. All right. By the time you finish your pleasantries, I'll be starving. Lead me to the private room, preferably the one on the top floor, by the window, facing east. Typically, whenever Ma Jingjing made such a request, any attending waiter would eagerly comply, bowing and leading the way. However, the current situation felt rather peculiar. The waiter wore an expression of distress, stammering without managing to articulate a single word. "What is the matter?" Ma Jingjing inquired, noticing the unusual behavior. With a rueful smile, the waiter explained, "I sincerely apologize, but I just received word that all our private rooms have been reserved by a distinguished guest." "What? Fully booked?" Ma Jingjing was taken aback. "Oh, it seems it is fate. Shall we reschedule?" "Reschedule? No way," Ma Jingjing exclaimed, her face contorted in disappointment. "Excuse me, who made the reservation? I wish to speak with them to see if we can negotiate for a room. I am willing to pay a premium." The little girl was determined. This was her first time inviting a boy to dinner, and she could not return empty-handed. If Chen Shen perceived her lack of sincerity, it would be quite unfortunate. The waiter was in a quandary, unsure of how to respond. Just then, a familiar voice chimed in. "Oh, isn't this Jingjing? What a coincidence. You're dining at this establishment too? It just so happens that I recently reserved all the VIP private rooms." Both Chen Shen and Ma Jingjing turned to see a young man adorned in luxurious attire, fanning himself with a folding fan, approaching them with a broad smile. This young man was none other than Shuiyang, the scion of the Shui family. "Shuiyang, what brings you here?" Ma Jingjing found herself momentarily bewildered, her adorably naive demeanor utterly charming. "Jingjing, I must admit that your words are rather displeasing," Su Yang remarked with a cheeky grin. "This banquet hall is open for business. If you can attend, why should I be barred?" "Very well, if you are willing to relinquish an elegant room for me, you may reduce the wager you owe me by 300 gold pieces. This is thrice the cost of renting a room for a day," Ma Jingjing proposed. As soon as she mentioned the bet, Su Yang's smile faded. He glared menacingly at Chen Shen, who was accompanying Ma Jingjing, and declared emphatically, Don't even mention 300 gold. Even if it were 3,000, I wouldn't grant this waste of space any room. However, if it were just you, Jingjing, I would gladly set aside an elegant chamber for us to share a delightful meal. Wouldn't that be splendid? Upon hearing this, the somewhat naive little girl finally grasped the situation. Her previously cheerful demeanor shifted to one of indignation as she exclaimed, I said I wanted to invite Junior Chen Shen to dine at the banquet hall, and you went ahead and reserved all the elegant rooms. Suyong, you must be doing this on purpose. Not at all. It just so happens that I also wish to invite a few old classmates for a meal. Hence the private reservation, Suyong replied, calling out to 4 boys who immediately emerged from behind him, enthusiastically echoing his words. All 4 were students from the elite class, who typically defer to Suyong's whims. Did it really necessitate reserving the entire banquet hall for just 4 people? Ma Jingjing's anger intensified. Her previous suspicions turned into certainty that Suyong's actions were entirely deliberate. Well, I have the means, and I take pleasure in it, Suyong boasted. Unlike some individuals who need to rely on women to pay when dining out. How shameful. Oh, Suyong, you are quite extravagant, aren't you? Then perhaps you should promptly repay the 40,000 gold pieces you owe me. The little girl's words left Suyong utterly speechless. Humph. I never realized you had such a disposition. Ma Jingjing looked at him with disdain. Angering her was not Suyong's intention. He merely sought to annoy Chen Shen. Thus, he adopted a gentle tone and said earnestly, Jingjing, how can you not perceive my feelings for you? Stop right there. Do not call me Jingjing again. It makes me feel nauseous. The little girl exploded in fury. This was her first time inviting a boy to dinner, and it held extraordinary significance for her. Now, to have someone deliberately sabotage it, how could she not be infuriated? Junior, let us leave. We can always find another place, she said as she took the boy's hand once more, leading him toward the exit. At that moment, Suyong signaled to his followers, who swiftly blocked the pair's path. Their aggressive demeanor suggested ill intentions. Ma Jingjing shouted, What do you 4 intend to do? Looking for a fight? She then turned to Chen Shen, reassuring him, Fear not, little Junior. I will protect you. Against these 4, I am more than a match. Indeed, we certainly do not wish to overestimate ourselves by challenging Senior Ma. However, Chen Shen, as a man, how can you rely on a woman for protection? Do you not feel ashamed? Indeed, if it were I, accompanied by a beauty such as Senior Sister Ma, I would ensure that the entire venue was reserved, and I would fight to reclaim my dignity. But Chen Shen lacks that courage. Oh, Junior, if I were in your position, I would simply dig a hole and hide. Shui Yang's 4 sycophants spared no effort in their mockery, unleashing a torrent of caustic remarks. The cacophony immediately drew the attention of all diners in the hall. Shui Yang, do not go too far. Ma Jingjing exclaimed in anger. Chen Shen is my guest, and not only did we fail to have our meal, but he has also become a laughingstock. The kind-hearted little girl felt that all of this was her fault. Am I being excessive? I do not perceive it that way. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at the man beside you, who lacks courage. Ha ha ha, Shui Yang replied with a smug expression. Junior, I apologize, it is all my fault. The little girl said, her demeanor suddenly darkening, and a fierce glint flickered in her watery eyes. Out of consideration for our camaraderie. If I count to 3 and you 4 do not step aside, do not blame me for being ungracious. 1 stop. Do not count. No one expected the interruption to come from the previously silent Chen Shen. With a composed smile, he remarked, What if, after you count to 3, these 4 sycophants are frightened away? Then I would miss the opportunity to take them down. What did you say? Take us down? With just you. A newly promoted 1-star practitioner. Do not make me laugh. Another sycophant joined in the taunts. We never engage in battles without rewards. Oh, then what do you desire? Chen Shen inquired with a smirk. Ha ha, this fool has taken the bait. The 4 of them felt a surge of delight. In truth, Shui Yang had summoned them to force Chen Shen into a fight, to thoroughly humiliate him before Ma Jingjing. If it were not for Chen Shen's current prominence at the school, Shui Yang would have relished the idea of having his 4 lackeys beat him to a pulp without fear of repercussions from Dean Deng. How about this? If you can defeat any one of us 4, we will grant you all the private rooms. But if you lose, you must kneel and call each of us father and call me, Shueda Shao, grandfather. What do you say? Do you dare to play? Do you 4 still have any shame? You are all 2nd-star practitioners, yet you join forces to bully a junior who has just advanced to the elite class. Ma Jingjing could no longer bear to watch. Chen Shen, it would be no disgrace for you to refuse this unfair contest. Chen Shen slowly shook his head, suddenly grasping Ma Jingjing's delicate hand and earnestly saying, Jingjing, since this is your first invitation for a meal, how could I allow a bunch of clowns to ruin the atmosphere? Trust me, I can handle this. His demeanor instantly incensed Shueda Shao. Very well. But do be careful. The little girl blushed and nodded. In her heart, she vowed, if the junior encounters any danger, I will surely rush to his aid. Subsequently, the young man addressed the 4 lackeys, stating, if I emerge victorious, not only must you relinquish the private room, but wherever you see me henceforth, you shall kneel and address me as grandfather. Following that, you must vociferously denounce Shui Yang as a dog. Should you dare to consent, I shall gladly accept this challenge. The 4 lackeys immediately cast inquiring glances at Shui Yang. Humph, do you think you can evade with such tactics? That's out of the question. With a decisive wave of his hand, Shui Yang commanded, engage him. We accept this condition. Chapter 65. To strike a dog, one must use a dog stick. With the elder brother's decree, the 4 subordinates felt no qualms. Each of them eagerly rolled up their sleeves, and even the blades they had brought were drawn. You wish to brawl? At that moment, the tavern's proprietor swiftly approached. He gestured towards the spacious area in the center of the hall, 100 meters in circumference, and smiled. To avoid disrupting the dining experience of our patrons, might I suggest you settle your differences there? What a surprise. This tavern had even designated an area for patrons to resolve their grievances. This way, the dining atmosphere would remain undisturbed, and other guests would be treated to a free spectacle. The proprietor's business acumen was indeed impressive, thought Chen Shen. While the youth was momentarily dazed, one individual had already positioned himself in the center of the open space, brandishing his sword and provocatively declaring, Junior, you're not afraid, are you? Afraid? Huh. The youth chuckled softly as he made his way to the open area. As he passed a cleaning lady, he politely greeted her, hello. I lack a suitable weapon and would like to purchase the bamboo pole you're holding. Would you be willing to sell it? The reason Chen Shen refrained from retrieving the yellow spring serpent bone spear from his spatial pouch was to avoid the misconception that he possessed a spatial ring. The wisdom of not flaunting one's wealth was not lost on a youth who had lived 2 lives. As he spoke, he revealed a silver coin in his palm. A single silver coin for a 7-foot-long, tattered bamboo pole used for dusting beams. Such a price was utterly outrageous. The cleaning lady, beaming, handed the bamboo pole over with both hands and quietly encouraged, young man, good luck. The youth thanked her and stepped into the center of the open space. Unbeknownst to Chen Shen, his actions had significantly improved Ma Jingjing's impression of him. His courteous demeanor towards a cleaning lady, devoid of any martial prowess, was truly commendable. In comparison, the often arrogant Shui Yang seemed utterly insignificant. Chen Shen, how pitiful must you be? You don't even possess a weapon. TSK. I feel quite sorry for you. Would you like me to lend you a spear? To prevent you from making excuses should you lose, Shui Yang laughed boisterously. The more he ridiculed, the more Ma Jingjing's disdain for him grew. In response to Shui Yang's mockery, Chen Shen merely smiled calmly. Shui Yang, you misunderstand. I simply believe that to strike a dog, one ought to use a dog stick. Laughter erupted throughout the hall as diners were thoroughly entertained by Chen Shen's wit. Well said, young man. With such audacity, you are already a victor. Indeed, I have faith in you, young lad, regardless of the outcome. I shall treat you to a drink. The audience's overwhelming support infuriated the man standing in the open area. He raised his sword, pointing its tip directly at Chen Shen, and declared, you, boy, merely engage in flashy antics and flowery speech. What skill does that demonstrate? If you possess true ability, let it speak for itself. Very well. As you wish. Chen Shen tilted his head, casting a disdainful glance at the other 3 lackeys brought by Shui Yang. He pronounced deliberately, you 3 may join in as well. Whether against one dog or a pack, it is all the same. I shall not waste my limited time. He audaciously challenged 4 opponents at once. The diner's excitement reached a fever pitch. Shui Yang was momentarily taken aback, but then he burst into laughter. I was initially worried. But now I see this boy, buoyed by the crowd, has lost all sense of reality, daring to take on 4 at once. Chen Shen, I shall await the moment you kneel and call me grandfather. Ha! Junior, you are far too rash. Those 4 are all 2-star mystics. The little girl felt a pang of anxiety, thinking, it appears I must be ready to intervene at any moment. Delay, and the junior will be in greater peril. At that moment, in the center of the open area, Chen Shen stood resolute. The other 4 formed a surrounding formation, their expressions grim, as they had been publicly insulted by a junior who dared to call them dogs and boasted of beating them. Such a situation would ignite fury in anyone. Go. Teach this arrogant boy a lesson. With a commanding shout from one of them, all 4 surged forward from different directions. Their iron blades gleamed with a chilling light. The 4 elemental energies of water, wind, fire, and metal erupted simultaneously, all targeting the solitary youth at the center. Seeing this, Ma Jingjing could no longer hold back. She propelled herself forward, ready to rush into the fray. However, just as she made her move, Shui Yang blocked her path. As long as I am here, you shall not intervene. He snarled. You can only watch as that useless Chen Shen is turned into a puddle of mud. Ha! You despicable wretch. Ma Jingjing fumed, stamping her foot in frustration. At that moment, the young man in the center suddenly sprang into action. A thunderous sound echoed as the bamboo pole in his hand radiated a dazzling brilliance. Chen Shen still suppressed his mystical energy at the one-star Mystic Apprentice level. Yet he secretly activated the newly learned mystical technique, Mystical Storm of 3 Spirits. First transformation, Extreme Assault, activate. Second transformation, Extreme Defense, activate. Third transformation, Extreme Speed, activate. In the blink of an eye, his attack, defense, and speed all doubled. At that moment, the 4 assailants had closed in on him. The young man spun the bamboo pole, executing the third form of the 100 birds facing the phoenix technique, guarding the universe. Swish, swish, swish. The bamboo pole dance rustled in the breeze, infusing the air with the tremendous power of thunder as it clashed instantaneously with the swords and daggers launched from all directions. Clang, 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 clang. The bamboo pole, imbued with the essence of thunder, flawlessly parried the onslaught of the 4 assailants. Clearly, they had not anticipated that their coordinated attack would fail to subdue this junior. Was he not merely a 1-star practitioner? How could his speed surpass even that of a 2-star adept? Why did his strength seem more formidable than that of his 2-star counterparts? 3 significant questions loomed in their minds simultaneously. In martial arts, a distracted mind is the gravest of foes. This fleeting moment of vulnerability was seized upon by Chen Shen, who had long been prepared. The technique wielded by his bamboo pole shifted abruptly. He executed the 9th form of the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear technique, the spear that shatters all realms. In an instant, he transformed from defense to offense, showering the arena with a torrent of spear blossoms. The suddenness of it all, compounded by their initial distraction, rendered their attempts to defend or evade futile. Chapter 66. Humiliation of Self. Unable to defend or evade, what could they do? With grim determination, the 4 resolved to charge forward recklessly. They aimed for a mutually destructive strategy, hoping to inflict as much pain as possible on Chen Shen. Otherwise, not only would they lose face, but they would also have no explanation to offer the young master Shui afterward. With their weapons rendered ineffective, they were forced to resort to fists and feet. United in purpose, they believed they could overpower this 1-star practitioner. Embracing this mindset, the 4 launched an offensive, risking severe injury to themselves. A smirk appeared on Chen Shen's lips. He made no effort to defend himself. So, a head-on approach, is it? Very well, let us see who possesses greater resilience. In the next moment, the sounds of fists and feet colliding reverberated, bang, 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, the youth endured several blows to both his chest and back. However, instead of the expected thuds of flesh meeting flesh, the sounds resembled fists striking a steel plate, rendering the 4 combatants momentarily numb. Conversely, the youth, Chen Shen, remained unfazed, as if the hurried strikes of his adversaries lacked the power to breach his defenses. This was due to the extreme defense transformation of the Xianbao 3 spirits, which afforded him an impressive doubling of his defensive capabilities. Coupled with the enhanced physical resilience from the flower-carving snake-tail technique, Chen Shen effortlessly withstood the assault from these 4 2-star practitioners. Their intended strategy of mutual destruction failed to inflict even a scratch on the youth, instead exposing more of their own vulnerabilities. Boom, 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 boom. In the blink of an eye, Chen Shen retracted his strikes. His 7-foot-long bamboo pole, having endured countless clashes, bore numerous cracks. After all, the weapons wielded by the 4 were forged from fine iron, rendering his bamboo pole comparatively inferior. Yet, this disparity did not alter the outcome of the battle. With a single execution of the spear that shatters all realms, Shuiyang's 4 lackeys lay defeated, stripped of their combat capabilities. Each of them suffered broken bones in their wrists and ankles, howling in agony. Against 4 opponents, in a mere 2 or 3 breaths, Chen Shen emerged victorious. Bravo! It is unclear which patron was the first to shout, but soon the entire crowd erupted in fervent applause. Showering the scene with praise, the boy's staff technique was truly formidable. With a defensive move followed by an offensive strike, he resolved the confrontation in mere seconds. Your eyes deceive you. Though he wielded a bamboo pole, his technique bore a striking resemblance to an exquisite mastery of spear play. Throughout the encounter, the boy's feet remained firmly planted within a 3-foot radius. The murmur of admiration surged like a tidal wave, and at that moment, Shuiyang, who had been facing off against Ma Jingjing, finally regained his senses. The outcome was utterly beyond his comprehension. Gazing at the 4 subordinates sprawled on the ground, moaning in agony, he muttered in disbelief. How is this possible? In the arena, Chen Shen employed a gentle force, sweeping the bamboo pole with a flourish. His energy, unleashed at will, drew the 4 incapacitated individuals toward him, arranging them in a horizontal line. Then, With a commanding shout, the boy declared, "Kneel." Simultaneously, he delivered a swift strike to the bend of their knees. With a thud, the four men collapsed to the ground before Chen Shen, utterly powerless to resist. "You have lost. You should know what to do next, right?" As he spoke, bolts of thunderous energy surged from the bamboo pole in his grasp, ominously hovering over their already broken joints. The crackling thunder indicated the boys' resolve, should they dare to defy him. What awaited them would not merely be the pain of broken bones, but rather the calamity of shattered limbs. A broken bone could heal, mending itself in 10 days to 2 weeks. However, should their bones be pulverized, even with the finest healing elixirs, they would be bettered in for 2 to 3 months before gradual recovery. Thus, they would inevitably bid farewell to the upcoming inter-school tournament in a month. To safeguard their futures, the four had no choice but to obediently bow and tremulously address the boy before them, "Grandfather." Afterward, they attempted to scramble away, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation. How utterly disgraceful. They longed to flee. The mocking laughter of the patrons stung their pride, making them wish to burrow into the earth. Yet, as Chen Shen pressed down with his bamboo pole, the four men found themselves kneeling once more. "Do not rush off. It seems you have forgotten something important. Aside from kneeling and calling me grandfather whenever you see me, there is another matter that remains unaddressed," Chen Shen said with a cold smile. "All the patrons here are witnesses. Do you intend to be dishonest?" At this point, hundreds of diners in the hall joined in a raucous uproar. "Yes. It was you who stirred up trouble initially, and now that you have lost, you think to walk away unscathed? No way. Hurry up, do not waste our time." These arrogant, overbearing individuals should receive a proper lesson, instilling in them the wisdom to behave like humble dogs in the future. Under duress, the four, albeit reluctantly, finally uttered in subdued voices, "Shui Yang is a dog." "What? Speak louder. I cannot hear you." Chen Shen scratched his ear. "Yes, louder, we cannot hear either." The patrons echoed the clamor, joining in the revelry. Meanwhile, the bamboo pole pressed forcefully against their bent knees, creating a sound akin to tearing flesh as if, in the next moment, it would utterly shatter the bones of the four individuals. The stakes were life and death. In their moment of desperation, they could no longer afford to hold back. The four of them shouted in unison, their voices resonating, "Shui Yang is a dog." Their declaration elicited uproarious laughter from all the diners present. Upon hearing his followers insult him as a dog, Shui Yang's face darkened instantly. Akin to the bottom of a pot, he had come specifically to create turmoil for Chen Shen, yet it was he who found himself publicly humiliated. A true embarrassment of his own making. Well played, young junior, employing the dog-beating technique so effectively. Even the young girl senior could not help but applaud. Satisfied, Chen Shen retracted the bamboo pole, announcing, "Very well, you four may leave." Unable to contain his fury any longer, Shui Yang's rage surged like a dragon emerging from the sea, his aura of a 5-star practitioner pressing forward. "Ah? Chen Shen, I will kill you." At that moment, Ma Jingjing suddenly shouted, swiftly positioning herself beside Chen Shen. "Shui Yang, do you dare commit violence within the city? Go ahead and try. I would be delighted to witness you bring upon yourself this prison calamity." Her words halted Shui Yang in his tracks. Chapter 67. Take it and squander it. Shui Yang, the esteemed heir of the Shui family, recognized that this little girl was not to be trifled with. She was resolutely protective of Chen Shen, and should the conflict escalate, the Ma family, one of the 3 great families, would not remain indifferent. If matters were to spiral out of control, the law enforcement hall of Jiulong City would have no choice but to act impartially, ultimately placing Shui Yang at a disadvantage. For a moment, the dignified heir of the Shui family found himself at a loss, panting heavily, his eyes bloodshot with rage, his teeth grinding audibly. Throughout his life, he had never endured such humiliation. Now, the one causing him distress was none other than Chen Shen, the fool who had been ridiculed by the entire school just days prior, and he felt utterly powerless against him. "According to our agreement before the competition, the private room you reserved belongs to me now." Suddenly, Chen Shen's casual remark shattered the tense silence. "You have no business here anymore. Do not linger and obstruct. Just leave. Leave." A mere outsider without any backing, a junior whose strength was 4 stars beneath his own, dared to command him to leave? In an instant, veins throbbed on Shui Yang's forehead. Yet, a final shred of rationality cautioned him against acting impulsively. Although Ma Jingjing's cultivation was a star lower than his, she could easily hold him off for a moment. Once the city management team arrived, not only would Shui Yang fail to exact his revenge on Chen Shen, but he would also find himself in trouble. He had no desire to create a scene where he couldn't fulfill his opportunity to participate in the interscholastic competition. Thus, despite his anger, Shui Yang could only grit his teeth and endure. "Chen Shen, I will not rest until we settle this." After uttering such a fierce remark, He left the grand banquet hall in a dejected manner. Subsequently, Chen Shen and Ma Jingjing conferred briefly, realizing that leaving over 100 private rooms in the restaurant vacant would be a waste. In gratitude for the patrons' forthrightness, they invited everyone to dine in the private rooms. This delighted the guests. It is worth noting that the daily rental fee for a private room is a staggering 100 gold coins, and in Geelong City, few possess such spending power. However, today, they were fortunate enough to experience the elegance of the private rooms and enjoy the finest and most attentive service. According to the regulations, each private room had the privilege of enjoying half-price dishes prepared by 5-star chefs. Thus, Chen Shen spent young Master Shui's money, earning an overwhelming wave of gratitude in return. Several patrons even voluntarily contributed to ordering dishes for Chen Shen and Ma Jingjing. As a result, their private room was furnished with 6 large round tables, each laden with an array of exquisite dishes. After a grand feast, the little girl spent not a single coin, while the two indulged in nearly all the culinary offerings of the banquet hall. Each delicacy required only a couple of bites, and after 6 large tables, they were thoroughly satisfied. Observing the untouched food, Chen Shen waved his hand and called the waiter, "Please pack all the dishes to go." He then turned to Ma Jingjing with a grin. "We've had a lavish feast here, but I have family at home who haven't eaten yet. I hope you don't mind." By family, Chen Shen naturally referred to Miao Ling and the steward, Fu Shan. He had promised that once he achieved success, he would ensure they experienced the delightful flavors of the exotic beast banquet. Ever since Chen Shen was exiled from the imperial capital, neither he nor his maid, Miao Ling, nor the steward, Fu Shan, had tasted the delicacies of exotic beast meat for over 3 months. Now, with 6 large tables brimming with dishes, the majority of which were made from the blood, bones, tendons, and meat of exotic beasts, he intended to take them home for Fu Shan and Miao Ling to enjoy a splendid meal as well. "By the way, would you like to take half of it home as well?" Chen Shen inquired. "Oh, no, that is unnecessary. Today I originally planned to treat you," Ma Jingjing replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Feeling her shyness, Chen Shen felt even more awkward about eating alone. Thus, he courteously suggested, "How about you come home with me?" "Huh? Come home with you?" Upon hearing Chen Shen's words, the little girl immediately covered her face with her hands, blushing and stammering. "Is it so soon to meet the parents? How can I possibly do that?" Chen Shen broke out in a cold sweat. "Oh, I've let this little girl misunderstand." He swiftly waved his hands in explanation. "Senior, I merely wish to invite you to my home for a meal, nothing more." Ma Jingjing remained silent on the surface, yet inwardly mused, "This junior can't even lie properly." However, his nervous demeanor was quite endearing. He. Eventually, the little girl nodded. "All right. You don't need to explain so much. I shall go." After returning to Chen's residence together, an entire cart of delicious food soon arrived. In the courtyard, Chen Shen called out a few times, inadvertently drawing out the bodyguard protecting the Chen residence from the shadows, who then joined Miao Ling and Shun Lao for a delightful feast. Originally, Chen Shen had intended to summon Ling Long to join them, but upon inquiring, he discovered that the proprietress had left early in the morning with her battle pet and had yet to return. It seemed that Ling Long was preparing for Kair's recovery of strength. Through this casual yet heartwarming family gathering, Ma Jingjing and Miao Ling instantly became close sisters. The young girl admired Linger's charming and gentle demeanor, while Linger was enchanted by Ma Jingjing's candid innocence and whimsical spirit. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, and they even planned to go shopping together the following day. Recently, Chen Shen had been wholly engrossed in his plans to return to the imperial capital, dedicating nearly all his free time to cultivation and alchemy, leaving little opportunity to accompany Linger. Now, with Linger having a companion, Chen Shen felt genuinely pleased. Thus, with a sweeping gesture, he placed a 1,000-unit silver note into Linger's delicate hand, exclaiming, "Linger, take this 1,000 to go shopping. Spend freely. If you can't spend it all, don't return to see me." Back on Earth, Chen Shen had always dreamed of generously treating those he cared about. Observing their happiness filled him with profound satisfaction. Yet, until the very last moment of his life, this wish remained unfulfilled. Now, reborn in another realm, Chen Shen savored the experience of extravagance. How could one possibly spend such a sum in a single day? This seems far too extravagant. Miao Ling, with her simple and unadorned mindset, felt somewhat troubled. Fortunately, Miss Ma was there to offer guidance. "There's no such thing as too much free money. Fear not, dearling. I shall ensure you spend every last bit of that 1,000. He. Chapter 68. Starkly different attitudes. It must be said that the control exerted by the Geelong Academy over its elite class students is quite lenient, characterized by a philosophy akin to free-range learning, as one might describe it in terms familiar from Earth. After all, the elite class consists of young practitioners under 18, who, in the realm of Geelong City, are undoubtedly considered prodigies, a total of 32 such talents in one class. For prodigies, there is no need for excessive oversight. They are merely required to check in each morning, seek guidance from instructors when faced with challenges in their cultivation, engage in sparring, or delve into the library for answers. Many elite students, after reporting in, venture into the wild to slay mystical beasts, honing their combat experience through practical engagement. Hence, it is rare to find anyone dutifully remaining in class to listen to instructors' lectures. For instance, students like Ma Jingjing, who thrive on their state of being, may retreat into seclusion for a month or two when inspiration strikes, diligently practicing. Conversely, when their motivation wanes, they may indulge in relaxation, such as shopping with close friends or savoring delicious culinary delights. Thus, from the time Ma Jingjing left the school with Chen Shen until now, missing an entire day of classes was of little consequence. The young girl and Linger chatted joyfully for 3 or 4 hours, and only when the moon hung high and stars sparkled in the night sky did they reluctantly return home. At this moment, in the southern part of the city, on Luofeng Street, within the Ma residence, a petite girl with a charming figure stealthily scaled the wall and quietly slipped into her room. Once inside, she gestured for the numerous servants to remain silent and carefully shut the door behind her, letting out a sigh of relief as she wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. Finally, she had not disturbed her parents. Otherwise, if they discovered her late return, she would surely face the punishment of rigorous training in energy cultivation. Suddenly, a cough echoed behind her, sending a shiver down her spine. With her head hung low and a sorrowful expression, she turned to the shadowy figure and respectfully bowed. "Father, it is quite late. Why are you here instead of resting in your room? You startled me." "Humph, you are aware it is late?" a commanding voice replied. The middle-aged man waved his hand, igniting the candles on the surrounding walls. "Mother? You are here too? Humph, you are actually aiding father in scaring me." The girl pouted, feeling quite wronged. "Enough of the pretense. Now tell me, why are you so late returning?" her mother inquired, her expression stern. "I was in the elite class's secluded chamber practicing." The girl explained, "I lost track of time." Her father interrupted with a scoff. "Practicing? More like you were locked away in someone else's courtyard, I presume?" You both know?" The girl deflated at this revelation. "Of course we know. Have you forgotten? Your third uncle is a teacher at Jilong Academy. And today he saw you holding hands with that boy and running out of the school." "Ha ha ha," her mother added. "Moreover, your uncle's daughter's friend saw that boy named Chen Shen at the banquet earlier today, defending you, right? She discreetly followed you both and discovered you had entered his home. You are simply..." The girl sensed the situation was turning unfavorable and quickly admitted her fault. "Mom and Dad, please do not be angry. I know I shouldn't have followed a boy home. You did remarkably well." Her mother's frown dissipated, replaced by a radiant smile. "Did remarkably well?" the girl repeated, bewildered by her mother's words. At that moment, her previously stern father also broke into a grin, giving her a thumbs up. "Indeed, you did splendidly. Ha ha ha. We are aware of the situation with Chen Shen. What do you know? What is it that you know?" The girl tilted her head, looking adorably confused. Internally, she lamented her parents' swift change of attitude. It was a leap in logic she could hardly keep pace with. Her father, stroking his beard, continued, "Chen Shen is younger than you by half a year, yet he possesses the cultivation of a first-star energy practitioner. Is that not so? Your uncle's daughter's friend conveyed everything she witnessed at the banquet to me in detail. In a resolute act of valor, Chen Shen stood defiantly against 4 adversaries to safeguard you. Even when confronted by that arrogant little ruffian, Shui Yang, he exhibited not an ounce of trepidation. This humble scion, willing to offend the heirs of the 3 great families of Jiolong City for your sake, embodies a courage and affection that inspires trust. My precious daughter, I can confidently entrust you to him." Jingjing Ma was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the absurdity of it all. She mused that her uncle's daughter's friend must have embellished the tale, adding considerable exaggeration and embellishment. Alas, the poor little girl had no opportunity to clarify, as her dear mother interjected, "But that's not all. Your third uncle informed us that Chen Shen is also a master alchemist who triumphed over the old curmudgeon, Shui Murong, in the realm of alchemy. Goodness, a young alchemist of such caliber has agreed to court you and has even invited you to his home." Jingjing could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "Stop, stop, stop. Haven't you two always warned me against getting too close to boys? Why the change now?" Her mother waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, we used to think you were too innocent and feared you might be deceived by those frivolous boys. But we never anticipated that our daughter would possess such discernment. If you could forge a meaningful bond with Chen Shen, it would mean adding a master alchemist to our Ma family. Your father and I would, of course, fully support it. Go for it, my darling. Your mother is cheering for you." Jingjing was utterly flabbergasted, rendered speechless and unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, upon returning home seething with resentment. Shui Yang found his father's and the elders' attitudes towards him to be starkly contrasting. "Oh, Younger, what am I to say about you? You squandered 50,000 gold on a mere wager. Do you realize that the inter-school competition is approaching, and your father, along with the elders, has been striving to consolidate training resources for you? And yet, you recklessly lost such a substantial sum. Indeed, young Master Shui, your actions have left us quite disheartened." But Shui Yang was eager to vent his grievances regarding that little scoundrel Chen Shen. However, the mere mention of Chen Shen only intensified his father's fury. Chen Shen. Chen Shen, once again it's Chen Shen. Can you not discern the gravity of the situation? Why waste your energy on a mere commoner? As my son, Shui Tianxiao, you must aspire to greater heights. Poor Shui Yang, who had previously suffered humiliation at the banquet due to Chen Shen, returned home burdened with resentment, only to face the wrath of his father and the elders. The young Master Shui was on the verge of despair, his expression more sour than that of a stone in a latrine. Chapter 69, Monster Hunter. As night fell, the winds in the Xian Beast Forest were notably more vigorous than during the day, amplifying the roars of the creatures that inhabited it, sending their cries echoing far and wide. Typically, the cultivators, merchants, and hunters of the city would refrain from venturing out at night, for it was during this time that the Xian beasts reveled in their hunting frenzy. To wander into their territory would be akin to courting death. Yet, as is often the case, exceptions exist. At this moment, within the depths of the Xian Beast Forest, 30 miles west of Jiulong City, a young human boy deftly navigated the dense thicket. Under the gentle illumination of the moonlight, one could discern a young boy accompanied by a small kitten at his feet. Despite its diminutive stature and plump, rotund form, this little creature possessed a lethal prowess that rivaled that of a human wielding a long rifle. With a single pounce and a swift bite, it could vanquish a ferocious beast many times its size. The boy was none other than Chen Shen, and the kitten at his side was his battle companion, the young tiger deity, Xiaobai. As they ventured forward for another 5 miles, they would transition from the fringes of the mystical beast forest into the outer circle, primarily inhabited by mid-tier mystical beasts, with the possibility of encountering even higher-tier ones. After voicing his thoughts, the boy casually tossed a high-grade recovery pill to Xiaobai, instructing, "Consume this to restore your mystical energy. Our main battlefield approaches swiftly. Do not falter when the time comes. PSH, my esteemed leader, you underestimate this tiger deity." Xiaobai retorted, brimming with confidence. "Mid-tier mystical beasts are nothing. I could take on 10 of them." After swallowing the recovery pill, the little creature grimaced, exclaiming, "This tastes dreadful. I demand meat. The mystical beast feast you brought last time was quite delightful." Its eyes sparkled with eagerness. "Leader, I know you have plenty in your spatial pouch. Bring me 2 large platters." Indeed, Chen Shen's spatial pouch was quite extraordinary. Ever since his cultivation had ascended to the realm of the mystical, the pouch's capacity had expanded significantly, and it now featured a preservation effect, ensuring that items within would not spoil or decay. "Quit your cravings. If I do not reach 6-star mystical practitioner status tonight, you shall be left to the winds of the northwest." The boy chuckled, with a flicker of his consciousness. He summoned the system panel and selected the cultivation tool. Moments later, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Activating double experience for 1 hour requires 5,000 gold coins. Would you like to confirm? Confirm. Ding. Double experience activated successfully. Remaining gold coins, 75,000. A flicker of concern crossed the boy's eyes as he muttered, "Money truly is fleeting." Just a week prior, he had been a wealthy individual, possessing 200,000 gold coins. Coupled with the mystical pills he refined daily, some reserved for personal use, some generously bestowed upon the proprietress of Linglong, and the remainder sold through the Tang clan's pill pavilion, he managed to net around 10,000 gold coins daily. While it seemed he was earning a substantial amount, it paled in comparison to his expenditures over the past week. During the day, he refined pills. By evening, he would slumber, and come midnight, Chen Shen would venture into the mystical beast forest to hunt and level up. To maximize his efficiency, he always activated the double experience. 1 hour of double experience for hunting monsters cost 5,000 gold. Each time, he would return to the city before dawn, spending a total of 30,000 gold for just 6 hours of training. After 8 short days, Chen Shen found his earnings had been outpaced by his spending. As the 9th night approached, he noted with concern that his remaining funds were dwindling. "I can only hope for tomorrow's auction. Those 3 jars of Beast Emperor's blood should fetch a handsome sum," he thought, tightening his grip on the yellow spring serpent bone spear, ready to embark once more on his monster hunting journey. "Leader, there are humans approaching from the southwest, currently 190 meters away. All right, let us eliminate these 2 spotted jackals before heading northeast. Boss, approximately 200 meters due north, there is the presence of a high-level mystical beast. It has likely not yet detected our presence. That is fortunate. We shall alter our course to the west. High-level mystical beasts are equivalent to practitioners of the mystical realm. A challenge far beyond our current capabilities. Boss, 100 meters to the east, there is a mid-tier superior mystical beast, accompanied by a dozen or so mid-tier inferior mystical beasts lingering nearby, suggesting a small horde. There is only one mid-tier superior beast. It is a battle we can engage in. Let us proceed and vanquish it. Little White, true to its nature as a divine beast, possesses a sense of smell and perception that rivals that of a spiritual tier mystical beast, despite its current modest cultivation. With its guidance, amidst the dim moonlight and the low visibility of the mystical beast forest, Chen Shen possesses an all-encompassing radar for monitoring, fully aware of any situation within a 200-meter radius, allowing him to evade danger and pursue opportunities. This significantly enhances his leveling efficiency while also preventing unwanted attention, such as from the Shui family. From the very first night of his hunting expeditions, he had already been shadowed by spies dispatched by Shui Yang. Thankfully, with Little White's alerts, he was able to shake off his pursuers in the intricately structured mystical beast forest, averting potential troubles. Chen Shen's decision to hunt at night was motivated not only by the increased activity of mystical beasts, but also, crucially, to conceal his mystical tier weapon, avoiding premature exposure of his hidden strengths. After 6 full hours of hunting, the endeavor came to a halt as the first light of dawn appeared on the eastern horizon. As a high-level mystical beast fell before him, a pleasant notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Host successfully defeated a mid-tier superior mystical beast, the mountain-crossing crocodile, and gained 1,000 experience points. Ding! Double experience time has concluded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on advancing to a 6-star mystical practitioner. Would you like to view your current attributes? The youth chuckled heartily. 9 days of relentless leveling had restored much of the cultivation that had plummeted after exchanging for dragon blood. As a 6-star mystical practitioner, although not as formidable as an 8-star, he had 21 days remaining until the 100 Schools League. Based on Chen Shen's estimations, barring unforeseen circumstances, he should be able to regain the 8-star rank before the competition begins. At that point, he would have a reasonable chance of securing a top 3 finish. Throughout these 9 days of his monster hunting journey, Chen Shen had gained more than just improvements in his mystical energy cultivation. His special movement technique had advanced from minor perfection to full mastery, with a cooldown reduced to 20 seconds and an effective range of 30 meters. The attack technique. The 100 birds facing the Phoenix Spear had progressed from basic to minor perfection, enhancing the power of the 108 foundational spear techniques by 10%. And the ultimate technique, 100 birds facing the Phoenix, could now conjure up to 30 lightning eagles simultaneously. Moreover, the 7-foot-long spear in the youth's hand, after feasting on the blood of mystical beasts, had evolved into a mid-tier mystical weapon in the vast expanse of Jiulong City. Such a weapon is rivaled only by the thunder-listening blade of the city lord, Xiao Mo. Even the patriarchs of the 3 major families wield only inferior mystical tier weapons. Let us return home, Little White. Chen Shen stored the Huangquan serpent bone spear back into his spatial pouch and donned a fresh set of clothes before confidently embarking on his journey back. Not long after, the small white creature at my feet suddenly spoke up. Boss, approximately 200 meters ahead, there are 2 familiar human presences. The little one scratched its plump round face, its expression filled with anticipation. In the past 9 days, this marks the 10th encounter with those pesky stalkers. They are truly bothersome. Boss, should I, the tiger god, take a bite out of their throats? Chapter 70. The grace of a beauty. Chen Shen slowly shook his head. There's no rush. We are merely 10 miles from Jiulong City. They wouldn't be foolish enough to act against me here. If you rush out to kill them now, how will I execute my plan? What plan? The little white creature tilted its chubby head, feigning deep thought, a gesture charming enough to captivate a truckload of maidens. Chen Shen smiled mysteriously and whispered something in the creature's ear. Upon hearing it, the little one's face lit up with longing. That trick is too cunning. However, I like it, haha. All right, Little White, you should return to the battle pet space. You will play a crucial role in the plan, so you need to conserve your energy. Satisfied, the little creature transformed into a flash of light and returned to its cozy little nest. The young man then gazed into the distance, pondering. Shui Yang, you've been trailing me for days. Aren't you getting anxious? When will you make your move? I can hardly wait. Upon returning to Jiulong City, Chen Shen did not hurry home. Instead, he made his way directly towards the Linglong Beast Arena. Well, look at that. I'm not late today. As soon as Chen Shen entered the room, he heard the sweet, teasing voice of the proprietress. I thought you would find some excuse about alchemy or martial arts, leaving me here waiting impatiently. Xiling Long, still clad in her purple attire, wore a sheer skirt that partially concealed her exquisite legs, her fragrant shoulders exposed, her waist flowing like water, exuding an alluring charm. Ahem. Why didn't you invite me to meet in the elegant pavilion, but instead brought me to your room? Isn't that a bit too much? Xiling Long placed her hands on her hips. You little rascal, how dare you say that? A few days ago, I sent someone to invite you to discuss matters regarding the auction, asking you to come to the elegant pavilion of my Linglong Beast Arena when you had the time. But what happened? You always made excuses about alchemy or training, and I waited endlessly for you. So today, I had my servant change the message, saying I was waiting for you in my room, and you unexpectedly arrived early. At this point, the proprietress suddenly smiled seductively, teasingly winking at Chen Shen. Who would have thought that at your young age, you wouldn't be enticed by something a bit more risque? Chen Shen was left both amused and exasperated. Indeed, he had been quite busy lately, refining alchemical pills during the day and hunting at night, leaving him no time to spare. He had come early today straight from the Xian Beast Forest, having not even seen the servant who delivered the message. However, given the current situation, he realized that reasoning would not suffice. All right, I admit my mistake. What is the purpose of your summons? Of course, it concerns the auction, Xiling Long said, habitually tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear as she spoke earnestly. I have received news that among the items for sale, there is a Xian grade cauldron. As a Xiandan master, this item is of utmost importance to you. Thus, I believe it would be wise for you to retain the 3 vials of Beast Emperor's blood for yourself, as collateral for your barter. Possessing them will significantly enhance your chances of success in the bidding. Should you find yourself at a critical juncture and still lacking, I shall be willing to cover some of the costs for you. However, let it be understood from the outset that the utmost I can muster, even at great personal sacrifice, is a sum of 2 million gold coins. The outcome remains uncertain. It becomes evident that Xiling Long's intentions in all of this are for the benefit of Chen Shen. The young man naturally comprehends her well-meaning efforts. It is worth noting that Dean Deng of the Nine Dragons Academy is himself a master alchemist at the Profound Realm. Yet he has long struggled to find a cauldron worthy of his skills. He is among the esteemed guests invited to this auction, and his yearning for a high-quality cauldron is palpable. Furthermore, the alchemical patrons from the 3 prominent families will undoubtedly exert their utmost to secure it. For Chen Shen to acquire that profound-grade cauldron would mean pitting his individual strength against the deep-rooted influence of the 4 established powers of Nine Dragons City, a formidable challenge indeed. Now, Xiling Long has permitted him to participate in the bidding as an individual, with all proceeds from the auction of the Beast Emperor's blood accruing solely to him. If he cannot secure the profound-grade cauldron under such favorable circumstances, she is even prepared to draw from her own resources to assist him. It is often said that one finds it most difficult to bear the burden of a benefactor's kindness. The proprietress's generous treatment left Chen Shen momentarily bewildered. I certainly shall not grant you 2 million gold coins without some form of repayment. Young man, have you ever heard the phrase, debts must be repaid in kind? I believe you ought to give it a try. Xiling Long licked her alluring crimson lips, her delicate fingers gliding slowly along her collarbone, a sight that could render any ordinary male utterly irrational. Yet, Chen Shen undeniably does not fall within the realm of the ordinary male. At least not at present, for he finds himself burdened by unspoken troubles. Thus, the young man appeared increasingly flustered, unsure of where to place his hands. Giggling at his discomfort, Xiling Long teased, "Look at how tense you are. I was merely jesting." Her laughter was as vibrant as a blooming flower. "If it weren't for you, my Kyre would still be suffering from the torment of cold poison. For healing her, I deem it only right to assist you in these matters. Besides, you are the first little man to stir my heart. Nevertheless, regarding this upcoming auction, your identity requires a bit of rebranding. Otherwise, how could it be credible that a destitute student who has only been at the Nine Dragons Academy for 3 months could procure 3 vials of Beast Emperor's blood? Such news would undoubtedly raise eyebrows." Chen Shen nodded thoughtfully in agreement. "This is simple. I have recently concocted a new profound elixir. With its extraordinary effects, I believe disguising my identity will pose no difficulty. We can proceed as follows." Upon hearing the young man's plan, the proprietress clapped her hands in approval. "That indeed is a clever strategy. Your ingenuity is quite remarkable." Chen Shen smiled without uttering a word, yet within his heart, he was already brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming auction. He had recently encountered Tang Sanpong's 3 Flames Convergence Cauldron, which, despite being merely a mid-grade cauldron of the mundane tier, could enhance both the success rate and speed of producing mundane-grade profound elixirs by 10%. Yet this auction features a mid-grade profound cauldron. As an alchemist, Chen Shen could not possibly remain indifferent to such a prospect. At noon, within the bustling heart of Kowloon City, the Jujiao Pavilion was already filled to capacity with esteemed guests. Even outside the archway, throngs of people formed concentric circles, effectively blocking the entire street. These individuals were not mere idlers seeking entertainment. They were participants in the auction. However, due to either their insufficient status or limited funds, they lacked the qualifications to enter the Jujia Pavilion and could only sit outside, hoping for a chance to seize a bargain. After all, the auction was held in the grand lobby on the first floor, where the windows and doors of the entire tower would be flung open, allowing the keen-eyed cultivators to discern the quality and rarity of the items on sale. Though Chen Shen was also an outsider without any notable background at this moment, he was invited to sit in the VIP lounge of the pavilion, shrouded in the enigmatic persona of a mysterious alchemist with attentive maids at his side. This fortunate circumstance was entirely thanks to the introduction by Zi Linglong. Not only did it ensure that Chen Shen's true identity remained concealed, but it also afforded him the privilege of an unparalleled experience, truly delightful. Chapter 71. The Breaking Realm Pill. The two maids attending to Chen Shen were remarkably diligent, yet their exquisite faces betrayed a hint of anxiety. Why? Because the person they were serving was exceedingly special. Seated before them was an individual clad in a black robe from head to toe, revealing only a sharp chin, rendering it impossible to discern their features. Without hearing this figure speak, one could not even speculate on their gender. The mysterious figure's voice was cold, tinged with a slight rasp, exuding an air of authority. Yet, this enigmatic individual, whose origins were unknown, was personally received by Zhang Jujin, the master of the Jujia Pavilion, under the auspices of Zi Linglong's introduction. Upon their meeting, without uttering a word, the mysterious figure pressed an unknown pill into the hand of the pavilion master. Subsequently, Zhang Jujin's demeanor grew increasingly cordial, even infused with a hint of reverence amidst his enthusiasm. Such a scene left the two maids, who had served the pavilion master for many years, utterly astonished. It was important to note that while the Jujia Pavilion was located in Kowloon City, it was merely a branch of the Jujia Hall. The influence behind it was such that even the city lord, Xiao Mo, could only look up in admiration. Logically, Zhang Jujin had no need to accord such significance to an individual of uncertain identity, going so far as to dispatch his personal attendants to serve him with utmost care. Unless, of course, this person was of such extraordinary caliber that they surpassed even the city lord, warranting the utmost respect from the Jujia Pavilion and its esteemed parent hall. With this thought in mind, the two specifically assigned maids to attend to Chen Shen naturally felt a surge of nervousness. Fortunately, this mysterious figure did not have any peculiar demands. Since entering the elegant chamber, he had remained silent and seated. Meanwhile, in the bustling lobby below, waves of auction calls surged fervently, and within a mere hour, over 30 items had already been sold. Yet, this cloaked individual had not made a single bid. The dignitary maintained his seated posture for quite some time now, remaining utterly still. Could it be that he had fallen asleep? Two maids exchanged glances, both reflecting a sense of helplessness in each other's eyes. If he truly fell asleep, should we rouse him, or is it better to let him be undisturbed? Just as the two enchanting attendants were at a loss, a voice from the hall provided them with relief. Now, we present to you a remarkable item for auction, crafted by a mysterious master of elixirs. On the auction stage, a charmingly smiling hostess lifted the scales in her hand and slowly pulled away the cloth cover, revealing a small white porcelain vial sitting quietly within. At that moment, the previously motionless Chen Shen finally stirred. He stretched lazily and straightened his posture, seemingly intrigued by the item for sale, for the elixir within that vial was indeed his creation. He was particularly curious about how much it would fetch. On stage, the auctioneer pointed to the small porcelain vial held by the hostess and spoke eloquently. Contained within this vial is an exceptionally rare elixir. Its classification remains a topic of much debate, yet no one has ever questioned its remarkable efficacy. Even in the imperial capital, such an elixir often commands astronomical prices. The auctioneer's lengthy exposition instantly provoked a commotion among the guests below. What? A special elixir of indeterminate grade? How intriguing. What is it exactly? Stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us. Indeed, the auctioneer relished this reaction, waiting for the crowd's anticipation to reach its peak before he smiled mysteriously, drawing in a deep breath, and declared, "It is the breakthrough elixir." He then added, "A mid-grade breakthrough elixir." The crowd erupted in excitement. The breakthrough elixir is indeed a uniquely special potion, notable for its effects. Although its precise classification remains unresolved, its four-tiered effects are widely known. The low-grade breakthrough elixir allows practitioners at the Xiantian level to unconditionally advance one level. The mid-grade enables Xian masters to elevate one level. The high-grade permits Xian warriors to rise one level. And finally, the supreme grade allows Xian masters to ascend one level unconditionally. The breakthrough elixir possesses gentle properties, free from any side effects. The sole limitation lies in its unique efficacy across the corresponding realms. In other words, repeated consumption at the same realm proves ineffective. Nevertheless, the potency of this elixir is enough to captivate countless practitioners. While the Xiantian and Xian levels are manageable, each breakthrough at the Xian warrior and Xian master levels presents significant challenges. Beyond talent and techniques, it demands relentless dedication over countless days and years. Possessing a breakthrough elixir is akin to discovering a shortcut on the arduous path of cultivation. Imagine, for instance, that a level 8 Xian warrior would normally require 10 years of diligent training to break through to level 9. However, if he were to consume an exquisite breaking realm pill, he could effortlessly accomplish a magnificent transformation from 8 stars to the pinnacle of 9 stars in the blink of an eye. Is this not tantalizing? Presently, there exists such a mystical pill available for auction. It is a mid-grade breaking realm pill, capable of unconditionally elevating any practitioner of the Xian realm by 1 level. Do not underestimate this elevation. For those who genuinely require it, the value of this breaking realm pill surpasses that of an authentic Xian realm medicinal pill. As the murmurs of the crowd gradually subsided, the auctioneer on stage continued to incite excitement. It is well known that the triennial 100 Schools League is imminent. This breaking realm pill may very well enable a young genius to improve their ranking in the competition, potentially securing a place among the top 100 and even earning direct admission as an inner academy student of the imperial capital's prestigious institution. His words ignited fervor among the 3 esteemed guests, Shui Yang of the Shui family, Ma Jingjing of the Ma family, and Luo Xiao of the Luo family. Based on the historical outcomes of the 100 Schools League, it is evident that participants' cultivation levels range from 1 star to 9 stars within the Xian realm. Whoever secures this breaking realm pill will effectively achieve a breakthrough, gaining a crucial advantage. In the same tier, the difference of a single level often determines success or failure. Thus, the heads of the 3 prominent families in Julong City resolutely resolved they must acquire this breaking realm pill to ensure their sons secure a place among the top 100 in the 100 Schools League. Meanwhile, in another elegant chamber, Zi Linglong was brimming with excitement. To present a mid-grade breaking realm pill for auction at this moment truly is a masterstroke. That little fellow is remarkable. Chapter 72, The Grand Treasure appears. In truth, aside from her joy for Chen Shen, Zi Linglong harbored a trace of astonishment and a hint of perplexity. Why would this young man concoct a breaking realm pill? Across the vast territory of the Great Xia, there are scarcely 5 individuals who possess knowledge of the formula and can independently refine it. Yet, I have never heard of any disciple of a renowned alchemist in the Great Xia whose surname is Chen. That mischievous young man only becomes more enigmatic with each encounter. In another room sat the host of this auction, Zhang Jujin, the master of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. His thoughts mirrored those of Zi Linglong. Within the entire Great Xia, the number of alchemical masters who know the formula for the breaking realm pill and can successfully refine it is limited to a mere handful. Each of them possesses the power to shake the entire empire with a mere stamp of their foot. Yet I wonder, which of these distinguished figures could the man in the black robe be? Zi Linglong introduced him to me, but remains tight-lipped about his identity. Perhaps this eminent individual is merely traveling and has whimsically chosen to attend our modest auction? Or could there be an ulterior motive? Oh, how perplexing. I can only hope my hospitality does not displease him. Otherwise, my position as a mere branch pavilion master may become untenable. Unbeknownst to Chen Shen, the special mystical pill he casually refined, using materials he fortuitously gathered, would inadvertently plunge the esteemed master of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion into a state of bewilderment. As the atmosphere reached an exhilarating crescendo, the auctioneer cleared his throat and declared in a resounding voice, "The starting bid for this mid-tier breakthrough elixir is 50,000 gold. Each subsequent bid must exceed 1,000 gold. Now, let the bidding commence." No sooner had he finished speaking than a thunderous voice proclaimed, "I bid 100,000 gold." Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd as they realized that the bidding had scarcely begun, yet the price had already doubled. How could anyone enjoy the process under such circumstances? Eyes turned towards the source of the voice, the eastern chamber of the VIP section. Suddenly, understanding dawned upon everyone. The voice belonged to Shui Tianxiao, the patriarch of the esteemed Shui family, one of the 3 great clans. Many could not help but murmur in awe. This old fellow was truly willing to spend lavishly to secure a place for his son, Shui Yang, among the top 100 in the prestigious tournament. Just as the crowd believed Shui Tianxiao was on the verge of victory, another booming voice interrupted. "I bid 150,000. This voice emanated from the western chamber of the VIP section. It was none other than Ma Tong, the head of the Ma family. 200,000. Came the next bid from the southern chamber, where Luo Tian, the leader of the Luo family, resided. The three great families of Julong City were now locked in fierce competition. 250,000 gold. Shui Tianxiao bellowed, followed by a sarcastic remark, Old Ma, Old Luo. Your children are already outclassed by my son. Even if you manage to acquire this breakthrough elixir, it will be of no avail. Why squander your wealth? 300,000. Retorted Ma Teng with a scoff. If you truly believed in your precious son, why go to such lengths for a breakthrough elixir? Your lack of confidence is evident. 350,000. Luo Tan shot back defiantly. Such elixirs are rarely available. Today, fate has smiled upon my Luo family, and I shall not yield easily. None of the three families were willing to relent, each striving for the promising futures of their offspring, the bids climbing higher and higher without a moment's hesitation. 400,000. 450,000. 500,000. Such sums were in gold coins, and to an outsider, it might seem like they were casually discarding silver or copper coins. The nearly 10,000 guests within and around the gathering treasure pavilion were left in awe, marveling at the escalating bids for the mid-tier breakthrough elixir. Ultimately, it was Shui Tianxiao who secured the elixir for the staggering sum of 330,000 gold. This price far exceeded that of an ordinary high-tier mystic elixir. However, such is the nature of auctions, demand dictates value, just as this elixir, which cost less than 10,000 gold to produce, had been driven to a price in the millions. In the Eastern Chamber, the elixir's creator, Chen Shen, was elated. After deducting the organizer's 5% transaction fee, he would pocket over 310,000 gold. Even if he spent the next 20 days hunting for monsters with double experience, this fortune would be more than sufficient to indulge in extravagance. For 20 days, with the prospect of double experience while hunting monsters, who could possibly surpass Shui Yang, who possesses a mere breaking realm pill. This is hardly a jest. Should Chen Shen desire, he could gather more materials, and once he levels up to an 8-star Xian master, he could consume a mid-grade breaking realm pill, swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of 9-star Xian masters. At that point, Shui Yang would not even have the qualification to linger in his shadow, reduced to mere dust. The sensation is akin to the Shui family groveling to bestow upon Chen Shen 330,000 gold coins, only to helplessly witness their thorn in the eye and flesh, spending their wealth to elevate his own status, ultimately turning the tables on them. Such a sentiment is utterly exhilarating. The youth yearned to laugh heartily at the heavens. Yet, in order to maintain the enigmatic demeanor and avoid suspicion, he had to suppress it. At times, stifling laughter can be quite a torment. The boy's abdomen surged violently, his cheeks filled with mirth, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. The two maidservants attending him, seeing the rapid rise and fall of his concealed abdomen beneath the dark robe, mistakenly believed they had failed in their duties, inciting the ire of this esteemed figure. In an instant, their delicate faces turned pale, and they fell to their knees at Chen Shen's feet, trembling as they offered their apologies in quivering voices. My lord, we are unaware of how we have failed in our service to provoke your anger. Please, whatever your demands may be, we shall fulfill them. Indeed, my lord, we acknowledge our mistakes, and we implore you not to disclose our shortcomings to Master Zhang. For if you do, oh woe is us. The slight, tearful timbre of their voices, coupled with their repeated bows, inadvertently revealing enticing glimpses from their attire, provided Chen Shen with a feast for the eyes, leaving him somewhat flustered. Thus, he hurriedly adjusted his demeanor, allowing them to rise with a gentle expression. The two maidservants resembled frightened little rabbits. Although Chen Shen did not pursue the matter, they remained genuinely apprehensive. Consequently, their attentive service, including shoulder massages and tea serving, grew ever more meticulous and heartfelt. Under the tender care of the two maidens, Chen Shen finally awaited the grand spectacle of the auction. A crystal-clear medicinal cauldron was lifted onto the auction stage. Chapter 73. The Gongxin Liuli Cauldron. Ordinary medicinal cauldrons are typically made of metal. However, this particular cauldron appeared to be forged from crystal, radiating a dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. The auctioneer, wearing a smile, addressed the audience. Thank you for your patience. Esteemed Xian alchemists, it is my honor to announce that this crystal cauldron is the highlight of today's auction. After the appraisal by over 10 Xian artisans from our alchemy hall, it has been rated as a mid-grade Xian tier item. The starting bid for the mid-grade Xian tier crystal cauldron is 200,000 gold. Each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 100,000 gold. Now, let the bidding commence. As the auctioneer's words settled, the crowd erupted in astonishment. A starting bid of 200,000 gold for an item is unprecedented in nearly a decade. However, a mid-grade Xian tier alchemical cauldron is indeed worthy of such a price. To put it grandly, an alchemical cauldron is also considered a Xian weapon, albeit one intended for alchemy rather than combat. Even an ordinary Xian weapon of this grade is valued at 1 million. Moreover, the seekers of medicinal cauldrons are all alchemists. As one of the most affluent professions in the Xianling continent, the price of a medicinal cauldron often surpasses that of combat-grade mystical weapons of the same caliber. In the Tianzihu East Chamber, Chen Shen was not daunted by the 2 million gold starting bid. At this moment, he bore a furrowed brow, lost in thought, seemingly pondering something profound. The auction for this crystal cauldron had already commenced. 2,100,000. The first bid came from Deng Yiding in the Tianzihu West Chamber. Compared to the A-class VIP lounge of the three prominent families, the Tianzihu standard was even more prestigious, offering the highest treatment available in the treasure-gathering pavilion and the treasure-gathering hall. Subsequently, the seating was arranged according to the cardinal directions, east, south, west, and north. Deng Yiding, as the president of the Nine Dragons Academy, held a status in Jiulong City that nearly equaled that of the city lord. Thus, his seat was designated in the Tianzihu West Chamber. The city lord, Xiao Mo, occupied the Tianzihu South Chamber, a rank even higher than that of Deng Yiding. The most distinguished Tianzihu East Chamber was occupied by the enigmatic figure in a black robe, Chen Shen. This arrangement, made by the pavilion master Zhang Jujin, underscored the profound regard he held for Chen Shen. 2,200,000. The second bid came from Ma Weishan, an esteemed alchemist from the Ma family and a specially appointed professor at the Nine Dragons Academy. After placing his bid, he added, with an apologetic tone, President Deng, a medicinal cauldron is an invaluable treasure for any alchemist. I hope you will forgive my audacity. Not at all. The auction is meant for those who can pay the highest price, Deng Yiding replied amiably, yet this did not signify his intent to concede. After a brief pause, the foremost alchemist of Jiulong City raised the stakes, 2,300,000. President Deng, I too find myself compelled to offend, Luo Xiang interjected. 2,400,000. I bid 3 million gold. Suddenly, a voice, tinged with resentment, thundered through the chamber. The voice belonged to Shui Muran, who had lost a duel to Chen Shen and, subsequently, was publicly denounced by President Deng for past misdeeds, resulting in his expulsion. Harboring a narrow-minded grudge, Shui Muran resolved to make the price soar, thinking to himself, Deng Yiding, I know I cannot outmatch you in resources, but even if I must exhaust my fortune, I will elevate the price to astronomical heights. Even if you acquire the crystal cauldron, it will surely pain you. Deng Yiding remained unfazed, stating coolly, 3,100,000. Ma Weishan promptly followed suit. I bid 3,200,000. 3,000,003, Luo Xiang began, but was abruptly interrupted by the irate Shui Muran. I bid 4 million. For a mere mid-grade mystical cauldron. The incremental bids of 10,000 from the other three were reasonable. Yet, Shui Muran's bids soared by tens, or even hundreds of thousands, indicating an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. In an instant, Deng Yiding, Ma Weishan, and Luo Xiang exchanged furtive glances, their brows furrowing as they pondered what madness had overtaken Shui. The once fervent scene grew eerily quiet as the three men fell into a simultaneous silence. At that moment, Chen Shen, seated in the east wing of the Tianzi estate, suddenly sprang to his feet. He recalled that in his previous life, while participating in a test of a new generation game, he had inadvertently come across an item in the collection that bore an uncanny resemblance to this very cauldron. It was not the humble crystal cauldron as proclaimed by the auctioneer. Its true name resonated with far more grandeur, the Gongxin Liuli Ding. Within the rankings of the game's enigmatic weapons, the Gongxin Liuli Ding held the prestigious 9th position. These so-called enigmatic weapons are peculiar in appearance and possess unique functionalities. To rank 9th among such weapons in the game I tested is to be regarded as a divine artifact. Chen Shen was unable to contain his excitement. This world, into which I have been reborn, shares many similarities with the game I once tested. For instance, on the very day I arrived in Jiulong City, I stumbled upon the Huayao serpent tail at a market stall, which possessed a special efficacy akin to that in the game. Therefore, this extraordinary item, ranked 9th among enigmatic weapons, surely will not disappoint. With this thought, the young man's resolve to acquire the item grew ever stronger, even if it meant sacrificing the 3 vials of Beast Emperor's blood and utilizing all the royal-grade beast skins, beast meat, and even mystic crystals in my spatial pouch. I must obtain this Gongxin Liuli Ding. My lord, what has come over you? The 2 maidservants attending Chen Shen were startled by his sudden outburst, their voices trembling. Chen Shen lowered his voice, instructing, Go summon your master and tell him I have urgent matters to discuss. Fearing to delay the request of the mysterious figure in the black robe, the 2 maids hurriedly dashed out. In a mere 10 breaths, Zhang Jujin appeared before Chen Shen, bowing respectfully. Senior, you summoned me? The young man nodded slightly and directly placed the 3 vials of Beast Emperor's blood he had prepared on the fragrant wooden table. I came in haste and did not bring much gold. Do you think these 3 vials can suffice for the auction funds? Chen Shen's casual remark sent Zhang Jujin's mind racing. Not carrying gold when leaving? Could it be that he bears the legendary 5-element spirit stones? Good heavens. This is indeed a grand gesture. Moreover, the ease with which he produced 3 substantial vials suggests he must possess a spatial mystical ring. Thus, it is evident that this black-robed figure is undoubtedly one of the 5 great magnates. With this realization, Zhang Jujin's demeanor grew even more respectful. He opened the vial, dipped his pinky into the contents, and perceived it with his spiritual sense. Moments later, his slitted eyes widened dramatically. Chapter 74. A scathing rebuke of the troublemaker. Is this truly the Beast Emperor's blood? Moreover, it is at least of the 6-star Beast Emperor grade. Zhang Jujin, renowned expert of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, was astounded. Just 10 days prior, Zi Linglong could only make a preliminary assessment of the general grade of these 3 vials of beast blood. However, this esteemed Zhang Pavilion Master was able to directly ascertain the specific grade of the beast blood. Seeing the astonished expression on his face, Chen Shen felt a wave of relief wash over him, but maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, stating, to be precise, it is 7-star Beast Emperor blood. The essence of the Huangquan 9-headed serpent. Zhang Jujin slapped his forehead in a moment of realization. Ah, now it all makes sense. The 9-headed serpent of the underworld. No wonder the blood essence harbors a hint of somber energy. Name your price, Chen Shen stated forthrightly. After some deliberation, Zhang Jujin, with a hint of hesitation, replied, I shall procure 3 jars of the 7-star beast blood at 6 million gold per jar. What do you think? 6 million gold per jar is substantially higher than the auction price initially anticipated by Zi Linglong. Indeed, almost double. This is partly due to the rarity of the 7-star Beast Emperor's blood, which naturally commands a price far exceeding that of lesser Beast Emperors. Additionally, it is influenced by Chen Shen's esteemed status. Zhang Jujin has always envisioned this enigmatic figure in the black robe as a person of significant stature within the imperial capital. Thus, his offer is designed to uphold the dignity of his counterpart. Acquiring the 3 jars for a staggering total of 18 million gold is already the utmost limit that his treasure pavilion can accommodate. Upon hearing this proposal, Chen Shen felt immense satisfaction. It exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin. Moreover, disguised as a personage of great import, he adopted the demeanor befitting such a figure and chose not to haggle excessively, lest he diminish his standing. Therefore, he gently nodded beneath the cloak of his robe. You may take the beast blood first. We shall settle the financial matters after the auction concludes. Now be on your way. He was eager to bid on the glorious core-glazed cauldron and had no time to engage in idle chatter with Zhang Jujin. The pavilion master nodded repeatedly in agreement, cradling the 3 jars of the 7-star Beast Emperor's blood, and bowed as he took his leave. Upon returning to his quarters, Zhang Jujin couldn't help but marvel at the fact that he was permitted to take the 3 jars of the 7-star Beast Emperor's blood without signing any contract. Truly, he is deserving of his reputation as one of the top 5 alchemists in the entire empire. He is so assured that our treasure pavilion would not resort to trickery. Indeed, who would dare to default on the account of such a powerful individual, whose mere stamp of a foot could shake the entire Great Xia Empire? At this moment, the previously silent auction resumed. For 1,100,000 came the voice of Deng Yiding. For 1,150,000 was uttered by Ma Weishan. It was evident from his tone that he was wavering. Previously, the increments were in tens of thousands, but now they had plummeted to 5,000. For 1,200,000. Upon announcing this price, Luo Xiang bore a look of palpable distress. He thought to himself, this price is approaching my limit. I hope that old madman Shui Muron doesn't start barking again. Alas, Luo Xiang's wish did not materialize. Shui Muron had already resolved to stir the pot. 5 million. Damn it, Shui Muron, have you lost your mind? In unison, Deng Yiding, Ma Weishan, and Luo Xiang silently cursed. The auction once again descended into an eerie silence. Come on, I'm all in, if you have the guts. Raise the price without considering the consequences. But would they dare? Ha! Shui Muron's voice, infused with true energy, echoed throughout the venue, accompanied by his boisterous laughter. In truth, 5 million gold was also perilously close to his own limit. However, he relished the thought of making Deng Yiding uncomfortable and causing his former colleagues to feel equally vexed. Seated alongside Shui Muron, Shui Tianxiao could not help but furrow his brow. Since the old fellow lost to Chen Shen in the Dan competition, his inner demons had only deepened. Deng Yiding was exceedingly irate, indeed, furious. 500,000 gold coins had already surpassed the intrinsic value of a mid-grade Xian-tier alchemical cauldron. Nonetheless, it was undeniably a mid-grade Xian-tier cauldron. Securing it could significantly elevate his success rate in concocting Xian-level elixirs. After a brief internal struggle, Deng Yiding spoke again. 510,000. Ma Weishan shook his head, and Luo Xiang sighed deeply. They conceded. Shui Murin's smile grew ever more smug as he boldly proclaimed the name of his former superior, Deng Yideng. It seems we are the only two bidders left. Let us enjoy this game. Deng Yideng snorted coldly, choosing not to respond. Shui Murin declared, 520,000 gold coins. Even this old fellow, no matter how arrogant, understood his own limitations. The price of the cauldron had now crossed the 500,000 threshold. Given his financial situation, even if he were to go all out, he would still find it somewhat strained. Thus he refrained from his previous reckless bidding. I offer 600,000. Suddenly, a somewhat languid voice rang out, instantly capturing the attention of the entire assembly. All eyes inadvertently turned towards the source of the sound. Room Tian, East Wing. In past auctions, only the Lord of Julong City had the privilege to sit in the East Wing of Room Tian. However, the voice just heard, slightly hoarse, could not have belonged to Lord Xiao. Speculation ran rampant among the crowd. Even Xiao Mo, seated in the south wing of Room Tian, could not help but furrow his brow, pondering the identity of the esteemed guest in the top-tier room. Just as everyone was momentarily stunned, Chen Shen, from the east wing of Room Tian, spoke again in a husky voice. I detest troublemakers. Who would have thought that in this little Julong city, within the insignificant Shui family, such a detestable presence exists? Troublemakers belong in the latrine with their filth. How dare they run rampant here? I care not who you are in the Shui family. If you have the courage, bid against me to the end. If you lack the guts, then withdraw early to spare yourself the embarrassment. Chen Shen's remarks left all the guests astounded. That was the Shui family, one of the three prominent families of Julong City, arguably the foremost among them. Yet now, they were being openly berated. In an instant, the crowd was left dumbfounded. Only Zi Linglong laughed heartily. That little rascal truly knows how to play the part of a big wolf. The entire auction hall, filled with over 10,000 people, bore witness to her unique insight. Beneath the black robe was merely a boy not yet 16 years old, Chen Shen. In the east wing of the premium guest pavilion, Shui Tianxiao, Shui Muran, Shui Yang, and two other elders were livid, their faces flushed with anger. Yet the one who dared to insult them was none other than the super VIP of the top room in the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Even if they were offered a pot of courage, they would not dare confront the colossal figure in the east wing of Room Tian. Chapter 75, The First Family? Merely a laughingstock. Shui Murian and Shui Tianxiao were acutely aware that the Treasure Pavilion had hosted over 100 auctions in Julong City, and had never once erred in the seating arrangements. This implied that the enigmatic figure in the esteemed East Chamber held a rank even more exalted than that of the city lord, Xiao Mo otherwise. It was inconceivable that such a prominent figure as the Lord of Julong City would be relegated to the lesser South Chamber. The audacity, regardless of his origins. The powerful elite of the city had gathered here, and to be subjected to such scorn, while forced to endure it in silence, left the future of the Shui family in Julong City hanging in the balance. However, to openly provoke such a figure would be disadvantageous for them, considering his status surpassed even that of Lord Xiao. Since this was an auction, let them settle matters through bidding. No matter how formidable that great personage might be, it would be unthinkable for him to wield his influence brazenly before a crowd of thousands, unless he disregarded even the most fundamental dignity of a superior. With this thought, a flicker of resentment crossed Shui Tianxiao's eyes as he declared, Shui Murian, engage him in bidding. This clan leader shall also mobilize family resources to support you. Elated, Shui Murian confidently offered 6,100,000 gold. At that moment, Deng Yideng furrowed his brow, opting for silence. He could clearly see that the individual in the esteemed East Chamber had irreparably antagonized the Shui family, and he saw no necessity to wade into these murky waters. 7 million gold, Chen Shen stated without hesitation. Shui Murian's eyelids twitched. Upon receiving a nod from Shui Tianxiao, he replied, 7,100,000. 8 million. Came the languid and indifferent tone. To him, the substantial sum of 8 million gold appeared as light as a feather. 8,100,000. After a full 5 breaths, Shui Murian's counter came slowly. 9 million. Both Shui Murian and Shui Tianxiao inhaled sharply. 3 successive bids, each escalating by nearly 1 million gold. And yet the demeanor remained as placid as water. For the first time, the Shui family felt the weight of immense pressure. The more nonchalant Chen Shen's tone was, the deeper the sense of oppression bore down on Shui Murian and Shui Tianxiao. The financial might of the individual in the East Chamber seemed boundless. An abyss without a bottom. Father, Elder Shui Murian, this is merely a mid-tier, Xian-level alchemical cauldron. It hardly seems worth this ire. At that moment, the previously silent young master Shui Yang whispered, what if the person in the East Chamber forfeits at the last moment, spending over 9 million, or even 10 million gold? To procure a mid-tier Xian-level cauldron would indeed be a significant loss. Upon hearing this, Shui Tianxiao and Shui Myriad nodded in agreement. Indeed, to gamble such a sum out of spite for a mere cauldron seemed ill-advised. However, what the Shui family failed to recognize was that the true grade of this cauldron far exceeded that of a mid-tier Xian level. This was merely a colossal blunder stemming from the inadequacy of the appraiser at the treasure pavilion. As the sole guest privy to the truth, Chen Shen believed that exchanging 10 million gold for this extraordinary item, ranked 9th among the enigmatic weapons, was an unparalleled bargain. Once more, he raised the price directly to 10 million gold. Shui Tianxiao gently touched the space ring adorning his little finger, his expression grave as he proclaimed, "If this fails, we must concede. For a mid-tier alchemical furnace of the profound grade, 10 million gold coins is the absolute limit the Shui family can bear. Should the bidding escalate further, the people from the Cauldron Pavilion will come to assess our assets. At that point, unless I part with this space ring that has been in my family for 3 generations, we will be deemed as reckless bidders and blacklisted by the Cauldron Pavilion, effectively barring us from future auctions." Shui Murong nodded solemnly. "I bid 10 million gold." Chen Shen, without a hint of hesitation, countered 1,100,000. Following this, he chuckled. "At last, we've crossed the 10 million mark. I was nearly driven to despair waiting for this moment. Those ruffians from the Shui family had better not falter. The real show is just beginning. 10 million gold coins, and this was merely the beginning?" Everyone was left utterly astonished. Shui Murong gritted his teeth in frustration. "What shall we do, esteemed patriarch?" Shui Tianxiao slowly shook his head. "Alas, let us abandon this endeavor." After a brief silence, the auctioneer's voice rang out with certainty. 1,100,000 gold, going once. 1,100,000 gold, going twice. 1,100,000 gold, going thrice. Sold. At that moment, from the esteemed eastern chamber, a cold, mocking laugh echoed. "Ha! What utter nonsense about being the first family of Jiulong City. Merely a group of disgraceful troublemakers." The renowned first family of Jiulong City was once again publicly scorned, yet they dared not retaliate. In an instant, the Shui family became the subject of ridicule. Let them be the troublemakers at the auction, they deserve it. Now they revel in their own folly, pretending to be affluent while lacking the means. Their dignity shattered, their prestige diminished. The Shui family brought this upon themselves. They truly deserved it. The derision and laughter of nearly 10,000 spectators marked the conclusion of the annual auction at the Cauldron Pavilion. Guests began to depart one after another. Yet within the esteemed eastern chamber, a stunning beauty named Zi Linglong arrived. "This is no business of yours. Please leave." After dismissing 2 charming maidens, Chen Shen grinned and preempted Zi Linglong. "I know what you wish to say. Spending 1,100,000 gold on a mid-tier profound grade furnace is rather foolish. Isn't it? Judging by your expression, there seems to be more to this?" Zi Linglong blinked her curious eyes, then swiftly changed the subject. "Never mind. This is not the time for such discussions. Master Zhang is likely on his way to deliver the furnace. Payment and delivery will occur simultaneously. Though your boundary-breaking elixir sold for over 300,000, and with the 3 vats of beast blood, it should cover 600,000. However, there remains a deficit of 200,000 gold coins. Fortunately, I have exactly 200,000 gold coins here. Take them." As she extended the banknotes from her delicate hand, Chen Shen was profoundly moved. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside, followed by the somewhat eager voice of Zhang Jujin. "Senior, I have come to deliver your furnace." Chen Shen hastily donned the large hood of his black robe to obscure most of his face, leaning in to whisper to Zi Linglong, "Quickly secure your funds. And remember, do not speak out of turn later. This individual is not here to collect money. Rather, he is here to bestow wealth upon us." Without waiting for a response, he cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Please, come in." Zhang Jujin entered, personally placing the cauldron before Chen Shen, and with a beaming smile, handed over a thick stack of banknotes, each valued at 100,000 gold. "Senior, my sincerest apologies for making you wait. Here is the sum of 10,016,000 gold. Kindly verify it." Chapter 76. The enigmatic phantom soldier. As Zhang Jujin rubbed his hands together, an expression of embarrassment crossed his face. "Our Gathering Treasure Pavilion is merely a subsidiary of the Gathering Treasure Hall, and the largest denomination we possess is only 100,000 gold banknote. I hope you do not hold it against us." Zi Linglong was utterly baffled by the bizarre situation. How could Zhang Jujin not only deliver the cauldron to Chen Shen, but also generously offer him over 10 million gold in return? No matter. Chen Shen waved his hand dismissively, encompassing both the banknotes and the cauldron into his spatial pouch, before being escorted by the pavilion master to the entrance, where he departed with a flourish. "Young man, what on earth is happening? How did the cauldron come into your possession, And why did Zhang Jujin return money to you? This is utterly perplexing. Upon returning to Xilinglong's chamber, the proprietress could no longer restrain her curiosity. It's quite simple. He purchased it from me for 6 million gold. Chen Shen explained. Master Zhang mentioned that this batch of Beast Emperor's blood is derived from the 9-headed serpent of the Yellow Springs, the 7-star Beast Emperor. So it was the essence of the 7-star Beast Emperor. That certainly elucidated matters. Xilinglong nodded pensively. Without delay, Chen Shen produced a stack of banknotes and unceremoniously thrust them into the proprietress's hands. As agreed, we shall split it evenly. But there are no buts to discuss. I still have matters for you to assist with, and this money is not to be taken lightly, Chen Shen declared, handing her a note filled with the names of medicinal herbs and mysterious crystals. This list contains the materials I require for alchemy. Please gather them for me. And the more plentiful and superior the quality, the better. Are you treating me like a mere errand runner, you little rascal? Xilinglong shot him a playful glare. Heh. Who else in Jiulong City possesses such remarkable abilities as you? Chen Shen grinned with a cheeky demeanor. I must prepare for the 100 Schools League. And with only 20 days remaining, time is of the essence. In any case, I am entrusting everything to you. Having uttered this, he confidently strode out, vanishing in a flash. What a little scoundrel. Xilinglong chuckled, shaking her head. She then gazed thoughtfully in the direction Chen Shen had departed, suddenly filled with a sense of unease, murmuring to herself, this young man is surely not meant to remain confined. After the 100 Schools League, he will surely soar to greater heights, won't he? He claims we are friends. Alas, are we merely friends after all? Unbeknownst to Chen Shen, his offhand comment had stirred feelings of uncertainty in the proprietress, akin to a young girl grappling with her emotions. Meanwhile, in his own quarters, he awaited with eager anticipation the results of the recent auction. Ding. Phantom Soldier discovered. Gongxin Liuli Cauldron, currently in a sealed state. Current grade, middle tier of the mysterious rank. Originally, this powerful glazed tripod was in a sealed state, which explained why the dozen or so masters of mystical artifacts from the Gathering Treasure Hall could not discern its true grade. As the spirit of the system continued its introduction, Chen Shen, uninterested, interrupted. Seal? Is there a way to unseal it? Ding. To unseal, one requires earth-grade medicinal materials, heavenly loom weave, 6 harmonies drunken spirit flower, and flame thunder liquid. The spirit of the system rapidly listed a dozen materials. Yet Chen Shen could not retain a single one. Just as despair began to overwhelm him, the spirit's next statement rekindled his hope. Alternatively, the host may activate the shop system and purchase an earth-grade unsealing order. Why was such an easy method not mentioned earlier? Chen Shen thought, but upon focusing his mind, he was met with another notification. Ding. Activating the shop function requires 100,000 gold coins. Insufficient funds. Activation failed. What a joke. I am a man with over 5 million in wealth. Wait, I almost forgot. The Invincible System only recognizes true gold and silver. It does not accept banknotes. Realizing this, Chen Shen burst out the door, darting through the streets, and headed straight into the nearest bank. After spending over 2 hours, visiting more than 20 banks, he finally exchanged all his banknotes for gold coins. There was no other option, as the spirit of the system only took gold and silver seriously. Upon returning home, he eagerly selected the shop option on the system interface. In the next moment, a notification rang in his ears. Ding. Activating the shop system requires 100,000 gold coins. Do you wish to confirm? Confirmed. Instantly, the previously gray-black shop icon illuminated, revealing a dazzling array of goods before him. Ding. Congratulations, host, on activating the shop function. With a thought, a dazzling diamond-shaped token radiating emerald light appeared in selection mode. Earth-grade artifact unsealing order, priced at 1 million gold coins. Function description. This item can lift the sealing power of an earth-grade artifact. Success rate, 10%. What the hell? Only a 10% success rate. And it's so expensive? Chen Shen was momentarily at a loss for words. However, this was indeed an earth-grade artifact, ranked 9th on the enigmatic weapon list. If it were so easy to break the seal and reveal its true form to the world, how could it possibly fall into the hands of a mere mystic like him? The moment to test his luck had arrived. The youth rubbed his hands together, glancing at his pants. In my 2 lifetimes, I am still a novice. They say maiden luck is explosive. Great Boy Scouts, grant me strength. Then ding. The host spent 1 million gold coins and successfully purchased an earth-grade artifact unsealing order. Ding. Unsealing failed. Ding. The host spent 1 million gold coins and successfully purchased an earth-grade artifact unsealing order. Ding. Unsealing failed. Watching his gold coins diminish 1 million at a time, Chen Shen's heart bled. Finally, on the 4th attempt, the system's notification brought joyful news. Ding. Unsealing successful. It worked. The brother had initially feared he would exhaust all resources, only to discover that over 1,000,000 gold coins remained untouched, leading to his success. The young man eagerly examined the attributes of the recently unsealed mystical vessel, the Chi Core Glazed Cauldron, an exceptional grade Earth-tier artifact. Function 1. The core concealed within the cauldron automatically refines the essence of heaven and earth into medicinal materials, doubling the success rate for the user when crafting any mystical elixir. Function 2. The cauldron contains a heavenly fire glazed crystal, which, at the moment of elixir completion, duplicates an identical mystical elixir. This feature is effective only for elixirs of earth tier and below. Function 3. Upon unsealing, the cauldron is filled with Chi Core Glazed Soul, ensuring a 100% success rate for the user's first crafted mystical elixir. Function 4. Practitioners above the Mystic Master realm can manipulate the Chi Core Glazed Soul within the cauldron, allowing them to enlarge or shrink the cauldron by tenfold at will. Useful for both defense and attack. Function 5. Practitioners above the Mystic King realm can activate the cauldron's inherent weapon technique, the Chi Core Glazed Fire. Chapter 77. Finally unable to restrain himself, the 5 remarkable effects of this exceptional Earth-tier artifact are truly impressive. The success rate for crafting any mystical elixir is doubled. For elixirs of Earth tier and below, it can even automatically duplicate one. Furthermore, the first time it is used to craft a mystical elixir, the success rate is unconditionally elevated to 100%. As for the other 2 combat-related abilities, due to Chen Shen's current lack of cultivation, he is temporarily unable to utilize them. Nonetheless, as the owner of this Earth-tier artifact, Chen Shen can hardly contain his delight. Meanwhile, in the reception hall of the Shui family's collateral residence, 2 middle-aged men stood respectfully, while a young man confidently occupied the main seat. This young man was none other than Shui Yang, the legitimate heir of the Shui family. The 2 middle-aged men were Shui Wangchuan, the collateral clan leader, and Hong Chong, an elder with whom he shared a good rapport. 10 days had passed since Shui Kong was slain by Chen Shen in the martial arena of the Nine Dragons Academy. Have you yet to yield any results from the task I entrusted to you? Shui Yang, after taking a forceful sip of warm tea, furrowed his brows tighter, demanding in a stern voice, "Is my status as the young master no longer sufficient to command your attention as the collateral clan leader? Do you disregard my words entirely?" Shui Wangchuan, hearing this, quickly bowed and clasped his fists. "Young master, you flatter me. Though I occupy the position of collateral clan leader, I have never forgotten my roots. Since you instructed me to keep an eye on Chen Shen 10 days ago, my informants have been secretly monitoring that young wretch. I have now roughly discerned his patterns of movement. He rarely leaves his home during the day and ventures out only in the dead of night to hunt in the mystic Beast Mountain forest west of the city." Shui Yang suddenly crushed his teacup in fury. "Since you have grasped the whereabouts of that young wretch, why have you hesitated to act? As a distinguished collateral clan leader and a 5-star mystic, are you truly afraid of a mere 1-star mystic?" Shui Wangchuan appeared embarrassed. "Of course. I do not fear that young wretch. It is merely that I worry about any potential underhanded maneuvers from Xiling Long, young master. You are undoubtedly aware of the rather peculiar relationship between that wretched woman and Chen Shen. It seems that with age comes an increasingly timid disposition." Shui Yang let out a cold snort. "Allow me to disclose something to you. My informant stationed at the Linglong Beast Arena has just informed me that Zi Linglong departed the city an hour ago with her battle pet, heading south, thus entirely avoiding the Xian Beast Forest to the west. As for the other Xian-level expert within the Linglong Arena, they are still preoccupied with safeguarding Chen Shen. With the absence of these 2, there is no one left on Zi Linglong's side capable of posing a threat to you. Therefore, tonight presents the most opportune moment for you to act." Fearing that this old fool might still harbor doubts, the young master added, "Elder Hong will accompany you. So you should feel reassured now, correct? Elder Hong is an 8-star Xian master, with him by your side, even should any unforeseen circumstances arise. I believe Shui Wangchuan could manage a safe return to Jiulong City with relative ease." Thus, the middle-aged man nodded heavily. "In that case, I shall dutifully obey the young master's command." "That is more like it." Shui Yang rose to leave, casting a chilling remark. "I shall return to your residence tomorrow morning. The living must be seen, and the dead must be accounted for. Otherwise, your position as a branch clan leader will come to an end." In truth, Shui Yang sought out Shui Wangchuan not only due to the news of Shui Kong and Shui Liao's demise, both sons lost at the hands of Chen Shen. No one could desire vengeance more fervently than Shui Wangchuan. Moreover, it was of utmost importance that Shui Yang's father wished for him to focus solely on preparing for the 100 Schools tournament, without allowing any distractions. Yet Shui Yang was burdened with an insatiable wrath, which he found difficult to suppress. Thus, he discreetly approached Shui Wangchuan, requesting that he send someone to monitor Chen Shen's every move, awaiting the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Now, perched upon his steed, Shui Yang gazed skyward. Nightfall approaches. Chen Shen, and tonight shall mark your demise. Ha ha ha. Within the hall, Shui Wangchuan earnestly sought Elder Hong's counsel. Elder Hong, when do you believe we should set forth? Ha ha. This elder understands your eagerness for revenge. Elder Hong chuckled lightly, his eyes suddenly sharpening with intensity. There is no time to lose. Let us head to the tea house near the West City Gate and lie in wait. Excellent. Shui Wangchuan's eyes sparkled with fervor, his spirit aflame. Kong Liao keep your eyes wide open from above. Tonight, I shall ensure that Chen Shen, that vile creature, suffers an agonizing death, avenging you both. That night, the moon shone brightly amid a sparse scattering of stars. Within the Xian Beast Forest west of Jiulong City, a youth accompanied by a small kitten resembled a monster hunter beneath the night's veil, perspiring as he reaped wave after wave of experience. The figure, wielding the Huang Quan snakebone spear and darting through the darkness, was none other than the recently fortunate Chen Shen. The additional combat effects from the powerful Gongxin Liuli Ding fueled his motivation to level up and slay monsters. Furthermore, his current ascendancy not only granted him double experience, but also allowed him to purchase a pill known as the Training Technique Pill from the newly unlocked shop system. Training Technique Pill. This pill enables the host to double the proficiency stacking effect of the corresponding Xian technique for 1 hour. Priced at 15,000 gold. In other words, Chen Shen is currently engaged in monster hunting, which not only allows him to gain double experience, but also enhances the proficiency of his mystical skills by a factor of 2. Correspondingly, the cost of his training has surged from 5,000 gold coins per hour to an astounding 20,000. Fortunately, he still possesses over 120,000 gold coins, which should suffice to sustain him for a week or so. Boss, the 2 tails that have been following us for the past few nights have already vanished without a trace. However, the 2 new arrivals, stronger than the last, are rapidly closing in on us. What should we do? Xiaobai, still playing the role of a super radar, chimed in with a warning. The young man swiftly pierced a low-tier mystical beast before him with his spear and replied, the time for double experience and training potions hasn't ended yet. I'm too occupied to play with them. Let's lead them on, heading north. In truth, Xiaobai had sensed 2 hostile auras tailing them since they left the city, stealthily following their every move. Chen Shen found it amusing. After so many days of being tracked, were they finally unable to resist taking action against him? Thus, throughout his monster slaying, he deliberately targeted low to mid-tier mystical beasts. Whenever he encountered a mid-tier beast, he would promptly retreat, concealing his true level to appear as merely a novice. The young man understood that these 2 newly appeared pursuers were the big fish he had skillfully lured out over the past 9 days. A surge of excitement filled Chen Shen as he sensed that tonight was destined to be a night of bloodshed. Chapter 78, A Fateful Encounter Boss. Those 2 who were tracking us seemed to have lost our trail. Damn, 2 foolish pigs. With such incompetence, how dare they attempt assassination? They should be embarrassed. Chen Shen shook his head in exasperation. This was not entirely the fault of Shui Wangchuan and Elder Hong Chong for being inept. Tracking someone through the dense, treacherous terrain of the mystical beast forest was no small feat, especially under the cover of darkness. Chen Shen had the advantage of his divine beast, Xiaobai, acting as a super radar, while Shui Wangchuan and Elder Hong were not so fortunate. Their continued pursuit was largely due to Chen Shen intentionally revealing his position several times. The young man smirked. Let's circle back 50 meters and allow them to re-establish my scent. Those 2 were the big fish Chen Shen had painstakingly hooked. He could not simply let them slip away because they failed to keep up. In the darkness, the young man wielded his spear, leaving a trail of crimson in his wake. Moments later, a notification chimed. Double experience effect has ended. Ding. Training potion effect has concluded. Upon hearing these 2 system notifications, Chen Shen's lips curled into a knowing smile. All right, finally, I have time to entertain those 2 properly. He then instructed Xiaobai to hide and sat down on the ground, adopting a posture of meditation. The wind rustled softly and the night stretched on. Before long, a raucous laugh echoed in the air. Ha ha, little beast, I finally caught you. Do you still recognize me, Shui Wang? The young man slowly opened his eyes to find a middle-aged man in a brocade robe standing 10 meters away, his face twisted with malice. It was Shui Wangchuan, the patriarch of the collateral branch of the Shui family. Beside him stood a venerable elder in his 60s, an individual known to Chen Shen, Elder Hong Chong. Previously, after Chen Shen engaged in a fierce duel against Shui Kong at the school's martial arts arena, these 2 old codgers had rushed onto the stage, exerting their profound pressure upon him. Now, faced with his adversaries once more, his ire was palpable. Ah, it is you 2 old hounds. I had anticipated Shui Yang would make an appearance himself, Chen Shen remarked nonchalantly, rising slowly with a light-hearted smile. Gentlemen, I trust you are in good health? Wretched brat, what trickery do you attempt when your demise is imminent? I shall flay you alive, to appease my son's spirit in the afterlife. Shui Wangchuan seethed with fury, unleashing his 5-star profound pressure like a torrent, surging towards the youth 10 meters away. In their previous encounter, it was this very overwhelming force that had left the then 7-star practitioner Chen Shen drenched in sweat, feeling as though a mountain bore down upon him. However, this time, the tables had turned. The former underdog, now enveloped in a majestic aura, remained remarkably composed. The youth clicked his tongue. TSK, in just 2 weeks. You've managed to maintain your 5-star status? How pitiable. It is no wonder at your age you can only serve as a side clan leader. Shui Wangchuan was momentarily taken aback. At this juncture, the previously silent Elder Hong suddenly let out a cold snort. Arrogant boy. Having stumbled upon a stroke of luck to break through to 1 star, do you presume yourself invincible? With that, the Elder unleashed his 8-star profound pressure. And upon releasing his fire-type profound energy, it surged forth like a primordial beast, claws bared. Old fool, back when I was merely a 7-star practitioner. Your pressure could not compel my submission. What makes you think it will work now? At this, Chen Shen's previously jovial demeanor shifted to one of grim seriousness as he enunciated, now, it is your turn to experience the sensation of being subdued by profound pressure. With that proclamation, the youth secretly activated the extraordinary effects of the 3-spirit transformation, elevating his own profound energy by 3 tiers. A crackling surge of blue and purple lightning erupted, instantly shattering the profound pressures of both Shui Wangchuan and Elder Hong. The tempest of lightning was overwhelming, breathtaking. Caught off guard, Shui Wangchuan, a 5-star practitioner, trembled deeply and fell to one knee, no longer exhibiting any semblance of arrogance. His eyes now reflected only profound trepidation and fear. Elder Hong, an 8-star practitioner, was equally startled, stumbling back 3 steps, his aged face cycling through shades of black, white, and red, a vivid display of his shock. A 9-star practitioner? How is this possible? The 2 men were left speechless, their mouths agape. Chen Shen awaited this very moment of astonishment to strike. In an instant, he flashed forward. With a swift motion, the youth had appeared behind them in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, the culmination of his carefully prepared lethal strike was unleashed. Grasping his spear with his right hand, he thrust it fiercely towards Shui Wangchuan's back, while his left index finger flicked, directing a 2/10 power of the sun finger towards Elder Hong's head. The suddenness of the assault caught both Shui Wangchuan and Hong Chong off guard. They had not anticipated such a fierce counterattack, especially one executed with such speed and precision. Even if their battle instincts could react, their bodies were ill-equipped to respond in time. A mere 1/100th of a second later, a soft thud echoed as the tip of the Huangquan snakebone gun pierced through Shui Wangchuan's heart from behind. In a swift and decisive manner, the crimson beam of the one-yang finger, laced with strands of blue and purple lightning, exploded the head of Hong Chong. The kill was clean and efficient, leaving Hong Chong utterly lifeless. Although Shui Wangchuan was fatally wounded, a flicker of life remained in his eyes, filled with disbelief. Your Xuanqi might. No, that cannot be right, he stammered, instinctively clutching the gun barrel that had pierced his chest, his voice faltering. Indeed, I only possess the cultivation of a 6-star Xian practitioner. If we were to engage in direct combat, the outcome with both of you would remain uncertain. At this point, the youth revealed a radiant smile. But alas, you both were intimidated by the facade of my Xian energy, providing me with a significant opening. With that, Chen Shen lifted his spear, and with a swift motion, Shui Wangchuan's heart and lungs were mercilessly crushed, leaving him gasping in despair, ultimately succumbing to his fate. Chen Shen hastily bent down to scavenge for spoils. Aside from a few mid-grade Xian pills unworthy of his attention, Elder Hong possessed merely a silver note of 10,000 gold. In contrast, Shui Wangchuan's wealth was substantial, as he carried 2 silver notes of 100,000 gold each. This was primarily due to the machinations of his 2 deceased sons, whose deaths had incited numerous high-ranking members of the collateral line to vie for the position of collateral clan leader. To prevent any untoward incidents, Shui Wangchuan had consolidated all collateral assets to himself. Little did he know that his own selfishness would ultimately benefit his greatest enemy. The sudden windfall of 210,000 gold coins left Chen Shen in high spirits. Boss, why did the battle end so swiftly? At that moment, Xiao Bai leaped down from the treetops, puffed up with indignation. You previously claimed I was your secret weapon, yet I didn't even make a move. You wouldn't be deceiving this tiger god, would you? Chapter 79, Trouble at Miaoling. You have indeed made significant contributions. The youth chuckled, without your radar-like presence. I could not have executed such a brilliant kill, could I? What? I, the dignified tiger god, an embodiment of aloofness and dominance, have merely played the role of a radar? Xiaobai immediately protested, jumping atop Chen Shen's head and playfully scratching with his furry paws. With his hair in disarray, Chen Shen shouted, "Stop, stop! What do you know, you little furball? A radar is an incredibly impressive entity, you know? Is it? Radars are impressive?" Xiaobai tilted his head in bewilderment. Absolutely. Chen Shen rolled his eyes, then adopted an expression of utmost reverence, boasting, "With a radar, we can strategize from the shadows and secure victory from afar. Without a radar, one might unwittingly fall into the enemy's trap. Wouldn't that be truly unfortunate? Well, that does sound quite impressive. All right, I, the aloof tiger god, forgive you." Xiaobai finally smiled, revealing his teeth. As the sun rose, the entire Jiulong city basked in the warm glow of the morning light, instilling a sense of serenity. However, the eastern residents of the Shui family remained shrouded in an endless darkness. In the grand hall, every countenance bore a pallor of discontent, as if the very shadows could coalesce into dark waters. On the open floor lay two lifeless bodies, those of Shui Wangchuan and Hong Chang, who had met their demise during an ill-fated assassination attempt on Chen Shen. It transpired that they had been inadvertently discovered by two individuals tracking Chen Shen, who subsequently transported their remains back to their clan. It is indeed fortunate that Chen Shen had eradicated the beasts with such precision, leaving no high-tier creatures in his wake. Otherwise, Shui Wangchuan and Hong Chang would have awaited a recovery that never came. Shui Yang, open your eyes and behold. This calamity is the consequence of your reckless actions, bellowed Shui Tianxiao, his face a mask of fury. Shui Yang, clearly taken aback by the outcome, stammered, "It cannot be. How could those two possibly be bested by Chen Shen, that worthless creature? My young master, do you still fail to comprehend? The ones responsible for the deaths of Shui Wangchuan and Elder Hong are not that wretched Chen Shen, but rather Ziling Long," interjected Shui Murong, brimming with self-importance. "In my estimation, Chen Shen's nocturnal escapade outside the city was merely a ruse to bait you into a trap. Were it not for the presence of the formidable Ziling Long, a formidable practitioner, shielding him, that wretched creature, with his mere first-tier cultivation, would long since have been devoured by those beasts." Upon hearing Shui Murong's reasoning, the other elders present nodded in agreement. As the Shui family had long held a biased perception of Chen Shen's true abilities, believing him to be merely a first-tier practitioner. Moreover, they were utterly unaware that Chen Shen possessed a remarkable ally, Xiaobai, who served as an extraordinary radar, enabling him to navigate the perilous forest of beasts with ease. Consequently, Shui Murong's conjecture stood firm. In this Jiulong city, it has been many years since our Shui family has faced such provocation. With the death of a branch clan leader and the remains of our elder left to rot, this grievance cannot be left unaddressed. Shui Tianxiao's eyes blazed with fury. Shui Yang, invigorated by his father's words, inquired, "Father, do you intend to personally take action against that worthless Chen Shen?" "Ha ha ha, if that is the case. Even with Ziling Long's protection, it would be of no avail." At this thought, Shui Yang felt an exhilarating thrill. In Jiulong City, aside from the city lord and the headmaster of Jiulong Academy, Shui Tianxiao stood as the most powerful, a veritable four-star practitioner. Indeed, what would my father's status be? To personally deal with a mere first-tier practitioner? Do you not fear ridicule, or worse, having my reputation tarnished? Shui Tianxiao scoffed dismissively. What do you mean, then? To act overtly would only complicate matters. Even if we succeeded in slaying Chen Shen, the wretched Ziling Long would escalate the situation. After all, Chen Shen bears the title of a special student from the Pill Hall, and should the Academy pursue the matter, it would become exceedingly troublesome. Shui Tianxiao narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. Thus, the optimal strategy is to lure him into the confines of the Shui residence. We shall proceed as follows. Upon hearing Shui Tianxiao's plan, Shui Murong was the first to applaud, exclaiming, "Brilliant, truly brilliant. This way, we need not fear that wretched Ziling Long." Shui Yang joined in the fervor. "Indeed, as long as she, Ziling Long, is on the territory of my Shui residence, even with her formidable background, the excuse of trespassing a martial artist's abode would render her murder justifiable." Only one elder with gray hair frowned, voicing his concerns. "I fear that those two individuals do not hold much significance in Chen Shen's eyes. If that is the case, won't the clan leader's plan falter?" Elder Duan is overly cautious. Shui Yang chuckled darkly. If those two are indeed inconsequential to Chen Shen, how could Shui Wangchuan's youngest son meet his demise? Why would Ziling Long specifically assign another Xian-level powerhouse to guard the Chen residence? The elder surnamed Duan nodded in agreement. What the young master says is indeed true. Thus, it shall be, Shui Tianxiao decisively declared. Now, we merely await an opportune moment. Chen Shen, your heinous act of killing my elder and slaughtering the clan leader of my collateral family shall only be avenged with your blood. Unbeknownst to Chen Shen, He had already attracted the attention of all the higher-ups of the Shui family. In the following week, Chen Shen maintained a well-ordered routine. By day, he remained secluded, refining elixirs. The materials he had entrusted Xilinglong to gather gradually arrived, and the young man commenced the preparation of a new batch of special Xian pills, which naturally included mid-grade breakthrough pills. Once he achieved the breakthrough to an 8-star Xian practitioner, he would consume a breakthrough pill and ascend to the pinnacle of a 9-star Xian practitioner. At night, the youth, as ever, ventured into the Xian Beast Mountain forest for hunting. Curiously, his battle pet, Xiaobai, no longer sensed the familiar auras that had previously trailed them. This tranquil path of cultivation persisted until noon today, when an unexpected visitor shattered the previous serenity. Not good. Chen Shen, is Chen Shen here? Just after the young man had finished refining a batch of Xian pills, he was startled by a commotion in the courtyard. Upon opening the door, he found his junior sister, the petite Ma Jingjing, looking grave. Weren't you out shopping with Miaoling? How is it that you've returned after just an hour? The expression on her face was serious, and her eyes were slightly red, as if she had just wept. Woo, it's terrible. Miaoling has been abducted. What? The youth was momentarily taken aback. The bodyguard who had arrived upon hearing the commotion also furrowed her brow. Shun Lao, who was preparing lunch, inadvertently cut his finger while handling a knife. Chapter 80. Convergence at the Shui residence? The scoundrel who kidnapped Linger has already reached the Xian practitioner realm, and I was so intimidated by his oppressive aura that I couldn't move an inch, Ma Jingjing recounted, trembling with trepidation. Though his face was masked, those eyes were familiar to me. It is highly likely to be Shui Tianxiao, the clan leader of the Shui family. He specifically abducted Miao Ling and left a note, which is clearly aimed at you. Upon saying this, Ma Jingjing handed the note to Chen Shen. Unfolding it, he discovered 2 brief lines. Tomorrow at noon, bring the 2 unique martial arts manuals, 7 high-grade Xian crystals, and the silver notes you obtained from the clan leader of the Shui family as collateral line, and come to the Shui residence. Otherwise, bear the consequences. The note bore no signature. However, given the context, even a fool would recognize the connection to the Shui family. Woo, it's all my fault. If it weren't for my invitation to little Linger to accompany me on this shopping excursion, she would not have met with such misfortune. The young girl was filled with remorse, her crimson lips pressed into a thin line, tears welling in her eyes. Chen Shen gently reassured her, saying, "This is not your fault. Since that old rogue Shui Tianxiao is willing to get his hands dirty, even if you hadn't taken Linger out, he would have found another opportunity." Wiping away her tears, the little girl suggested, "Perhaps we should inform Dean Deng, or report it to the authorities. My father shares a certain camaraderie with Lord Xiao. He might be able to assist you." "You are too naive," Chen Shen replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. "The fact that they dared to leave this note indicates they are unafraid of me seeking help. If I were to do so, Shui Tianxiao might resort to obliterating evidence, putting Linger in a perilous situation. What should we do then?" "Chen Shen, you absolutely must not go to the Shui residence. Otherwise, you will surely fall victim to their schemes," Ma Jingjing said anxiously, her feelings of guilt resurfacing, causing tears to flow once more. Chen Shen gently patted her frail shoulder, a chilling glimmer igniting in his deep-set eyes. "This matter must remain a secret between us. Do not mention it to anyone to avoid alarming the enemy. I will handle the rest." But," the youth frowned. "There is no but about it. Be obedient and return home, waiting for my good news." The little girl could only nod compliantly, leaving with a sense of disappointment. Shun Lao, with a serious expression, inquired, "Young master, are you truly not considering reporting this to the authorities? Perhaps if we offer some incentives to the officials at the Lord's Manor, they might conduct a thorough investigation." Chen Shen waved his hand dismissively. "Relying on the officials? Those in power often play the delaying game, never taking the matters of commoners and impoverished families to heart. I lack power and influence. Even if I were to offer bribes, it would ultimately come to naught." With that, the youth turned to his bodyguard, saying, "Please keep a close eye on Shun Lao. I will be back shortly." The bodyguard nodded calmly, rest assured. Even if that old scoundrel Shui Tianxiao were to take action himself, he would not dare to abduct anyone under my protection right before my eyes. At this moment, the bustling streets of Julong City were alive with people riding horses, driving carriages, or walking. Vendors on both sides of the street energetically called out, creating a lively scene that marked the prosperity of the early morning. In such a scenario, no one noticed the figure enveloped in a long black robe, who was hurrying along with their head down, Chen Shen. He did not foolishly head toward the Shui residence, but instead rushed to the most renowned apothecaries in Julong City, purchasing a plethora of costly and rare medicinal herbs. Subsequently, he visited numerous beast shops, successfully acquiring the 9 high-grade mystical beast crystals he required. Finally, he traversed every general store in the marketplace, amassing an entire cartload of supplementary materials. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the shopkeepers, he waved his hand grandly, stowing everything away into his spatial pouch. Veiled by the shadows of his dark robe, Chen Shen felt no apprehension about revealing his true identity. After a series of tumultuous events, midday had arrived. To avoid drawing attention, he refrained from returning home and instead took refuge in a modest inn. Securing a room where he locked himself away, with a resounding clang, he retrieved the formidable Ganshin Liuli, a precious Earth-grade mystical vessel he had hesitated to employ since its acquisition. Its remarkable feature guaranteed a 100% success rate for the first attempt at alchemy, a capability far too remarkable to squander on trivial endeavors. Yet, in this moment of urgency, to save Miao Ling, he felt compelled to act without delay. Now he set about concocting a superior boundary-breaking pill, one that would enable a Xian master to ascend a level unconditionally. As he methodically added each ingredient to the cauldron, a notification echoed in his ears. Ding. All materials required for the superior boundary-breaking pill have been gathered. Do you wish to proceed with the refinement? With a mere thought, he affirmed, yes. Instantly, the Ganshin Liuli Ding radiated a resplendent glow. Ding. The Ganshin Liuli soul ensures a 100% success rate for the first Xian pill refined by the user. As the young alchemist ignited the alchemical flames, the Ganshin Liuli soul assisted him in effortlessly completing the crafting of this challenging superior boundary-breaking pill, which surpassed even the difficulty of creating Xian-level pills. Shortly thereafter, a surge of spiritual light erupted from the cauldron. Ding. The heavenly fire crystal within the cauldron has replicated a second identical Xian pill upon its completion. This function is effective only for Earth grade and below. 1 cauldron, 2 pills, success. However, Chen Shen had no time to marvel at the wonders of the Ganshin Liuli Ding. The superior boundary-breaking pill was merely a stepping stone in his mission to rescue Miao Ling. Next, he focused intently on concocting a second inferior Xian pill, the liquid condensation pill. This pill was a special offering from the system when he attained the rank of a 9-star Xian pill master. Previously deemed inconsequential, especially to someone of his modest cultivation, it now sparked an idea in his mind. He decided to utilize this pill, capable of temporarily condensing Xian Qi into a liquid state, to serve as a cunning ruse. Creating Xian-level pills posed a significantly greater challenge than those of the mundane tier. With his current abilities as a 9-star pill master and aided by the Ganshin Liuli Ding's extraordinary effects, his success rate hovered at a mere 20%. By the time he successfully refined a liquid condensation pill, the witching hour had long passed. Cloaked in his black robe, he braved the chilling night breeze, advancing alone. Chapter 81. A disturbance at the city lord's manor. In a mere quarter of an hour, Chen Shen found himself standing before the imposing facade of a grand manor. Seizing a moment of distraction, he discreetly tossed the freshly crafted liquid condensation pill into his mouth, hidden within the ample folds of his robe. He then stood motionless before the manor, patiently awaiting the effects of the potion to take hold. His enigmatic appearance immediately aroused the vigilance of the guards stationed at the manor's entrance. No idle folk are permitted to linger within the manor's precincts. Be gone at once. After a brief pause, witnessing the other party remain unmoved, the soldier's temper flared. Do you not understand human speech? If you do not depart at once, do not blame me for being merciless. The response from the mysterious figure was a profound silence. With a furious howl, the soldier could no longer contain himself. Unleashing a tempest of energy that howled through the night sky, Chen Shen squinted his eyes, inwardly lamenting. A first-star practitioner? Such a realm is considered mid-tier in Jiulong City. Yet he is relegated to the role of a mere gatekeeper in the Lord's estate, which indicates the presence of formidable experts within. Although taken aback, he did not retreat a single step. Still not leaving, are you? Very well, I shall personally break your legs and toss you out of the city. As these words fell, the brutish soldier lunged toward Chen Shen, bringing down his weapon with lethal intent. Crack! A sharp sound echoed, and the remaining guards were rendered speechless. For the mysterious figure, without summoning protective energy, had taken the blow and emerged unscathed. In contrast, the soldier's weapon shattered into 2 pieces, and the wielder was sent flying several meters back, his hands torn and blood streaming, his arms trembling from excruciating pain. You dare to commit violence within the estate? Do you wish to die? The soldier quivered in fear. At that moment, the power of the elixir Chen Shen had consumed began to manifest. His previously closed eyes snapped wide open as he smirked. Clearly, it was that fellow who came to strike me, yet I merely returned the favor. How can this be blamed on me? As he spoke, Chen Shen advanced, disregarding the 6 guards entirely. Stop him. If you alert the Lord, we shall all suffer. Someone shouted, and the guards regained their composure, brandishing their weapons and roaring as they charged at Chen Shen. Begone. The youth waved his right arm. unleashing a surge of lightning energy that swept around him. Zap! Boom! In an instant, all 6 guards were hurled away. Some crashed against the walls. Others slid along the ground for several meters, colliding with the stone steps. One unfortunate soul slammed directly into the estate's grand door, breaking the latch with his back. Crack! With a resounding noise, the 2 crimson thunderwood doors burst open. The guards lay sprawled on the ground, howling in agony, a testament to Chen Shen's restraint. Had he unleashed his full power as a 6-star practitioner, those first-star guards would have been obliterated on the spot. Now, with the gates wide open, Chen Shen had no time to concern himself with these minor nuisances. Channeling his energy, he moved with the grace of a phantom, swiftly penetrating the depths of the estate. Who dares to trespass in my domain? Kill! The commotion at the entrance had drawn forth the elite guards from within the estate. Leading the charge were the 12 slayers of the Lord's estate, each wielding bloodthirsty sabers and clad in fearsome tiger-patterned battle robes, exuding an air of lethal intent. Among the slayers, the one with the highest cultivation level reached the 8th star of the profound realm, while the weakest still stood at the 6th star. Based on their past experiences, even if their opponent were a formidable profound master, the combined strength of 12 could certainly put up a fight. Soon after, over 100 soldiers surged forth from the alleys of the government office. Among them were more than a dozen junior officers at the 5th star of the profound realm, and nearly 100 elite soldiers ranging from the 1st to the 3rd star. The overwhelming number of troops advanced, and the slayers surrounded them, causing Chen Shen to feel a shiver of apprehension. Truly, as the lord of a city, this government office is teeming with experts. Fortunately, he was not here to cause trouble. He only needed to draw out the main figure. With this thought in mind, the youth naturally chose not to engage in a direct confrontation with such a formidable group. Profound violent 3-spirit transformation, rapid change, activate. In the next moment, Chen Shen's speed surged to double. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He moved with the grace of a lotus, retreating and advancing, his movements blending seamlessly between reality and illusion. In just a few swift maneuvers, he left the frontmost slayers, who charged fiercely, grasping at thin air. Kill! The remaining half of the slayers quickly followed. The fierce blades infused with piercing profound energy struck from above, below, in the middle, 7 chilling sword lights closing in, leaving no room for evasion. Chen Shen's gaze hardened, and he promptly activated his life-saving technique, Flash. Whoosh. A gust of wind swept by, leaving him untouched. The figure in the black robe merely left behind a fleeting shadow, dispersed by the slayer's blade lights. Meanwhile, his true form had already dashed 30 meters away. The 12 slayers were clearly taken aback. They had not anticipated such remarkable agility from their adversary. Alarmed and furious, they quickly cautioned the elite soldiers on the periphery, "Be careful. This fellow's movement technique is quite strange." Unfortunately, by the time the 12 slayers shouted this warning, it was already too late. The flickering movements, combined with the rapid transformation of the profound violent 3-spirit, rendered Chen Shen as swift as a specter. Whoosh, whoosh, with a leap and a bound. Before the soldiers could react, he had already vaulted over the crowd and leaped into the inner courtyard of the government office. What a reckless fool, daring to intrude upon my estate at night. Just as Chen Shen steadied himself, a thunderous voice erupted. He looked intently, and under the moonlight, a stout figure clad in an ornate official robe was rushing towards him. This person was none other than Wang Jin, the chief steward of Jiulong City. It was this portly fellow who had closely followed City Lord Xiao during the auction at the treasure-gathering pavilion. Hence Chen Shen had met him once before. Later, Chen Shen had inquired about Wang Jin's background with Ziling Long. The chief steward of Jiulong City held a position of immense authority, equivalent to that of a half-deputy city lord, and had terrifying cultivation that reached the 2nd star of the profound master realm. Given Chen Shen's current level, engaging him directly would be tantamount to seeking death. At last, the main figure had appeared. Chen Shen's lips curled into a smile, but instead of engaging in combat, he hastily retrieved a small porcelain bottle from his spatial pouch and tossed it towards Wang Jin, mistaking it for a hidden weapon activated by the figure in black. Wang Jin instinctively prepared to evade. At that moment, Chen Shen deliberately adopted a raspy tone and called out, "Still dare to dodge? Excellent. Once this porcelain bottle shatters on the ground, the precious boundary-breaking pill within will surely be tainted by the mud, drastically diminishing its efficacy. At that moment, I shall see how you explain yourself to Lord Xiao." Chapter 82. The Great Shin Master? What? A superior breaking realm pill? Were it not for the sight of the cloaked figure standing with hands clasped behind his back, exuding no hint of malice, Wang Jin would have surely believed this to be a mere trickery. However, given the prevailing circumstances, he had no choice but to accept it as truth. Thus, in the instant the white porcelain vial whizzed past his ear, Wang Jin swiftly swung his arm back to grasp it firmly in his palm. Simultaneously, his bulky frame, which had been charging forward, came to an abrupt halt, leaving 2 deep impressions in the heavy stone floor. Casting a puzzled glance at the cloaked figure not far away, he cautiously removed the cork, and instantly, a wave of exquisite medicinal fragrance enveloped him. Indeed, it was a superior breaking realm pill. A flutter of excitement surged within Wang, and his gaze towards Chen Shen softened, no longer reflecting the earlier hostility. Instead, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "What does this mean? I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to meet with Lord Xiao to engage in a transaction," Chen Shen replied in a measured tone, suppressing his voice. "However, being an uninvited guest in Jilong City, I risked being turned away without an introduction, hence I resorted to this approach, seeking your assistance, Mr. Wang." "Humph. Your method of visitation is indeed unconventional. Our Lord Xiao is exceedingly busy. Do you think your request can be granted so easily?" Wang Jin retorted angrily. "Moreover, you have injured many of my subordinates. How do you propose to settle this?" As the two conversed, the 12 execution guards, alongside over 100 elite soldiers, had surged into the inner courtyard, encircling Chen Shen completely. Their fierce demeanor suggested that, at a mere command from Wang, they would gladly execute this intruder. With a sigh, the young man shook his head and chuckled bitterly. "I only wish to meet with Lord Xiao. Why must you press me so harshly? You still dare not reveal your true self. It is evident you are no good bird. You have trespassed into a heavily guarded area. This is a capital offense. Enough of this nonsense. Just chop him up and feed him to the dogs, in accordance with the law." Previously, they had been made to feel foolish as Chen Shen toyed with them, and now, witnessing the cloaked figure surrounded, they felt emboldened to speak defiantly. The mystics, capable of refining their qi to connect with the divine, establish a synergistic effect between their ethereal energy and spiritual awareness, significantly enhancing their sensory acuity. Through the projection of their consciousness, they can seize the initiative on the battlefield. The adept, on the other hand, can condense their energy into an ocean and transform it into a liquid state. They possess the ability to compress the qi within their dantian through countless trials, converting it from a gaseous to a liquid form, thereby amplifying their power exponentially. It is essential to understand that those who attain the realm of the mystic are already positioned as elite leaders within significant factions or as exceptional individuals charting their own paths. What more can be said of a master? Without exaggeration, the status of a master serves as a definitive demarcation between the strong and the weak throughout the vast Xia Empire. Many practitioners, despite having access to excellent cultivation resources and notable martial talents, may spend their entire lives without ever reaching the master level. Conversely, any master is invariably esteemed by the imperial royalty, enjoying a transcendent status and renown. Even the prospect of being conferred titles and lands lies within their grasp. The 4 primary realms of human practitioners, apprentice, adept, mystic, and master, are so well known that even infants can babble them with ease. Consequently, Wang Jin and his companions found it utterly perplexing why this grand master in a black robe would abandon the splendor of the imperial capital to venture into this obscure town. Was it not an act of bullying? What if the shock were to induce a heart condition? Had they known the true identity of this grand master, Wang Jin would have never dared to confront him. Now, he was engulfed in bitterness and distress. The expressions of those around him were even more grim. The very figure they had just called for bloodshed turned out to be a formidable grand master, leaving them utterly astounded. Yet, little did he realize that this mysterious figure in black was not a master at all, but rather a mere boy who had yet to even step into the realm of the mystic. The liquid barrier surrounding him was merely an illusion created after consuming a special liquid essence pill, combined with the unique qi of the 3-spirit transformation. Should Wang Jin boldly engage in battle with Chen Shen, he would undoubtedly discover that this liquid form was utterly flimsy. However, the crux of the matter lay in his unwillingness to confront it. Thus, Chen Shen could continue to play the role to perfection. Calmly, he inquired, "Why is everyone silent? Just moments ago, there were boasts of chopping me to bits to feed dogs." The one who had previously made such claims, the executioner, trembled in fear, his complexion as pale as salt, stammering, "And no, I was blind to your greatness. I have an elderly mother of 80 and an 8-year-old child. I implore you, esteemed one, spare my life." With that, he promptly knelt before Chen Shen, doing so with utmost determination. "Humph." Chen Shen let out a heavy snort, his heart already bursting with mirth. "This is what you get for your insolent tongue, for your pretentious bravado before me. You are still too naive." This cold snort sent shivers through the crowd of over 100 people. Even Wang, the chief steward of the 9-Dragon City, felt a chill of cold sweat break out upon his brow. Following this, an ominous silence enveloped the surroundings. Chen Shen, reluctant to utter a word, remained mute, while Wang Jin and others dared not speak, fearing that any attempt at conversation might provoke the formidable figure before them. The consequences of such an affront could lead to a swift demise, with bloodshed imminent. After an agonizing pause, Chen Shen deemed the moment ripe and withdrew the fabricated aura of mystique. Instantly, the over 100 individuals in the inner courtyard felt as though they had been granted a reprieve. Chapter 83, The Terrified City Lord. Chen Shen continued to play the role of the imposing figure. Enough. I am not a man who revels in bloodshed. Otherwise, given your earlier disrespect, there would be no survivors left in this hall. Seeing a glimmer of hope in the unfolding situation, Wang Jin quickly donned a conciliatory expression and interjected, "Indeed, esteemed elder. Your magnanimity is admirable. We are in awe of your forbearance. Enough with the superfluous flattery. Dismiss them. I prefer that this matter remains known to as few as possible." At these words, Wang Jin hastily waved his hand, commanding, "All of you, withdraw. Remember, the events of today concerning the elder must not be mentioned to anyone. Otherwise, you shall face military justice." In Wang Jin's mind, the figure in the black robe was undoubtedly a Grand Master. If he truly harbored intentions of violence, the presence of these insignificant individuals would serve no purpose. Understood. More than 100 voices echoed in unison as they hurriedly dispersed, disregarding any semblance of order in their rush to exit the courtyard. They feared that should they lag behind, the capricious master might turn back and claim their lives. In a mere 3 seconds, the vast inner courtyard was left with only the rotund Wang Jin and the enigmatic figure, Chen Shen. The youth nodded slowly and, in a low voice, remarked, "Well, you are not entirely lacking in sense." Wang Jin, flattered yet embarrassed, could hardly respond. If he were to realize that he, a high-ranking steward, was being addressed as you by a mere boy of 15 or 16, while feigning gratitude, he would surely be mortified. "Now, can you take me to meet your city lord, Xiao?" the youth inquired again. "Of course. I am confident that upon receiving a distinguished guest such as yourself, City Lord Xiao will feel honored." Wang Jin nodded vigorously. The same question posed twice yielded answers of vastly different implications. This exemplifies the dramatic transformations that absolute power can evoke. As they proceeded halfway down the path, Wang Jin seemed to recall something and respectfully extended a small porcelain vial back to Chen Shen. "Esteemed elder, I would never presume to accept your belongings. Indeed, this was never meant for you," Chen Shen replied, unceremoniously reclaiming the vial. He then coldly urged, "Let us hasten. I do not wish to linger in this insignificant place any longer." He had discarded the breakthrough pill to prompt Wang Jin to pause, thus creating an opportunity to deceive. Now that his strategy had succeeded, there was no reason to part with such a precious alchemical treasure. Upon hearing Chen Shen's words, Wang Jin became increasingly convinced of the black-robed man's extraordinary identity. After all, who but an exceptional individual could nonchalantly toss aside a high-grade breakthrough pill? Thus, Wang Jin's demeanor grew more subservient. With the trusted steward Wang Jin leading the way, they encountered no obstacles as they traversed from the inner courtyard of the hall to the inner sanctum of the city lord's residence. Within a mere 5 minutes, Chen Shen was ushered to the esteemed seat, where a delicate maidservant presented tea and water, attending to him with gentle shoulder massages and back rubs, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled comfort. Wang Jin mentioned he would inform the black-robed figure, and upon securing the latter's consent, he respectfully took his leave. In the inner chamber of the city lord, a dignified elder in his 60s, upon hearing Wang Jin's account, furrowed his white brows and murmured to himself, "According to your description, this black-robed individual is indeed a genuine master of profound arts. What business could such a significant figure possibly have with a mere border city lord like myself?" This venerable elder was none other than Xiao Mo, the lord of Jiulong City. "My subordinate attempted to inquire along the way, yet that elder insisted on a face-to-face meeting with you," Wang Jin replied in a hushed tone. "A master of profound arts, one must be wary of their intentions," Xiao Mo mused. "Forgive me for my candor, but the black-robed man may not be as malevolent as you perceive," the subordinate ventured. Xiao Mo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What leads you to that conclusion?" "My encounter suggests that if the black-robed man harbored any nefarious intentions, with his prowess, he could easily wreak havoc, as no one within Jiulong City could stand against him. Why then would he go through such elaborate means to meet with you? Your reasoning holds merit. Come, let us accompany the city lord to discern the true purpose of this master of profound arts." Xiao Mo, embodying the authority of a city lord, displayed a hint of audacity. Moments later, amidst a hearty laugh, Lord Xiao slowly pushed open the door to the reception hall. His piercing gaze settled upon the mysterious figure shrouded in a voluminous black robe occupying the main seat. After a brief pause, he clasped his fists in greeting and proclaimed, "I am Xiao Mo. It brings me great joy to learn of your esteemed presence. I have come to pay my respects. However, before the city lord could finish his formalities, the black-robed figure abruptly rose, sending 2 attending maidservants flying 10 feet away with a mere wave of gentle force. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged from the black-robed figure, assailing the very souls of both Xiao Mo and Wang Jin. This unforeseen turn of events left Xiao Mo momentarily disconcerted. Already on edge, he staggered back several steps, ultimately misstepping on the entrance stairs and tumbling to the ground. Is this intense murderous intent directed at me? Why would he wish to harm me? I do not even know him. The official smile that had graced Xiao Mo's face crumbled in an instant, replaced by a profound dread that lingered at the precipice of life and death. In that moment, Chen Shen employed a familiar technique, enveloping himself in a barrier of liquid profound energy, interwoven with arcs of lightning. Observing this from his awkward position on the stone steps, Xiao Mo could not help but exclaim, condensing energy into liquid? Just a minute prior, he had only heard of such a phenomenon through Wang Jin's account. Now, witnessing the black-robed figure unleash the capabilities of a master of profound arts firsthand instilled a sense of awe that was utterly captivating. The overwhelming pressure of superiority and cultivation ignited an undeniable feeling of helplessness deep within the city lord's heart, swiftly morphing into boundless terror. Get the hell away from me. Chen Shen's sudden roar shattered the tense atmosphere. Though his voice lacked volume, it was laced with a formidable aura. The fright was no trifling matter, as both Lord Xiao and Steward Wang sprang to their feet, scrambling away in a panic. Cursed be it, what a wretched lord I am. Reduced to fleeing at a mere shout, Lord Xiao's heart brimmed with indignation. After all, he could scarcely recall having provoked any formidable master. Having served as the lord of Julong City for over a decade, he had yet to encounter a practitioner of such caliber. Was this not unjust? At the same time, Wang Jin was equally startled and dismayed, yet another perplexity gnawed at him. Why did this robed elder so swiftly turn hostile? During their previous interactions, he had exhibited no trace of arrogance. Chapter 84. Sweetness and the Iron Fist. Why the panic, my dear fellows? I did not address you. Suddenly, the voice of Chen Shen, stifling laughter, echoed from behind them. Both Xiao Mo and Wang Jin halted in their tracks, turning around in confusion. Elder, did you not instruct us to leave? Oh, I did not command you to depart. Chen Shen gestured for them to return, to come at a beck and call. Only the lord of Julong City could achieve such a feat, yet now it was he who found himself summoned. Alas, circumstances were beyond personal control. Xiao Mo and Wang Jin exchanged glances, ultimately yielding to the elder's directive, returning with downcast expressions. In that moment, the potency of the sedative liquid pill began to wane, and the imposing aura had served its purpose, prompting Chen Shen to retract his energy. Instantly, the formidable presence that had captivated onlookers dissipated. At last, Xiao Mo and Wang Jin, having re-entered the hall, breathed a sigh of relief. What was that earlier, elder? Xiao Mo inquired cautiously. With a light chuckle, Chen Shen elaborated. I was merely delivering a warning to an old adversary. We had agreed to settle our differences in the eastern outskirts tomorrow, but lo and behold, he could not contain his impatience and pursued me here. I am of a tranquil disposition, never one to revel in bloodshed, to avoid involving innocents. I preferred not to confront that old fool within the city. What a grandiose tale Chen Shen spun. Yet, Xiao Mo and Wang Jin believed him wholeheartedly, nodding in agreement. In their minds, a battle of such a caliber could easily obliterate a mere practitioner with even the faintest residual energy. Such a profound master, yet so compassionate. Unwilling to harm the innocent, truly, a paragon for our kind. Lord Xiao offered a sincere compliment. Chen Shen, exuding an air of authority, waved his hand dismissively. However, within the youth's heart lay a mischievous glee. With such a show of might, he was confident that the forthcoming plans would unfold much more smoothly. Otherwise, had Xiao Mo maintained his lofty demeanor as the lord of Julong City, their negotiations would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. Yet, as these thoughts crossed his mind, Chen Shen's playful spirit evaporated. After all, Linger remained in the clutches of the Xue family. Returning to the matter at hand, I have come today to request a favor from Lord Xiao. Of course, you may also perceive it as a transaction. As he spoke, the youth deftly waved his hand from within the folds of his robe, tossing a small porcelain vial into the hands of Xiao Mo. Open it, and take a look. The lord of Xiao City nodded somewhat dazedly before gently uncorking the vial, and an incredibly rich aura of medicinal essence wafted forth, intoxicatingly fragrant. Is this a high-grade breaking realm pill? Xiao Mo's triangular eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, it should be noted that a week prior, at the auction, the medium-grade breaking realm pill sold had also originated from my own hands. Chen Shen once again unveiled a momentous revelation. leaving both Xiao Mo and Wang Jin with mouths agape, rendered momentarily speechless. A grandmaster, coupled with the ability to concoct high-grade breaking realm pills. The intersection of these two identities instantly made Lord Xiao realize how minuscule he was before this figure clad in black robes. Chen Shen was willing to expend the opportunity for a first refinement with the 100 success rate of the Gongxin Liuli Ding, all for the purpose of eliciting this astonishment from Lord Xiao. To subdue a powerhouse like Xiao Mo, one must not only wield a formidable stick to instill fear, but also offer sweetness to entice the other party. Only then can one ensure their unwavering loyalty in executing tasks. Thus, only in this manner could Miao Ling be rescued swiftly. Through the previous auction, Chen Shen had naturally come to understand the rarity of the breaking realm pill. However, with his current alchemical skills, he could only refine medium-grade breaking realm pills. To compel Lord Xiao to yield unconditionally, it would require a high-grade breaking realm pill capable of elevating a Xian master to the next level. At this moment, it was not difficult to discern from the astonished yet greedy expression on the other's face that this high-grade breaking realm pill had already stirred his desires. The ensuing matters would be much simpler. Chen Shen casually remarked, "You assist me in retrieving someone from the Shui family, and this high-grade breaking realm pill shall be yours. Pray tell, whom does the esteemed elder seek?" Xiao Mo's heart stirred. The Shui family, as one of the three prominent families of Nine Dragons City, wielded considerable influence within the city. Even as the lord of Xiao City, he could not simply call upon Shui Tianxiao at will. Otherwise, should hostilities arise, the Shui family would retaliate fiercely, leaving Xiao Mo in a precarious position. "I merely stated my desire as a courteous expression," Chen Shen said with a cold smile, then flicked his wrist, unfurling an image of Miao Ling before Xiao Mo and Wang Jin. He then recounted the tale of Miao Ling's abduction by members of the Shui family. As for the identity of the figure in black robes, he portrayed it as a powerful individual from the imperial capital who recognized Chen Shen's alchemical talent and wished to take him as a disciple. This powerful figure, upon hearing that the Shui family had taken Miao Ling, felt compassion for his future disciple's sorrow and wished to lend assistance. However, to prevent Chen Shen from growing complacent upon learning of his intent to take him as a disciple, he preferred to keep his identity concealed for the time being. Thus, rather than directly storming the Shui family to rescue her, he chose to leverage Xiao Mo's status as lord to request the return of the person. In just a few concise sentences, the youth had laid out the entirety of the situation. After listening, both Xiao Mo and Wang Jin couldn't help but marvel internally at Chen Shen's extraordinary fortune in being chosen by a grandmaster. Moreover, even before formally taking on the role of a mentor, the master has already been subtly aiding his future disciple in overcoming challenges. It appears that I must cultivate a closer relationship with that lad, Chen Shen, with a powerful grandmaster backing him, especially one capable of concocting high-grade boundary-breaking pills. That young man could traverse the imperial capital with impunity, could he not? Xiao Mo mused internally, his expression still tinged with hesitation. Does the elder imply that I should lead troops to the Shui family to rescue Miao Ling? However, one cannot approach this under the guise of a rescue mission. The Shui family has taken her hostage and would naturally wish to keep their misdeeds hidden, especially from the authorities. It is likely that the moment we arrive, they would resort to silencing her. Chen Shen replied in a leisurely manner. Hence, your expedition must be cloaked under the pretense of investigating rebels. Investigating rebels? Xiao Mo was momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed by the ulterior motives of the figure in the black robe. When the time is ripe, you will know precisely what to do. For now, begin assembling your troops. I must attend to an urgent matter. When I return, it will be your moment to embark. Rest assured, I shall ensure that you, as the city lord, face no undue difficulties. With that, Chen Shen departed without a backward glance. Chapter 85. The Concealment Talisman. Once the figure in the black robe vanished into the vastness of the night, Wang Jin timidly inquired, "City lord, what shall we do?" "We shall act as he instructed." Xiao Mo directed his gaze to the small porcelain vial in his hand, a glimmer of avarice flashing in his eyes. This vial contains a high-grade boundary-breaking pill capable of unconditionally elevating a practitioner's rank. Just 2 weeks prior, at an auction, a mid-grade boundary-breaking pill, which could similarly elevate a practitioner, fetched an astronomical price of 330,000 gold. The high-grade pill now nestled in his palm is worth infinitely more. Yet, the black-robed figure so nonchalantly entrusted it to him. Xiao Mo understood that although this reward was tantalizingly close, failure to fulfill the tasks assigned by the black-robed individual would lead to an unimaginable nightmare awaiting him. Contemplating this, Xiao Mo's countenance grew grave. "You are to gather personnel immediately. Furthermore, notify the guards and soldiers at my residence. If a black-robed individual arrives, they must extend the utmost courtesy and promptness in bringing him to me." "Yes." Wait, it would be better for them to inform me directly, so that I may personally welcome him. Understood. As Xiao Mo and Wang Jin meticulously organized their plans, the true mastermind, having shed his voluminous black robe for a form-fitting night attire, stealthily slipped into an uninhabited area. He quietly concealed himself in the northern alleyway of the Shui family compound. Releasing his battle companion, Xiao Bai. Boss, I thought we were heading to the Beast Mountain Forest. Why are we still in the city? Xiao Bai tilted his head in confusion. Chen Shen quickly covered the creature's mouth, then proceeded to share the details of his rescue plan. Suddenly, the little creature activated its keen senses, scanning the surroundings multiple times to ensure that no one within a 200-meter radius was aware of their presence. Only then did it convey a message to its master through thought. Safe. Subsequently, the young man retrieved a light blue talisman from his spatial pouch. This was the invisibility talisman awarded to him by the spirit of the system upon his successful breakthrough to the Xian practitioner realm. Invisibility talisman, a special mystical talisman of unknown grade. Upon use, it allows the wielder to conceal their form and mask their presence, rendering them undetectable to practitioners below the realm of Xian King. The effect lasts for 15 minutes. With a flicker of thought, the talisman in his hand ignited instantly, turning into a burst of flames and being consumed entirely. Simultaneously, the talisman's power was activated, causing the young man, clad in black, to transform into a nearly transparent figure, seamlessly blending into the vastness of the night. Under the shimmering moonlight, the only visible scenery within this dead-end alley consisted of 3 smooth stone walls and an inconspicuous little white cat. The young man was quite pleased with the effectiveness of the invisibility talisman. He firmly believed that even if he stood boldly amidst a crowd, scrutinized by hundreds of eyes, his presence would remain undetected. Ding. The invisibility talisman has taken effect. Ding. Special reminder. During the invisibility process, the host must not utilize Xian energy, or it will immediately fail. The young man let out a silent sigh of relief. Fortunately, his purpose for this venture was merely to ascertain the location where Lingerer was imprisoned, without the need for a direct confrontation with the Shui family. When the rescue operation commenced, the soldiers led by Lord Xiao would charge into battle on his behalf. Little White, once inside, disguise yourself as a stray cat, and do not raise any suspicion. He communicated silently through thought. This was a unique mode of communication he shared with his battle companion, akin to a soul exchange, free from the worry of being overheard. Rest assured, boss, this tiger god will certainly not hold you back. The young man nodded in acknowledgement and then propelled himself off the ground, gripping the edge of the outer wall with his right arm, effortlessly flipping over into the interior of the Shui family's courtyard. This entire sequence of movements required not a trace of Xian energy, allowing him to easily scale the 3-meter-high courtyard wall of the Shui residence, a feat attributed to his previous consumption of the flower-scaled serpent's tail, which had exponentially enhanced his physical strength and muscle power. One must admit, as one of the 3 prominent families in Jilong City, the Shui family's estate was not only vast, but also replete with amenities such as flower gardens, martial fields, rockeries, and fish ponds. In comparison to the world he had inhabited in his past life, it resembled a miniature English castle. Wow, it's enormous. Thankfully, I have Little White as my super radar. The young man mused inwardly while issuing commands to his battle companion. Little White's delicate nose twitched, its feline eyes narrowing to slits as it activated all its senses to their utmost efficiency, navigating through walls and around trees, conducting a thorough search under the cloak of night. Within the Shui family courtyard, the young man walked boldly, unnoticed by several patrols of night guards holding torches that passed by him without a single soul perceiving his presence. 5 minutes later, every corner of the outer courtyard of the Shui residence had been thoroughly surveyed by the keen senses of the little creature. With a resigned shake of his head, the little one acknowledged the futility of his search. 1/3 of the invisible time had elapsed. It was imperative to hasten the pace. With the outer courtyard yielding no results, the decision was made to venture into the inner courtyard. The young lad's gaze was firmly fixed upon the 2 sturdy black iron doors a mere 10 meters away. At this moment, those heavy doors were securely shut. Flanking them stood 2 guards, each wielding a sharp sword, with a brazier placed 3 steps in front of them. Suddenly, an eerie gust of wind swept through, causing the flames in the brazier to flicker chaotically. At that instant, the guard on the left furrowed his brow in confusion, exclaiming, did I just perceive a shadow passing above us? The guard on the right chuckled dismissively. I saw it too. It was merely a white feral cat. No need to make a fuss. Meanwhile, Chen Shen and Bai had stealthily infiltrated the inner courtyard of the Shui estate. Although the inner courtyard was considerably smaller in area than the outer, this so-called smallness was relative. In fact, there were over 100 rooms designated for habitation. Moreover, The security here was even more formidable, with a guard stationed every 10 steps and a sentinel every 5. Under such circumstances, the youth was exceptionally cautious with each step he took. Although the effect of the invisibility talisman alleviated the worry of being seen, the guards in the inner courtyard were far superior to those in the outer. The higher the cultivation level of a practitioner, the sharper their senses became. Even the slightest disturbance could arouse suspicion among these inner courtyard experts. Should anyone choose to investigate the source of any unusual sound, it would spell disaster for Chen Shen. Time ticked away relentlessly as by S heightened senses meticulously explored one room after another. Chen Shen remained closely behind, fully alert and probing his surroundings to the best of his ability. At a certain moment, the youth's steps unexpectedly halted. Chapter 86, Exposure. For Chen Shen suddenly sensed a familiar aura, Shui Tianxiao. The name seethed within him as he gritted his teeth. A blaze of fury ignited in the depths of his dark, starry eyes. In an instant, it felt as though the very air around him had become unbearably scorching. As the saying goes, a dragon has its reverse scales. Touch them, and you shall surely perish. For Chen Shen, who had been reborn in this other world, Linger and Old Shun were akin to untouchable dragon scales. The cruel actions of Shui Yang against him, coupled with Shui Tianxiao's personal involvement in abducting his most cherished person as leverage, had continually reignited the conflict between him and the Shui family. At this juncture, the names of the Shui father and son had inscribed 2 vivid, blood-red words of resolve: kill. Suddenly, a booming voice shattered the tension. In the next instant, a surge of palm energy crackling with electric force burst through the door. With a resounding crash, the wooden door was obliterated. Chen Shen, caught off guard in the corridor, instinctively ducked. Whoosh! The tangible imprint of the thunderous palm whistled past, barely grazing his scalp. Alas! It appears that my earlier excitement has inadvertently attracted the attention of Shui Tianxiao. A sense of urgency gripped Chen Shen's heart. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed in, revealing a burly middle-aged man stepping forward, his fierce eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Chen Shen remained motionless, lying flat on the ground. With deliberate steps, Shui Tianxiao approached, each stride bringing him closer, just 2 steps away from treading upon Chen Shen. The invisibility talisman granted him concealment, yet he remained a tangible entity. Should Shui Tianxiao inadvertently step on him, the anomaly would be unmistakable, leading to dire consequences. Just 1 step remained. Damn it! With little choice left, he resolved to act preemptively. It was better to strike first than to face certain death. In that fleeting moment, his mind raced. He would utilize a teleportation technique to create distance, followed by a sudden strike to the opponent's head. Success hinged upon this decisive moment. Truth be told, Chen Shen harbored no confidence in his ability to execute a successful ambush. After all, his opponent was a 4-star mystic master, while he had only just ascended to the rank of 7-star mystic warrior the previous night. The disparity in their cultivation levels was substantial. Furthermore, even if his ambush were to succeed, what then? The multitude of Shui family experts would be far beyond his solitary capacity to confront. Suddenly, a cat's meow broke the tension, diverting Shui Tianxiao's attention as he instinctively turned towards the source of the sound. At that very moment, his advancing leg retracted. Casting a glance at the little white cat 10 meters away, Shui Tianxiao's taut nerves finally relaxed. Humph! Merely a stray cat. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he unleashed a bolt of lightning towards the feline. The startled white cat let out a sharp meow, leaping into the nearby well to escape the attack. Lord Patriarch? Is everything all right? The commotion had roused the patrolling guards. All is well. Keep your eyes peeled and continue your watch. Shui Tianxiao huffed, sweeping his sleeves as he returned indoors. That was a close call. Had the white cat's meow been delayed by even half a second, Chen Shen would have had no choice but to fight to the death. Even if he were to perish alongside his adversary, what about Miaoling? She had yet to be rescued. Little White, are you all right? Chen Shen called out mentally. After a prolonged wait, a response finally came. Stop yelling. You're making this tiger god deaf. The young man sighed in relief. Are you unharmed? I'm perfectly fine. I am the mighty tiger god, capable of navigating through turbulent waters without a care, let alone a mere well. Once the guards have moved away, I shall emerge. Then, with a hint of annoyance, the little white cat added, Boss, you were far too careless. You worry about me being a liability, yet clearly, it is you who has hindered this tiger god. I was forced to resort to meowing like a cat. As a dignified tiger god, it is quite humiliating, you know? Chen Shen felt warmth in his heart and sheepishly replied, I was in the wrong. I shall treat you to the signature all-fish banquet at the feast pavilion. With a dismissive scoff, Xiaobai proclaimed her desires, exclaiming, I want to eat 10 portions. Chen Shen found himself both amused and exasperated. The night enveloped them in deepening shadows. The invisibility talisman was on the verge of expiration, with merely 3 minutes remaining. Yet, despite Xiao Bai's keen senses scouring every nook and cranny of the Shui residence, she could not detect Linger's presence. Could it be that Linger had been utterly eradicated? As this unsettling thought crossed Chen Shen's mind, he shook his head gently. It couldn't be so. They had abducted Miao Ling precisely to lure him to the Shui manor. Since he had yet to make an appearance or report to the authorities, they should not resort to executing her. But why, then, was she nowhere to be found? He had searched the garden, the fish pond, the rockery, the bedroom, and even the restroom, yet no trace remained. What on earth was happening? Chen Shen was consumed by anxiety and unease. 3 minutes remained, the final deadline. If he failed to locate her now, he would have to return empty-handed. The entire rescue plan was meticulously interlinked, and if he faltered at this juncture, all prior efforts would be in vain. Suddenly, from around the corner, a voice from a Shui family guard reached his ears. "Greetings, young master. Why are you still awake at such a late hour?" Following the sound, Chen Shen discerned a young man leisurely standing with his hands clasped behind his back under the moonlight. It was Shui Yang. "Indeed. I just had a dream that the little lass was rescued by someone," Shui Yang remarked, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. "You need not worry, young master. The female prisoner is secured in the cellar of the stable, concealed beneath a pile of dry grass. Aside from our core family members, who could possibly discover such a hidden place?" One of the guards replied with a chuckle. Another guard, approaching with a sycophantic grin, added in a hushed tone, "The clan leader has decreed that in 10 days, the 100-school competition will take place. He has ordered you to avoid the company of women, lest your vital energy be depleted and you are unable to compete at your best." Unbeknownst to the guards, their offhand remarks greatly aided Chen Shen. A cellar within the stable? No wonder he had found no leads thus far. He had never considered having Xiao Bai investigate beneath the surface. At that moment, Shui Yang, growing impatient, interjected, "Out of my way. I merely wish to ensure everything is in order. I will not lay a finger on that little lass. Mind your own business." With a disdainful glance at the guards, he made his way toward the stables. Once he had distanced himself, the guards huddled together, murmuring quietly, "I'd wager the young master won't be able to resist. Of course, that girl they brought back is truly stunning. What a figure. I could hardly take my eyes off her. Especially since the young master is rather eager." Chen Shen felt a surge of panic. "Shui Yang, if you dare to lay a finger on Miao Ling, I will turn you into mincemeat." Yet, at this moment, he could not unleash his energy, for that would cause the invisibility talisman to fail. What could he do? Suddenly, inspiration struck the young man. He sought refuge in a dimly lit, deserted corner, deliberately altering his tone before bellowing, "Esteemed clan leader, the young master has gone to find that female prisoner. I fear you should advise him swiftly." The force of his shout startled Shui Yang, who was some distance away, causing him to stumble and fall awkwardly. "Damn it, who is it? Who has betrayed me?" Shui Yang spun around angrily, but the surrounding guards wore expressions of bewilderment, shaking their heads in ignorance. At that moment, another furious roar echoed, charged with profound energy. "Scoundrel! You little rascal, return to your room at once." The voice belonged to none other than Shui Tianxiao. "Ah, father, you are awake. Please disregard the nonsense from these guards. I simply couldn't sleep and came out for some fresh air." Shui Yang immediately wilted under his father's gaze. "Couldn't sleep? Fresh air? Humph. You were clearly headed towards the stables. You have grown bold enough to deceive your father?" Shui Tianxiao's voice resonated like thunder. "Return to your room immediately. If you can't sleep, then practice. Without my permission, you shall not set foot outside again." During this period, Shui Yang had repeatedly stirred up trouble, and his father was already in a foul mood. He dared not defy his father any further and could only slink back to his chamber, casting furious glares at the guards along the way, seemingly searching for the traitor among them. Unfortunately, disappointment awaited him, for Chen Shen had already brushed past him, heading straight for the stables. With the aid of Xiao Bai, it wasn't long before he located the hidden cellar beneath a pile of dead grass. Chen Shen extended his consciousness and indeed sensed that familiar aura. Miao Ling, it was undoubtedly Miao Ling. She was alive and well. Ha ha. Chen Shen finally felt a wave of relief. As long as she was alive, his well-devised rescue plan would surely succeed in liberating Linger. Ding. The invisibility effect will dissipate in 1 minute. The sudden alarm resounded in Chen Shen's mind, sending a chill down his spine. Given his current predicament, losing his invisibility would make escaping the heavily guarded Shui family's inner courtyard an insurmountable task. The youth dashed away, relying solely on his physical prowess to propel himself forward. As he sprinted, he had to ensure his movements remained as light as possible to avoid detection by the formidable experts within the Shui residence. This sensation was akin to walking a tightrope. A moment's lapse could lead to a catastrophic fall. Fortunately, The journey was fraught with tension, yet devoid of peril. The instant Chen Shen vaulted over the outer wall of the Shui estate, the invisibility charm expired, and he successfully escaped. All is ready. Only the eastern wind is lacking. Chen Shen muttered to himself before instructing Xiao Bai to return to the battle pet space. He donned a black robe once more, channeling his energy fully as he hastened towards the city lord's mansion. Half an hour later, over 3,000 soldiers from the city lord's mansion set forth in a grand procession. The rhythmic thundering of their march reverberated against the cobblestones, shattering the tranquil night. Soon, outside the Shui estate, a resounding roar echoed. As the city lord, I have received imperial orders and come personally to apprehend the criminal. Open the gates at once. Upon witnessing Lord Zhao's arrival with his troops, the guards of the Shui family dared not resist and obediently opened the gates. Subsequently, with a commanding gesture, Lord Xiao led 100 fully armed elite soldiers and 12 executioners into the estate in a disciplined formation. Where is your clan leader? Bring him forth at once. Lord Zhao's roar, imbued with profound energy, resonated like a tiger's growl, unmistakably asserting the authority of a city lord. Chief Steward Wang Jin was not idle either. He directed the remaining 3,000 guards to encircle the Grand Shui residence, effectively sealing it off within mere minutes. As the commotion surged into the inner courtyard of the Shui estate, over 100 elite warriors split into two flanks, creating a narrow path. At the end of this path stood a formidable elder clad in tiger-headed chainmail, wielding a crescent blade, striding forward with an imposing presence that instilled a sense of dread among the Shui family's martial practitioners. This elder was none other than Xiao Mo, the supreme ruler of Jiulong City. Chief Steward Wang Jin lagged slightly behind, moving at a measured pace, his expression equally grave, to the astonishment of the Shui family. In addition to Wang Jin, there was a mysterious figure cloaked in black, accompanying Lord Xiao. Unlike Wang Jin, this figure walked in step with Xiao Mo, occupying the central position, while the illustrious Lord Xiao took a slightly off-center stance. This arrangement further piqued curiosity regarding the enigmatic identity of the cloaked individual. The ruckus inevitably roused Shui Tianxiao, who appeared visibly perturbed. Despite his irritation, he had to maintain a facade of courtesy, bowing slightly and saying, "Shui Tianxiao is here to welcome you, though I regret not being able to greet you properly. May I inquire about the purpose of your late-night visit, esteemed lord?" Lord Xiao maintained a stern visage and replied tersely, "As I have mentioned, I am here to apprehend a criminal." Apprehend a criminal? Surely. Lord Xiao has come to the wrong place. The Shui family is a reputable martial arts lineage, and we have never engaged in any illicit activities. Shui Tianxiao's words were delivered with dignity, as befitted the leader of one of the three great families. He felt it necessary to assert his standing, otherwise, others might perceive the Shui family as a mere soft target. However, a flicker of unease stirred within Shui Tianxiao. Could the matter of abducting Miao Ling have been exposed? Was it that scoundrel Chen Shen who caused this? Yet even so, could a mere commoner like Chen Shen truly provoke Lord Xiao to take personal action against him? As Shui Tianxiao's thoughts churned, Lord Xiao, now visibly impatient, waved his hand dismissively. "Whether I have wronged your Shui family can be determined by confronting your precious son directly. Where is Shui Yang? Bring him forth to answer." Shui Tianxiao's heart sank, cursing that rascal under his breath for causing such trouble. Nonetheless, he had to defend his son, asserting, "What connection could this matter of apprehending a criminal have with my son? Lord Xiao, it seems there is a misunderstanding here. I suggest we dispense with the idle chatter. The officials above are awaiting my report. Someone seize them." At Lord Zhao's command, over 100 elite soldiers who had entered the Shui residence with him responded thunderously. They quickly dispersed into small teams of 5, determined to turn the Shui residence upside down. "Cease this at once. Do you take my Shui residence for a mere plaything, to search at your whim?" Shui Tianxiao erupted in fury, veins throbbing on his forehead. As a 4-star mystical master, his imposing aura surged forth, stirring the air into a tempest of dust and debris. "Shui Tianxiao, do you truly intend to obstruct this lord from executing his duties?" Xiao Mo narrowed his eyes, unleashing a pair of piercing glances imbued with lethal intent. In that instant, flames of power erupted around him, surpassing even the Shui family patriarch by 3 stars, effectively shattering Shui Tianxiao's imposing presence by nearly half. Then, with an undeniable tone, Lord Xiao declared, "Whoever dares to delay this matter, causing me to lose my esteemed position, shall find themselves facing the severed head of their own hound." Though he did not name anyone, Shui Tianxiao, and indeed the entirety of the Shui family, understood Xiao Mo's intent and recognized his determination. It appeared that there was no room for negotiation in this matter. "What in the world has that wretched Shui Yang done behind my back?" Shui Tianxiao's face darkened, his heart gripped by dread. Given the gravity of the situation, he had come to believe 9 parts of what Xiao Mo stated. In his mind, Lord Xiao would not adopt such a hardline stance without absolute certainty, especially against the esteemed Shui residents. For although the city lord's forces numbered 3,000, the true elite comprised only around 100. Should matters escalate to a complete breakdown, the Shui family had 7 elders, with 1 deceased, leaving 150 elite clansmen, plus Shui Tianxiao himself as a 4-star mystical master. Despite Xiao Mo's formidable personal strength, he might not gain any advantage in the ensuing chaos. Go, summon Shui Yang. Let him confront Lord Xiao directly. Shui Tianxiao finally relented. Lord Xiao, are you satisfied now? As for the search of the residents, I kindly ask you to exercise restraint. Reluctant to escalate tensions with the city lord, he sought to avoid a confrontation that would benefit neither party. Upon hearing his words, Lord Xiao did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned his inquiring gaze towards the figure in the black robe standing beside him. After a slight bow, he respectfully sought the elder's opinion. Senior, what is your stance on this matter? Xiao Mo's actions left Shui Tianxiao utterly astonished. Senior? The venerable Lord Xiao, a distinguished 7-star mystical master, was addressing this figure in such a deferential manner? What could be their true identity? In truth, beneath the black robe was no elder or sage, but merely a young lad named Chen Shen. At that moment, he spoke in a calm and measured tone. Shui Yang must be summoned for a confrontation. The Shui residents shall still be searched. Such audacity. The sheer dominance of this stance was unyielding. Shui Tianxiao was driven to the brink, his eyes turning crimson with rage. Do not push us too far. Do you truly believe my Shui residence is without defenders? Hee. At this moment, Chen Shen laughed, a laugh both wild and sinister. To speak frankly, I have not regarded your so-called Shui family members as human beings. In my eyes, you are merely a swarm of insignificant ants. This declaration ignited the fury of all the members of the Shui family. How could the illustrious Shui residents, one of the 3 great families, be insulted as mere ants? What can be endured when such indignity is heaped upon us? Several hot-tempered elders immediately erupted in anger, exclaiming, outrageous! Outrageous! Damn it! Patriarch, let us confront them. Indeed. What is there to lose in a desperate fight? The Shui family has never endured such humiliation. In an instant, the atmosphere was charged with fervor. The figure cloaked in black merely smiled indifferently. Suddenly, a layer of shimmering, electric liquid barrier materialized around him, condensing qi into liquid. A practitioner of the Xian master level? Everyone gasped in astonishment. What? Not satisfied? If you dare, make a move. I could justifiably eliminate each and every one of you, and that would surely be delightful. Haha. What nonsense about being one of the 3 great families. In my eyes, you are merely a congregation of somewhat stronger ants. Why the silence? Were there not those who were once so brazen and fearless? Now, you all cower like turtles withdrawing into their shells. Come now. Come and seek a desperate battle with me. Chen Shen spoke again, his tone even more audacious, his derision even more scornful. Yet this time, including Shui Tianxiao, all members of the Shui family had their heads bowed in trepidation, trembling, even afraid to look up. Faced with the city lord of Xiao, they had the courage to fight to the death, prepared for mutual destruction. However, when confronted by a formidable Xian master, the Shui family lacked even the courage to engage in a desperate struggle, for a Xian master alone could decimate their entire clan. Even resistance would be futile. That would not be a fight to the death, but rather a mindless act of self-destruction. An eerie silence lingered for a full minute. Bah, cowardly fools. Wasting my precious time. Chen Shen cursed loudly, then turned to the city lord of Xiao, saying, do not just stand there watching the spectacle. Have your subordinates begin the search. Are you intent on wasting my time as well? Oh no, I wouldn't dare. The city lord of Xiao finally regained his senses. Gesturing grandly, you all heard him. Hurry and search. Leave no corner unchecked. Yes. Subsequently, Xiao Mo stole a glance at the cloaked figure beside him, filled with admiration. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. This is the true majesty of a strong individual. When will I, Xiao, reach such esteemed heights? If the city lord of Xiao were to discover that the formidable figure he so revered was merely a young man of the Xian realm, his expression would undoubtedly be one of disbelief. It turned out that, on the way here, Chen Shen had discreetly consumed a second sedative liquid pill. For the duration of its effect, lasting an hour, he could employ the technique of condensing qi into liquid, successfully masquerading as a great Xian master before the unsuspecting crowd. Before long, Shui Yang was brought forth. At this moment, he was engulfed in a profound sense of frustration, unable to find solace in sleep. He had just retrieved his cherished collection of erotic illustrations, intending to release the pent-up frustrations of recent days. Little did he expect to be caught in the act by the abrupt intrusion of Elder Duan, leaving him utterly embarrassed. Elder Duan had the audacity to intimidate him with accusations of causing trouble. In truth, he had been confined for cultivation. So what kind of mischief could he possibly have conjured? Young Master Shui felt a sense of helplessness akin to being shot while lying down. Chapter 89. A Brutal Beating. As Shui Yang made his entrance, he respectfully bowed, greeting the city lord and the esteemed elder. Normally haughty and arrogant, young Master Shui humbled himself at the behest of a clan elder who had urged him to treat the mysterious figure in the black robe with utmost courtesy. After all, this individual was a genuine grandmaster. Upon recognizing the familiar voice, Chen Shen was instantly consumed with unbridled rage and wasted no time in questioning the intruder, demanding to know if he had emerged from his quarters at 1:15 midnight. Indeed, I did, Shui Yang replied instinctively. The figure in black inquired further. What was your purpose for leaving? Shui Yang hesitated momentarily before fabricating a response. I had an urgent need and went to the restroom before returning to my room. He could hardly confess that his original intention was to approach the female prisoner, only to be thwarted by his father's furious reprimand. Hadn't he already suffered enough humiliation? He had no desire to further tarnish his reputation. However, that fleeting moment of hesitation provided Chen Shen with a pretext to undermine him. You are lying. No, I am not. Shui Yang hurriedly protested. The black-robed figure scoffed coldly. Then why the hesitation? You think you can deceive me, you inexperienced young pup? Shui Yang's mind was in turmoil. Must he truly disclose the real reason for his nocturnal excursion in front of his entire clan, City Lord Xiao, and numerous soldiers? But if he remained silent, he dared not fabricate further lies, for he sensed an unsettling strangeness about this black-robed figure. How could the individual possibly know he had left his room at such an hour? Chen Shen interjected with authority. Enough. You need not rush to explain yourself. If we cannot locate the true culprit, I shall hear your explanation later. But should we find them? The black-robed figure left the conclusion of that statement hanging ominously, leaving Shui Yang chilled to the bone. Even Shui Tianxiao furrowed his brow, his heart racing with trepidation. In this predicament, he felt it unwise to intervene on behalf of his son, as doing so would only exacerbate the situation. Shui Tianxiao could only hope for a thorough search, praying that the alleged criminal would not be found. Yes, they certainly would not find anyone, for the Shui family harbored no such fugitives. The soldiers of the city lord's mansion would likely only uncover the female prisoner hidden in the cellar. However, that girl was merely Chen Shen's maid, a frail woman devoid of any profound abilities, hardly a wanted criminal of the imperial court. With this thought, Shui Tianxiao's racing heart finally began to ease slightly as he mused. Since this was destined to be a misunderstanding, perhaps there was a chance to turn foes into friends. If we could truly gain the favor of this esteemed master, wouldn't the Shui family soar to new heights? With this thought in mind, Shui Tianxiao subtly signaled his son. The latter, understanding the hint, immediately adopted a sycophantic smile and proclaimed, Esteemed gentlemen, as you have journeyed from afar, it would be remiss to leave you waiting idly here. Allow me to extend the hospitality of our humble abode by inviting you to the guest hall for some light refreshments. However, Xiao Mo dared not take the initiative, as there was another master present beside him. With the latter remaining silent, he felt it inappropriate to usurp another's authority. Upon seeing the figure in black shake his head slowly, Xiao Mo's expression darkened, and he resolutely declined. There is no need. Shui Yang, feeling utterly embarrassed, was left in an awkward predicament. As moments ticked by in this tedious wait, Shui Yang had attempted on multiple occasions to initiate conversation, smiling obsequiously at the figure in black. Yet, the latter remained utterly unresponsive, creating a rhythm of disconnection, as if Shui Yang were merely an insufferable nuisance in his eyes. Target located. Suddenly, a sharp, resounding announcement startled all members of the Shui family. They turned in unison toward the source of the voice. For elite soldiers from the city lord's mansion were escorting a striking young maiden, who approached slowly. Shui Yang's heart raced with alarm. The cellar in the stable was exceedingly concealed, known only to the trusted elites within the Shui family. How could these burly soldiers have discovered it so swiftly? A hint of panic also flickered across Shui Tianxiao's face. Although he was certain that this woman could not possibly be the wanted criminal pursued by the city lord, the situation was still highly disgraceful. If the city lord and the figure in black were to pursue the matter, it would lead to considerable trouble. At this moment, Chen Shen's eyes were fixed intently on the young maiden, Miao Ling, who appeared frail but composed, likely shaken from her ordeal. Fortunately, the worst had not come to pass, and the heavy burden weighing on the youth's heart had finally lifted. However, as she drew closer, Chen Shen's expression abruptly stiffened. He noticed that her wrists and ankles were chafed by shackles, her fair skin stained with blood, evoking a deep sense of pity within him. In an instant, Chen Shen was consumed by rage. He activated his teleportation ability and, in the blink of an eye, stood before Shui Yang, an overwhelming aura of fury emanating from him. Everyone within 100 feet felt their hair stand on end from the sheer intensity of his presence. Shueyang longed to flee or resist. Yet he dared not do either. Like the other members of the Shui family, he had already accepted that the figure in black was a formidable master. Choosing not to resist or flee might result in the figure simply venting his frustration. However, to dare to fight back would likely lead to a grim fate. Thus, Shueyang found himself grasped by the figure in black as though he were a mere chick, lifted into the air by a hand around his neck. Then, with boundless fury, the other hand came crashing down. Slap, 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 slap. In his fury, Chen Shen retained a sliver of rationality, ensuring that the dozen or so slaps he delivered did not utilize even a hint of his mystical energy, lest his true nature be revealed. Yet, despite this, his body had been reinforced tenfold in strength and muscle power, and he still managed to slap young Master Shui into a state resembling that of a pig's head. Chen Shen refrained from using his mystical energy to avoid revealing his true capabilities, while Shueyang, paralyzed by fear, did not summon even a trace of his own protective energy. The consequence of this was that his once handsome visage was rendered unrecognizable from the brutal slaps. His face throbbed with fiery pain, blood gushed from his nose, his cheeks were swollen, and he had lost 2 of his prominent teeth. He emitted pitiful moans of agony, and even the slightest widening of his mouth would send sharp, excruciating pain coursing through him. Subsequently, Chen Shen callously discarded him as one would a piece of putrid refuse, casting Shueyang at Shui Tianxiao's feet. Chapter 90. A heart in trepidation. Everything transpired with startling abruptness. By the time the onlookers regained their composure, young Master Shui had already fainted from shame and rage, sprawled on the ground like a puddle of muck. This was Shueyang, after all, who had been so thoroughly humiliated, his face brutally beaten to a pulp. The humiliation was unbearable. The psychological blow to a cultivator's state of mind could hardly be overstated. One must remember that the day of the inter-school competition was merely 10 days away. Shueyang, at this very moment, suffered such a significant blow. If he could muster even 70% of his strength then, it would be a cause for gratitude. In this light, all of Shui Tianxiao's arduous efforts would amount to naught. He raised his head abruptly, his bloodshot eyes glaring menacingly at the figure clad in black not far away. How has it come to this? What grievance does my son hold against you? You scoundrel! Before Shui Tianxiao could finish his statement, he was abruptly interrupted by Chen Shen's scathing retort. The young man strode forth with a defiant gait, confronting Shui Tianxiao's murderous gaze, unfurling a notice in his hand. Upon closer inspection, the notice bore the likeness of a woman, strikingly similar to Miao Ling. Below the portrait, in bold crimson letters, read, "Top-class criminal of the Great Xia Kingdom." Additionally, at the bottom of the text, a unique seal was inscribed. In the dim light of the night, it was difficult to discern, but at a cursory glance, it bore a striking resemblance to the emblem of the Imperial Inspection Hall of the Great Xia Kingdom. Shui Tianxiao was instantly bewildered, unable to comprehend. How could the inspection hall, directly affiliated with the Royal Security Department, truly have issued a wanted notice? Chen Shen's personal maidservant was, in fact, a criminal? How could this be possible? Little did Shui Tianxiao realize that the portrait had been hastily drawn by someone at Chen Shen's behest, based on his description prior to arriving at the Shui residence. As for the inspection hall seal, it was an improvised engraving made from a white radish by Chen Shen himself. Having been the son of the Grand General's estate, he had seen such wanted posters often during his time in the capital and was quite familiar with the inspection hall seal. Thus, he was able to craft a convincing replica under the cover of night. Everyone was left in a state of shock. Even Miao Ling herself was no exception. Having just escaped the jaws of danger, was she now to plunge back into the den of wolves? For a moment, he stood there in a daze, utterly at a loss. Among those present, aside from Chen Shen, only Lord Xiao and his trusted aide Wang Jin were privy to the fact that the entire affair was merely a grand ruse. However, none of the three would dare to expose the truth. Otherwise, the crime of forging the imperial seal would be punishable by death. Observing the astonishment on Shui Tianxiao and others' faces, Chen Shen realized his objective had been accomplished. Thus, the youth resolved to apply further pressure. With a composed tone, he advanced deliberately, each step resonating with increasing authority. This woman is the notorious criminal I seek. And now, she has been concealed by you? At this juncture, what further explanations can the Shui family provide? Impossible, impossible. Shui Tianxiao was utterly bewildered. Chen Shen let out a cold chuckle. Shui family, you have done well. Once I have thoroughly interrogated this criminal, I shall settle the accounts with you. With that, the figure in black turned and departed. Lord Xiao followed closely in his wake, issuing multiple commands as the 3,000 soldiers surrounding the Shui estate took their positions, effectively barricading the entire place as if determined to prevent any escape. What is happening? Shui Tianxiao's brow furrowed, his mind awash with confusion. Yet, the wanted poster appeared undeniably authentic to him. Thus, he dared not resist, resigning himself to the complete lockdown of his estate by the soldiers. The elders of the Shui family, witnessing the unfolding events, leaned in to whisper to the clan leader, gravely suggesting, perhaps you might consider this from another angle, since Chen Shen's maid has been seized as a criminal. It stands to reason that he could be complicit as well. In that case, his fate is sealed. They mused that Lord Xiao and the figure in black had indeed avenged their grievances. Yet alas, with matters at this point, they could only take it one step at a time. Shui Tianxiao sighed in resignation. Even if Chen Shen were to meet a tragic end, the foundational skills and high-grade Xianjing that his family had previously expended would be irretrievable. Had he known this, he would have refrained from abducting Miao Ling. Now, he found himself bereft of the hostage while his son had been publicly struck several times, nearly left resembling a pig. Most troubling was the figure in black's parting words, which left Shui Tianxiao in a state of profound anxiety, truly on edge. He feared that if Chen Shen and the maid were indeed accomplices, and they could not withstand the brutal interrogation, they might fabricate falsehoods that would implicate him as well. With such thoughts weighing heavily on his mind, Shui Tianxiao experienced time as a torturous eternity, filled with trepidation. Who could have imagined that a dignified 4-star Xian master, a formidable figure in Jilong City, could be so thoroughly intimidated by the schemes of a mere youth? As the moon hung high and the stars were sparse, the inner hall of the Lord's estate glowed brilliantly with candlelight, illuminating the exquisitely decorated chamber as if it were daylight. Lord Xiao, after dismissing all irrelevant individuals with a wave of his hand, allowed a light smile to replace his previously cold demeanor. The elderly man approached Miao Ling with a cheerful demeanor, personally loosening her bindings while courteously saying, I had no choice but to cause you some distress due to the circumstances. I hope you will not hold it against me. The absence of any arrogance befitting a city lord in his words, coupled with their somewhat obsequious tone, left Linger momentarily bewildered. The city lord personally untied me? And he treats me with such courtesy? Was I not mistaken for a notorious criminal of the court? I have repeatedly proclaimed my innocence along the journey. Yet no one paid me any heed. How has the situation transformed into this? The astonishment was evident in Miao Ling's large, glistening eyes. At that moment, the figure clad in black, seated at the head of the assembly, cleared his throat lightly and spoke. Lord Xiao, you have performed admirably. I am quite pleased. Xiao Mo hastily clasped his fists in respect, replying, You flatter me, esteemed elder. However, to rescue Miss Miao Ling, we resorted to fabricating a wanted notice. Rest assured, this was merely to intimidate that group from the Shui family, who are blissfully unaware of their own limitations. If neither you nor I mention this, the Empire will remain oblivious. The young man chuckled softly. Perhaps this is the advantage of being distant from the Emperor. Listening to their exchange, Miao Ling's anxiety began to ease. At the very least, she could ascertain that this enigmatic figure in black bore no ill intentions towards her or the young master. Otherwise, there would have been no need to go to such lengths to rescue them from the Shui family. The only lingering question was the identity of this mysterious figure. Who was he that commanded such reverence from a city lord, and why did he choose to save her? Could he be affiliated with General Chen's household? No, that seemed improbable. After all, Grandfather Chen had resolutely decided to send the young master to Jilong City with the intention of allowing him to live an ordinary life, without sending anyone to covertly protect him. Linger's thoughts swirled, and unable to arrive at a conclusion, she summoned her courage to ask, Elder, do you know my young master? Did he send you to rescue me? Is he well? As she spoke, her bright eyes darted anxiously around, her slightly furrowed brows betraying her concern for the young master's safety. Chen Shen continued to play the role of the wise figure in black, nodding slightly and responding with an air of wisdom. Do not worry, your young master is in excellent health. Ling with her innocent heart, was oblivious to the potential dangers of her naivety. To prevent her from inadvertently revealing information, Chen Shen decided to withhold his identity as the figure in black for the time being. Besides, with Lord Xiao still present, it was imperative to keep his true identity concealed. Thus, Chen Shen lowered his voice and continued, In truth, I happened to pass through Jilong City and coincidentally met that lad, Chen Shen. Although it was but a fleeting encounter, I could already discern his loyalty and bravery, coupled with his rare talent in alchemy, which instantly sparked my desire to take him as my personal disciple. Chen Shen unabashedly praised himself, surprisingly enjoying the experience. He reveled in the moment, recalling how at first, the lad had refused to become his disciple, claiming he was a student of Jilong Academy and had no intentions of accepting another teacher at present. How laughable! What manner of nonsense is Jilong Academy? Aside from a few decrepit elders within the Imperial Capital Academy, Who else in the realm of the great Xia possesses greater qualifications to take on disciples than I? Listening to Chen Shen's boastful ramblings, Linger harbored no doubts whatsoever. In her mind, the figure clad in black robes was indeed deserving of such esteem. Otherwise, how could he command the lord of the city to serve him with such unwavering dedication, as if he were his own father? My dear child, I have already informed your young master of your rescue. You need not worry. To assist me in this charade, the young man will feign ignorance. As for the old steward in your household, Lord Xiao will also detain him under the pretense of capturing accomplices to ensure his protection at the city lord's residence. The youth beneath the black robe spoke slowly. The 100 Schools League competition is merely 10 days away. During this time, you are to remain within the city lord's residence, not stepping beyond its threshold, nor meeting with your master, to prevent any potential exposure of tonight's operation to the Shui family. Can you comply? Chen Shen forbade them from returning to their own estate, partly to avoid revealing any vulnerabilities, and partly to safeguard Miao Ling and old Shun, lest the Shui family, in desperation, direct their wrath towards those most precious to him. Thus, keeping Miao Ling and old Shun within the city lord's residence was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action, for in Xiao Mo's eyes, the figure in black was a true master of the profound arts, a formidable alchemist capable of concocting high-grade breakthrough pills. He would never dare to treat Linger and old Shun with anything less than the utmost respect, although Linger felt a pang of reluctance. She understood the significance of the upcoming competition for her young master, and thus nodded obediently. I comprehend, esteemed senior. Thank you for your timely intervention. Rest assured, I shall be diligent and not hinder my master, allowing him to participate in the competition with peace of mind. Linger was exceedingly well-behaved and understanding. Chen Shen instinctively stole a glance at the young girl before him, observing the deep affection and longing reflected in her bright eyes, causing a stir in his heart. Regrettably, this was not the moment for candid revelations. This abduction incident served as a clarion call to Chen Shen. In a world where the strong wield power as a butcher wields a cleaver, and the weak are but mere prey, only by possessing formidable strength can one protect those dear to them. Imagine if Chen Shen were truly a master of the profound arts. The Shui family would be groveling at his feet, too fearful to provoke him. With the stark reminder brought forth by Linger's abduction, Chen Shen's resolve to grow stronger intensified. He took a deep breath, casting aside the tumult of emotions for the time being, and spoke. Very well. You shall reside in the city lord's residence with peace of mind. After the 100 Schools League competition, I shall return to you a version of Chen's young master 10 times more exceptional than before. Then, addressing the solemnly seated Lord Xiao, he continued, you have handled this matter commendably. The high-grade breakthrough pill shall serve as your reward, and it is now yours. Lord Xiao had been eagerly awaiting these words from the figure in black. The coveted pill he had longed for was finally within his grasp. In a moment of excitement, he rose and clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your generosity. The figure in black nodded once, no longer lingering, and took his leave. Afterward, Xiao Mo gazed at Miao Ling with a benevolent expression, exclaiming, to be accepted as a direct disciple by such a venerable elder speaks volumes of your young master's boundless potential. The words of the Lord of Xiao City contained a hint of flattery, yet were predominantly heartfelt. A grand master, and simultaneously an adept in the art of alchemy. Having such a formidable mentor must surely elevate one's status in the Daxia kingdom. Upon hearing this, a wave of profound joy swept across the pure and lovely countenance of Linger, as she was elated on behalf of her young master. Delightfully, she mused. I always knew young Master Chen Shen was the best. Subsequently, Xiao Mo personally ensured that all of Miao Ling's necessities were meticulously attended to, demonstrating his thoroughness. Miao Ling understood that this was all due to her young master's influence. Miss Linger, from now on, consider my lord's mansion as your second home. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to approach me, he said warmly. By the way, this healing pill should assist in alleviating your injuries. As he spoke, he pressed a mid-grade healing pill into Miao Ling's hand. It was not a matter of Xiao Mo being stingy. Miao Ling's injuries were merely superficial abrasions and had not harmed her tendons or bones, making the healing pill more than sufficient for her recovery. In truth, Chen Shen refrained from directly providing Linger with the healing pill to avoid any appearance of partiality. Typically, a mentor, no matter how fond of a disciple, would not overly indulge the servant of that disciple. If Chen Shen were to exhibit excessive concern, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Just as now, Xiao Mo harbored no doubts whatsoever and instead perceived the black-robed figure's momentary lapse as a fortuitous opportunity to strengthen his rapport with Chen Shen. At this moment, free from any lingering worries, Chen Shen had already discreetly discarded his black robe and, revealing his true identity, hastened toward the Linglong beast fighting arena. As he hurried, He contemplated, Shui Tianxiao and Shui Yang. Your abduction of Miao Ling is far from over. I shall surely deal with both of you rascals in due time. But before that, I must first collect some interest. Chapter 92. How ironic. When Chen Shen arrived at the bedroom of Linglong, he discovered that, in addition to the captivating proprietress, there was also a woman cold as ice present, the bodyguard he had encountered on several occasions. Upon seeing Chen Shen, the proprietress was momentarily taken aback. Then, clad only in a sheer nightgown, she disregarded her own modesty and rushed toward the young man, pinching his ear. Where on earth have you been, you little rascal? I sent people to the Jiulong Academy, to your residence, and searched every street and alley. Yet you were nowhere to be found. Just recently, your steward was seized by the Lord's mansion under the pretext of apprehending accomplices. I thought you, in a fit of impulsiveness, had gone to the Shui residence to meet your demise. As she continued, her voice grew slightly choked with emotion. Wow, so grand and impressive. Wow, so delicate and soft. Wow, so straight and long. The thoughtless Chen Shen was utterly engrossed in the beauty before him. The enchanting figure, partially concealed by the delicate fabric, nearly caused his eyes to bulge in astonishment. The proprietress finally realized what was happening, feeling both embarrassed and angry. She hurriedly released her delicate hand that had been gripping the other person's ear. A surge of mystical energy erupted, sending Chen Shen tumbling several times, leaving him dazed and seeing stars. Taking advantage of this moment, Linglong quickly adjusted her attire. When the young man regained his composure and looked at her again, she had already donned her signature purple robe. Little rascal, what were you mumbling just now? The proprietress asked, biting her silver teeth, her cheeks slightly flushed. Nothing. Chen Shen stammered, hastily changing the subject. I mean, I have already rescued Linger from the Shui family. Furthermore, the capture of Shun Lao by the city lord soldiers was also part of my careful arrangement. What? You must be delirious. How can you speak such nonsense? Linglong's delicate brows furrowed slightly, while the bodyguard beside her wore a look of disbelief. Thus, Chen Shen boldly sat down at the edge of the bed, a mysterious glint in his eyes. Do you wish to know the whole story? Yes, yes. The two women instinctively nodded. First, bring me a cup of warm tea to soothe my throat before I elaborate. Linglong rolled her eyes but obediently brewed a cup of tea and handed it to him. The young man chuckled and recounted how he had disguised himself as a mysterious figure in a black robe to intimidate the city lord of Shao, and how he had staged a grand performance to rescue the person. However, he refrained from mentioning his clandestine entry into the Shui family estate, as he did not want to cause Linglong any worry or reveal too much of his own cards. Although Linglong was undoubtedly trustworthy, the bodyguard's loyalty was uncertain. One must always be cautious. What a clever ruse to play the fool and outsmart the tiger. Ha ha. I can only imagine the look on Shui Tianxiao's face at that moment. After hearing the entire rescue saga, the proprietress couldn't help but applaud in admiration. But this matter is not over. They abducted Linger and dared to harm those close to me. This enmity is irreconcilable. The young man's eyes turned cold. Do be cautious. Rest assured, I know my limits. Until my strength is sufficient to confront the entire Shui family, I will not act rashly. Chen Shen nodded, then shifted the conversation. However, some interest must be repaid. This is the true reason for my visit. Oh, pray elaborate. I intentionally let the city lord make a spectacle of capturing Linger and Shun Lao, while also allowing his subordinates to spread rumors. I believe that in the coming days, the Shui family will be in a state of panic. Then, I shall seize the opportunity to extort a sum. However, I cannot personally make an appearance. With the upcoming 100 Schools tournament, I need to seclude myself for rigorous training. Therefore, I hope you can assist me in negotiating with the city lord. You need only. After listening to Chen Shen's plan, Linglong readily agreed, her eyes sparkling with keen interest. It seemed the proprietress's nature of thriving on chaos was emerging. She was eager to partake in the excitement. The following day, at noon, in the Shui family's conference hall, 7 elders sat in a circle, with the revered alchemist Shui Miruan among them, while the clan leader, Shui Tianxiao, presided in the center. Clan leader, this morning while I was strolling in the courtyard, I overheard several soldiers from the city lord's office discussing that the old man from the Chen family has also been thrown into the dungeon. Indeed, I have also heard this news. Moreover, those guards, while idly chatting, inadvertently mentioned that Lord Shao is contemplating requesting reinforcements from the imperial capital, seemingly preparing for substantial actions. Could it be that he is targeting our Shui family? I wonder if that scoundrel Chen Shen has been apprehended as well. Will he lash out like a rabid dog, dragging our Shui family down with him before his demise? It seems highly probable. That wretched creature is certainly no fool. Should the Lord harbor suspicions toward our Shui family and launch an investigation, even if we ultimately clear our name, it would undoubtedly cause the young master to miss the prestigious academy tournament. What shall we do? Indeed, esteemed patriarch. The 3,000 guards have encircled our Shui residence so tightly that not even a messenger can penetrate our defenses. We are as blind as bats and deaf as stones. Finding ourselves in a dire predicament. Listening to the discussions of the elders, Shui Tianxiao's brows remained deeply furrowed. I understand your concerns, but given the current state of affairs, do you propose an alternative? At that moment, Shui Muruan, who had been silent, spoke up. Perhaps we could offer some incentives to that man in the black robe, urging him to turn a blind eye and let this matter pass? Are you suggesting bribery? Shui Muruan nodded. While this is undoubtedly dishonorable, it seems to be the only viable option at present. Even if it fails, it may at least delay the black-robed man from interrogating the young master until after the academy tournament. If the young master excels and is taken under the wing of a significant figure from the Imperial Academy, there would be far more room for negotiation. Shui Tianxiao initially nodded in agreement, but soon sighed. However, given the black-robed man's stature as a formidable practitioner, any gifts we bestow must carry sufficient weight. Otherwise, it could backfire. Alas, with the academy tournament looming, all resources are tightly focused on my son, Shui Yang, and now this unforeseen complication arises. To be honest, Shui Tianxiao is filled with regret, profound regret. Had he known, would he have acted differently? The high-ranking members of the Shui family could never have imagined that the idle gossip they overheard was, in fact, the result of Chen Shen's covert machinations orchestrated by Zi Linglong. He first cornered the Shui family and then, through the words of the besieging soldiers, incited their anxiety, compelling them to explore alternative strategies. Bribery, in the current context, emerged as the most effective and direct approach for the Shui family. Indeed, some members of the Shui family recklessly jumped into Chen Shen's trap. The young strategist deftly manipulated the entire upper echelon of the Shui family. Shui Tianxiao and the others could never fathom that the very target of their desperate bribery plans was, in fact, their greatest adversary. It is truly ironic.